You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20, Chapter 3501, Shaky Foundations, Part 2. I see, Lith nodded. But even with this knowledge, I still don't see what we missed while we studied creation magic. I was getting to that, Menadian replied. First, I had to explain the why or you wouldn't understand the how. Time for a simple exercise. She took 2 silver coins and 2 red crystals from the tower's pocket dimension. Then she bonded them together before handing the coins to Lith and Solus. Why did you do that? He asked in annoyance. You could have conjured the materials from the workshop. Because in that case you could have simply dispelled them and started over like you always did in the past, Menadian said. If you keep doing the same thing, the result will always be the same, young man. You could have at least let us study the coins before performing the bonding process, Solus grumbled. If I did, I would have given you the starting and the ending point. I want you to study this problem from a completely new perspective, hence you need to go in blind, Menadian replied. Begin. Silver was the least among magical metals, just like red crystals were the weakest. The task was too simple to be straightforward, so Lith and Solus studied their respective coins with invigoration before making any move. There's nothing special about this, they thought, each on their own yet at the same time. The red crystal is so small and weak that it created a single mana vessel instead of a mana circulatory system. This is easy. They used the Tier 1 creation magic spell, Dismantle, to undo Menadian's work. Darkness magic eroded the contact points between the mana vessels and the metal, allowing light magic to draw the tendril of energy back into the crystal. The inside of the coin was left with an internal scar that they removed by alternating pulses of darkness and light. The former scrambled the inside of the scar, while the latter reorganized it until it matched the structure of the rest of the coin. Done, they said in unison. Excellent, Menadian had a wicked smile that didn't bode well. Now exchange your coins and study them. They did as instructed, and the moment their breathing technique showed them the results of each other's work, they grimaced. Well, what do you think? No offense, Solus, but this is a sloppy job, Lith said. No offense, Lith, but this is a patchwork at best, Solus said. Wait, what did you say? Give that back, they said in unison while returning the coins to their owner. Are you out of your mind? There is nothing wrong with it. Children, stop. There's no point arguing. Menadian stopped them. I'll be the judge of your work. She took both coins and examined them before saying, You are both right, and you both did a poor job. How is this possible? Lith asked in confusion. We've done this countless times in the past. How could we never notice? Solus couldn't believe her own eyes. Each one of you has done their best, but as you've seen, your best is actually pretty bad, Menadian said. You have never noticed it in the past because you worked together and fixed each other's mistakes to the best of your abilities. In your eyes, the work was perfect simply because you couldn't imagine something better. Now that I've split you, however, you can look at the final result without bias. On top of that, this time you didn't have the eyes as a crutch. What are we doing wrong? Solus sighed. You know I can't tell you the answer, sweetie. Menadian restored the coins with creation magic and bonded them with the red crystals. Again, and this time remember the correct definition for light and darkness. Lith and Solus tried several times, and their work improved with each attempt, but the result was just less lacking than the previous, never good. Fuck me sideways, if we screw up so badly with a small coin and one tiny crystal, I can't imagine how much worse things are with more complex artifacts, Lith thought. What am I missing? Solus stared at the coin for an answer, yet it remained silent. The process is supposed to be simple. Why is it so hard? Lunchtime was nearing, and Lith found not having an inkling of what to do to move forward after all those hours unbearable. Let's start this again from scratch, he thought. Rifa said our methods are good, but our foundations are flawed. She also said that we thought that light and darkness control life only because life is order from chaos. How do these two things connect? Not knowing what to, Lith took a second silver coin out of his pocket dimension. He was so focused on studying the mint piece of metal that he missed Menadian's approving smile. Wait, what? Yet Solus didn't. Let me get a coin. I knew it, this was dumb, Lith inwardly sighed. There's nothing I can learn from a different coin. Even though they are forged with the same process and the same batch of ore, the internal structure is completely different. The concentration of metal and the arrangement of the impurities change from coin to coin. The mold is the same, but they are like snowflakes. There are so many variables when the molten metal solidifies that no two coins are Ali. His thoughts trailed off as the revelation struck him. They are like snowflakes. That's the whole point of this exercise, recognizing the significance of chaos and learning how to restore it. That's why our coins suck when we restore them, Solus thought. We mastered the order part of creation magic, but our understanding of its chaos aspect is lacking. I can still see a pattern in my coin after using dismantle. The scar hasn't healed, it just faded. We didn't restore the previous structure of our coins. We just messed with the residual trace of the mana vessel until it more or less resembled the rest of the coin. The question is, how do I fix that? They thought in unison. And it's lunchtime, Menadian said. If we are late, Alina will kill me. We'll resume this in the afternoon or tomorrow morning, depending on when your mother kicks you out of the house again, Lith. There's still time. Lith looked at his pocket watch. What part of late you didn't understand? Menadian clicked her tongue. Do you really want to go home just in time to eat and then walk away? Do you think your poor mother runs a restaurant? No, ma'am, Lith sighed while Solus laughed at his expense. I wouldn't laugh if I were in your shoes, young lady. Menadian looked daggers at Solus. He behaves like that because you do the same and enable him. Give me those coins back, now. They jumped up their seats and returned the study materials. Fair warning, if I see a coin or you space out during lunch, I won't give you lessons for a week. A week, Lith and Solus said in horror as Menadian warped them back home. You are just in time, sweetie. Alina welcomed them with a smile and a hug. Chapter 3502, Another Kind of Order, Part 1. I was just starting to cook and I could use some help. With the whole family assembled, there's a lot of work to do. Alina nodded at the many pots and pans. Got it. Lith wore an apron while Solus moved away from the stove. As much as it pained her and Menadian to admit it, their help usually made Alina work harder since she had to fix their mistakes before the food was beyond saving. Thanks, I really don't get why everyone is still here, Alina said with a beaming smile that didn't match her words. I'm fine. You guys can go back to your usual routine. Yeah, right, Lith sighed, conjuring Tryon out of the void sigil to complete the family picture. Rena and Camilla soon joined him while Tista did her best to keep the triplets, Aaron and Lyria, out of the cook's hair. I can help, Aaron whined. I know, my little chef, but there's only so much space here. Alina shrugged apologetically. We have to move fast and your footstool would get in the way. Aaron was still too short to move comfortably around the stove, especially with the use of magic draining his focus. I know, Mom, he sighed, looking at his big brother who stood a head taller than everyone else with envy. The meal was soon ready and delicious. Alina reassured everyone of her condition and encouraged them to leave her alone, but the sheer joy as she looked at the crowded dining room made her sound as fake as a $6 bill. Where have you been all this morning? Camilla asked. Dia, the babies yelled in Lith's ears while climbing on his back with their claws. I was doing stuff in the blood desert, Lith replied, knowing the pandemonium that would have ensued had he used terms like adult stuff or not suitable for a younger audience. You know. He nodded at Alina while she wasn't looking, and everyone understood the subtext about her aggressors and changed the topic. About the desert, I feel terrible not seeing Salark at our table, Alina sighed. Tell her I'm sorry and that I'll call her as soon as I feel ready to face her again. I will, Mom, don't worry. Lith then talked about the lesson on creation magic, arousing many grumbles around the table. Working already, Raz said. What about me? Tista asked. Am I not part of the family? Why without us? Aaron and Lyria asked. We are awakened now. The triplets just grumbled. At 3 years and a few months of age, they were forbidden from practicing even the simplest chore magic spell. No matter what their uncle would reply to the others, the triplets were bound to be excluded from the lessons. How much do you know about creation magic, Tista? Menadian took the hot potato off Lith's hands. Nothing, but I've already reached the violet, and it won't be long before I achieve the bright violet as well, she replied. Then no one can help you, Menadian shook her head. I can't teach you because the magic I use is outdated by 700 years. You probably don't know most of the runes I use, and learning them would be a waste of your time. Lith and Solus, instead, can't teach you as well since their knowledge is incomplete. Until they figure their own creation magic out and reach a deep understanding, they won't be able to simplify the concepts enough for a neophyte like you to grasp the basics. Tista lowered her gaze but said nothing. As for you two, a deep green core is too weak for creation magic. Rifa shifted her gaze between Aaron and Lyria. You can't handle that kind of power. But we can use light mastery. Aren't constructs tier 5 too? Lyria asked. They are, but light mastery is much simpler and less dangerous, Menadian replied. If you mess up with a construct, you get sparkles of light and nobody gets hurt. If you mess with an artifact, it explodes in your face. Lith and Solus nodded, remembering all too well their past failures and the countless resulting explosions. Knowing you rascals, you would try to practice creation magic by yourself, putting you in danger and blowing up expensive items. No lessons for you, not even the basics, until you are stronger and more reliable. Lyria and Aaron, too, lowered their gazes while the triplets gloated, rubbing their hands at the prospect of the knowledge they considered their birthright. Stop gloating, you three, Menadian snapped them out of it. Just because you belong to the Verhin bloodline, it doesn't mean you have a talent for magic, no matter how many streaks you have in your hair. If you don't believe me, look at your mother. Hey, I resent that, Rena replied. For all we know, I might be the greatest mage in the family. Her claim was received with a barrage of chuckles, giggles, and scoffs. Let us be real, Menadian scoffed once more with feeling. You've seen your brother practicing magic for years, yet not once have you asked him to teach you. That's because I find magic useful for the daily chores, but spending all those hours on books. Rena shuddered at the thought. My point exactly, Menadian nodded. You can't be good at something you don't love. Take your mother, for example. I love cooking, Alina said with a smile. It relaxes me, and seeing your happy faces while you eat fills me with joy. And I love being a farmer, Raz nodded. It might not be fancy, but it's an honest job. My father taught me everything I know, just like his father did with him. I consider it a family legacy and hope one of you will continue it. I wish I could, Tryon sighed. I never liked fighting. It's one of the reasons I became a drill sergeant as soon as I racked enough merits from active duty. Aside from the triples arguing who among them was the less talented and had to take on Grandpa Raz's farm, the lunch was warm and pleasant. Space. Alina had gone all out, and by the time the Verhins reached the end of the 5-course meal, only Lith and Tista could stand up without help. You damn cheat, Camilla burped. Please carry me to the bed before I fall asleep on the table. With pleasure. Lith tuckered her in just for the babies to join her and snuggle under her arms. I'm sorry, Alina groaned. I think I went overboard. I'm going to need help with the dishes. Nonsense. Tista carried her parents to their room one at a time. I'll take care of it. Thanks, sweetie. Alina fell asleep the moment her head touched the pillow. Once everyone was in their respective bedrooms and their heartburn treated with light magic, Lith took care of the table. Can you give me a hand, Solus? Kill me, please, she whimpered, holding her bloated belly. You didn't have to eat everything. Menadian piled the plates with spirit magic and sent them floating to the sink. You could have stored a few dishes for dinner. I know, but it was all so good. Chapter 3503, Another Kind of Order, Part 2. What a wimp. Tista cleaned the floor with vortexes and sent the dirt out of the house. I'm not a wimp, Solus half said and half burped. It's you guys who have a stomach the size of a literal house. With 3 mages, cleaning the kitchen and washing the dishes took less than 5 minutes. The good news is we can resume our lesson straight away, Menadian nodded. The bad news is that Solus won't participate. No way, I'm missing it. Solus used light magic to accelerate her metabolism and speed up the digestion process. I'm ready to go, she said after a quick stop to the bathroom to dump the extra weight. Oh, so now that the kitchen is done, you suddenly remember you can do that? Lith clicked his tongue. It's nothing like that, Solus blushed. Cleaning the kitchen wasn't worth wasting good food. Mom's lesson is, it's a matter of priorities. More like laziness, Tista replied. You go and have fun, I'll hold the fort. Thanks, big sis. Lith warped everyone back at the tower. Where were we? The coins. Menadian returned the pieces of silver already bonded with the small red crystal to them. Start over. It will help you think. Lith and Solus also took a normal silver coin out of their pocket dimension, to use it as a reference once they were done splitting the crystal from the coin. Okay, back to square 2. Lith, though, how do I go from this to this? He examined the mint coin and then the dismantled one. Read exclusive chapters at. Let's see, Solus thought. Creation magic requires both light and darkness in all of its steps. Maybe that's what I need to do here as well. She then imbued her coin with equal amounts of both elements, but light and darkness canceled each other once they spread evenly. Nope, this is as pointless as turning the heat and the AC on together. Maybe a little unbalance is needed. Solus took a deep breath and injected more light element, making it circulate inside the coin like blood inside a living being. Slowly but steadily, the matter inside the metal started to rearrange itself. I did it on my own and before Lith, or so she thought until the coin bent with a screeching sound. On not. The noise drew Lith's attention, and a tut from Menadian. Again, she fixed the coin and bonded it with the red crystal before returning it to Solus. A corner of Menadian's mouth was curled up in a smile she couldn't suppress, and Lith noticed it. Okay, if light doesn't work, let's go with more darkness. After removing the mana crystal, Solus inverted the amounts of injected elements, and once again the metal started to change. To fall apart, to be precise. The coin turned into a fine silvery dust that Menadian restored with creation magic. Again, she said, making Solus whine at the idea of splitting metal and crystal for the umpteenth time. What Solus is doing is right yet wrong at the same time, Lith thought. Menadian is proud and happy with her progress, no matter how much she tries to keep her face straight. The problem is I have no idea what the right part is. He had been studying his coin without making random attempts because, at the first mistake, Menadian would restore the coin, but that was only on the surface level. The inside of the coin would be completely different, and Lith preferred to face an enemy he knew. Okay, back from the start. Light and darkness, order and chaos, need both of them to restore my coin. He pondered the issue for a while, alternating between studying the scarred coin and the mint one. Now that I think about it, calling the residual trace of the mana vessel a scar is misleading. It's not damage, but the result of the coin rearranging itself to host the energy of the red crystal while offering the minimum resistance possible. The bonding process increased the order inside the coin, so to restore the metal's previous shape, more chaos is required, hence more darkness than light. Lith started infusing the elements with a 1:25:1 ratio and then suddenly stopped. No, that's wrong as well. What happened? It's more like putting a heavy stone on an empty cardboard box. The box deforms to best support the stone's weight and then stays crumpled even after you remove the stone, because at that point the box's sides are bent. It's not a transition from order to chaos, but from order to another kind of order. A normal person can't restore the cardboard box to its previous state, but creation magic can. Lith infused the healthy part of the coin only with light magic to preserve its internal configuration while flooding the ruined area with the same amounts of light and darkness. He slowly increased the amount of darkness element, but only at the borders between the scar and the healthy coin. After a while, the deformed metal turned into a semi-liquid state, allowing it to move. Lith kept the amount of darkness element unchanged and connected the light element in the healthy part with that in the deformed part. The light element rearranged the semi-liquid metal by using the still-solid coin as a template. The natural order born from the most stable configuration of the metal without the crystal and the order generated by the light magic overcame the chaos induced by the darkness, forming stable bonds. Then Lith moved the higher concentration of darkness element to the newly formed border between the two parts of the coin, and the cycle started anew. With each layer of metal he fixed, his understanding and mastery of the process increased, and with it, its speed. Once he was done, only by examining the most minute details of the inner structure of the coin could Lith find traces of its previous bond with the red crystal. I think I'm done, Rifa. Lith handed her the coin. Master Rifa. She took the coin. Or mentor, professor, whatever you prefer. I'd like to keep a clear boundary between us during the lessons, especially considering our weird relationship. Sounds fair, Lith nodded. The student must respect the teacher or he will learn nothing. How did I do, professor? It's a bit rough around the edges, but it would be weird otherwise, considering this is your first time. Speaking of time, I didn't expect you to figure it out so fast. Your academy professors were right. You truly are a talented forgemaster. Mom, Solus grunted. What's the problem, sweetie? Are you jealous I'm praising someone else? Menadian chuckled. Yes, I mean no. Do what you want, but be silent, please. I can't focus while you rub salt in my wounds. Solus blushed a little. He might be done, but I'm still working here. By the way, congratulations, Lith. Thanks, Solus. Lith gave her a nod. Second best has a point, Menadian said, throwing rocket fuel on the fire of Solus' competitive spirit. Do it again. Once you can do it 10 times out of 10, we'll move on to the next step. She bonded the red crystal to Lith's coin and handed it back to him. Chapter 3504, Old Habits Part 1. With each attempt, Lith polished his technique and his speed improved. What on the first try had required his full focus and slow, calculated adjustments to the twin elemental flows now came easier, allowing him to observe the process as a whole instead of one layer at a time. Lith had just fixed his coin for the third time and was about to start the fourth when Solus slammed her palm on the desk. "I did it. Check it, please, Professor Manadian." "Let's see." Rifa turned Solus' coin in her palm, studying it from every angle. "Good job. Now do it again. The rules I established for Lith apply to you as well." "Good job, that's it," Solus asked in disbelief, while Lith gave her a quick thumbs up and kept working. "Did I do better or worse than him on his first success?" "That's beyond the point, and answering your question would turn our lessons toxic." Manadian swept the air with her hand. "The competition here is only with yourself. You succeeded, and with a record time at that. Isn't that enough?" "Not really," Solus sighed. "Well, it should," Manadian said. "Because while you are still whining, Lith is working on his coin. Discipline beats pride every day of the week." "Damn it, you're right." Solus pushed all unnecessary thoughts aside and focused solely on her coin. She and Lith handed their coins to Rifa after each successful dismantle to let her assess their progress. 10 times out of 10, Manadian said while Solus was still on her 8th attempt. "And it's much better than the first. Great job, Lith." "Either I'm catching up because I'm faster than Lith, or because he's focusing more on precision and taking his time. I don't care. Lith does Lith, and I do me." Solus filtered out the rest of her mother's words, not letting them distract her or rush her work. "Do you want to move on to the next subject, or do you want to wait for Solus?" Manadian asked. "Isn't it better for you to explain things only once?" Lith frowned. "There's nothing to explain," she shook her head. "This is your next assignment." Manadian showed him a silver coin, bonded with an orange crystal. "We are working on your foundations, remember. You two skipped all the basic steps and started dismantling artifacts with runes, crystals, and power cores. I'll make you take things one step at a time to make up for that." "I'll wait for Solus, then." Lith bonded the coin with the red crystal and started his 11th attempt. "Why, don't you want a head start?" Manadian asked. "No, this may not be a competition, but Aaron is right. Having competition helps to keep you focused and not let your ego go to your head. Besides, it's not like I'm fiddling with my thumbs. I'm polishing my technique. In my book, that's a head start. Experience tales with." "Fair enough." Manadian gave him an approving nod and observed Solus' progress with the eyes. Inside the tower and with the minute amounts of energy in play, the artifact put no strain on Rifa's mind. "Effie is better at this, but it's probably because she always had a much weaker core than Lith and is used to make up for quantity with quality," Manadian thought. "Whatever difference in talent and technique there is between them, it will become evident at higher levels of creation magic. So far, Lith seems to have better intuition, but it's too soon to tell." Space. Solus completed the assignment when Lith was halfway through his 12th attempt. After that, they moved on to orange crystals. After the bonding process, the coin still presented just one mana vessel, but also a few capillaries departed from it. "I see," Solus thought. "The stronger the crystal, the less intact metal to use as a template remains, and the harder to keep the balance between light and darkness becomes. On top of that, the mana capillaries are so small that, unless I carefully examine the metal after using dismantle, the coin appears fine even when it's actually a mess." By the end of the afternoon lesson, they had graduated from silver coins and orange crystals, and moved on to orichalcum coins and yellow crystals. "So little silver can't bear so much world energy, but orichalcum can," Lith pondered. "Rifa is keeping the size of our patient the same while increasing the complexity of the procedure. Not only does a yellow crystal generate multiple mana vessels and capillaries, but orichalcum is much more resistant to changes than silver. We must deal with many more variables than before. Put down the coins and let's go home, kids." Manadian's voice snapped them out of their focus. "You don't want Alina to worry, do you?" "Yes, ma'am," Lith and Solus said in unison, making Rifa chuckle. There were still a few hours before sundown, but they raised no objections this time. "I thought that studying creation magic would have been easier since we've reached Tier 4 on our own already," Lith said, while helping Alina prepare a light dinner so as not to further add to the burden of lunch on the Verhins' stomachs. "I mean, dismantle is a Tier 1 spell. We worked on coins, and we had the tower to support us, yet I'm exhausted." "You think you are tired?" Solus lay with her face down on the table, happy for the first time in her life of being a messy cook. Try doing it with a deep violet core, and you'll see what being really tired feels like. There's a reason creation magic is known only to a handful of people on the entire Magur. Menadian sat straight and enjoyed a glass of red wine. And the reason is it's really, really hard. On top of that, you are not learning from scratch. You are fixing your broken foundations, which makes things even harder. Harder, Aaron blinked several times in confusion. Shouldn't be easier, Grandma Rifa. No, she shook her head. Because those two have learned creation magic wrong and then got used to using it wrong. They need to ignore the flawed notions they have considered right until this point and overcome the bad habits ingrained in their mind from countless repetitions. It's like searching for a new path while surrounded by road signs leading in the wrong direction and a comfortable paved road on the side. It makes you second-guess your every choice. You are amazing, Grandma Rifa, Lyria said with eyes filled with admiration. Your explanations are almost as clear as Uncle Lith-S. You deserve the title of ruler of the flames. Menadian spat out a bit of wine as a result of the unintended backhand compliment. What's wrong, second best? Solus lifted her head to smirk at her mother. You can dish it, but you can't take it. That's completely different, Menadian thought while blushing a little. I mocked Effie to incite her, whereas Lyria is just candid. Tomorrow I'm going out for groceries, Elena announced during dinner, prompting cheers from her family. It was the first time since the incident that she left the safety of her house. Do you mind accompanying me, Lith? I can wait until the end of your lesson, or we can do it in the afternoon. Chapter 3505, Old Habits Part 2. We can go in the morning, Mom. You come first. The lesson can wait, Lith replied. Thank you, dear. Raz bring lots of dimensional amulets. We are stocking up. Do you want me to come as well? His face lit up with pride. Raz knew that Lith was much stronger than him, but the feeling of being incapable of protecting his wife was still humiliating. Of course, she giggled. Who else is going to protect me if not my husband? Lith is just for my peace of mind. At first, Raz was so happy that even the bland vegetable soup tasted like heaven. Then, the meaning of Alina's words sunk in. Wait, stocking up means I'm going to spend hours going between shops, enduring gossip of all sorts and boring small talk, all the while Lith goofs off around Lucia. Suddenly, the soup tasted sour, but he decided that his wife's smile and happiness were worth the sacrifice. Space. The next day, Lith and the rest of the family went to Lucia right after breakfast. The sun was still rising on the horizon when they reached the market district. I want to take my time and avoid the morning crowd, Elena said. Great idea, Mom, Rena said. The Verhin women couldn't pass on the opportunity of spending quality time together and going on a little shopping spree. All for the sake of uplifting Elena's mood, of course. The babies won't make a mess in the shops, and you make up for the lost time with them. It's a win-win situation. Camilla tucked Elijah and Valoran in the stroller and left Lith in the middle of the road as she bolted after the rest of the flock of women. This is fine, Senton sighed while the triplets pulled at his pants in 3 different directions, each wanting to do a different thing. First jam bread and then we go to the park. The triplets cheered and followed their father's lead enthusiastically. This is it, guys, Lith said with a somber tone. There's only you and I left, poor Dad, may the gods rest his soul. Raz was still alive but wished he was. Why do my ears burn? He thought while dealing with a crying Surin and weathering the most boring topics known to man. Elena and Valoran giggled, having no idea what Lith was saying but finding Lucia an endless source of marvel. The people, the scents, the draft animals, and even the rats scurrying the side of the roads were a fascinating novelty to them. Let's take a brief tour of the old city. I want to show you where your dad grew up. Then we go to the playground. Deal? He asked, obtaining nods in reply and making a few passers-by faint. Lith was in civilian clothes, and without his supreme Magus robe, those who had recently settled down in Lucia failed to recognize him. Seeing a father talking to his toddlers was a regular occurrence. Seeing a father talking with his toddlers and receiving yes, no, and in Valoran's case, simple phrases in reply, not so much. This is where I worked as a healer when I was 6. Lith pointed at Nana's old house, and the babies nodded. You won't have to find a job at such a young age, but that doesn't mean I'll let you become spoiled brats. I've worked hard to build what you see today. You won't lack anything, but if you want luxuries, you'll have to earn them. I expect you to do well in your studies and help your mother with her chores. The babies looked at him in confusion. Those concepts were too difficult for them, but they nodded anyway. Let's go visit Nana. Lith moved to the back of the house. Another healer now lived there, but he had accepted to leave the backyard intact. There, Lith had created a small garden that time had filled with wild flowers and weeds carried by the wind. Read exclusive chapters at. In the middle there was a tombstone carved with the words, "Here lies Narir of Lucia, beloved mama and nana of us all." The tombstone was clean and the grass freshly cut. The old citizens of Lucia took good care of the old healer's final resting place. The wild flowers and the weeds were allowed to grow because that was Nana's final wish. To keep nurturing life even from her grave. Lith cleaned the tombstone with a pulse of darkness magic, used air magic to cut the dead plants, and water magic to water everything. Nana was my first teacher and employer. She was a mean old woman, harder to kill than any monster I've ever fought. Lith smiled at the memory. She would have loved meeting you. The babies became even more confused but waved at the tombstone, feeling it was somehow important. Thank you. Lith avoided standing there for too long or making introductions, because the babies might have understood what had happened. They are too young, Lith thought as he walked away. The concept of death would only sadden and scare them. Valoran might even figure out what happened to his parents. This is the bakery of Vexel Cornerstone, Lith said. He's a bad man, but he makes good bread. He's not a friend, but you can buy from him. Elijah and Valoran nodded with a serious expression at the words, bad man, looking at the bakery with suspicion, as if it might jump up and bite them at any moment. What in the gods' names are you teaching small children? A peal of silvery laughter coming from behind made Lith turn around. My father is not a bad man, and our jams are the best in the Lustria County. We'll have to agree to disagree, Brina, and not about the jams, Lith replied. Brina Cornerstone was a young woman nearing 24 years of age, about 1.54 meters, 51, tall with waist-long golden hair and clear blue eyes. She was wearing a sky-blue day dress that emphasized her tanned skin. She was quite cute, especially since her diminutive stature emphasized her curves. Stop bad-mouthing my dad, she chuckled before running inside the bakery. She came back a few seconds later carrying a small jar and dragging a young man with clear brown hair and eyes slightly older than her. A man that prepares such a sweet treat can't be bad, right, kids? Brina opened the jar and put the creamy part of the strawberry jam on the lips of the babies, making sure there was no piece of fruit in it. Elijah and Valoran sniffed at the jar like hunting dogs, but licked their lips only after Lith gave them permission with a nod. The babies sucked their lips clean and asked for more. Just another bit, Brina. I don't want to spoil them with sugar, Lith said. Who is this guy? There is no sugar, she reassured him. This is my boyfriend, Varn Fairfield, the son of a local merchant. Varn, this is my good friend, Lith Verhin, and his children, Elijah and Valoran. Verhin, the young man gulped hard. That Lith Verhin. In the flesh, Lith replied. Varn looked him in the eyes, facing what Lith's academy mates knew as the murderous glare, his comrades in the army as the death stare, and the original citizens of Lucia knew as Lith's face. Chapter 3506, Diligent Practice, Part 1. Why, do you want an autograph, or do you have something you want to tell me, young man? Varn was actually older than Lith, but the height gap was enough to make him feel like a boy. Between Lith's status and his nasty reputation that the original citizens of Lucia liked to keep alive, Varn felt his soul abandoning his body. The color drained from his face, and his knees went soft. I don't think it can work between us, Brina. I'm sorry. Varn turned around and ran like his life depended on it. I knew it was too good to be true, Brina sighed in disappointment. Finding a good man is hard, but when you find someone who seems perfect, there must be a catch. Brina was approaching the 24 years of age, and was in a rush to find a husband. Past 25, she would be considered a spinster and become the target of even more gold diggers. Despite his many flaws, Vexel was a good businessman and now had 3 bakeries in Lucia. As the city expanded, not everyone could afford a horse or to walk for an hour just to buy some bread. Vexel had bought out the competition and replaced it with his most trusted apprentices, who had gained enough experience in making bread and dealing with customers by working with him. Vexel was worth a lot of money now, and as the heir to the family business, so was Brina. She had many suitors, but most of them were only interested in what she had to offer. Thanks for helping me with the selection process, Brina sighed. It's not like I do much. I just stand there and glare at them as you claim we are good friends. Lith shrugged. What a mean thing to say, we are friends. Brina slapped his shoulder with minimal force. She had learned the hard way what happened when a human hit a divine beast already. No, we are not, I just buy your bread. Lith shook his head. And you should be happy about it. Being the supreme Magus is not all flowers and rainbows. My friends are under constant threat and need protection. Don't you remember what happened to Zinnia Yavel? Her house was razed to the ground twice, and she almost died both times. Yeah, but she got acquainted with an archmage who ended up marrying her, Brina replied. It's the happy ending of a wonderful love story, if you ask me. Lith looked at her like she was crazy. Come on, Lith, give me a hand. Is there anyone you can introduce to me? I don't ask much, I just want a good man. I don't care if he's a little weird or awkward. I'd prefer a human, but at this point even a dragon is fine. Like you could get yourself a dragon, Lith scoffed. They are very picky and have a long lifespan, you know. That's it, you really are a meanie, isn't that right, kids? Brina asked, and Valoran and Elijah shook their heads in reply. Be honest with me, do you think I screwed up by turning Nalrun down? A few years back, Brina had gone on a single date with the Razar. She had cut him off after learning about his magic powers and potentially dangerous life. Big time, Lith replied with such enthusiasm that it irked Brina to no end. But don't worry, a woman's trash is another woman's treasure. Lady Erna's asked me to thank you on her behalf if the subject ever arose. Lady Erna's, the Archduchess. Brina went pale, pulling her tablet out and conjuring the hologram of Quilla, the most notorious of the two sisters. Yes, but the other one. Lith conjured Freya's hologram, making Brina feel like a dingy mutt in comparison. They are about to marry, but he'll just become a duke. The Archduchy and the titles that come with it belong to Nalrun's future in-laws. Gods damn it, Brina stomped her foot in frustration. Please, Lith, you have to help me. I clearly suck at picking men. I'll do what I can, he replied. I make no promises, though. Space. After the shopping time, the Verhins returned home for lunch. Lith and Solus took no break from their family day, which allowed Lith to drain most of the life force of the awakened he had shoved in the bleed early in the morning. He had set the extraction parameters to maximum efficiency, which required the longest time, and inflicted the maximum suffering. Lith despised forbidden magic, but he despised those who had almost taken his mother away and traumatized her even more. He would have killed them through agonizing pain anyway. The fact that they ended up as Solus, first aid kits, only made their deaths more meaningful than their lives to him. Alina went all out in the kitchen again, but this time, Lith agreed to delay the lessons about creation magic until early afternoon, when Solus had already digested most of the food. By then, there was no trace of the 7 awakened Lith had sacrificed to the bleed, except for 2 tanks filled to the brim with life force, and a third one with its bottom covered by a thin layer of liquid. We'll resume from where we stopped. Menadian gave Lith and Solus their orichalcum coins studded with a small yellow crystal. Begin. Completing the task was just a matter of time, and before the end of the afternoon lesson, Menadian had assigned them orichalcum coins with green crystals. They presented multiple mana vessels from which dozens of capillaries originated. Lith and Solus completed the task with ease. The following day, Menadian presented them with adamant coins she had forged for the occasion and bonded them with cyan crystals. Fuck me sideways, Lith said while studying his coin. Once I remove the crystal, or rather, after I learn how to do it without making a mess, there will be more deformed metal than healthy metal. And the healthy bits are scattered throughout the coin at that, Solus added. What did you expect? Menadian snorted. Look at your own equipment. There is almost no part of the Fury and Ragnarök that isn't flooded with mana from the runes, the crystals, or the enchantments. Tier 5 creation magic requires that you can pull apart and forge-master stuff like that on the spot, not in the safety of your tower or after taking your time studying the artifact. It's no wonder we couldn't figure Tier 5 out on our own, Lith groaned. Our foundations weren't muddy, they were comprised of mud. Less whining and more working, Solus whined. The bond between the energy and the adamant was much stronger than the orichalcum, making the dismantling process long, difficult, and often messy. One moment of distraction was all it needed for the cyan crystal to overpower Lith's and Solus' creation magic and bring them back to square one. After that, they had to restore the coin's natural configuration. Adamant ore was already one of the sturdiest materials on Magur, and after purifying it with origin flames, its properties were further enhanced. Too little darkness energy, and the enchanted metal would form weak, wrong bonds that still required lots of mana to be broken, and lots of focus, not to destabilize the rest of the coin. Chapter 3507, Diligent Practice, Part 2. Too much darkness energy and the deformed metal would turn into a puddle, deforming the coin beyond Lith's and Solus' current ability to fix it and earning them a fresh start. It took 2 days for Lith and Solus to complete the lessons, and when they did, Menadian introduced them to an even greater challenge. "Congratulations, we are almost done with crystals." She handed them adamant coins with blue crystals, and once those were successfully dismantled, she replaced the adamant with Davros and the blue crystals with violet ones. "No," Lith cursed in all the languages he knew. "Fuck no, there is almost no healthy metal left. Due to the Davros' high mana conductivity, the violet crystal has formed a small but complex mana circulatory system by itself." "It sure did," Menadian said with a smug grin on her face. "Don't get too excited. Wait to see what a white crystal does. That will truly put your sanity to the test." "Mom," Solus clenched her own head in frustration. "This is cruel. Can't we take a break?" "Sure," Menadian nodded. "I'm certain Meln won't mind waiting while you two take a nap." Lith and Solus cursed like sailors and went back to work. Yet the creativity and rich vocabulary they demonstrated paled in comparison with the mastery over Dragon Tongue, Tyrus, universal language, and English swear words they demonstrated the following day when Menadian handed them a Davros coin bonded to a white crystal. "There is no fucking healthy metal left, nothing," Lith blurted out in horror. "Don't be dramatic. I'm certain there's not." Solus refused to believe her own invigoration technique, but when the eyes of Menadian confirmed her readings, she had to accept the truth. "I'm taking a break," Lith stood up. "I'm too frustrated and have no idea how to move forward. I need time to think and unwind." "Excellent idea. All things must be done in moderation. Never neglect your family over work. I'll come with you." Menadian gave him a congratulatory pat on the shoulder. "Why, when I say that I'm a slacker, but when he says it, he's a wise man." Solus snarled at the apparent favoritism. "Because you were giving up without even trying, whereas Lith has recognized he has reached his limits. There's a big difference," Menadian replied. "Past that point, it's not research but torture, and it would yield subpar results at best." "Whatever," Solus grunted, "as long as I get some rest." The moment she left the tower, Lith shoved the last 3 awakened in the bleed before going home. "She's full of energy from studying in the tower, and with me close, Solus won't consume much stamina to keep her human form until tomorrow morning," he thought. Lith spent the rest of the day with Camilla, the kids, and his mother. Alina's mood was improving by the day. The peace and safety of her house did wonders for her nerves. On the following day, Lith and Solus returned to the tower early in the morning to tackle the final challenge. Removing the white crystal took time and effort, but after working their way up from the red to the violet, it was just a matter of fine-tuning their technique. The real problem was restoring the Davros. There was no healthy metal left to use as a base, and with the enchanted metal's hardness and self-regenerative properties, there were countless possible configurations the Davros could assume. Lith and Solus had learned from experience that using random proportions of light and darkness elements always resulted in a mess, so they spent the first 2 hours just studying their coins. "Wait a second," Solus, eyes widened as a crazy thought ran through her head. "What if the final test is understanding that the only way to restore the Davros is to destroy it completely? After all, creation magic is like having a portable forge, and Davros self-repairs. If I'm right, all I need is light magic to create a coin-shaped mold and darkness magic to break all bonds." Solus coated her coin in a paper-thin construct that preserved the shape of the coin, and then infused it with darkness magic. She poured more and more until the Davros turned into a fine silvery powder. Then, she slowly retrieved the darkness element, recreating the conditions of a molten metal cooling down. The final result was an uneven, grainy, and overall ugly-looking coin. Fuck, before starting over, she checked the coin with invigoration again to search for clues. Gods, yes, it's not all wrong. The Davros that condensed at the start of the process is perfect. I have my answer. Solus repeated the process, but this time she retrieved a bit of darkness magic, and waited a bit before retrieving more. This way she didn't miss the turning point when the Davros, self-repairing properties managed to overcome the darkness element by forming the strongest metal bonds possible. She kept the flow of darkness element stable, and in the span of a few seconds, she was holding a shiny, mint-fresh-looking coin. "Great job, sweetie. The fat bird knows where the juiciest worms are." Menadian peppered Solus' head with kisses. "Thank you, Mom." Solus embraced her. "Was the fat bird part really necessary, though?" Menadian squeezed Solus' chubby sides before answering. Yes. Lith chuckled at the joke and pondered what he had just seen. I was too focused on my coin to use life vision on soulless work. On top of that, it would have been cheating. I want to do this on my own like she did, he thought. After some deep thinking and a few minutes, he was holding a shiny Davros coin as well. This was hard, damn hard, Lith panted. Say that only once you can do that 10 times out of 10. Menadian gave him another coin. Again. A few more minutes later, Solus and Lith were done. Excellent work. Menadian studied the 2 piles of 10 coins. It's amazing how quickly you are able to perform high-quality creation magic once you understand the right technique. Your foundations were weak, but your diligent practice still paid off. Why, Solus panted. How long did it take you to do the same? Me, Menadian put her hand on her heart. I'm a genius, dear. I failed to understand creation magic for 100-odd years, but once I did, I could perform perfect creation magic from the moment I became a demon. Fine, Solus sighed in envy. What's next? Rest, sweetie. Menadian shook her head. Tomorrow, we move on to runes, a similar yet different subject. I want you well rested and to have assimilated everything we've done so far by then. Lith raised no objection, only wishing to take a long, hot bath with Camilla and spend the rest of the day in bed with her. She happily granted his request, but made Lith spend time with the babies and Alina during and after every meal. I know you are tired, but your mother needs you and you don't want to be an absent father, do you? She asked. No, Lith replied. I only wish there were 48 hours in a day. We all do, she chuckled. When he returned to the tower, Lith was still a bit tired but in high spirits. Find exclusive stories on. Chapter 3508, Runes and Energy, Part 1. What's next? He asked Menadian with a peculiar, relaxed smile she recognized from a mile away, making her turn green with envy. I've been celibate since Thrain died, you damn bastard. Show some empathy, Rifa thought. Runes, she actually said. Picture creation magic like a set of stairs. The first steps are mana crystals, then runes, and lastly pseudo and power cores. The order is relevant because what you learn in the early steps is carried on to the next. A wave of her hand conjured a couple of orichalcum staves covered in runes, with no crystals and no pseudo core. Begin. Lith and Solus examined the artifact for a while, and then said, Some of these runes make no sense. They form no enchantment and are merely decorative. Why did you use them? To give you a starting point and something to fix, Menadian replied. I won't waste my time crafting a masterpiece just for you to tinker with it. It's the principle that matters. Okay, but what are we supposed to do with this? Solus asked. That's up to you to understand, Menadian said. You already know everything you need for your task. You just need one small leap of understanding. Now stop yapping and get to work. Okay, my starting point is that everything we learned was wrong, Lith thought. I must ignore what I know about renewing runes and analyze the problem from scratch before applying what Rifa taught us. What's the difference between mana crystals and runes? Solus thought. Or rather, what do they have in common? There must be something if what I've learned about dismantling mana crystals applies here as well. It took them almost half an hour to find the answer to their question. That's it, Lith and Solus thought in unison yet on their own. Runes form their own mana circulatory system that can hinder the one created by the crystals. Back when we learned about runesmithing, we compared the mana circulatory system generated by mana crystals to veins and the one generated by runes to arteries. The process is similar but with one big difference. Crystals are solidified world energy, whereas runes are comprised of pure mana. Once detached from the metal, they fade into nothingness since their energy has nowhere to return. Lith started eroding the mana circulatory system, loosening the grip the rune had over the orichalcum. The moment he was done, however, the runes required focus and a constant supply of mana not to dissipate. Rewriting the rune pattern wasn't an issue, but once he turned it into an actual enchantment and applied it to the metal, only part of the newly reborn mana circulatory system overlapped with the old one. It's no big deal. Lith fixed the metal like he had done to dismantle the crystals and handed the final product to Menadian for evaluation. It's utter trash, a complete failure, she said after a brief glance. Again. Solus looked at Lith, but he could only shrug in confusion. I can't believe Lith screwed this up. It's not that complex, Solus thought as she presented her staff to Menadian. Wow, you two really are two peas in a pod. This is as trash as Lith's, again. Rifa recycled the staff and returned it to Solus. I've gained 2 clues from this failure. 1, there is something I have overlooked, and 2, Rifa didn't just reset the runes, she also resetted the metal. She wouldn't have done that if it weren't meaningful. Lith pondered everything he had learned by splitting mana crystals from enchanted metals, but failed to find an answer. At least until he remembered that creation magic wasn't just magic, it was forgemastering magic. The mana circulatory system, he suddenly realized. If there were mana crystals or a pseudo core, fixing the metal like I did before would have ruined the artifact. Even worse, the mana circulatory system that forms after rewriting the runes would have further distorted the structure of the enchantments. How am I supposed to alter the rune patterns on an artifact without messing with its mana circulatory system? After a bit of reflection, Lith developed a theory and put it to the test. This time, he used darkness magic to undo most of the mana circulatory system and separate the runes from the metal, but was careful to leave a small tether between them. This way, the runes retained their integrity, and the mana circulatory system was never depowered. On top of that, the artifact retained Lith's energy signature, making both the runes and the metal more docile to his commands. Lith first altered the shape of the wrong runes into those necessary to form a working enchantment, and then slowly dispelled the darkness element. The energy tether regained its strength until it dragged the rune pattern back on the surface of the orichalcum. The mana tendrils generated by the new runes now had only one possible direction, and overlapped with the arteries and capillaries that belonged to the old rune pattern. Lith presented his work again, and this time Menadian rewarded him with a nod and a smile. "Well done," she said via a mind link not to reveal the solution of the conundrum to Solus. The important part of this exercise was learning to modify runes without disrupting the pre-existing mana circulatory system. If this were a real artifact, you couldn't have rearranged the internal structure of the metal without removing the crystals and the pseudo-core first. It's not impossible, but why redo everything from scratch if the problem lies solely in the runes? "I see, thank you," Lith telepathically nodded, 10 times out of 10. "Glad you are learning," she chuckled, sending him back to his desk. It took Solus a bit longer to find the solution to her problem, and by the time Menadian was done explaining to her daughter the purpose of the exercise, Lith was already at his 5th attempt. When he completed it for the 10th time, he went back to Rifa. "Give me the next set of runes, please. There's no point waiting for Solus since I know how this goes." "There is no new set of runes," Menadian replied. "They all work the same way, and unlike crystals, the strength of a rune pattern depends solely on you. They don't resist the Forgemaster, and you can modify one rune pattern at a time. The next step is working on a pseudo-core." She took the staff from his hands, removed the runes, and gave it a simple enchantment. "Change it to any spell you like. As long as it works, you pass." Lith was flabbergasted, and Solus was stung in her pride. She focused 10 times harder but kept her own pace, preferring quality over speed. When she was finally done, Lith was still studying the pseudo-core. "Is this even a spell?" The shape of the pseudo-core was perfect. It was positioned at the exact center of the staff, spreading its vibrant mana evenly throughout the artifact. Yet the pseudo-core appeared to be purely cosmetic, just like the runes of the previous exercise. Each rune flows into the next like the notes of a symphony, yet they serve no purpose. Lith studied the multiple strings of runes that comprised the pseudo-core until he knew them by heart. Chapter 3509, Runes and Energy, Part 2. This exercise must be a variation on the previous one. I need to change the minimum number of runes necessary to create a working enchantment without disrupting the bond between the pseudo-core and the metal. If I do, putting the pseudo-core back into the staff would need a Forgemastery circle and create imperfections I would have to fix. As soon as Lith conjured his mana, Menadian cloaked him from Solus, vision so as not to let him influence her work. Lith tried and failed a few times before giving up on rewriting the pseudo-core while it was still inside the staff. The enchanted metal surrounding the pseudo-core absorbed and deflected his mana, neutralizing the effects of dismantle. I knew it was too good to be true. Lith called upon the pseudo-core, pulling it out of the orichalcum and weakening its energy link with the metal while being careful not to sever it. Then he unfolded the pseudo into strings of runes and fixed them one by one. "Wait a minute, I'm doing this the wrong way," he thought. A pseudo-core doesn't require runesmithing's precise positioning of the runes that form the enchantment over the surface of the metal. The runes of a pseudo-core only need to form a stable energy sphere. Why am I wasting so much time and mana trying to find among the spells I know one that matches Rifa's pseudo-core when I can just reshape Rifa's pseudo core into a spell I know. A wave of his hand rewrote the runes into a working enchantment. The pseudo core Menadian had imbued in the staff had several more runes than Lith's, yet the solution was simple. He converted the extra runes into pure energy and divided it evenly between the runes forming the new pseudo core. This way, even though the two enchantments were completely different, they possessed the same amount of energy. When he stood up to bring his staff to Menadian, the cloaking field faded, and he saw Solus going back to her desk with a beaming smile on her face. "Yes, she finished earlier than you," Rifa answered his silent question. "What took you so long?" "I tried to keep the same number of runes and used your pseudo core as a base instead of turning it into my own," Lith replied. "It's a rookie mistake, but an understandable one," Menadian nodded. "Excellent job, you know what to do." She changed the enchantment into one comprised by two pseudo cores and returned the staff to him. Lith sat down at his desk and rewrote the two enchantments. This time, the two pseudo cores not only had to work on their own but also not to hinder each other. At the fifth attempt, Menadian put Solus and Lith to work on a simple power core formed by 5 different enchantments. Each time they succeeded, she increased the difficulty of the exercise by adding a new pseudo core. As the situation grew more complex and delicate, Lith and Solus needed sheer focus to rewrite the multiple pseudo cores forming the power core and balance them with each other before the staff exploded in their faces. "You guys are amazing." There were a few hours left before dinner, but Lith and Solus were mentally and physically exhausted. "You have only one exercise left, but that can wait until tomorrow." "And what's that?" Solus panted, her voice lacking any trace of her usual enthusiasm for the forge-mastering arts. "Putting everything you've learned together," Menadian replied with a proud smile. "Tomorrow you work on a real artifact." Space. Alina, Camilla, the children, and the babies were overjoyed to see Lith and Solus return much earlier than usual, but they had each a different reason. Valoran II and Elijah were just happy to spend time with their father. They crawled all over Lith, using their dragon scales to express their feelings and ask him questions. "No, I'm not having fun without you." The answers were transmitted through the dragon scales as well. Lith also said them out loud to share the conversation with the rest of the family. "Also, no, I'm not going anywhere without you. Solus and I are spending our days in the tower. You can come with us if you want." Valoran and Elijah shook their head with a grunt. Being locked up in the Doomslayer crib, while Lith was too busy studying to play with them, wasn't their idea of fun. Being free at home and admiring the marvel of adult jobs was much more interesting. Especially because the babies only had to jump in someone's arms to receive all the cuddles and attention they wanted. Elijah landed on Solus' shoulder before complaining about her absence with chirps and baby babble that made no sense to her. "Bah," Elijah soon understood she was talking to a wall. "Bah. I'm not bad, sweetie," Solus rocked the frustrated baby. "It's not my fault if I don't have dragon scales. I'm trying to understand you, I swear. I've missed you the whole day." Lots of kisses and tickles earned Solus Elijah's forgiveness. Camilla was happy to have Lith home, and as soon as the babies gave him a second of respite, she showed him the result of her magical studies. "Ta-da!" Camilla tried to act natural while she opened a warp steps big enough to let Aaron pass, but her face was a grimace of strain. "This is not all me. The baby powers have kicked in, or I doubt I could have opened a steps at the dull green." "Congratulations, Kami." Lith waited for her to dispel the steps before lifting her in his arms. "Usually it takes a bright green core to do that. Are you still working on your accumulation?" "Yes," she nodded, "but I'm not going to break through to the green before asking Grandma for advice. I don't want to risk endangering our baby." Alina winced at Salark's mention, so Camilla rushed to change the topic. "How was your day?" "Terrible," Solus replied, and Lith nodded. "I've sweated like a pig until the end of the lesson and focused so hard that my head is killing me. Creation magic is no picnic." "How so?" Lyria and Aaron sat in front of her with their notebooks open and ink floating with water magic. Even though Lith and Solus never went into detail about their daily struggles with creation magic, the children loved to take notes and try to figure out how to tackle those problems. All magic is about creativity and willpower, but creation magic brings it to the extreme, Lith replied. It's about manipulating the different energies that power an artifact while also preserving their overall balance. It's like juggling with swords while walking on a tightrope on fire. "Is it harder than light mastery?" Aaron asked. "Much harder," Solus nodded. Light mastery is about controlling pure energy and giving it substance. With creation magic instead, you have to give that energy a physical vessel and ensure the different components don't reject each other. Why are you doing this? Falco asked Aaron and Lyria. What's the point of writing down generic gibberish if Aunt Solus and Uncle Lith will teach you creation magic properly in a few years? Tyrion and Nessa added. Chapter 35:10, Pride and Duty Part 1. Ah, children, I remember when I was your age. Aaron sounded like he was 30 instead of 7, which made the real adults stifle a chuckle. You are as naive as I was back when I considered magic some kind of fun, shiny toy. Is it not? Nessa tilted her head in confusion. You do lots of funny things with magic, big sis, don't you like it? We do like it, lil sis, but magic is no toy, Lyria replied. Why is she lil sis and I'm dummy most of the times? Aaron grunted. Because she's a child. I'm not a child, Nessa pouted, her tone so serious that the room exploded in a laugh. Of course you are, baby girl. Senton lifted her in his arms. If you were a grown-up, you would have to work with Daddy in the smithy and have no time to play with your brothers. Is that what you want? No, the little girl replied while hugging him. Can I watch you work, Daddy? Only if you promise not to touch anything, Senton warned her with a serious tone. As I was saying, Lyria cleared her throat to get everyone's attention. Magic is not a toy, it's about discipline, responsibility, and... Mom, make her stop, Falco pulled Rena's skirt. Lyria is nagging at us again and I'm already bored. I'm not nagging, Lyria turned beet red in embarrassment. I'm lecturing you. Still boring, Tyrion said. And mean, Nessa added. I know you are proud of your achievements, sweetie, but try to be more carefree. Rena caressed Lyria's head. Not everything has to be a lesson. Sometimes magic can just be fun, can't it? Yes, Mom. Lyria sighed and produced soft light weapons and armor for the triplets to play. Big sis is the best, Falco said, donning his equipment. Then you do her, I'm Uncle Lith, Nessa said. You can't be Uncle Lith, you're a girl, I'm Uncle Lith, Tyrion said. Please go play in another room, Elena said. I have something to say to your uncle. Yes, Grandma. The triplets hugged her legs and obediently moved the battleground to the living room. What's the matter, Mom? Lith asked. Are you all right? I feel amazing, thank you. Elena sat down, clenching the hems of her dress. That's why I'd like to speak with Salark and Ligon. I could have done it earlier, but I wanted to have you present. Sure thing, Mom. Lith moved to her side, holding her shoulder. Can you please call them Tyrus? No problem. With the other 2 guardians out of the picture, she was the one looking after Elijah and Camilla every day. Do you want me to leave? Please stay, Elena replied. Ligon appeared first, dressed in clothes common among Lucia's farmers. Enjoy exclusive content from... I'm glad to see you again, Elena, he said. Are you sure you want Salark to join us? Maybe facing us one at a time would be easier for you. It's nice to see you too, Grandpa, Elena replied, her smile forced as fear still lingered in her eyes. Don't worry about me. Tell her to come here, please. Salark arrived second, bringing a 3rd person to the meeting. Auntie, Sharjin trotted to Elena and put his scaled head in her lap. Sharjin, Elena's face lit up as she rubbed the wormling's head and scratched his chin. I've missed you, little one. I missed you too, Auntie. Sharjin cooed in joy, offering his long neck for more scratches. Good move, Ligon telepathically nodded. I know, Salark sighed. Our baby should help her relax. What can we do for you, Elena? She actually asked. Nothing, I just wanted to see you, Elena replied. First, I want to thank you for saving my life. That day you gave me a huge scare, but I must admit that it made me realize how lucky I am and how much I love my life. She gave the guardians a deep bow that they returned. Please, you have nothing for which to thank us, Ligon replied. We have wronged and hurt you. In a way, yes, but that doesn't erase everything good you have done for me and my family, Elena said. I also wanted to tell you that I miss you guys. I forgive you and I would love to have you back in the house. Are you sure? Salark kept her distance, remembering all too well how terrified Elena had been of the Overlord's touch. Yes, I am, Elena nodded. Just please don't you ever do those things in front of me again. I don't think I could take it a second time. You have my word, Salark nodded. And mine as well, Ligon added. Then since you are already here, would you like to stay for dinner? Elena asked. With pleasure, Ligon replied, hoping he would be able to uphold his promise. Space. The following day, inside the tower's classroom, Menadian handed Lith a copy of Ragnarök and to Solus a copy of The Fury. Both artifacts were made of orichalcum, covered in runes and studded with blue crystals. They were pale imitations of the originals, with enchantments just as weak. After you master this, you should have reached a level of understanding deep enough to develop Tier 5 creation magic, Rifa said. Since you have already learned all the necessary steps on your own, I can give you a piece of advice before proceeding. As I see it, unless you are a guardian, the key to using creation magic in battle is to have a powerful artifact at hand to which you're not attached. This way, you can alter its runes, shape, and enchantments without the need for a forgemastering circle. If the artifact you need has more enchantments of the base one, they will be weaker, stronger if it has fewer. Since the energy is already part of the artifact, making alterations costs less mana than a new forgemastering process and doesn't risk deformations of the power core. During this exercise, you need to partially strip all the components of the artifact I just gave you and remake it as you wish. If the artifact still works after you have modified both runes and power core, you pass. Otherwise, you fail. Professor Menadian, I've seen Grandma shape artifacts from scratch, Lith said. I don't know how, but it looked like she broke the different components down and then reassembled them into a complete artifact. As if she first created the mana circulatory system and then shaped the metal around it. If creation magic is as you say, how is that possible? Excellent question, Menadian nodded. I've noticed it too, and the answer is, I don't know. I've worked on my version of creation magic, but either because my runes are outdated or I lack practice, I can't do that. You can't, Solus, jaw fell onto the floor in surprise. Yeah, hence I couldn't teach you how to do that even if I wanted, Menadian sighed. So stop talking and get to work. With a bit of luck, by the time you complete your version of creation magic, I'll have learned modern magic and we can work on the problem together. This is going to be a long day, Lith sighed. Space. Chapter 35:11, Pride and Duty Part 2. Keller Region, Golden Crown Mountain at the same time. Gerslak the Wyvern, the new patriarch of the Wyvern bloodline, took his time flying back home from the umpteenth council meeting since his election. I hope that wherever you've gone after your death, you are paying for your crimes, father. Gerslak snarled, a puff of smoke and fire erupting from his nostrils. With your madness, you have destroyed the reputation of your clan and no one trusts us Wyverns anymore. No one wants to buy our origin flames now, and because of that, we lack the means to buy ingredients and acquire powerful equipment. Everywhere we go, we are treated as deranged traitors. Didn't you worry about us before joining Thrud, father, or did you just not care? Gerslak had become the new patriarch because he was a self-awakened who had also reached the bright violet core and mastered origin flames. Also, he was the only one who still prided himself on his species enough to shoulder that burden. The role of patriarch came with a few perks, and the residence was one of them. Thrud had cleaned up Zedro's treasury and library before leaving, but she couldn't take the arrays away with her. With their previous owner dead, and as the new patriarch, Gerslak had imprinted the arrays and made them his own. Over time, he had learned them all and added a few of his own creation. The Golden Crown Mountain also had a sentimental value to the Wyvern's bloodline. It was the place from which the glory of the almost dragons was born, and Gerslak hoped it would also become the place of its rebirth. Gerslak was working hard to rebuild the reputation of the Wyverns, but no matter what he said, words had little weight when compared to Zedro's treachery. He landed on the peak of the mountain, close to the secret entrance to his lair. The moment his talons touched the rock, the connection with his arrays warned him of the presence of an intruder. Come out, there's no point being shy, Gerslak said. If you wanted to attack me, you would have already done it, unless you had other plans, of course. I'm surprised you managed to spot me. My cloaking is impeccable. Meln Narchat, the undead king, appeared from behind a stone big enough to hide the presence of his human form. Still, I'm glad you understand your situation. Fighting is pointless, and I have no time to waste. The incontinent king, the Wyvern snarled, taking a deep breath and weaving his best spells. We may be outside my lair, but I'm not easy prey. The Golden Crown Mountain hummed with power as countless arrays became visible on its snowy walls. Don't call me like that, Orpal snarled back, his mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth and brimming with fire. I'm just here to talk, but if you want to fight, I'll give it to you. Then make it quick. Gerslak whipped his tail in fury to hide his attempt to take his communication amulet and alert the council. I don't trust you, and your presence on this hallowed ground sickens me. How can you say that to a brother? Orpal replied. I'm one of the few people on Magur who knows how you feel. We both have been discarded by our family and called names. We both are treated like criminals just because we tried to take what's ours by birthright. The dragons treat you with spite, and the awakened with indifference, but together we can change it. How so? The wyvern's interest was piqued, but he kept the arrays at the ready and the amulet in his tail. As you should know, I'm now the horseman of night and dusk. I'm a Verdalac. I'm power incarnate. A deep violet aura burst out of Orpal's body while fire and silvery lightning wreathed it. Spare me the theatrics, Mr. Power Incarnate. Gerslak's mouth curled up in disgust as the arrays showed him that it was Dusk's essence that produced the origin flames, not the Verdalac's body. What do you want and what do you offer in exchange? There have been complications. Orpal's pride was hurt by the wyvern's lukewarm reaction and being forced to ask for help instead of commanding it. I possess Dusk's crystal, but have no idea how to use its powers. You are a wyvern and one of the greatest experts on origin flames. If you teach me, I'll master them in no time and be ready to face my traitorous brother. In exchange, I can offer you one of my prisms and my blood. The former will allow you to use Life Maelstrom and Doom Tide, even making you impervious to the darkness element. The latter will bestow upon you the might of a divine beast. You'll gain part of my bloodline abilities, and your body will be strengthened beyond what any lesser divine beast can do. With a bit of luck, my blood might even open for you the path toward evolution. Even if that doesn't happen, you'll still have the means to unlock whatever power the father of all dragons intended for your race on your own. Stay tuned for updates on. Gerslak pondered the offer, tilting his head left and right. He could smell there was something special in Meln's blood, something that stirred his greed and hunger for power. You have my attention, he said. We can better discuss this inside with a bottle of red dragon and a fine meal. And enter your lair, Orpal sneered. No way, it's too dangerous. I can't believe it. Gerslak's mocking laugh made Orpal's blood boil. You are not even here in person, yet still act like a coward, incontinent king. I told you not to call me that? The Verdalac's deep violet aura burst out, and his wings unfolded as he tried to hide the unease he felt. This is impossible. I've kept my distance because I couldn't risk Gerslak noticing my secret and doubting my abilities. Wyverns are my first pick because they have origin flames, a massive inferiority complex, and no dragon eyes. Gerslak wasn't supposed to suspect anything until he took my blood. The mere offer of power should have been enough to entice a Lizzie and get him to share with me the secrets of origin flames and light mastery. With that, I would have come another step closer to Leech and Dawn. Once I assimilate her crystal as well, I'll become unstoppable. I call you however I want, Pupai. The arrays surged from the mountain and wrapped the thing wearing Meln's face. The magical formation sealed the space, chained his limbs, and suppressed all elements. Your first mistake was challenging me in my home, and the second was thinking I wouldn't have noticed the revolting smell you've left on this thing. It seems you don't know that wyverns have inherited the dragon nose from our progenitor. The what? Meln had never heard of such thing because it didn't exist. You heard me, Gerslak lied through his teeth. Wyverns were expert dimensional mages, wardens, and light masters. Gerslak had used what was left of Zedro's legacy and his own expertise with arrays to develop a magical formation that he had added to his lair's defenses. Chapter 35:12, Cautionary Tale Part 1. The master of the house array allowed Gerslak to use invigoration on anyone and anything within the premises of the Golden Crown Mountain. Its only limitation was that it required physical contact with both its targets and master. It was the reason Gerslak had noticed Orpal's presence only after landing. The so-called dragon nose bloodline ability was a lie he had come up with to hide the existence of master of the house. I can smell many things. The presence of a prism instead of a crystal inside your chest, Meln Narchat. The residue of what's left of the life force of the dryad you inhabit after the idiot ingested your blood. Most of all, I can smell that whatever you are not a dragon, Gerslak roared. You are an abomination, worse than any lesser divine dragon. You have stepped out of the path of our forefather and defiled your body and honor in exchange for the power of a cursed object. Wyverns have many flaws, but we are still proud children of Ligon. I would never become a thing like this. Upper, Orpal filled the blank for him. Upper, Gerslak nodded. My bloodline has fallen low, but I'll never follow a bastard such as yourself. I wouldn't even bother wasting my breath talking with you if I didn't need a way to keep you distracted. The Wyvern Patriarch had called the council under the cover of Orpal's aura. exploiting his pompous speech to activate the amulet unseen and trigger an emergency call. Then you shouldn't have warned me about it. The upper wearing Orpal's face conjured doom tied to suck the world energy away and to power the arrays, restricting his body and powers. Unfortunately for him, multiple sets of the spirit spell Griffin fetters chained him to the ground. As I said, you are the idiot, not me, Gerslak laughed. Telling you about my deception was another deception. My allies are already here. And we are pissed. Phila the behemoth cast her spirit spell, Life Spring, on the upper. I can't wait to face the real you, Incontinent King. 7-man squads of Awakened kept both Silverwing's Annihilation and Bastion at the ready, while specialized teams unleashed spirit arrays against which Doom Tide was useless. Life Spring enveloped the upper from head to toe and revealed his connection to Orpal by making the energy flowing from Knight's crystal to the prism visible to the naked eye. The crystal destruction spell Baba Yaga had shared with the council didn't work on Knight anymore, but Phila had derived the means to find Orpal's real body from it. You can't be too far from your puppet, or it would be too weak to be taken seriously. Phila bolted after the emerald string with her subordinates protecting her flanks and back. Shit, even with Moonlight by his side, Orpal had no confidence in taking so many Awakened head-on. Phila and her apprentices had their best spells ready, whereas he had nothing but his equipment. A snap of his fingers triggered the upper's prism self-destruction and painted the golden crown mountain black. Continue your journey on. The darkness element stored in the prism went haywire, releasing a massive blast that would have flattened the mountain if not for the multiple barriers trapping the upper. Not a noise or tremor escaped the boundary. As for Orpal, he opened a warp steps and ran away. I thought you had insulated the space, Phila snarled. The space surrounding the upper, Gerslak retorted. I can't cut the connection between the crystal and the prims. Even if I could, then what? We would have a mindless flesh puppet and your spell would have never located Narchat. You're right, I'm sorry. Phila stomped her foot in frustration, leaving a deep mark on the ground. It was brave of you to buy time for us, Gerslak. Please, I'm on my mountain and Narchat is at the Deep Violet. The wyvern shook his head. Even if I used Doom Tide, I could have kicked his ass on my own. I needed your help because his real body was outside the range of my arrays, and without them, facing a mage with his tower is suicidal. Still, good job, Phila nodded. Now we know what he's after and who he can get it from. Alert all hippogriffs, wyverns, and Jormungranders. They are the only ones who can teach him how to use Dusk's stolen abilities. Space. Meanwhile, Orpal crossed hundreds of kilometers with each warp steps he took, galloping north toward the Gorgon Empire's borders. Why didn't you tell me about the Dragon Nose bloodline ability? He asked. Because I've never heard of it, Knight replied in confusion. It must be some kind of powerful skill dragons keep secret for some reason. No shit, Orpal snarled. So much for wyverns being the easiest mark. You guaranteed me Gerslak would have taken the bait. I'm as surprised as you are. Knight cut off her powers, storing Moonlight inside her pocket dimension and making Orpal plummet into the ocean with a splash. Now stop whining. I have fixed the crystals, not you. I'm the one who has a mage tower and holds all the power. You have yet to achieve anything by yourself aside from keeping yourself alive. The next time you dare talk to me like I'm your servant, we are done. I don't need you to ignore my mother's orders anymore, and the crystal destruction spell no longer stops me from finding a better host. You'd better remember that. And you'd better remember that your equipment is attuned to me, Orpal replied. It will suit poorly anyone else, and without Mommy Dearest, you can't reforge it. On top of that, I dare you find another divine beast willing to bond with you. You'd better remember that. Knight refused to let him win or have the final word. Who's our next target? She asked, settling for a draw. Jorel Tyrus' fallen son, he replied. Space. Tracking a divine beast was almost impossible unless they wanted to be found. A divine beast could traverse thousands of kilometers in an hour simply by flight. Their lairs had protective arrays empowered by their bloodline abilities and hundreds of years of improvements. In Jorel's case, none of that was true. After being banished from the kingdom, he had lost everything. His lair, his treasures, and the many enchanted mines he had acquired through the centuries lay beyond the borders between the Griffin Kingdom and the Gorgon Empire. Jorel had tried many times to return home to retrieve at least the most important artifacts in his collection, but the moment he entered Tyrus, turf, he was surrounded by griffins and escorted out. The Guardian never bothered coming in person, and the griffins had their orders. Talking was useless. and any attempt to resist his escorts resulted in a beating that lasted until Jorel was literally kicked out of the kingdom, earning him the unflattering nickname of the Black and Blue Griffin. Only a few hundred kilometers separated him from his life's work, but it was so unreachable to him that it might as well be on another planet. It's cute of Mother sending more than one of my violet-cord siblings to deal with me, Jorel hiccuped in drunkenness. Chapter 35:13, Cautionary Tale Part 2. She still believes in me more than I do if she thinks I can overcome the bottleneck of the bright blue and achieve the violet. I guess Mother was right about one thing. I'm a failure of a son. I wonder why it took me so long to realize it. Maybe I could reach the violet if I kept trying, but what's the point? I will never regain all the treasures I've lost, and I'm too tired to start over. Jorel spent his day in alcohol-induced inebriation, which along with his tantrums made him hard to miss. All awakened establishments refused to host him. They accepted his patronage only under the condition he took his order to go. Jorel was trapped in a never-ending cycle of odd jobs to buy himself Red Dragon and drinking himself to sleep until he was out of alcohol. A small valley in between mountains had become his home in the Gorgon Empire. It was isolated enough for him not to disturb anyone with his snoring and fits of rage. Also, a simple earth spell in the morning fixed the damage he caused to the environment during his intoxicated nights. Orpal had studied Jorel from a distance for a while, but even though the Griffin was no match for him, the undead king still sent one of his shape-shifted minions to deal with him. With my luck, Jorel might receive a visit from his siblings while we are talking, and all my plans would be ruined. Meln grumbled inwardly. The upper took Orpal's appearance and a full set of equipment made of Night's dark red crystals. The foolish Naga had accepted Meln's prism, hungry for the power of the Guardians, and paid for it with his mind. While making his pitch, Orpal always left out the part about his ability to overwrite the will of his chosen and detonate their prism any time he wanted. He had been betrayed too many times to trust someone and gave out prisms only to have spare bodies. "Good evening, Jorel the Storm Griffin. Don't be afraid, I'm here only to talk," Orpal said while walking inside the valley's area illuminated by Jorel's fire spell. "I bring you food and drinks." The last word earned him the Griffin's undivided attention. "Come close to the fire, friend," Jorel replied. "At this point, I don't care what your intentions are. Heck, if the alcohol you have there is good, I'll let you kill me without a fuss. Dying at the hand of someone as famous as you would be the highlight of my miserable existence." A wave of the Griffin's hand conjured a jagged stone throne that resembled a torture device for his guest. To Jorel's drunken eyes, however, it looked stylish and comfortable. "You know me," Orpal said in surprise while fixing the throne with chore magic. Not only because of Jorel's apparent calm, but also because those were the kindest words he had been addressed with in a very long while. "Of course," Jorel smiled, making Orpal's chest swell with pride. "Who doesn't know the name of Pupai, the Incontinent King? I'll be honest with you, brother. Even in my darkest hour, it brought me relief knowing there was someone on Magur who was more hated by his parents than me. I don't know how you could bear for so long to carry such a name. In your shoes, I would have changed it as soon as I could." "That's not my real name," Orpal snarled, feeling his pride deflate like a popped balloon. "That's how my enemies call me to mock me. I was born Orpal of Lucia and renamed myself Meln Narchet after my parents disowned me." "Really?" Jorel's eyes wandered aimlessly around his guest, incapable of focusing on a single point. "That's not what it says here." The Storm Griffin offered Meln his communication amulet, missing him by a meter. Curiosity got the better of the undead king, so he leaned forward to take the amulet and look at its contents. It projected a hologram of something called the Web's Encyclopedia Project. The displayed page was about Meln. There was no mention of his real name, only of his unflattering moniker. There was also a list of all his failures since childhood and the full video Thrude had released upon her death. "I'm not the eternal loser," he yelled while reading the many insulting titles attributed to him. "I defeated Krisha Manohar, the god of healing. Miriam Distar died by my hand." "Dude, killing a human woman isn't something I would brag about," Jorel hiccuped, picking up the food and beverages Meln had dropped in outrage from the ground. "It's lame. Even a hatchling can do that." "She wasn't a human woman." Orpal couldn't believe his own ears. "She was the Lord Commander of the Queen's Corpse, a peerless warrior." "And I'm Valoran the First," Jorel laughed with a burp. "Dude, I know it sounds weird coming from me, but you should cut back on drinking." A tap of his talon moved the hologram to Miriam's page. She was celebrated solely as the Marchioness of the Distar region. a fair and honest ruler, but also an otherwise unremarkable human. You killed old men and women like a thug. The Storm Griffin shook his head and almost puked for that. There's no honor or glory in that. You should be ashamed of yourself. Meln was about to launch himself in a tirade to explain his actions, but decided otherwise. I have no proof of my claims, he thought. Miriam's position in the kingdom was a secret, and with my current reputation, not even this drunkard would believe me. Never mind, I've come to you with an offer that will make us both happy. Are you willing to listen to me? Depends, do you have more booze? When Jorel showed the already empty bottles and plates, Meln's jaw hit the floor and his temper flared. Calm down, you idiot, Knight reeled his violent emotions in. This is actually a blessing in disguise. The dumber he is, the easier to convince him to help you. Point taken. Meln had come prepared and had several bottles in his dimensional pocket, but now took them out one at a time to ensure Jorel wouldn't pass out drunk. I understand your pain, Jorel. We are divine beasts who have been rejected by their bloodlines out of pettiness and envy, he said. Preach, brother. Jorel gulped down a glass of red dragon and waited for the refill. We are bound to live in the shadows as pariahs. We are the laughing stock of our kind. Meln filled Jorel's glass, and much to his surprise, the griffin stared at him intently. Maybe you are a laughing stock. Jorel's voice held no mockery, just bitterness. My fate is much worse. I'm a cautionary tale. My siblings use me as a paragon of idiocy when teaching their hatchlings how to behave. Find more to read at. When you die, you'll soon be forgotten. When I die, I will be remembered as the most pathetic griffin who ever lived. My shame will be eternal. Only after admitting that painful truth out loud did Jorel find the strength to put the glass down. Chapter 35:14, Last Chance Part 1. Jorel took deep breaths, using invigoration to purge his body from the numbing poison of the alcohol and regain clarity of mind. Enough wallowing in our misery. Tell me the real reason you are here. I'm done being a victim. Orpal put the bottle of red dragon away. I have a plan to take back my honor and life, but to do that, I need your help. Teach me how to use life maelstrom, and I'll pay you handsomely. You mean in booze? Jorel nodded at the empty bottles. No, Orpal shook his head. I mean. Hold that thought. Jorel rushed behind one of the mountain crests. Soon the sound of a gurgling river and the pungent smell of ammonia filled the air. Much better, Jorel returned after a few minutes. Continue. I mean, I'm willing to teach you the secret of the violet core. Meln conjured a pulse of darkness magic to purge the humid stench that now wafted throughout the valley. Isn't that what you want? More than anything, Jorel sighed. But to what end? Even with a violet core, I would still be banished from the kingdom. I would get nothing but a death sentence if our affiliation were to be exposed. All more the reason you should accept my offer, then, Meln nodded. If you have nothing to lose, then you have no reason to refuse to take my blood as well. Your blood, the Storm Griffin echoed in confusion. Orpal explained Jorel how he could infuse his bloodline abilities inside his followers, turning them into uppers just like Lith created demons. As long as my essence flows into your veins, you'll be one of my own, a unique being free from the chains of the Griffin bloodline. Once you become a upper, you can return to the Griffin kingdom unnoticed and reclaim your possessions. It will be my final gift to you. Are you sure? Jorel pondered the offer. Of course, Orpal lied through his teeth. How do you think I'm still alive? Salark and Ligon want me dead, but they can't find me. My dragon and phoenix blood are eclipsed by the power of the Verdalac. Meln was far from being important enough for the Guardians to care about him. He assumed his blood would mask Jorel's bloodline, but it was just a hunch. Then we have a deal. The Storm Griffin extended his hand, and Orpal shook it. Fulfill your end of the bargain, and if you are telling the truth, I might even join your cause. Are you sure? The offer excited and worried Meln in equal measure. A griffin would be a powerful ally, but if becoming an upper wasn't enough to cloak Tyrus' senses, Jorel was bound to betray Orpal in exchange for mercy. I'm sure, the Storm Griffin nodded. I'd rather die infamous as a criminal than be remembered solely for my failures, even if it means taking one of your gods-damned prisms. Space. Tron Woods, outskirts of Lucia, the following day. Fila called Lith and reported the events of the previous night, but there was nothing he could do about it. The Beast Council had comb-searched the area surrounding Golden Crown Mountain and found no leads to follow. Thanks, Fila, please keep me posted. Lith out. He stored his communication amulet away before saying, Well, this is good news. Are you drunk? Solis furrowed her brows. Think about it. Lith replied. We knew it was only a matter of time before Meln fused the crystals and reached the violet. There's no surprise there. The good news is that now we are sure he is back on Garland and has no idea how to use Dusk's powers. It's the perfect moment to lay a trap he can't resist. Finish your lesson first, young man, Rifa said. If Poop-Eye doesn't take the bait and you have to face him, creation magic will be the hidden arrow in your quiver. Fair enough, Lith sighed and went back to work. Under Menadian's supervision, he and Solus had dismantled and modified several artifacts of increasing complexity over the past few days. They were about to attempt modifying a Davros armor when Philo had contacted Lith. With its power core, several complex rune patterns, and 7 white crystals, it was the final test for their skill. Lith and Solus proceeded to remove the crystals and partially detach the runes from the armor before working on the power core. It was impossible to extract the energy mass while wrapped inside the mana circulatory system. It not only made the power core harder to perceive, but the multiple layers of energy also made it impossible for the creation magic spells to reach the power core without inflicting permanent damage to the mana circulatory system. Lith and Solus had learned it the hard way, just like they had learned the proper order of things. First, the crystals had to be removed since their energy signature differed from both the runes and the power core. Then the runes had to be brought away enough to dispel the protective energy cage surrounding the power core. Only at that point could Lith and Solus take it out and rewrite its enchantments. Once they were done with the power core, they could rewrite the rune patterns as well. The crystal bonding process came last so that, when forming their side of the mana circulatory system, the crystals could adapt to the new configuration of the power core and optimize their performance. The artifact provided them by Menadian was relatively simple, but they had yet to succeed once. Working on Davros alone was hard, and each additional rune pattern and mana crystal made it even harder. Runes had to be kept from returning to the metal, or they would sever the connection between the armor and the core. Crystals, instead, had to have their circulatory system removed and resetted without leaving any trace. Otherwise, upon restoring the bond, the crystals would find their old pathways and hinder the new enchantments. It took Lith and Solus several tries and hours to succeed, and even longer to do it 10 times out of 10. By the time they were done, the sun was about to set. Does this mean we have learned Tier 5 creation magic? Solus panted. No, only that you have reached a level of understanding deep enough to develop your Tier 5 spells. Rifa shook her head. Start reviewing your old creation magic spells. Fixing your mistakes will be a good exercise and help you understand how off the mark you were. She's right, Solus. Lith tried and failed to stand up, needing more time to catch his breath. We worked so hard, yet this thing is a toy compared to the artifacts we usually craft, let alone my Ragnarök and your fury. Still, this was amazing, Solus said with a dazzling smile. Thank you, Mom. Don't mention it, sweetie. Menadian ruffled Solus' hair and immediately regretted it, finding them damp with sweat. I've learned a lot by watching you. I think I've gotten most of the runes I need to work on the modern version of my creation magic. That's great, Lith panted. You go home first, Solus. There's something I need to ask Rifa. Chapter 35:15, Last Chance Part 2. Okay. There were only a few things Lith wouldn't discuss in front of her, and Solus was certain she didn't want to hear about them either. She warped away without asking questions. I need an explanation, and not about creation magic. Lith activated the tower's powers and moved himself and Menadian inside the bleed. The place was now empty. The 3 tanks filled with a liquid sparkling with prismatic light were the only proof that the place had been used. I sacrificed 10 awakened. Each one of them had a powerful violet core and life force, yet I got only 3 tanks for it. Why? Lith didn't like forbidden magic, but if it meant protecting Solus and punishing those who had tried to use his mother's life to blackmail him, he didn't mind dirtying his hands. What did you expect? 1 tank per person, Rifa scoffed, obtaining a nod in reply. Dream on. Forbidden magic is wasteful by nature. A 3-1 exchange is already a small miracle, and not the kind I'd brag about. What do you mean, a miracle? He asked. This isn't just energy. Menadian knocked on the tanks. The bleed has converted the life force and mana of those scumbags into FE-S. If something happens to her, even if her core cracks, it will be able to accept this mana because it bears her energy signature. Are you telling me that the bleed didn't just steal the essence of those 10 awakened, but it converted it into a replica of Solus? You got that right, Menadian nodded. The refinement and transformation process consumed a lot of energy. The conversion rate would have been much worse if not for the tower, your presence, and the mana geyser. My presence, Lith echoed. Thanks to your bond with Effie, the tower has no need to fuel her and can focus solely on the transformation process. Menadian replied. On top of that, the bleed can also use your life force and mana as a template to catalyze the process, since the same blood and mana flow through your and Effie's veins. I see. Lith moved them back into the forge. Thank you for your explanation. No, thank you, Menadian said after a few seconds of awkward silence. Thank you for bloodying your hands for my daughter's sake, for sharing my greatest shame without judging or resenting me for it. Thank you for letting me call Effie with her old name when she's not with us. Don't mention it, Rifa. Menadian tried to give Lith a bow, but he stopped her. I too have a daughter and would do the same for Elijah. As a father, do you think Thrain resents me for creating the bleed? For keeping me and Effie away from him all this time? She asked, her hands trembling a little. He probably does, Lith answered after pondering the question for a while, but I'm also certain he would resent you more if you didn't. I hope you are right. Menadian waited until she regained her composure. Then a snap of her fingers warped her and Lith back home where Camilla was waiting for him. Seeing his wife and the barely visible baby bump allowed him to forget about the conversation with Menadian and put a smile on his face. Judging by your smile, you finally succeeded in the final exercise. Camilla welcomed Lith with a kiss. Judging by your smell, it wasn't as easy as you hoped. No, it was, Lith chuckled, seeing her wrinkle her nose. I'll explain everything to you after taking a bath. Why not during? Camilla said with a sultry voice through a mind link. Deal. After a hot, steamy, long bath, Lith shared the recent news about Meln with the rest of his family. Solus and I have finally completed creation magic, he said. Once we master it, completing void magic as well should be much easier. Everything we learn about the symmetry of light and darkness can be applied to the other elements after tweaking the basic principles a bit. Yet there is no time for that. Once Kami's baby bump becomes impossible to hide with loose clothes, there will be no chance of getting rid of Meln without a fight. After what happened to Mom, however, I won't push you to do anything you don't want to do, Kami. What's the plan, and keep it age-appropriate, please? She nodded at the children. Nothing much, he shrugged. I contact the royals and ask them to assign me a mission, but to keep the fact that I requested it a secret. This way, I have a plausible reason to stay away for a while. If Meln is planning to attack you, even with increased security from the royals, he won't miss such an opportunity. If he doesn't show now, it means he has learned something from Thrud's beatings, and that he will come forward only once he has completed his preparations. Mastering Dusk's powers? Solus asked. That's for sure, Lith nodded. But in his shoes, I'd also aim for Dawn's crystal. Mine is just a guess, but if a single horseman without her tower needed Sinmara to be defeated and captured, the 3 crystals combined could match Baba Yaga. We are lucky Dusk wasn't allowed to use Sunset, or by now we'd know if the horsemen's towers can combine as well. And Dawn always carries Sunrise with her. Solus dropped her fork. We have to warn Malishka. Yes, but there's no rush. Dawn never gets far from Baba Yaga, Lith replied. Luring Dawn away into a trap is far from easy, and Baba Yaga is no fool. On top of that, until Meln masters Dusk's powers, the difference in hosts gives Dawn a major advantage. Things will change only if Meln reaches the bright violet. At that point, he might be even stronger than me. Then there is no time to waste, Camilla replied. Count me in. Tista, please always stay with me. With Lith gone, you are the strongest in the family, and if Meln sees you with me, he'll think he has a chance. You can count on me, Tista nodded. For the record, I agree with your plan, but I don't like treating Raldorak like this. A baby isn't supposed to be a weapon. We'll talk about this when life listens to you and becomes fair, Tista, Lith replied. I don't like doing this either, but it's the only way to make life unfair to our advantage. Will you go easy on Kami, Mother? Raz looked at Salark, making the guardian choke on her food. I saved her in the past and she's fine, isn't she? Alina cleared her throat, stinging at Salark's pride. Fine, I promise to remain relatively calm in case of attack and make her safety my uttermost priority. Happy now. Not really, Raz replied. What do you mean relatively calm? Space. Asking for an audience with the royals, and obtaining it took Lith just a few minutes. They were happy to hear from him, since the communication was usually one way only. The royals had to take the initiative and contact him whenever they needed something from him, even information about his personal life. Chapter 35:16, Conflict of Interest Part 1. Lith kept the royals out of the loop so often that they knew something was wrong the moment he asked for a private audience. The meeting took place in the king's private quarters instead of the throne room, to ensure there would be no eavesdropping or leakage. Read exclusive adventures at. Let's skip formalities and cut to the chase, Magus Verhin. On top of that, with no witnesses, Maron had no reason to mince words. If this is a courtesy visit, I'm a guardian, so don't beat around the bush. What do you want? I'm not here to ask for something, but to offer my help, your majesty. Lith did his best to act offended by the king's allegations. I've detached myself from the kingdom's affairs for too long. After the trouble I caused you with the incident at the Gorgon Empire's borders, I believe the people of the kingdom need reassurance that I have their back. My Supreme Magus title would lose its meaning if I washed my hands of everyday problems like the rest of the Magi. Assign me any task of your choosing, the more difficult the better. I'll solve it for you, renewing our bond in the eyes of the community and proving to your political opponents you have a degree of control over me. The royals widened their eyes in surprise, opening and closing their mouths several times without saying a word, in a perfect impression of Goldish. They pinched themselves and then gave each other a full checkup with light magic to confirm it wasn't just a dream or a brain damage-induced hallucination. You want to take an active role in the kingdom? Silpha rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Yes, your majesty. And you want no reward? Maron tried and failed to find a catch in that absurd situation. Only if I succeed, and only what you deem my actions deserve. Lith replied with an amiable tone. The only condition I place for my help is that you publicly summon me at the royal court in a few days and pretend this meeting never happened. Why would you? Maron stopped mid-sentence as the revelation struck him. Your wife is pregnant again. Marriage is no joke, but implying the only reason Magus Verhin is offering his services is because he needs an excuse to run away from his wife is beyond rude, Maron. Silpha's eyes narrowed. Sure, women can get moody and have unreasonable cravings, but... Not that, the king cut her short. Think about it. Meln is back and suddenly Verhin wants to be assigned a dangerous mission. It doesn't make sense to leave his family alone for an extended period of time unless... Unless it's a trap, Silpha completed the phrase for him. Verhin has come here to use us as pawns for his plan. He wants us to send him away so that he has an excuse for his prolonged absence. Pawns is a big word. Since he had been exposed, there was no need to keep playing dumb. My offer for help is sincere. I'll give my all to complete any assignment you give me successfully. As I said, this move will reinforce the connection between you, the royals, and me, the Supreme Magus, in the eyes of the public opinion. It also makes up for the incident at the borders and gives us all a chance to get rid of Meln once and for all. Sounds like a win-win for everyone to me. All you have to do is claim this is your idea and give me plausible deniability by finding a pretext to force me to accept the mission. It's a cheap price. Very cheap, Queen Silpha nodded. Still, I find it despicable of you to use your pregnant wife as bait. I'm not happy about it either, but it's either that or live under Meln's constant threat until he makes his move. I like taking my enemies off guard rather than waiting for them to complete their preparations and take me off guard. Point taken, Silpha grunted, half angry and half envious of Lith. Angry because she didn't approve of the ruthlessness of his plan. Envious because even though for morally questionable reasons, Lith had the opportunity to step away from his duties and enter the battlefield. Sometimes I miss the days of my youth when I could travel the kingdom and engage my enemies in combat as a young warrior instead of a queen. She inwardly sighed. This throne gave me a family and more power than I ever dreamed of, but it also trapped me. I'm allowed to be Silpha only when the kingdom doesn't need me. The rest of the time I'm the queen. One look at the thin gray streaks in Maron's hair reminded her that she wasn't alone in her gilded cage. Maron had paid for the throne with more than his freedom. The use of forbidden magic to defeat Thrud had permanently damaged his life force, and there was no way to tell how long he had left to live. The idea of relinquishing her duties, just to enjoy herself, and potentially be absent during her husband's final moments, made Silpha hate herself. Are you all right, dear? Maron asked, his eyes filled with worry. You've been staring at me for a while. I'm fine, thank you. I must have spaced out. Silpha cleared her throat in embarrassment. So, another child already. It's a boy, Lith nodded, receiving the congratulations of the royals and the royal guards. What about the mission? Don't worry about that. Maron smiled dryly. There's never a shortage of problems to fix. Since you want something serious enough to redeem your public image and keep you away from home for a while, I think I have the perfect case for you. The king stood up and rummaged through the files on his desk for a while. Dimensional magic was sealed inside the private meeting room, so he had to search for the right folder the old-fashioned way. Here it is. Maron returned to the table with a thick pile of documents that he split in two before Lith. The small pile contains the relevant details our investigations uncovered about a dangerous and nameless criminal organization. The word organization made Lith swallow, fearing he was about to face Vaster or at least one of his eldritches. The big pile instead contains a list of the crimes we've managed to attribute to them. It contains little information, but maybe you can use it to find a pattern or spot a detail we've missed. Maron continued, unaware of Lith's worries. You are our supreme Magus, after all. You've even brought Rifa Menadian back from the grave. We are allowed to expect you to perform a few more miracles here and there, the king said with a friendly smile. I'll read this back home. Lith flipped through the small pile and estimated that without Soluspedia it would take him hours to study them carefully. Can you explain to me why dealing with this organization is so important? Sure, Silpha replied. Your wife is a constable and you have worked as a ranger for 2 years. I assume you are familiar with how an investigation is usually conducted. Chapter 35:17, Conflict of Interest Part 2. Investigate crimes, find evidence, track suspects, interrogate them, and then offer deals to the small fish to uncover the chain of command. Lith nodded for the queen to continue. That's an oversimplification, but yes, Silpha said. The problem here is that we can't track our suspects. Or rather, we find them but fail to capture anyone above the level of grunts, and even those are hard to catch. Why is that? Lith furrowed his brows in confusion. Not all constables are like Lady Erna's, and not all soldiers are like Captain Locria's, but they are pretty good at their jobs. Indeed, but most of our opponents are just as good. Even those who are not possess an ace in the hole. Have you ever seen one of these? Maron handed Lith a piece of paper depicting a series of runes arranged in a familiar pattern. Years ago, as a child, he nodded. The Talons had tattoos like this on their necks. What does it do? You do know, Maron was pleasantly surprised to discover a gap in Lith's seemingly boundless knowledge. These are a special kind of body-enhancing potions developed by the late traitor mage, Hatorn. They are injected in the skin with an unknown spell, and the bearer can activate them with a mental command, reproducing the effects of fusion magic. Even the least important member of the organization has them. It makes them hard to catch for regular humans, and even when a raid succeeds, lots of blood gets spilled. Alchemical potions activated with the mind? Lith was flabbergasted. Is that even possible? It is. Sadly, we have no idea how. For once, it was Silpha who lied through her teeth. After Hatorn's escape, Tyrus had retrieved the spells necessary to synthesize the potions and inject them in the skin, but they were currently reserved for the Queen's corpse and the royals. No one else was allowed to know they even existed. On top of that, we are worried this might not be the only piece of Hatorn's knowledge the organization has gotten its hands on. There are the concrete risks the parasites might be under development, as well if not even more dangerous strains than the ones you contributed to eradicate, Supreme Magus. I can see why you want me to take this case. Lith nodded. Still, I don't understand how it is possible that you haven't already solved the problem by deploying a few archmages or maybe a couple of members of the Queen's corps. We actually did, but they had no better success. Maron sighed. They captured a lot of hired muscles, but things went awry when they found the local leaders. All of our soldiers and the mages leading them were killed. Until we deployed the Queen's corps, we had no idea how it was possible since there were never survivors. According to Farg, her mark turned out to have a monstrous strength and was capable of using true magic. Was he an awakened? Lith was flabbergasted. We can't be certain because they wore cloaking devices, but we doubt it, Silpha sighed. Even rogue awakened have better ways of getting rich than committing crimes. Lith echoed. There was more than one. Correct, Maron nodded. Not only the slum's boss, but all of his bodyguards possessed considerable strength and magical powers. Farg was taken by surprise, and despite her violet core, she failed to capture even one of them. To make matters worse, other members of the corps confirmed her findings. Everyone but the lowest ranks of the organization showed great magical abilities and astounding physical prowess. Once they activated the tattoos, even the members of the corps found themselves cornered. There's no way the council would let so many rogue awakened run rampant, Lith pondered. Where did those guys come from? We have no idea. Silpha conjured a few holograms from her communication amulet. We've tried running background checks, but they all come empty. Not clean empty. It's like these guys came out of nowhere. This is disturbing, Lith said. This sounds like something Vaster could do, he actually thought. He's one of the most brilliant mages I've ever worked with. Just a page or two from Hathorn's grimoire is all he needs to recreate her work from scratch. Not to mention these super-strong minions with no past sound a lot like his abominations. Fighting them shouldn't be a problem, but if there's an eldritch in charge of this branch of the organization, things will get ugly. We'll continue this discussion during your official appointment after you've had the time to read through the case files, Maron said. If there's nothing else, consider your request approved and yourself dismissed, Magus Verhen. If I have any questions, I'll ask them during our next meeting, Lith nodded. Thank you for your help, Your Majesty. Thank you for your service, Supreme Magus Verhen, Silpha nodded back. And give Magus Menadian our regards. Tell her we'd love to meet her again. I will. Lith gave them a small bow and then took his leave. Do you really think this might be Vaster's doing? Solus asked from her ring while Lith briskly walked toward the warp gate of the castle. I don't like the idea of fighting people as powerful as Kigan. Not only because you would risk your life, but also because they have helped us numerous times. We might lose a precious ally and gain a dangerous enemy in one fell swoop. I'm not sure, Solus, but I'm going to find out. Lith emerged from the gate in his barn and then opened a steps leading straight to the Tron woods. Once the tower appeared, he used the heart to conjure powerful cloaking arrays that would encrypt the signal of his council amulet further. He didn't want anyone who might keep an eye on him or Vaster's home. It's supposed to be untraceable, but better safe than sorry, Lith thought. I can't meet Vaster in person so soon or call him at the White Griffin. It would leave a trace Marth might follow, and then the royals would ask questions I don't want to answer. What a pleasant surprise, Lith, Zorath said. Please tell me this is a social call and not another business meeting. I'm sorry, Big Sis, but this is urgent. Is Zogger there? He asked. No, but why are you calling me if you need to talk to him? She tilted her head in confusion. Can you please find him and ask him to call me from a safe location as soon as possible? It's urgent. Also, tell him it's about a potential conflict of interest between us. Lith replied. You're scaring me, but sure, she nodded. May I ask you what's this about? Your next read awaits at. You can spectate the call, no point in repeating myself, Lith out. It took Zorath a few minutes to dress as Vaster's niece, go to the White Griffin Academy under the pretext of a medical emergency, and leave with the master. I've got only a few minutes, Lith. Gianni is covering for me, but she can only buy me so much time by faking contractions. Vaster had used the Warp Gate network to reach the Erna's mansion before using chaos steps to get to the safety of his secret lab. Chapter 35:18, One More Reason, Part 1. The hidden lab under the Vaster household had the best cloaking arrays the joint knowledge of the Eldritches had produced, and a dimensional distortion field that Tezca had personally set up. It scattered the energy that escaped the other magical formations in random locations thousands of kilometers away from the mansion. It had even fooled Salark's senses on the multiple occasions she had come to take Zinnia and the children to the Blood Desert. Lith told Vaster about his situation and the conversation he had just had with the royals. A bunch of magical criminals with no past and access to Magus-level technology. Vaster rubbed his chin. I can see why you thought of me, and I'm flattered you hold my talent in such high esteem, but this is not my doing. It's the first time I hear about any of this. Hathorn was truly a genius. Too bad she never worked with Manowar. If those two joined hands, the god of healing would still be alive. Could it be one of your associates? Lith asked. No, alchemy requires a delicate touch that Eldritches lack, and it's a subject too recent for them. They are all old-ass monsters. Back when they still had bodies, potions were not a thing. The master shook his head. If they found something like that, my Eldritches would have brought it to me. Also, think about it. How can an abomination drink potions? For all I know, you might have distilled high-density life force and light element in liquid form and infused them with the magical ingredients. It would work just the same for them, Lith pointed out. It damn could. Vaster took a mental note to look into that. But do you think if I had access to such technology, I wouldn't use those tattoos to protect Zin and the children? They have bodyguards, sure, but potions they can activate with a thought would increase their chances of survival in case of danger. Zin and the kids could heal and become stronger, faster, and more resilient. They could stand their ground against lesser enemies, while my eldritches deal with whoever lured my family in an ambush. You are right, you would use those Hathorn tattoos the same way I would. Lith's mind spun at the possibilities those potions opened to him. It would be another hidden card, he thought. I could use the tattoos to protect the non-awakened members of my family, give them a chance to escape just like those criminals do. I'll make you an honest offer. Vaster snapped Lith out of his reverie. Bring me just one of those potions and I'll reverse engineer them. With our combined talents, maybe we could even come up with spirit magic potions. I have a better idea. I'll complete the mission and let the kingdom have its due. Lith steepled his fingers. At that point, the royals will need someone to study Hathorn's technology, and they are bound to send everything I find to the White Griffin Academy. It has the best light magic department, the best equipment, and you are its head. This way, we both do our duty and get the tattoo potions without taking any risks. When the royals ask what reward we want for our services, we simply ask for the potions. Our families will have access to the potions and no need to hide them. On top of that, if we make any improvement to Hathorn's technology we have no use for, we can sell it to the royals and make a profit. And even if the royals were to refuse our request, we would still have our potions. We'll just have to be discreet about it. Vaster nodded. If you need anything, call Zoreth. I got 10 calls from the Academy and 3 from Gianni already. Vaster out. This is good news, Solus said the moment the Master's hologram disappeared. We won't have to fight the organization. Exactly, Lith nodded. Also, now we have one more reason to carry out this mission. If Meln keeps hiding and he doesn't attack while we are away, Hathorn's technology will keep things like Mom's kidnapping from happening again. Space. Lith informed his family of his imminent departure, but shared the details of his conversation with the royals and Vaster only with Camilla. Hathorn, she shuddered at the name. I was just a data analyst in training back then, but I still remember how scared everyone was of the plague. I can't believe I still went to school at the time, Lith chuckled. It was still my first year of the academy. Don't remind me of that, she sighed. You make me feel old. Your next read is at. I'm actually older than you and we are both awakened. A few years mean nothing, Lith shrugged. Are you ready? In a few days the royals will summon me and I might be forced to depart without saying goodbye. At best I will be allowed to make a call. Don't worry about me. She stepped forward, holding him tight while giving him a soft kiss. I'm the one who has 3 guardians watching her back. It's you who are about to face unknown monsters who have unearthed the work of a mad genius. Please be careful. Space. The royals spent the following few days collecting as much information about the mysterious organization as they could while discussing the matter with the court. Maybe this is work for a Magus, Maron said as a passing comment. We've spent a lot of resources and lost too many good men, yet we have made little progress. I wonder how many casualties we'll suffer before this God's-damned investigation ends. Excellent idea, Your Majesty, Duke Tanash said. But why not make it a work for 2 magi? Wherever Magus Verhin goes, Magus Menadian follows, and after all, he is indebted to the crown after siding with the Empire for his personal gain. Many nobles nodded and agreed vigorously. It's only right, Marquis Assas said. The kingdom pays Magus Verhin his weight in gold every year, and he's a divine beast. It's time our investment pays off. Your Majesty has been too kind not involving Magus Verhin in this mess sooner. This isn't right but natural, Duchess Palata added. This situation seems dire because we sent humans to do the job of a divine beast. For someone as talented as Magus Verhin, solving this problem will take a day at most. More nobles chimed in, all of them proving the royals how easy it was being generous with someone else's life and talent. I can't believe how ungrateful you all are, Marchioness Brynja Distar said. First of all, it's Supreme Magus Verhin for you. Second, how dare you speak like he has been sitting all this time on a golden throne without doing anything. It's thanks to him if the War of the Griffins is over and we enjoy the current peace. Had Thrud won, many of you wouldn't be in this court today. It's thanks to Supreme Magus Verhin's tablets that information flows freely and crime has reached an all-time low. It's thanks to his train that we have colonized Giera, and countless resources reach us through the transoceanic gate. Chapter 30, 519, One More Reason, Part 2. Supreme Magus Verhin personally teaches his void magic to the 6 great academies, blessing the kingdom's mages with an exclusive branch of magic. Continue your saga on. We enjoy the fruits of his labor every day in the form of less crime, more resources, and greater knowledge. Sure, he has done nothing for us recently, but when was the last time any of you amounted to a fraction of what he has done? Well said, Marchioness de Star, Gunnian Ernas nodded. You left me nothing to add. The Archduchy of Ernas seconds your words. The king remained silent, and no one dared comment further before Meron made his position on the matter clear. Being publicly scolded like children was already bad. Finding themselves on the losing side of the argument would have been even worse. Since everyone seems to have a strong opinion about Supreme Magus Verhin's involvement, the topic deserves further discussion. The king stirred the argument on purpose, leading the conversation in the direction he wanted with subtle nudges. Silpha remained silent, admiring her husband's perfect facade as he opposed the motion enough to seem reluctant to involve Lith while also giving the opposing side more ammunition. Later that day the battle was lost, but the war was won. Gunnian had noticed the contradiction in the king's behavior, but instead of pointing it out, he had continued arguing with diminishing conviction until he conceded defeat. I have no idea what's going on, but Mom always said that when in doubt, I should look at the Ernas. Brynja soon followed suit, receiving an approving nod from Gunnian. After a few more days to let the nobles find the best arguments to leave Lith no choice, but to accept the mission, the royals summoned the kingdom's supreme magus to court. You can't ask me to do this right now? Lith sounded genuinely outraged from being blindsided by the sudden request. You all should know that the incontinent king is back. What if something happens to my family during my absence? Consider it an incentive to be quick then, Duke Tanash said. I'm still grateful for what you did for my son, Supreme Magus Verhin, and I understand your position, but please try to understand mine. House Tanash almost lost everything because of Hathorn. You have foiled her ambitions in the past, and are our best bet at stopping whoever has resumed her accursed work. The kingdom can't afford a second plague, and neither can you. Narchet might join hands with these scoundrels to throw our country into chaos and spread our resources too thin. The security detail of your family won't be affected even if you refuse this mission. But if our fears come true, there won't be reinforcements available the next time the incontinent king attacks you. Lith pondered the issue like he wasn't the one who had suggested the king that particular argument. Also, please consider this, Marquis Asa added. Showing off your powers will be a clear reminder to all those who might side with Narchet of what you are capable of. Without allies, the incontinent king is powerless against you. A fair point, Lith sighed heavily, resigning to his fate. I accept the mission. The gall of that man, Silpha inwardly cursed. Why are you cursing? Meron asked in confusion via mind link. This has gone exactly as we planned. Because Verhin is such a good liar that I too would fall for his performance if I didn't know better, she replied. Doesn't this make you question how many times we've been on the other side of a charade like this? I'd rather not think about it, Meron replied. Very well, the king actually said. Now that you know the facts and have made your decision, allow me to offer you the best helpers we can offer. Your mission will start in the city of Kafar in the Salman region. You've been there in the past, and I hope you will be glad to work with an old ally. Major Yerna, come forward. Yes, your majesty. Lith recognized the woman who stepped out of the crowd and knelt in front of the throne. That's Captain Yerna. This time his surprise was genuine. She's come a long way since our fight against Gadorf. Yeah, Solus said, admiring the major's high uniform. From a mere captain of the corrupted city guard to a major in the royal army, I bet Gianni helped her and Yerna deserves her new position. We suspect this organization is deeply rooted in Kafar's administration, and Major Yerna is one of our best anti-corruption experts. She'll make sure no complacent or bribed bureaucrat stands in your way. She will also act as your local guide, since I doubt you've ever been to the Salman region since your days at the academy, the king said. You are correct, your majesty. Dealing with Candria's plague left me with many haunting memories from all the patients I lost and the horrors I witnessed, Lith replied. I've always avoided the Salman region, even as a tourist. I understand, and it saddens me to force you to face those memories, but when duty calls, not even kings and queens can back down. Meron met the eyes of the nobles assembled in the room, to let them understand the past and present sacrifices the Supreme Magus endured for their sake. The mission should not require your return to Candria, but I wish once you are done, you'll find the strength to go there of your own will, Magus Verhin, the queen said. Just like its citizens, the city has been healed from its wounds. Just like its citizens, Candria owes its new life to you. I hope that by witnessing the beauty you have contributed to rebuild and the lives that have bloomed from your work, you'll find peace and closure with that sad page of your past. I'll think about it, Your Majesty, Lith replied. It's all I can promise. Nor would I ask more, Maron nodded. Do you need assistance of any sort? The kingdom puts the members of our elite units at your disposal. Sadly, we've already lost too many mages to assign more to this mission, but aside from that, you only need to ask. No, thank you, Your Majesty, Lith shook his head. The army, too, has lost too many good men, and as a former ranger, I can't ask you to sacrifice more. I have my own force and will use that. He conjured Valia, Vergrave, Locrias, and Tryon. I'll bring with me Solus Menadian. With her and my demons' help, I'll have all the manpower I need. If I'm wrong, bringing reinforcements to Kafar will require but a few minutes thanks to the local warp gate. Solus Menadian, the queen frowned a bit. On paper, Solus was just a great mage and Lith's co-creator of void magic. She had played on role in the Mage Association or the army, and her clearance level was low. On top of that, there were a lot of rumors going around about her and Lith. Wouldn't Great Mage Tista Verhin be a better choice? Silpha asked. She's a divine beast too, and her magical skills are similar to yours. Chapter 3520, The War of the Griffins, Part 1. That's exactly the problem, Your Majesty, Lith replied. Tista has learned from me and can't add much to my skill set, whereas Solus possesses useful abilities that complement my own. On top of that, Tista's beauty makes her too noticeable. She is unsuitable for any covert mission. Solus, instead, has a more discreet presence and can help me add Magus Menadian to the list of my helpers. Magus Menadian? Duke Tanash echoed in confusion. Isn't she one of your demons now? She is, but demons are not mindless slaves, Lith said, and Locrias and the demons snarled at Tanash. More like loyal business partners. I can't force Magus Menadian to do anything she doesn't want to, but if Solus comes along, Menadian will protect her. The lie served two purposes: giving Lith a valid reason to bring Solus along and discourage those who were still planning to kidnap the members of his family to get their hands on Menadian's work. Once the news about Menadian's defiance spread, people would shift their target to Solus, who was not only a much tougher nut to crack than people like Alina, but she could also return to her stone ring if necessary. The fact that Solus was the last living member of Menadian's bloodline, and that the ruler of the flames had returned from the dead to protect her, was already public knowledge. Solus wouldn't get in more danger than she already was. A cunning but ruthless plan, Silpha nodded. Yet I must ask you, Magus Verhin, aren't you worried this ploy may sour your relationship with Magus Menadian? No, because I won't force Solus to do anything. I will ask her to accompany me only after explaining to her the dangers of this mission. If she accepts, Menadian won't have any reason to resent me as long as I ensure Solus' safety. In this case, you have our permission to share the information we've given you today with Great Mage Solus Verhin, Maron said. Major Yurna, exchange your contact rune with Magus Verhin. Magus Verhin, complete your preparations as fast as you can and let Major Yurna and us know when you are ready. I'll wait for you in Kafar and set our base of operations, Yurna said with a warm smile on her face. It's nice to see you again, White. You have come a long way from the grumpy, sassy student I remember. It's nice for me too, Captain, Lith smiled back. We'll have time to catch up once we meet in Kafar. See you soon. He gave the royals a shallow bow before turning around and walking to the palace's warp gate. The royals used their awakened senses to eavesdrop on the conversations that started as soon as the double door of the throne room closed behind Lith. Have you seen that? Menadian refused his summon even in front of the royals, a marquis said. She's a magus and she's dead. What did you expect? A baroness said with a scoff. She has no reason to play nice and people like us have no leverage. If we mess with her descendant, Menadian might craft weapons for our enemies or worse, cursed objects for us. Damn, I had almost forgotten about Candria's plague. A duke shuddered at the mention. I feel almost sorry for Verhin. I'll never forget it instead. Duke Tanash snarled at his oblivious peer. My household almost collapsed because of it. Why do you think I wanted Magus Verhin to take care of Kafar? He's the only one we can trust in a crisis like this. Yeah, like he did for the Black Star, said the Marquis. And Kogaluga, the Baroness added. And the War of the Griffins, Tanash pointed out, and many nobles intervened one after the other, enumerating the achievements that had turned the son of a farmer into the supreme magus of the kingdom. The king covered his mouth with his hand, pretending to be in deep thought while he was actually hiding a smirk. Letting them remind each other of Verhin's accomplishments is much more effective than listing them myself, Maron thought. This move killed two birds with one stone. we have a potential solution for Kafar and quelled the royal court's unrest. 3, my dear, Silpha pointed out. Verhin has also laid his trap. There's a chance Meln takes the bait and we get rid of him for good. True, Meron telepathically nodded. Still, this victory tastes bitter. As you pointed out earlier, we have manipulated the royal court, but there's no telling if, in turn, Verhin manipulated us. Space. As Lith approached the warp gate of the royal palace, Locrias jumped from one noble's shadow to another and left the throne room. The plan worked, he said as he returned to Lith's void sigil. Everyone thinks your relationship with Rifa is shallow at best. Once the rumor spreads, the pressure on the rest of your family should decrease. Morons, Menadian sneered. But that's how I like my enemies, stupid and predictable. The royal court is not our enemy, Mom, Solus replied from the stone ring. They are our allies. Fickle allies, Menadian snorted. The kind that would turn their backs on you the moment they gain more from your death than from your life. Trust me, Solus, you'd better deal with them like you would with your enemies. I agree with Rifa. Lith cut the argument short. What matters is that everything went as planned. We've killed 3 birds with 1 stone, and if Meln takes the bait, the kill count will rise to 3 birds and 1 giant turd. Space. Solus already knew everything about the mission, and Lith could have departed immediately, yet he waited 2 days before contacting the royals. Solus was supposed to be unaware of the mission, and he pretended that convincing her to join him had required quite some effort. It would increase his contributions and make the royals value her presence more. Lith used that time to explain his next move to his family and set a few final safety measures into place. I will be away for a few days, and even if no one attacks Kami, someone might still try kidnapping one of you guys. Lith said, remember what I've taught you and always wait a few minutes inside the Mage Association after using a warp gate. Give the Queen's Corps the time to establish a perimeter and check for arrays before leaving the building, and everything should be fine. Don't worry about us. Elena squealed with joy as Valoran II ran to her in his baby form whenever she called him. We have Tista, Abominus, Onyx, and Shargin. We should be safe. Valoran was already able to walk when Lith had brought him to his house, and now he was also able to run around without tripping. Much to Elijah's chagrin, she couldn't even walk in her human form. She envied her rival and looked at her stumpy body as if it had betrayed her. Continue reading stories on. Don't worry, baby girl, you'll soon be able to run too. You just need to grow up a bit more. Camilla felt Elijah's frustration through the dragon scales. No, Elysia replied. No, no, no. Chapter 35:21, The War of the Griffins, Part 2. She says she doesn't want to wait. She wants to grow up now. Camilla translated the different inflections of no for the rest of the family. Kids can't wait to get older while adults don't want to, Raz sighed. Youth truly is wasted on the young. Come to Grandpa Valoran. It's a story as old as time. Elena chuckled as the boy rushed to her husband and Elijah glared at him. Anyway, I'm more worried about you, sweetie. Be careful out there. Don't worry, Mom, Lith replied. I'm not going to Candria and there is no plague this time. On top of that, I'm not just a rogue awakened kid anymore. If I can't deal with whoever is pulling the strings in Kafar, I have plenty of people I can call for help. Space. 2 days later, Lith, Solus, and Menadian walked through the warp gate in Kafar. The royals had gifted the first ruler of the flames a deep violet Magus robe, in the hope of rekindling her past love for the kingdom and appealing to her pride. I must say we make quite an impression dressed like this. She pointed at Lith's gold and white robe and Solus' deep green robe. The sudden appearance of 2 magi in the local branch of the association was enough to make most apprentices faint on the spot. Older mages stuttered, their mouth disconnected from their brains from the fear of saying something inappropriate. You do, Magus Menadian. Great Mage Verhin, I'm Major Amia Yerna at your service. She gave them the salute the moment the group emerged from the dimensional corridor. At ease, kid. Menadian offered Yerna her hand, which the Major shook under the envious gazes of the mages. Nice to meet you, Major. Solus shook Yerna's hand as well. What's our first move? Nice to meet you too, Great Mage Verhin. I'd start by taking off those robes, she replied. They draw too much attention. I know, but since our names are in the log, anyone with access to it would have spread the news of our arrival even if we didn't wear them. Lith shrugged. Still, I'll follow your suggestion. The Voidwalker armor absorbed the robes and shape-shifted into civilian clothes. True, we can only hope the clerks follow protocol and keep their mouths shut. Yerna threw a stern look at the people in the hall. Please follow me. There's a stagecoach waiting for us. As soon as the wooden door of the association's branch closed behind them, Yerna's lips curled up in a smile. You haven't changed one bit since the last time we met, White. You are still as sly as I remembered you. There was no right to privacy inside the Mage Association. Any call departing from the local branch would be tracked and listened to. Even if the mages of the current shift maintained the information blackout as ordered, any access to the warp gate log would trigger a flag in the system. It was a ruse Lith had suggested to smoke out potential informants inside the association. Please, it's nothing much. Lith dismissed her praise with a sweep of his hand. I just provided you with shock and awe. If there are spies and they keep their cool, we won't gain anything from this. Still, it was worth a shot. Amya Yerna was a woman in her late 40s with chestnut-brown hair with a few gray strands and hazel eyes. Age and fatigue showed around her eyes and the corners of her mouth. Her fingers were stained with ink from the many reports she compiled every day. Her deep blue military uniform was immaculate and without a wrinkle, creating a stark contrast with its wearer. Good gods, Kafar is nothing like I expected from a city riddled with heinous crimes, Solus said in amazement as she stared through the stagecoach's window. The streets were wide and clean, while the buildings looked freshly painted and well-maintained. Traffic was light and orderly, without the rush Solus had gotten used to while visiting big cities. That's normal, Solus, Menadian said. If there is a branch of the association, this must be one of the high-end districts of Kafar. You're right, Rifa, Solus sighed. Where is our headquarters, Major? In the popular district, Yerna replied. I can't have you stay here and risk someone recognizing you. Also, by observing firsthand how our enemy works, you might notice something I've missed. Soon the stagecoach reached the merchant district and Solus' jaw hit the floor. The middle rim of Kafar was filled with green areas and delicious smells came from all corners along the way. Bakeries, restaurants, and shops were all packed with people who chatted without a worry in the world. The roads were as clean as in the noble district, and albeit smaller, the buildings showed no sign of neglect. Good gods, how can the local guards practice such blatant discrimination? Solus said in outrage. If they ignore the needs of the poor people and protect everyone else like this, I'm surprised the royals didn't call for Lith's help sooner. How come there was no mention of riots in slums in the reports? Because there is none, Yerna replied. Wait and see. Find more chapters on. When they crossed into the popular district, Solus couldn't believe her eyes. There were lots of green areas there as well and perfectly maintained at that. The roads were still clean, and the lively people of the slums were well-fed and dressed. The outer rim of Kafar was bustling with activity. Buildings and houses were simple in design, but nice. Children played happily in the parks with no apparent supervision. Is this really a city riddled with crime, or is it all an elaborate prank of the royals? Solus was flabbergasted. Wait a second, why don't I see any beggars or homeless people? What happened to them? The War of the Griffins happened, Yerna replied. The War of the Griffins, Lith echoed in disbelief. This makes no sense. The Salman region was away from the conflict, deep into the area under the control of the royals. How could Thrud's forces cross the front lines and kidnap so many people? You misunderstood me, Yerna said with a sad smile. Thrud isn't directly involved. After the end of the War of the Griffins, many cities on the traitor side had a surplus of resources due to the conscription of prison inmates and the least fortunate. The death of so many people because of Thrud's war efforts is a tragedy, but it left half of the kingdom with empty prisons and no need for welfare. The royals employed those extra resources to help the poor people from the loyalist side by creating job opportunities and helping those who wanted to move to the reconquered side of the kingdom to start a new life. Not everyone took up the offer, but most did. There are plenty of cities like Kafar that have entered a golden age after poverty, not the poor, was eradicated. It's one of the few silver linings in the aftermath of the War of the Griffins. I see, Lith nodded. Yet this makes the current crisis seem even more absurd. If poverty has been eradicated, how could the organized crime in Kafar become so dangerous? As I said, because of the War of the Griffins, Yerna sighed. Chapter 35-22, Stirring the Pot, Part 1. During the conflict, most of the soldiers were sent to the front lines, leaving only a skeleton crew of city guards to manage the order in the city, Yerna said. That and the rationing of the food due to the famine helped the black market, and with it, the organized crime to spread their influence without meeting any resistance. Money has little value when you are always hungry. The citizens of Kafar were happy to trade what little they had for one more morsel of food, drugs, or those potions tattoos. It made their life easier. Also, don't forget that our marks don't deal in extortion or protection fees. They break the law to give the people what they want. It's another of the reasons tracking this organization down has been so hard. No one is willing to talk with the officers. Because it would mean to implicate either themselves or someone they know, Solus pondered. Still, I feel we are missing something. Potions are too expensive for regular people, and no one becomes a criminal for charity. Now that the famine is over and food is no longer a luxury, how does this organization make money? Good question, I wish I knew the answer. Yerna shrugged as the stagecoach came to a halt. We've reached our destination. One moment, please. A tap on the badge on her breast pocket shape-shifted her immaculate uniform into cheap, stained commoner clothes that suited her exhausted expression to perfection. Please follow me. She got off the stagecoach and opened the inconspicuous worn-out wooden door of a musty stone house with a rusted bronze key. The hallway was clean but poorly decorated, a perfect match with the outer appearance of the old building. The only weird thing about it was how cramped it was, leaving most of the space for the rest of the rooms. This is the bathroom. Yerna opened the door on the immediate right to the entrance, leading to a spacious bathroom with both a shower and a tub. This is our center of operations. Then she opened the door on the other side of the hallway. It opened into a large office that occupied most of the house, with 2 desks on either side of the room and another on the opposite wall from the door. 4 constables worked on their amulets, receiving new information and revising the old. 4 members of the night guard sat at every corner of the room with a bored expression on their faces. Their role was to ensure the safety of the constables during the investigations, but operations had been suspended for a few days now. The prolonged inactivity had worn down the elite soldiers' nerves, but they had refused to take a break from their duty until Lith's arrival. New novel chapters are published on C Sigma. Finally, a stocky man, at least 1.85 meters, 61, tall with shoulders as large as the doorframe, jumped up from his seat and extended his hand to Lith. Ranger Verhin, right? I've read a lot about you and Commander Erna's always praises you. It's an honor to meet you, sir. The honor is mine, Captain. Lith recognized the rank insignia, but there was no name tag to protect the anonymity of the Night Guard's members. Askel Thaz, the captain introduced himself. These are the members of my unit, Sergeant Mix, Corporal Forum, and Cadet Shern. Only the elites from the army could apply to the Night Guard, but that was just the entry barrier. They would then be stripped of their rank, undergo specialized training for mage knights, and sent to the field as mere cadets. During each mission, a unit would host 1 cadet for evaluation. If they passed, they would be promoted to corporal and sent to any unit in need of manpower. If the cadet failed, they would be sent back to their original corps with their previous rank. Corporals would change unit with every mission until they were promoted to the rank of sergeant and permanently assigned to a newly promoted captain. There were no soldiers in the Night Guard. A cadet was always someone who, in the regular army, had the rank of 2nd lieutenant at minimum, and had been promoted for meritorious acts during service at least twice. Only those with proven magical talent and impeccable honor were taken into account. It's an honor to serve with you, Ranger Verhin. Sergeant Mix gave Lith the salute and ignored the others. I've done my best to break your records at Gramatro's camp and got nowhere close. With all due respect, you were a beast even before becoming one. At ease, Ranger Mix. Lith returned the salute and recognized the rudeness typical of fellow rangers. Let me guess you don't give half of a rat's ass about civilians, correct? Menadian asked. Correct, ma'am. Corporal Forum's icy blue eyes were the only thing visible from the slits of her helm. No matter how powerful a mage is, if every once in a while they don't get their ass out of their labs and make themselves useful, they are worthless, even magi. Good, I like you guys already. After being treated like a celebrity for something she had done over 700 years ago, Menadian found being treated like a nobody refreshing. So what's the plan now that we've gotten our reinforcements? Thaz removed his helm, revealing to be a man in his mid-30s with brown eyes and grizzled black hair. We wait, Lith's reply made the members of the Night Guard groan in frustration. Until tonight. Why, what happens tonight? Shern asked. Nothing. Earlier we've set a trap at the Mage Association, and before making our move I want to see if the enemy bites. Lith replied. If someone accesses the Gate Network's log or rumors about my presence spread, we'll know there is a mole. It would give us another lead to find our marks. Whether it works or not, tonight we'll visit one of the establishments you have identified as a base of the criminal organization. Your raids have always failed, but this time things will be different. Continue your saga on. It's time to stir the pot and see what comes to the surface. Space. Lith and Solus spent the following hours by reading the field reports of the past failed raids, while Menadian studied the equipment of the Night Guard. She hadn't gotten the opportunity to examine artifacts not made by Lith and Solus since her escape from the World Tree, and was very curious about modern forgemastery. In the meantime, Yerna and the rest of her constables kept in touch with their informants to see if word of the arrival of the Supreme Magus in Kafar reached the streets. It was a big piece of news, and if someone brought it to the attention of the cartel, it was unlikely for the small-time crooks among its members to keep their mouths shut. People like that loved to brag, and it took but one slip of the tongue for that kind of information to spread like wildfire. Still nothing. Lith checked his communication amulet, and no noble of Kafar had requested an audience from him. Same here, Constable Havia said while checking the gate network system. No access to the logs of your arrival. Chapter 3523, Stirring the Pot Part 2. Nothing here as well, Menadian sighed. The lack of magical progress in the last 700 years is disheartening. Your mages managed to lower the requirements for forgemastery and streamline the process for mass production, but that's it. There's not a spark of originality in this junk. With all due respect, Magus Menadian, this is standard equipment, Thaz replied. It's designed to perform well for the average member of the Night Guard. It's not customized to my particular skills or needs. That kind of artifact is left to us to forgemaster after accumulating enough battle experience. Every member of the Night Guard was a mage knight and was supposed to learn forgemastery over time. For those who lacked talent, there would always be at least one squad mate capable of doing it for them. Also, the enchantments on our equipment are supposed to be a state secret. They are protected with state-of-the-art cloaking runes. You weren't supposed to crack them, let alone study them. The captain had handed Menadian his spear only to be polite, believing she wanted to examine the craftsmanship, not the magic imbued in the weapon. Young man, this is no secret, at least to me, she replied. Your weapon is based on one of my old designs and it has been barely modified. As for your cloaking runes, if you call that state-of-the-art, I'm sorry for you. Thaz narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth, ready to defend the honor of the kingdom and the Night Guard. She meant no offense, Captain. Solus stepped in before he could say a word. My ancestor is still getting used to interacting with people after being dead for a long time, and she tends to be blunt from time to time. On top of that, what did you expect would happen when you handed an artifact to a legendary forgemaster? Yerna snorted. What looks like a complex rune pattern to us must be nothing but a puzzle to her. Don't worry, Captain, your secrets are safe with me, Menadian said, and Solus nudged her mother before she could add anything else. Thanks, ma'am, Thaz replied. Why did you nudge me? Menadian asked via a mind link. Because I could hear the insult coming, Solus said. What insult? Menadian said in outrage. I was just about to say that I won't bother remembering something so simple, and no one I know is desperate enough to need that crap. Yeah, right. Try to say that again while keeping in mind you are talking with a soldier who's proud of his country and about the weapon that saved his life countless times. Solus had a hard time keeping the sarcasm out of her voice. Oh, Menadian was genuinely baffled. When you put it that way, I sound like an obnoxious prick. You're welcome, Mom. Are you sure nothing at all? Lith asked Havia in disbelief. I just double-checked, sir, she replied. If the cartel has informants, it's not inside the association. The news about your arrival was kept from anyone else to narrow down the list of potential sources of leaks to the minimum. And it worked, Lith nodded. We still have the advantage of surprise, but it won't help as much after the first raid. We need to make it count. Space. It was an evening like any other at the Roaring Lion. Like most of the popular district's taverns, the place was nothing fancy and far from spotless, but the food was decent and the beer cheap. The main entrance led to an ample room where most of the space was occupied by square tables surrounded by wooden chairs. The counter was on the west wall and spanned most of its length, keeping the top-shelf liquor safe from the occasional brawls, thieves, and mean drunks. The door right next to the counter led to the kitchen. When barmaids and waiters crossed it, they kept the door open a few seconds longer than necessary to let the smell of food waft through the air and increase sales. On the west wall, there was the door to a restroom with many stalls and urinals. It allowed the clients to keep drinking until their pockets were empty. Most of the tables were occupied by people trying to forget about their daily woes or add a few copper coins to their wages through gambling. The regulars had little to gain and lose. Only those with deep pockets were allowed past the door on the north wall, where the owner's office was supposed to be, and the real money changed hands. A short whistle from outside signaled the arrival of undercover soldiers, making the winners curse and the losers sigh in relief. All unfinished bets were considered a draw, and the money returned to their initial owners, no matter if they were just one dice or card reveal away from losing what little they had left. Dice and cards disappeared in the jackets, and illegal substances were brought out from the secondary exit of the kitchens. By the time Yerna and the others walked through the door dressed in civilian clothes, there was nothing left to see. "This is Major Yerna of the Royal Constable Office of Kafar." Her plain commoner dress shape-shifted into her uniform as she spoke. "Remain seated and don't try to run away. The place is surrounded and our agents will respond with extreme prejudice." Only one of the two women with her was a royal constable. The clothes of the other one shape-shifted into the full suit of armor of the Night Guard, just like those of the 4 men accompanying them. Stay updated through. The patrons' initial annoyance at the intrusion turned into baffled silence, and then into a glare aimed at the officers. Raids of the local militia were nothing new, but royal constables always meant trouble. Yet the short whistle meant only a small group of officers had approached the Roaring Lion. There were many sentinels outside, and it was unlikely they had all failed to notice a massive armed force surrounding the place. Either the woman was bluffing or the Royal Constable Office had gone all out. The only thing the patrons knew for certain was that things were about to get ugly. Militias would come and leave after finding nothing. Even if they found something or someone, it was easy to send them scurrying after roughening them up a little. Night guards didn't fold easily, and if one of them died, dozens would hunt the murderer down to the ends of Magur. "Get out!" A giant of a man over 2 meters, 69, tall and with arms thicker than most legs, defied Yerna's orders and stood up. "There's nothing for you here. Do yourself a favor and leave." His voice was calm, but in the silence of the tavern, it sounded ominous. "I don't take orders, sir. I give them." Yerna pointed her finger at the office's door. "Bring me everyone in there and stop them from destroying evidence." 2 men of the Night Guard moved forward, while the other 3 formed a shield wall around the royal constables. "I warned you." The man inhaled deeply and jumped over the table and above the rest of the customers, his bald head missing the high ceiling by a hair breadth. Chapter 35-24, No Certainty Part 1. Despite his huge build, the bald man's movements were graceful, and his speed so great that he landed on the other side of the room before the Night Guards could take a second step forward. The rings on his right hand fused into a knuckle-duster, and a fist the size of a beer mug darted like a bullet at the helm of the flabbergasted Night Guard. His battle-honed reflexes brought him to raise his shield to block, but his opponent was too fast. A clang of metal akin to a bell sound resonated through the room when the other Night Guard intercepted the armed fist with his own. "Interesting." The voice of the guard was clinical, with no regard for his colleague's brush with death. "You only look like a man. You are an emperor beast." The bald man's eyes widened for a split second before they became yellow, and his pupils black-slitted. While Yerna was still recovering from the shock, the man shapeshifted into a colossal orthrus, a 2-headed wolf with a snake tail. Its hind legs expanded, sending the people sitting at the tables behind him flying while his mouth snapped at the Night Guards. "I don't think so." The Night Guard, who was still holding the foreleg of the orthrus in a grip, dealt him a lightning-fast jab that caved his chest and collapsed his lungs. "Down, boy." Most of the patrons of the Roaring Lion became pale at the sight of the Emperor Beast's real body. Shock and surprise made it impossible for them to move a muscle. A few, however, had no such problem. A barmaid smashed through the nearest window and shapeshifted into a winged feminine creature that took the skies. A short and wiry man who had lost quite a few copper coins at dice turned into a bull-like Emperor Beast, a culprit that seemed made of stone. He charged through the tables in a straight path to the constables. He was already a blur when something on his neck lit up, and the creature became so fast that it left afterimages in its wake. The short constable raised her hand, producing a hard light construct shaped like a wall that brought the culprit's charge to an abrupt end. The horned Emperor Beast was still stunned by the impact when the construct shapeshifted into a cube, trapping him. The cube was barely big enough to contain the culprit, giving him no space to move and little air to breathe. A shrill scream from outside was the only proof the patrons of the Roaring Lion needed to know the barmaid had suffered a similar fate. The constable's threat was no bluff, and with no hope of escape, the people in the tavern resigned themselves to their fate. "How did we not notice them?" Solus asked as she generated a second construct to restrain the heavily injured Orthros. "Because of this." Lith removed a ring from the tail of the lesser Fenrir, and suddenly a bright blue aura became visible to life vision. Cloaking items, they hide both the magical aura and life force of these creatures. "Are they?" Solus meant awakened, but that wasn't a word the general public wasn't allowed to know. "No, I checked, they are regular emperor beasts," Lith replied. "Those creatures are regular?" A tall man took the news like a kick to the gonads, jumping up from his seat. "As in there are worse things than that." "Much worse, sir," Lith nodded, still pretending to be a night guard. "Now sit down and don't force me to come there." The man swallowed hard and obeyed. Lith brushed him on his way to the office door, using invigoration to check whether the tall man's reaction was honest shock or just a ruse to appear innocent. "Nope, 100% human," Lith thought as he moved past the man. The door of the office was locked, but nothing that a little strength couldn't resolve. Lith pulled it off its hinges, revealing many scared faces and 3 fang-filled snarls. "Stand back, son." The only well-dressed man in the room stood up from behind his desk as his face became covered in thick green scales. "There's 3 of us and only one of you." "Don't be shy," Lith replied. "I bet at least a couple of these guys are emperor beasts like you. It's not enough to make this a fair fight, but with the advantage of surprise, you should have a ghost of a chance." Lith released his Tiamat fear, and all the humans in the room fainted on the spot, leaving only 6 people standing. 3, I stand corrected, but it's still not enough." The scaled man hissed, and the other 5 attacked without 1 second of hesitation. The room was too small for the emperor beasts to revert to their true forms or swing a weapon, but there was no need to. Their hands turned into claws, hooves, and talons coated in enchanted orichalcum. The emperor beasts assumed a battle formation and swung at Lith from every direction at the same time, aiming for his main arteries. The Voidwalker armor released the violet aura of the full guard spell, allowing him to block most of the strikes and dodge the rest. The enchantment bestowed him with perfect spatial awareness. Lith could perceive everything around him and defend even from attacks he couldn't see. The Emperor Beasts had the numerical advantage, but they were no awakened, and the mass gap was too big. When Lith blocked, his opponent's bones broke, and when he struck, his claws cut through their metal armor and deep into their flesh. Due to the cloaking rings, Lith had no idea what kind of Emperor Beasts he was facing, but luckily for him, he had no need to. His opponents were all in human form, so no matter what their original life force looked like, Lith knew the position of their bones, muscles, and organs like the back of his hand. He avoided the Emperor Beast's vitals, dealing them crippling damage that yet posed no threat to their lives. It wasn't the kind of mercy he could afford with Awakened, since they could heal with their breathing technique, but for everyone else, mending such wounds would a heavy toll. Best-case scenario, the Emperor Beasts would lose so much vitality that they would become too weak to keep fighting. Worst-case scenario, they would faint from starvation. Fuck, I need to alert the boss. The scaled man pushed a brick in the wall that looked identical to the others, triggering a mechanical secret passage in the floor, invisible to spells and even mystical senses. It was barely 30 centimeters, wide but more than enough for a Nidhogg's serpentine body. The man assumed a hybrid form and exploited its natural flexibility to slither through a fissure too narrow for his monstrous stalker. The Nidhogg landed in the sewer's water with a small splash, and was about to press the closing mechanism on the other side of the wall, when an adamant sword gently tapped his neck. Don't even think about it, son. Locria's was in his human form, but unlike Lith, he wore no cloaking device. Chapter 3525, No Certainty Part 2. Demons couldn't wear them even if they wanted to. Their bodies were made of pure energy and would dissipate under the aura-suppressing effects of such artifacts. The Nidhogg hissed in terror, feeling the full power of the seven-eyed demon, even though 5 of Locria's eyes were hidden under the human facade. You shouldn't be here, you can't be here. His voice slurred as his tongue whipped in and out of his mouth in disbelief. I didn't hear you coming. What can I say? I'm light on my feet, now get back in there. Locrias channeled the power of his proto-blade weapon and armor through his body to appear even more menacing. The Nidhogg swallowed hard as a cover for the river of acid that rose up from his stomach, and hurled at the demon from point blank. Locrius tutted, blinking behind the Emperor Beast and hitting him in the throat with the pommel of the sword. The Nidhogg was still gasping for air when a golden, cube-shaped construct trapped him. "Excellent work," Lith nodded. "Bring him inside, we'll question him along with the others." "And how do you—" The sudden appearance of a dimensional door cut the Nidhogg short. "How did you do it?" "Warp steps, son. It's not so hard if you go to an academy," Locrius shrugged. "Not you, I was talking to him," the Emperor Beast hissed in desperation. 5 Emperor Beasts can't lose against 1 human, not so quickly and inside a space too small for your precious magic. "Thanks for the compliment, but I'm the one asking the questions here," Lith replied. "Tell me, where did you get these?" Lith pointed at the exposed necks, pecs, and thighs, where a modified version of Hathorn's tattoo potions was visible through the ripped clothes of the Emperor Beasts. The Nidhogg replied by hurling more acid, but Locrius just needed to spend more mana to repair the construct. Then the Emperor Beast consumed most of his tattoo and expanded his body to break free from the construct, but Lith opened a warp steps leading high in the sky, giving Locrius all the space he needed to enlarge the hard light prison and detain the prisoner safely. "Do you have anything else you want to try, or are you ready to talk?" Lith asked. "Just one more thing." The Nidhogg roared with all the strength he had left, and Lith prepared to counter whatever he was conjuring. Yet Life Vision detected to world energy, answering the Nidhogg's call, and the other Emperor Beasts joined him in a savage cry. "What does this mean? I removed their cloaking rings and can clearly see they are weaving no spell. Unless—" "It's a signal, mute them," Lith yelled for Solus to hear. The hush zone silenced the screaming Emperor Beasts, but it was already too late. They had already joined their leader in their final act of defiance, injecting the lethal poison hidden in their tattoos and killing themselves. Suicide? Lith was still reeling in from the surprise when he realized it was more than that. The dead Emperor Beasts reverted to their real form, becoming much bigger than the office Lith was in. The expanding corpses slammed him against the wall, and if not for a timely steps bringing him back to Solus' side, the corpses would have crushed him with their sheer weight. A suicidal trap, Lith thought. If I weren't an awakened with body casting, I would have died in there. As a divine beast, I would have survived the blast, but not what comes next. Like the Nidhogg, there was another Emperor Beast capable of producing and storing massive amounts of acid. When his corpse had exploded, the acid had flooded the room, turning it into a corrosive vat and destroying any evidence contained in the office. "I'm sorry," Solus's face was a mask of confused disbelief. "I did my best to save our prisoners from the poison, but somehow they died anyway." She had heard Lith's warning, and her instinct as a healer had kicked in time to use her best detoxification spells, but to no avail. "How is it possible?" Lith asked, ignoring the people fainting, screaming, and running from the river of acid that after corroding past the flesh dam formed by Emperor Beast's corpses was flooding the roaring lion. "My best bet is that they used darkness fusion to slow down my spells and light fusion to accelerate the venom's effects. Not to bother you, but are you going to let these people die?" Thaz and the other Night Guard members used earth magic to create emergency exits in the walls and let the terrified patrons escape. "Of course not." A wave of Lith's hand warped the acid into the sewers. "We were just waiting to see if there were other Emperor Beasts hiding in the crowd. Thanks for ruining our improvised trap." "I'm sorry I didn't even think about we," Thaz echoed while looking at Solus. "You were in on it." "Yes, we agreed it was the most reasonable plan," she replied. Without talking, despite having witnessed the events firsthand, the captain found it hard to believe. When you work together with someone long enough, you need but a simple gesture to understand what the other is thinking and make a joint decision in a split second. Solus then rushed to change the topic. "You shouldn't have let the witnesses go, Captain. We needed to interrogate them and then keep them isolated until the end of our investigation. They have seen me using light mastery, and there's only a handful of mages who can do that. We have just lost the element of surprise." The reprimand hit Thaz like a punch to the gut, but he didn't flinch in his resolve. "New novel chapters are published on C Sigma. I had no knowledge of your plan. All I knew was that dozens of civilian lives were at risk. I had to do something," he replied. "Also, what about your reinforcements?" "They are not great at stealth," Lith said, "especially while capturing and detaining people. If just one person looks out the window and sees my helpers, they'll figure out who I am. Right now, our enemies may have a suspicion, but no certainty. Let's hand over the corpses to the local constables, and inform the royals of the investigation's development. We need to plan our next move quickly, or the real mastermind will escape Kafar, and it will be months before his organization rears its head again. Space. Somewhere in Kafar, minutes after the raid at the Roaring Lion. Boss, we are in trouble. A wizened old man with a long white beard pushed the massive wooden door open with so much strength that it now bore the print of his palm. A light master has just attacked our gambling den at the Lion. The enchanted door was already self-repairing, and the handprint faded at a discernible pace. It's worse than that. The man sitting behind the heavy hardwood desk had thick golden hair and black-slitted pupils. Kashar and the warriors assigned to him are all dead. The man looked absolutely ordinary. He was of average height, build, and had an unremarkable face that rarely drew a second look in a crowd. Chapter 35-26, A Table Already Set, Part 1. Nothing would have betrayed his non-human nature if not for the slitted pupils and the claws at the end of the fingers, holding a communication amulet. Dead, the creature looking like an old man echoed in disbelief. All of them. And at the same time, the man behind the desk could hardly contain the grief in his voice. Do you know what this means? Either they were rounded up and slaughtered, or they killed themselves. The old man pondered. Since there's been no rumor about a sudden mobilization of the army, it must be suicide. Which means they faced an enemy they knew they couldn't defeat or even escape from. The ordinary-looking man flipped the communicator in his fingers, counting the missing runes. Could it be another of those weird elite soldiers the Mage Association sent after us in the past months? The old man asked, unknowingly referring to the members of the Queen's Corps. No, the man behind the desk shook his head. Those guys were strong, but not this much. Our brothers and sisters couldn't beat them, but always managed to escape thanks to their tattoos and teamwork. Whoever our new enemy is, he must have overpowered them quickly and left our brothers and sisters with no hope if they chose to kill themselves. Investigate what happened at the Roaring Lion tonight, but be discreet. I don't want to lose anyone else. Space. Emperor Beasts, King Meron said in surprise. All of them, not just one or two. All of them? Yerna nodded. We have brought the corpses to the coroner for the autopsy. Maybe we can learn something about this poison they used and how to neutralize it. Discover stories with. Good thinking, Major, Silpha nodded. Leave the room. We need to confer with Supreme Magus Verhen and his associate alone. As you command. Yerna gave the royals a deep bow and did as ordered. There's something you should know, Magus Verhen, the king said. Before you came to us, we had already sent a couple of members of the corps to deal with this criminal organization. Useless to say they failed. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Lith asked, knowing part of the answer already. Because there was no reason to, Silpha replied. We still told you everything the corps's members discovered, like the tattoos and the inhuman strength of the criminals. With no breathing technique, our operatives failed to spot the cloaking devices. They also failed to capture these criminals because of what now we know is a gap in mass. Back then, we suspected it was due to new and improved tattoo potions. It makes sense, Lith nodded. The only advantages your fake awakened have over Emperor Beasts are life vision and body refining, yet the cloaking devices neutralize the former and the mass gap compensates the latter. Indeed, Meron sighed. On top of that, Emperor Beasts are usually skilled at shapeshifting. They can turn into smaller animals or change their human appearance at will. It's no wonder every time we identified a criminal and failed to arrest them, they seemed to disappear from the face of Magar. They just shapeshifted into someone else and resumed their business as usual. Unlike us, beasts recognize each other through smell, not sight. Has there been any case of a criminal empire of Emperor Beasts in the past? Solus asked. Never. The queen swept the air with her hand. At worst, one of them became a crime boss or a mercenary for an organization, but we've never seen something like this. Or rather, it might have been here all along, but we never noticed it. After all, true mages with powerful bodies are a security nightmare. Each one of them can use dimensional magic, shapeshift, and kill hundreds of guards without leaving a trace of their passage. Still, I find it strange they managed to stay hidden for so long just to be discovered right now, Solus pondered. I believe this isn't something old but something new. The question is why here and now? I think I have a way to find out or at least get a clue, but I can't do it here, Lith said. I understand. Let us know as soon as you learn something. King Meron out. Major Yerna, I have to leave for a while, Lith said after opening the door and breaking the insulating spell. If there's an emergency, you can contact me on my amulet. I should be back in a few minutes. Yerna nodded as Lith and Solus warped high in the sky, and from there they flew at high speed away from Kafar, warping a few more times in random directions to throw off their tail anyone who might be following them. Damn it, no mana geyser. Solus used both the eyes and ears of Menadian to scan the area for potential enemies and an energy source for the tower. Let us be quick, then, Lith replied. We can't go back to Lucia, so you'll have to sleep in the ring tonight. Be careful to lock your door from inside before coming to me, or even weirder rumors will start circulating about us. I know. Solus performed a final scan of the area and then pressed a rune on her council amulet. Hi Lith, hi Solus. The hologram of Zorath's face appeared from the white gemstone that powered the amulet. You don't have to worry, everything is fine in Lucia. How do you know? Lith asked in surprise. Everyone knows you've left, and I'm not a jerk who calls only when she needs something. Zorath crossed her arms and her voice became colder. I care, you know, unlike someone else. Both Lith and Solus cleared their throats in embarrassment. They had yet to call home, assuming that no news was good news. What do you want? The shadow dragon asked, certain it wasn't a social call. Lith told her about his encounter with the Emperor beasts and their behavior, including the suicide to avoid capture. Since you are an expert on the matter, is this some kind of criminal cartel that has remained in the shadows for centuries, and for some reason now has slipped up, or is it something new? It's new, Zorath replied. Otherwise, I or one of my associates would know about it. I'm one of our youngest, and I'm still older than the kingdom. How can you be so sure? Solus asked. Emperor beasts are no pushovers, and there's no lack of scumbags among them. True, but until a while ago, an organization like the one you've just described would have been either massacred or forced into submission. Zorath replied. Remember that the black market has always been a monopoly of the undead courts. 3 different criminal organizations, filled with powerful individual and well connected with the local nobility, struggled for domination of all the big cities of the kingdom. There was no place for Emperor beasts, except that as mercenaries like Gadorf. The undead courts tolerated his presence because he conducted daytime operations and alone could move around contraband with his warping arrays. He had his turf, but he ruled no city. To fight and win against the undead courts, you needed either to outnumber them or overwhelming power. Chapter 30, 527, A Table Already Set, Part 2. Non-awakened Emperor beasts are not that strong, and there's not enough of them willing to commit crimes for a living to beat the undead at their own game, Zorath said. Whereas Vastor's organization has few elements, but each one of them has the power to raise the local undead courts to the ground. Lith thought. What's changed? Why now? He actually asked. The answer to your question is simple. It's because of the War of the Griffins, Zorath replied. The undead courts foolishly allied themselves with Thrud, losing power, influence, and many of their most powerful members in the process. Yet that alone wouldn't have been enough. They were still rebuilding their criminal empire when Pupai announced his return. What does Meln have to do with this? Solus asked. Don't you remember his threat to kill those who betrayed him, starting with the undead courts? Didn't you find the upper echelons of the courts hiding somewhere, preparing for the fight of their lives? Zorath replied. You are right, Lith said. The undead have abandoned their territories where they would have been vulnerable and built underground fortresses to deal with Meln, creating a power vacuum that the Emperor beasts you're dealing with filled. Zorath nodded. The birth of this criminal organization was made possible by the total lack of opposition. Without the undead to protect them, human crime lords are nothing but lambs to the slaughter for Emperor beasts. A power vacuum, Solus echoed in confusion. What about you? I mean your organization. Why didn't you guys step in and take over? Solus, abominations are much rarer than awakened. There are even fewer abominations trustworthy enough to be invited into the organization, and not all of them accepted our invitation or proved reliable. There's only so many of us, and we prefer to have a strong hold on a few cities than spread our forces thin and risk being wiped out at the first hiccup in our operations. Zorath glossed over the part about how most of the organization's focus had been shifted to Giera. There was only so much time before the colonization efforts reached the mines currently occupied by the organization, and when that happened, the Eldritches would lack the means to keep control over them. They were attacking the largest and most abundant veins of enchanted resources, taking away everything they could as fast and safely as they could. I'm sorry, Lil Bro. I would love to tell you the truth, but the less you know, the longer we can stay friends. I don't want to fight you, but if our interests don't align, I will have to. Zorath inwardly sighed. I see, Lith pondered. Between the War of the Griffins and Meln, these Emperor beasts found a table already set and with the food served. They only had to sit down and eat since no one could stop them. Thanks, Zor Litho. Wait, she stopped him before he could hang up the call. There's still something that doesn't add up in your story. Which is, Solus asked. Emperor beasts have true magic like us abominations and a physical body like humans, Zorith replied. What point is there practicing alchemy for them? Also, if they want money, there are quicker and easier ways to get it. Like robbing the human crime lords blind after letting them do all the job. I mean, why bother building an organization when you can just reap the profits? Also, it's not like criminals can report you to the authorities. It's the perfect crime. That's true, Lith's eyes widened at the realization. Out of curiosity, how did you think about this? Oh, I didn't think. I did it back when I was still human. Zorith scratched her head in embarrassment. It's the best way for a rogue awakened to score easy coins. The problem is that money only brings you so far, and if you get greedy, the undead courts hunt you down. Or at least they did back then. Now is a no man's land, I guess. Thanks, Zor, you've helped us more than you think, Solus said. I did, the Shadow Dragon asked in puzzlement. How? I'm sorry we got to go. Solus pretended not to have heard the question. We have to call home or our family will skin us alive. Bye. Continue your saga on. She hung up the call and explained her theory to Lith via mind link before Alina picked up her amulet. Think about it, she said. There's only one possible explanation for the Emperor Beast going to such lengths learning alchemy. They must have gotten their hands on Hathorn's recipes. One of them must have dug through the rubble like Nalrond would, looking for easy coins, and found the recipes. Then he brought them to someone to sell them, and that someone understood the hidden value of Hathorn's research. The parasites? Lith failed to see her point. They are no threat to an awakened or a true mage. All you need is darkness fusion to the anti-mana parasites. Fuck me sideways, I had almost forgotten about them. Exactly, Solus nodded. They are not a threat to people like us, but only because we are awakened. Not only does the anti-mana toxin make an excellent weapon, but it also unlocks a method that allows anyone to awaken safely. That's why the Emperor Beasts have established their organization here, Lith said. It's close enough to Zenatos to transport whatever is left of Hathorn's lab without anyone noticing, and this region produces all the materials the Emperor Beasts need for their research. I feel we are still missing something, though, Solus said. As Zorith said, the beasts could just steal the money. Creating a criminal organization entails the risk of being discovered and drawing the kingdom's attention. No matter how careful the beasts are, their human allies are their weak link. It's how the constables noticed the tattoos and the royals realized someone had unearthed Hathorn's work. Humans aren't so loyal that they take their lives when captured. Lith would have liked to ponder the matter, but Alina had just answered the call, and he had to hold those thoughts for later. Space. Somewhere in Kafar at the same time. Boss, I'm back. The wizened old man slammed the door open again, drawing a furious glare from the ordinary-looking man sitting behind the desk. Gods below, Shasa, just because we have evolved from animals doesn't mean you can't learn proper manners. Anger turned the man's voice into a leopard's wet growl and his teeth into pointy fangs. Can't you open a door like a civilized creature? Mine is enchanted and self-repairs, but the other doors of the base don't. Do you have any idea how much money I've spent so far just to fix everything you break every single day? That's all money that should have gone into our research. I'm sorry, Hugo. The old man lowered his head in embarrassment. I'm not used to this pathetic body, much less to how frail everything is. I barely touch something and it snaps. Never mind, the younger man groaned in exasperation. What have you discovered about the raid at the Roaring Lion? Shasa gave the leader a detailed report of the events that had played out just an hour earlier. Chapter 3528, Knowing Your Enemy, Part 1. Shasa had collected information from the customers of the tavern and the members of the cartel who had stood guard outside the tavern. Lith had heard the whistle, but back then he still believed he was dealing with humans. By the time he had captured the Emperor Beasts inside the Roaring Lion, the lookouts had already escaped. A short woman projecting hard light constructs, and a tall man who handled Falgard like a pup. Hugo had listened solely to the first part of the story, and didn't like its implications already. Yeah, and that's for starters, Shasa nodded. According to the witnesses, that same night guard broke into the office alone, and less than a minute later our associates gave up on life in unison. After that, a river of acid flowed through what was left of the office's door. but the constable took care of it with a dimensional spell. 1 against 6, yet this guy needed but 1 minute to make our brothers and sisters so desperate that not one of them believed they had a chance of escape. The leader scratched the thick beard on his chin. How many people do we know who can do something like that? In the Awakened Council, more than I can count, Sasha shrugged. But none of those pompous old farts would bother wearing a disguise, let alone get involved with a minor issue like organized crime. On top of that, when Humana tried to escape by flight, our sentinels report she was taken down by something black, with no smell and large membranous wings before she had the time to conjure a warp steps. So the roaring lion was really surrounded. The constable wasn't just bluffing her way. Hugo steepled his fingers. Yeah, but the other weird thing is that no one was seen leaving the scene after the raid, Shasa pointed out. According to our contacts in the army, no reinforcements were required, and the guards surveilling the association reported that only a few foreigners came through the gate today. Gods above, why? Hugo raised his arms to the ceiling, receiving no answer. This can only mean one thing, Verhen. That's the worst-case scenario, yes, Shasa nodded. But maybe it's just the cream of the crop of the royal forces. After all, Manohar knew light mastery, and so does Quilla Ernas. The man was indeed strong, but we have no idea what happened inside the office. May the gods listen to your words, Hugo sighed. If it's him, we'll have to abandon everything and run. We can't do that. Fury turned Shasa's eyes yellow, and his aquiline nose into a sharp beak. We are so close to our goal, and so many of us died tonight. Are we really going to give up because of one man? Continue reading at. What about those less lucky than us? How can you ask them to get away from this with nothing after all the hard work they put into this operation? I'd rather live in dishonor than die honorably, Sasha, Hugo replied. Besides, you and I have already gotten what we wanted. Why risk everything? For our clans? The old man's arms turned thicker and muscular while his hands extended into talons. You know all too well we can't pass our gift. We have no fucking clue how we got it in the first place. Indeed, but now I have almost 2,000 years to find a solution instead of less than 200, and so do you. Hugo leaned forward, his face shifting into a feline snout. Besides, we still have to confirm whether this guy is Verhen or not. If he's just a man or an emperor beast, we have the means to get rid of him and the shorty. Do we have his smell? Yes, Shasa reverted to his human features as he calmed down. The scouts memorized his scent on the scene and saw the direction he moved after he left. What about the witnesses? First-time clients, we let them go, Shasa replied. Regulars have been captured and delivered to the basements as test subjects. There's no telling what they might have seen or heard in the Roaring Lion during the past few months. I made sure we captured them before the constable could interrogate them. Good, let's not leave loose ends. Hugo went back to looking like an unremarkable man. Send out our best strike team after those annoying constables. Warn them the target might be Verhen and give them the best weapons we've synthesized. Even if our assassins fail, they'll force our enemy to reveal his cards, and then we can plan our next move accordingly. What if it's Verhen? Shasa asked. Then I pack my stuff and run, Hugo said without a hint of shame. I suggest you do the same. Space. Should we tell the royals what we have discovered? Solus asked as she and Lith warped back to the safe house. And tell them our enemies might hold the secret of awakening, Lith replied with a scoff. I don't want anyone to resume Hathorn's work. I trust the current royals, but what about those who'll come after them? What if Silpha decides to keep the research for herself and uses it to prolong Meron's life? What if Tyrus kills them both and blames it on us? After all, if she wanted the royals to know the secret of awakening, she would have taught them herself. I guess you are right, she sighed. Lith reported to the king the information Zorath had shared with him and her thoughts on the matter, but made no mention of the hidden potential of the anti-mana toxin that he had discovered during Candria's plague. Your observations are brilliant and on point, Magus Verhen, Silpha nodded. You are indeed the right man for this task. Your sources have provided us with vital information and precious insight into our enemies. I agree with your sources' observations. Something doesn't add up. Emperor beasts have never shown interest in alchemy, nor did they ever form a cartel. There's a piece of this puzzle we are still missing. And I'll do everything I can to keep things that way, Lith inwardly replied. Thanks, Your Majesty. Any news of the autopsy report? He actually said. I have it right here. The Queen waved a thin stack of papers in front of the projector. For the full panel of analysis and the coroner's in-depth observations, it will take another couple of hours, but the preliminary reports tell us already quite a story. No one wondered how the reports could be already available less than an hour after the corpses had been brought in. One couldn't rush machines, but when the name on the bottom of the request was the Royals, the alchemists always found a way. According to the autopsy, your healing spells are very good, great mage Verhen, so good that they killed your prisoners. What? Solus blinked several times in disbelief. I killed them? It's not possible. They were healthy and I treated the poison. The only way healing magic can kill people is by consumption, but that's a mistake only a rookie healer would make. On top of that, the patient needs to be in a critical state already, or they just get hungry. Chapter 35-29, Knowing Your Enemy, Part 2. I never said you killed them, Mage Verhen, Silpha pointed out. Only that your spells did. There is a big difference. Yerna and the members of the Night Guard exchanged confused looks, wondering whether they had suddenly become dumb, or if the Queen had forgotten how Tyrus, universal language, worked. Gods, those Emperor beasts are monsters. Solus, outrage made just as much sense to them, confusing them even more. They didn't just recover Hathorn's tattoo potion technology, but also the parasite's toxins. That's what this looks like. The Queen nodded as Yerna and the others shuddered in horror. By the time the alchemists collected the sample, the poison was already too degraded to get a sample, but that has to be expected if it works like the rest of Hathorn's toxins. Yet when the doctors cut open the corpses you brought them, they found internal injuries that didn't match either your reports or the external injuries. The vital organs appear to have been cut open from the inside. That's why they died so quickly. They couldn't be saved. Lith slammed his fist in his palm. Without knowing what we were dealing with, there was no way to capture a prisoner alive for interrogation. Cunning bastards. This also explains where this organization continued to make profits after the end of the famine. The king said. They stopped selling food and started selling the toxins. They are a great tool for assassins and the power plays of the nobles. I've already ordered to cross-reference all recent assassinations and sudden deaths. Just the anti-healing toxin is dangerous, but until we learn more, we must assume the worst and plan our next moves as if the enemy has access to all of Hathorn's toxins, including the anti-mana. Yes, Major Yerna, Meron asked after noticing her raised hand. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but even with the toxin, this still doesn't make sense to me. They were powerful Emperor beasts and could use perfect silent magic. Why not let themselves be captured and wait for a moment to escape? Yerna asked. Because they knew such a moment would never come, at least not before they had been thoroughly interrogated, the king replied. Sadly, in the past humans have abused beasts so much that now they prefer suicide to capture. Even if they believed they might have escaped, they would never risk betraying their comrades and increasing the number of our prisoners. It's a habit we humans have ingrained into them. Meron sighed, still feeling the shame of his ancestors weighing on his shoulders. Just like for the toxins, there was nothing anyone could do. Beasts don't think like humans. Capturing or killing them is the same. You can't rely on interrogations, plea deals, or persuasion to find their leaders. This complicates things quite a bit, Yerna pondered. It's like having our wings cut off. The only options we have left are to track the shipping of materials, cross-reference the movements of our suspects, and hope they point us to the beast's base. No, that won't ever work. Lith shook his head. We are not dealing with humans. All Emperor beasts can use dimensional magic and fly. All they need to do to foil an investigation is collect the ingredients at point A, store them in a dimensional amulet, and then warp a few times to shake off a potential tail before reaching point B. In other words, the investigation has hit a dead end, Thaz said. Not quite, Solus replied. Our raid failed because we didn't know with whom and what we were dealing. Now we do. Start looking for another clandestine business. Once you find it, we'll raid it again. This time, however, we'll let a few of them escape and follow them straight to their base. How, Yerna asked, won't they notice you? They'd notice us, but not my demons after they merge with their shadow. As Lith spoke, Menadian came out of Yerna's shade, making her yelp in surprise. Good gods, how long have you been there? She asked. Long enough, the first Magus replied. Did you notice my presence? Not in the slightest, Yerna shook her head. And so won't our enemies, Lith said. Your Majesty, I need a strike team always on standby. The Emperor Beast shouldn't have understood it's me hunting them down, and if they do, they'll destroy the evidence and run away. For once your reputation works against you, Magus Verhen, Meron nodded. We must be ready to seal the space around their base of operations and hit them fast and hard, Lith said. Even with my demons, I won't have the time to conjure enough of them to seal the premises on my own. None of the Emperor Beasts must be allowed to escape. And they won't, Meron replied. This mission just escalated from organized crime to a hostile magical threat, and now into internal terrorism. Hathorn's parasites must be eradicated at all costs. I'm mobilizing the army and the association. Notify me the moment you find your next target. We'll be ready. Meron out. Space. Yerna and the other constables pulled an all-nighter while Lith, Solus, and the Night Guard's members took turns resting. In theory, no one was supposed to know their location, but when dealing with Emperor beasts it was impossible to be safe. They could follow someone from the sky, disguise themselves as stray animals and follow the scent of their prey, or burrow through the ground like it was water. On top of that, there was one threat not even Lith had any control over. Nothing, Kami, nothing at all, he asked via the communication amulet. You've just been away for 1 day, Lith, she shrugged. Give it time. That's the problem, we don't have much time, he sighed. Under any other circumstance, I'd play this sloppily to drag it out, yet I can't risk Hathorn's toxins to spread, especially if I'm right and these beasts have understood how to use them to awaken. How long do you think you have? If Yerna is good at her job, and I know she is, 2 days tops. 3 if I stay behind with the pretext of making sure no one has escaped and all the research materials have been destroyed. Lith replied. It should be enough. Camilla pensively tapped her chin. I mean, the royals will demand their supreme Magus assistance when dealing with such a delicate subject. Also, if Meln doesn't attack in 3 more days, I doubt he will. He knows how careful you are and that openings like this don't last long. Try to relax, nothing will happen to us. She lovingly caressed her slightly swollen womb. I miss you. I miss you more. Lith ended the call and turned to his stone ring, where Solus was resting. What do you say if we take a little tour of Kafar tomorrow? Enjoy new stories from. That's a nice idea, also quite uncharacteristic for you, she replied. What's your angle? No angle. People have seen us enter this house, and if we stay in all day, they'll get suspicious. We need a cover story to justify our presence and keep it well, Lith replied. On top of that, we can patrol the area for Emperor beasts with the eyes. Chapter 3530, Perfect Cover Part 1. Once we spot a single Emperor beast looking for us, even if the raid fails and no one escapes, we have something to fall back on, Lith said. So you just want to set a contingency plan? Solus sighed. Fine by me. Just remember to change your face before we get out. If the Emperor beasts suspect your presence in Kafar, they'll take a good look at your official portrait, and not wearing your Magus robe won't be enough to hide your identity anymore. Space. I'm sorry to bother you, Ranger Verhin, but I need your help. Corporal Forem scratched her arms nervously. The sun had already risen for a few hours, but the investigation team had yet to find a solid lead to their next target. Sure, what can I do? Lith asked. You have contributed to solving the plague in Candria, right? She pointed at the hologram of his personnel file, and he nodded for her to continue. Can you please check I'm not infected? I've been feeling itchy and feverish since we raided the Roaring Lion. Yeah, since I mentioned Hathorn's parasites, Lith thought. Not a problem. A wave of his hand cast the parasite-detecting spell he had devised with Marth years ago, revealing there was no parasite or toxin buildup in her body. You are just nervous. Switch tea with chamomile, healer's orders. Can you check me too, please? Thaz cleared his throat nervously. You know, just to be safe. Sure thing. Another spell, another bill of clean health. We have to deal with this cartel before news of Hathorn's toxins spreads, Yerna said while offering Lith her arm. The last thing we need is mass hysteria. If people start to freak out, the ensuing chaos will make it impossible to catch our marks even if they were as big as a dragon and they flew right under our nose. Agreed, Lith said as the rest of the investigation team formed a line to have a checkup. Guys, I too can help you, Solus said. The parasite-detecting spell is simple and has been released to the public. Any good healer knows it. No offense, Great Mage Verhin, but I prefer being treated by Magus Verhin. Sergeant Mix gave her a deep bow, and so did everyone else. He's a specialist. He worked on the parasites during the crisis in Candria and can notice things someone with no experience like you might miss. Also, he cleared his throat awkwardly. There is one supreme Magus and many great mages in the kingdom, if you catch my drift. Again, no offense. None taken, Solus lied through her teeth. I have as much experience as Lith, you jerks. I helped him solve the mystery of the plague and find a cure for each type of parasite. She inwardly grumbled. I'm sorry they don't trust you, sweetie, Menadian said. But imagine how this would have played out if there were more than 9 people in here and no Lith. I can already see everyone freaking out and the royals imposing martial law and quarantining the city. At that point, containing the news of the parasites would be impossible and the entire Kafar would riot. Solus shuddered at the thought. The Emperor Beasts would have all the time to pack their stuff and move. This is a nightmare in the making. Once Lith was done reassuring everyone there was no ongoing infection, constables and night guards jokingly teased each other, calling their colleagues scaredy cats and pretending they hadn't been just as terrified. "How is the search for our target going, Yerna?" Lith asked. "Slowly," she replied. "We can't afford to make mistakes. We have lost the advantage of surprise, and a failed raid would compromise the rest of the operation. We must wait until we have confirmed our targets haven't gone into hiding and their business goes on as usual." "Fine by me. Is it a problem if Solus and I get out for a while and get a bit of fresh air?" Lith asked. "It's not that you can, you must." Yerna shape-shifted her uniform into civilian clothes and fixed her hair up in a ponytail. "People in the popular district are damn nosy. I had to tell my neighbors something or they would have tormented us with visits to meet you." "What's our cover story?" Lith asked. "You are a loving nephew who's come to visit his old aunt, and you are his wife." Yerna nodded at Solus. "I'm sorry, but you are too pretty to be my niece. I don't want to hear people unkindly pointing out we look nothing alike and that I must be the ugly duckling in the family." "No problem," Solus chuckled at the compliment. "I've told everyone you are a sergeant in the army to justify your build, Lith," Yerna said. "As for you, Solus, you are just a housewife. Never mention spells aside from chore magic. I've already picked your names. You are Tryon, like your brother, and you are Elfin, like Menadian's daughter. I've chosen familiar names that shouldn't be hard for you to remember." "Great thinking," Menadian beamed with joy. "Isn't that right, Effie?" "Yes, Mom." Solus rolled her eyes, making everyone laugh. Lith and Solus slightly altered their faces before going out, enough to resemble the people the neighbors had seen walking out of the carriage the previous day, and not to be recognized when compared with their official pictures. "Yerna, dear, where are you going without introducing me to this handsome fellow?" A plump, middle-aged woman with red hair and freckles was the first to prod for information, but other neighbors quickly joined her. "I'm going for groceries, Ilka." Yerna wore her best smile. "Young people eat so much. These are my nephew Tryon and his wife Effie. Guys, these are our neighbors. Bye." She escaped the encirclement, leaving the couple surrounded by land sharks hungry for gossip. "You two make a wonderful couple, dear Tryon," Ilka said. "I bet that to become a sergeant at such a young age you have served in the War of the Griffins." "Continue reading stories on." "That's right," Lith nodded. "It was a rough time and I'd rather not talk about it." "We all understand you, right, Urzi?" Ilka asked. "Indeed," a blonde, middle-aged woman sighed. "It was a rough time for civilians too, you know. Lots of refugees invaded Kafar, taking our houses, our jobs, and what little food we had." The expression of disgust on Urzi's face quickly spread to the other women's faces as they nodded. "They were all spies, if you ask me," an old midwife grunted. "At best, they were hungry parasites. They ate our food on the way in and took our money on the way out. They refused to leave Kafar until the royals paid for it." "They did?" Solus asked in confusion. "Well, more or less." Ilka cleared her throat. "They started to leave after the royals used the money they saved from the traitor side to support those who wanted to move to the western regions of the kingdom in search of better luck. After all their sob stories and promises to settle down here to repay us for our sacrifices, it took them but a few coins to pack their bags and leave. Ungrateful bastards." Chapter 3531, Perfect Cover, Part 2. "What did you expect?" Urzi snorted. "They never belonged to our region. Of course they jumped ship at the first opportunity they got." "Damned if you do, damned if you don't." Lith inwardly shook his head. "No matter if the refugees stayed or left, the people of Kafar would have resented them either way." "On the bright side, this is the perfect place for you two to move," Ilka said. "What do you mean?" Solus asked. "It took those traitors a while, but most of them are gone now, which means in our district there are a lot of empty houses already furnished on sale for a reasonable price," the midwife said. "The refugees didn't bring the things they had bought with them." Lith found that hard to believe. He knew how expensive even a bedstand was when you owned little. "And pay for the transportation," Urzi replied. "Those cheapskates probably hope our royals will replace what their beloved Queen Thrud destroyed. I bet they'll buy new furnishing with our money." The wounds left from the War of the Griffins were something not even the best healer could mend, so Lith moved the conversation to less sensitive topics. The cover Yerna had prepared for Lith and Solus was perfect. They had no trouble passing for a couple and navigating the chit-chat about married life, petty quarrels, and all the day-to-day problems of living on a farm. Alas, it was too perfect. It was only a matter of time before the hammer fell. "When is the baby due, sweetie?" The old midwife caressed Solus' stomach after eyeing it for a while. 7 months, more or less. She swallowed hard in embarrassment. "It's not your first, correct?" A brown-haired mother of 2 asked with a knowing look on her face. "Yes, it's our second." Lith stepped in while Solus blushed up to her ears. "The first is a girl, and we are hoping for a boy now." "I knew it," the brown-haired woman said, and the other women nodded. "Breasts that big are one of the perks of pregnancy. More for the baby, more for the husband." She and the others timidly tittered like maidens, as if she wasn't the one who had made the joke. "That was obvious, Urzi," the midwife said with a snort. "It takes experience to carry a belly like that with such grace." "Kill me, I beg you," Solus inwardly whined. "I'm sorry, ladies, but we have to go," Lith said. "My dear Effie is hungry for 2 and needs to eat. Can you recommend a good place for breakfast and a good restaurant for lunch? I want to surprise my aunt and thank her for her hospitality with a good meal." "You are a good husband and son. Your mother must be proud of you," Ilka said. After a bit of arguing, the women agreed on the best establishments and offered Lith various options based on how much he could afford to spend. "Thank you for your recommendations. It's been a pleasure meeting you." Lith waved them goodbye as he and Solus walked away. "No, it was," Solus mumbled. "Come one, Solus, there's no reason for moping. They showered you with compliments." Lith harumphed to suppress a laugh. "Those would have been compliments only if I was actually pregnant," she snarled. "Since I'm not, they just commented on my weight and my breasts. Is there something wrong with them?" "Nothing, dear," Menadian said from her shadow. "In my family, women are well endowed, and you've taken it from me." "I am?" Solus asked. Between her petite build and living with the Verhin women, Solus felt small in more ways than one. Lith took her to the best bakery in the area, and Solus ate her sadness with a side of cream puffs and cheesecake, and washed everything down with abundant hot chocolate. "What are you staring at?" Solus grumbled in between bites. "You said it, I'm hungry for 2. "If only," Menadian sighed, making Solus choke on her food. "Mom, that's not funny." "Who's joking?" Menadian snorted. "Is it too much to ask for a grandchild from my 744-year-old daughter?" "I'm not 744 years old," Solus swallowed hard, suddenly feeling like a decrepit old lady. "I died at 28, and I've regained consciousness for just 16 years now." "Which makes you 44 minimum," Menadian pointed out. "If we consider all of Lith's 3 lives, he's 46 and has 2 children and a bun in the oven." "I've suddenly lost my appetite." Solus stood up, hoping to put an end to that conversation. Suddenly, Lith pointed at the plates piled by her side, and the pot of hot chocolate the waiter had left on the table after the umpteenth refill. "Shame on you, young man," the owner of the bakery said while handing him the bill. "Pregnant women shouldn't be shamed for their cravings." Even the man's mustaches curled up as he smiled at Solus and gave her a small bag of oven-fresh cookies. "Thank you for your patronage and good luck with the baby. This is on the house, in case you get hungry later." "I apologize for my outburst," Lith said with a smile on his face and a burning desire for revenge in his heart. "I'm still reeling from the surprise. It seems we are going to have twins." Solus was pondering whether to save the cookies for later, or have a few on the way home when those words made her turn pale. "Twins," the baker had a conflicted expression. "On a military salary." "Yes," Lith sighed. "I guess I'll have to work overtime to feed these little gluttons." He caressed Solus' womb with the same tenderness he did Camilla's, making Solus turn beet red, and Wishmager swallowed her like a cookie. "You can do it, son." The baker took back the bill and applied a discount. "Just like I did when the gods blessed me with twins." "Thank you, sir." Lith paid the bill and tipped the waiter before leaving. "Was that really necessary?" Solus sighed. "Yes, if I have to get scolded for your eating habits, then you must share part of my pain," Lith replied. "I can't believe how quickly rumors spread." Solus rushed to change the topic while Menadian was still laughing inside her shadow. "They already knew who we were and what you do for a living." "This is nothing," Lith said. "Back in the day, you couldn't make a sneeze in Lucia without Nana rubbing her hands at the idea of having a new patient." "Space. Twins, huh?" Yerna had a good laugh at the news during dinner. "So said the midwife." Lith shrugged with a stoic expression. "Explore more at Can we please talk about something else? Solus sheepishly said while playing with the food on her plate. For some reason, she didn't feel hungry anymore, and the delicious mushroom risotto tasted of shame and regret. Gladly, Yerna nodded. It took me a lot of work to double-check everything, but I'm certain our friends didn't expect our surprise party yesterday and are going on with their lives like usual. Good to hear, Lith said. It would be sad if someone spoiled the surprise for them. Have you found a suitable place for the party? I've narrowed the choice down to 3 establishments, the Major replied. Chapter 3532, Surprise Party Part 1. By the way, thank you for the dinner. This is the best food I had in weeks, Yerna said. Lith had picked the most expensive restaurant among those recommended by the neighbors. Thanks, Miss Yerna. We also host parties, the waiter said, falling for the code the group used to discuss the raid in public. And this is for the young lady with the compliments of the house. May the gods bless you with healthy babies. He left a huge plate filled with assorted varieties of grilled cuts of meat and vegetables. Thank you, I'll add your restaurant to the list. Yerna needed sheer willpower not to burst into a laughter. Why do people gossip so much? Solus whined as she ate to keep her cover intact. Is this your doing? She glared at Lith. Nope, he shook his head. Word just goes around that fast, we need to be careful. Why? Yerna helped Solus finish her plate. Because our friends know we are new in town, Lith said. There can't be many couples that came to Kafar yesterday. Good points, she nodded. Do you need company? Quite the contrary, Lith replied. I think Effie and I could use some alone time. Space. I know you won't like it, but I love it when people call you Effie, Solus. Menadian's voice sparkled with joy and color like a firework in Solus' mind. The loving couple was taking a digestive walk in the local park and moving toward an isolated zone to have some privacy. I noticed, just like I noticed how much you laugh at my expense whenever someone mentions my pregnancy, Solus grumbled. I'm sorry, dear, Menadian froze as the reports of the demons patrolling the area came in. We got company. Nobody intervenes unless I say so, Lith said via the black chains. Remember that we are pulling a Manohar. Copy that, Locria's Valia, Tryon, and Vergrave replied. A warping array appeared out of nowhere, conjuring a pillar of light around the couple for a split second before disappearing along with them. Fuck me sideways. The good news was that no matter the distance, the demons would always return to their respective void sigils. The bad news was that all the power Lith had given them was lost the moment the warping array had transported him past the range of his bloodline ability, making the demons' energy bodies dissolve into thin air. Remember the plan and go easy on these suckers. Solus conjured the sage staff and the anvil armor. The former had an enchantment that allowed it to shapeshift into a simple design, making it unrecognizable. The latter, instead, had never been seen before, so whoever was watching them couldn't figure out Solus' identity from her equipment. Lith shapeshifted his Voidwalker armor into a standard Night Guard armor and took pride, Locria's sword, out of his pocket dimension. Ragnarok was Lith's most famous weapon, and he couldn't risk his assailants running away before he could scan their energy signatures with the eyes of Menadian. The only good thing about this ambush is that Locria's won't need pride, and I can use a decent weapon instead of the Night Guard's spear, he thought while studying his surroundings. The warping array had transported Lith and Solus in an isolated zone right outside Kafar. At that hour during the night, no one dared leave the safety of the city walls. On top of that, going from the well-lit park to the darkness of the night blinded Lith and Solus until their eyes had time to adapt, something their kidnappers had no intention of giving them. 2 nimble figures struck at Lith and Solus from behind, aiming at the gap between their helms and armor, while a third one conjured 3 concentric energy domes. What point is there using arrays if they are inside with us? Solus' armor projected its full guard enchantment, making up for her still blurry eyesight and spotting the incoming attack. She turned around while lunging with the sage staff and clashed with the incoming clawed hand head-on. Lith also activated the full guard enchantment, but thanks to his rich battle experience, he had the presence of mind to suppress his urge to counterattack. He used the tower shield of his Night Guard equipment to just block the attack, and took a step back as if the hit was too strong for him. Stay tuned for updates on. Solus' assailant felt on impact that he was about to be overpowered and reacted by sheer instinct. He exploited the strength of Solus, lunged to draw his battle claw back and twist his body in a somersault so as to kick the rounded end of the sage staff, using it as a trampoline. He bent his knees to soften the blow and jumped away before a fraction of Solus. Strength could be transmitted into his body. Lith's attacker, too, retreated the moment his blade struck the shield, refusing to press on his apparent advantage. Cloaking items, unknown, ready. The third assassin yelled as the energy domes fully formed and enveloped the area. Lith and Solus had barely the time to register the three mysterious assailants had glowing eyes when the Tier 5 War Mage spell Raging Sun and the Tier 5 Battle Mage spell Shadow Blade hit them. Raging Sun's earth and fire elements produced the magical equivalent of a volcanic eruption. Shadow Blade's air and darkness elements conjured strong winds that fanned Raging Sun's flames and augmented the destructive power of the shrapnel by imbuing them with darkness element. The resulting conflagration would have been visible and audible from kilometers away if not for the hush and obscuration arrays. The magical formation sealed both the light and sounds inside their confines, isolating the battlefield from the rest of the world. The third array, instead, sealed the space and made it impossible to blink or call for reinforcements. "These guys are good and awakened at that," Solus said. "They attacked us the moment we warped here while one of them took his time to study our abilities and equipment. I get what he meant by cloaking items and ready, but what did he mean, unknown?" Lith and Solus did wear cloaking items to hide their awakened nature and real strength. Otherwise, just a glance with life vision would reveal Lith's overwhelming vitality and mass as a divine beast. "They sure are, but something is weird here." Lith had activated the spirit barrier of his armor to protect himself and Solus from the explosion. "Why are they talking and using Tier 5 elemental magic instead of spirit magic?" "They are awakened and they set up this ambush. They had all the time to prepare their best spells." "It's quite obvious, really." Solus released a wind blast that cleared the magical smoke and debris, allowing her and Lith to prepare for whatever was coming next. "You awakened at birth, but you failed to use real spirit spells until Falul taught you. Even something as simple as our mind link was a mystery to us, and we failed to reproduce it with anyone else for years." Good P, the two assailants rushed forward the moment they spotted their quarry again, and this time the third one joined them. Chapter 35-33, Surprise Party Part 2. The Emperor Beast who had attacked Solus had a massive upper body compared to his lower body, and judging from the shape of his armor, Lith determined he had to be some kind of feline Emperor Beast. They were all covered in a full suit of sleek armor, making only the outline of their bodies clear. The one coming at Lith instead had 6 arms, and below his waist there was a snake tail instead of legs, identifying him as a Naga. The third one had thin arms and legs that ended in taloned fingers and feathered wings coming from his back. "I got their energy signatures with the eyes," Lith said while using his sword, the metal tower shield, and the one conjured by the Tier 4 Mage Knight spell, Frost Guard, to block the Naga's flurry of attacks. "We can now kick their asses but keep holding back. We want them to escape and return to their base to call for reinforcements, not an emergency evacuation." "Copy that." The feline Emperor Beast weighed hundreds of kilos, but Solus weighed tons due to her bond with the tower. On top of that, she had reached the deep violet core, whereas under his cloaking ring her opponent was still a bright blue core. The use of the anti-monotoxin allowed even violet-cored Emperor Beast to have a chance at awakening, but there was a catch. A non-awakened violet core was overloaded with mana, and without a proper technique to turn the vortexes into auxiliary cores, the excess mana would be lost forever after the awakening process was complete. She was faster, stronger, and her fusion magic was more efficient. Even with her limited battle experience, it took her a few exchanges to gain the upper hand. The feline Emperor Beast had spells at the ready but couldn't cast more during the battle. Solus, instead, had no spells at the ready, but she could conjure as many as she wanted with body casting. At first, she just neutralized the enemy's spells, but soon also launched counter spells. "This fucking midget is an Emperor Beast. I need help," the feline said. There was no other possible explanation for someone so small dealing blows heavier than his own, and having such monstrous strength. "Go," the avian Emperor Beast nodded at the Naga, sure he would be able to handle the human on his own. Lith smirked under his helm, seeing a way to put an end to the fight without revealing too much of his strength. "I'll pretend to go all out against Bird Boy and use my full power to deliver a lucky strike that will kill him on the spot. After that, Solus and I can let one of the remaining 2 hold us off while the last one escapes." Or so he thought until the Naga coiled his lower body like a spring and jumped at Solus. The attack was nothing special. Lith and Solus had seen Badia do much better countless times. The problem was that both the feline and avian emperor beast jumped back as the Naga bolted forward. What the heck? Solus raised her guard and prepared her spells while studying the situation with the eyes. According to the artifact, no new spell was being cast. The Naga was just taking something out of his dimensional amulets after disabling the space sealing array for a second. 6 alchemical beads, each the size of a pea, appeared in the Naga's hands, who shot them like bullets with a flick of his thumbs. The 3 Emperor Beasts conjured the Tier 3 air magic spell, Stormhowl. It was a basic spell even magicos could use, meant to generate a powerful wind blast that would blow the enemy off their feet and disorient them. This time, however, it was used to carry the alchemical beads and accelerate them further. Lith and Solus perceived the beads through full guard and struck them with pinpoint heat raised to burn whatever the bullets contained, while also shrouding themselves with darkness magic. The alchemical beads exploded on impact, releasing a fine powder that Stormhowl delivered to its destination before the darkness layers could fully form. The heat rays opened wide holes in the mist curtain, but most of it reached its targets. "What the heck is this, Lith?" Solus asked, yet only silence answered her. The corner of her mind, where Lith's light was supposed to be, was now empty. "I'm fine, Solus. What about you?" It took Lith a split second to realize their bond was intact, yet the mind link was broken, and even less to understand the reason. The elements flowing inside his body due to fusion, magic went haywire. His right arm burst into flames, while his left leg turned into a lump of ice. Jolts of electricity shocked his brain, and the bones of his left arm turned into stone, while he lost all sensibility in his right leg. These fuckers have completed Hathorn's work. They have developed an anti-air, earth, and darkness toxin, too. The only silver lining in Lith's predicament was that most elemental flows canceled each other, limiting the damage. As for Solus, she kept her cool and released all the spells she had prepared, yet nothing happened. Experience moron. What the? A rain of blows she was incapable of following any more rained on her from every direction, derailing her train of thought. Unlike Lith, her fusion magic didn't hurt her, but only because it had stopped working. Even spirit barriers let light and air in, or their caster would be blinded and suffocate. The toxins had been refined to be small enough to exploit such an opening, just like the joints and fissures in armor. Stormhowl had covered Solus in anti-monotoxins that had been quickly absorbed through her skin and reached her blood flow, spreading them to the rest of her system. Her body was still strong and her mind keen, but now she had lost her gift for magic. She could remove the toxin with invigoration, yet using a breathing technique required calm and focus, and she had neither. The avian Emperor Beast's beak curled up in a smile as he prepared to put the night guard out of his misery. Frost Guard had turned against its caster. The sword and shield were as limp as the arms holding them. As he thrust his spear forward, he noticed how the night guard had taken a deep breath, and his entire body was now shrouded in flames. Immolation is one of the worst ways to die. This idiot should have stopped using fusion magic and let me do my job. He thought while Lith pushed the tip of the avian Emperor Beast's spear away with pride and pierced through his heart with a guarded thrust. Blood gurgled out the creature's throat as he finally realized those weren't flames, but origin flames Lith had used to cleanse his body from the toxins. "You are..." "Shush." Lith twisted the blade as he pulled it out, leaving a gaping hole in the enemy's chest that covered part of the left lung. A quick second swing of pride severed the Emperor Beast's head from its neck, and the secret died with him. Chapter 35-34, Utmost Priority, Part 1. "What?" the 2 surviving Emperor Beasts said in unison, as they witnessed the death of their comrade. Less than a second had passed since the release of the anti-monotoxins, yet Solus had already suffered dozens of blows, and her body was covered in wounds. Despite the shock, the assassin Emperor Beasts didn't slow down their attacks, and focused on killing their mark as soon as possible to regain the numerical advantage. "Somehow that night guard killed Fergan with one blow. I can't afford to turn my back on him for long, or I might end up dead next. I need to finish the constable before he joins her," they both thought. A sudden thud drew their attention, and saved the feline Emperor Beast's life. The night guard was at the end of his rope and had collapsed to the ground, producing the noise. The problem was that in his final moments, he had also picked Fergan's spear and thrown it with the considerable strength he had left. The feline had just the time to turn his body around, receiving the hit in his shoulder instead of his heart. The combined assault of the two Emperor Beasts paused for a moment, all the time Solus needed. She struck at the feline Emperor Beast while he was still reeling in from the blow, sending him flying like a home run. The Naga attacked her with his 6 weapons and poison-fanged mouth, but an emerald barrier blocked them all. "I'll let you into a secret. Artifacts are unaffected by all kinds of toxins," Solus said as the elemental crystals surfaced on the sage staff for a second and unleashed a barrage of spells. By the time the feline Emperor Beast stood up and turned to face her again, the Naga had more holes in his body than a form of Swiss cheese. The female mage panted heavily, leaning on her staff to keep herself upright. Solus had left only one elemental crystal visible on the top of the sage staff, and had its light pulsate like a dying candle. "Fuck, Fergan is dead, Jarnos is dead, and I'm badly hurt." Light fusion was already mending the feline Emperor Beast's wounds, but fixing his broken clavicle and ribs would leave him exhausted. "If that staff has enough juice for another shot, I'm done." Even worse, Fergan's arrays are gone, and that damn constable is calling for reinforcements. Solus had taken her communication amulet out of her pocket dimension, and conjured a pillar of light to signal her position. With no other choice left, the feline Emperor Beast warped away. At least neither of them was Verhin, and now that such a powerful night guard is dead, the royals will hesitate to send someone of that caliber after us. I count this as a win. "Finally," Solus said when both the eyes and ears of Menadian confirmed she and Lith were alone. "That was dangerous. If not for the autopsy revealing the toxins, this might have ended much differently." Indeed, Lith fixed his wounds while Solus expelled the anti-monotoxins from her system with invigoration. "That stuff is dangerous even for an awakened if it takes him by surprise. My own fusion magic almost killed me. If I weren't holding back to ensure that at least one of them escaped, I might have wounded myself so badly that I would have lost consciousness and become unable to react to the death blow. The anti-monotoxin is actually easier for us to deal with," Solus nodded. "Sure, the Emperor Beasts outnumbered me, and without my fusion magic they had the physical advantage, but the toxins inflicted me no pain, and I could still move as I wanted. If I revealed the true power of my equipment, the Emperor Beasts would have figured out my identity, but at least I wouldn't have died. And it gets worse. Lith used a mind link to share his experience with the new toxins with her. By my mom, the anti-darkness and earth toxins are a threat as bad as the anti-healing toxins." Solus' eyes widened in shock. "Not to intrude, but I'm right here, and there's something I've waited 16 years to tell you," Menadian chimed in. "I could never decide whether to find you using me as an exclamation flattering or creepy, Solus. And you call me Mom now instead of your maker. That was 100% creepy." "Not now, Mom," Solus silenced her. "You are lucky Earth fusion was focused solely on your shield-bearing arm, Lith. Otherwise all your bones would have turned into stone, and you would have become helpless for the rest of the fight." "Agreed," Lith nodded. "Where's our unwitting ally?" Cloaking devices made it harder to register an energy signature, but after fighting the feline Emperor Beast in close quarters, the eyes had locked on him. The artifact couldn't sense him from a distance due to the cloaking ring, but the same didn't apply to his spells. "He has opened a warp steps leading to the opposite side of Kafar's periphery," Solus replied. "I think he's checking no one is tailing him and probably inspecting his body for trackers with invigoration. Going straight home would be stupid. Especially considering that the kingdom can track communication devices," Lith replied. "He can't make a call that might be intercepted. He knows royal constables are after his organization and important news can only be reported in person." "The guy is thorough," Solus said. "He's casting life-sensing and array-detecting spells. If only he knew he's making our job easier." With each spell the Emperor Beast cast, the eyes could get a better read and pinpoint his position more precisely. Lith and Solus flew at high speed in the assassin's direction, stopping as soon as the eyes detected his energy signature again. "He is taking a roundabout route." Solus pointed south, southwest, then north, and after a brief pause at the popular district of the city. "He has stopped. Maybe that's the headquarters. Find your next read on." Only one way to find out. Lith and Solus flew in the direction of the last detected signal, stopping on the way to take a good look at every nocturnal bird they met. They wouldn't underestimate their enemy and disregard potential lookouts in disguise. "That's definitely the place." Solus suddenly conjured a darkness spell that made her and Lith nigh invisible in the night sky. "How can you tell?" he asked. because all the birds we've met so far were just birds, whereas those perching around that building are all shape-shifted emperor beasts. Solus replied while zooming in with the eyes and sharing her vision with Lith. He could see an old but well-maintained two-story house that looked normal until the eyes of Menadian revealed a complex structure of overlapping magical formations and the presence of multiple emperor beasts. The members of the criminal organization always used cloaking rings on the outside, but at home, they felt safe and lowered their guard. Solus studied both the arrays and the emperor beasts, noticing that most of them were non-awakened. Only a few of them presented a mana flow. Interesting, Menadian took the information in as well. This explains a lot. What do you mean? Lith asked. If they had truly uncovered the secret of awakening, there would be no need for such a facility, she replied. Chapter 3535, Utmost Priority, Part 2. I'm not up to date with magical runes yet, but I recognize a mana containment array field when I see one. That place is no fortress. It's a lab to conduct alchemical experiments. A few minutes later, the eyes had collected enough data about the arrays to confirm Menadian's hypothesis. It makes sense, Solus pondered. They have awakened thanks to the anti-mana toxins. Those emperor beasts wouldn't have been able to perceive the world energy without the toxins, so they can't explain how to do it to their accomplices. Find exclusive stories on. Yet this doesn't explain why not all the emperor beasts have taken the toxins. Any ideas, Mom? Sadly, I do, Menadian sighed. It's quite obvious if you think about it. Even council elders can't awaken someone past the bright cyan, yet you've faced several emperor beasts with the bright blue. We know this cartel is recent, so they didn't have the time to develop their cores slowly with accumulation. They already had a bright blue core, if not even a violet one. What does this tell us? Fuck me sideways. Lith's eyes widened as he put the various pieces together. We've failed to factor in the impurities. Based on our experiments in Candria, we know that a mana core affected by the toxins slowly regains its strength. If someone above the dull green awakened that way, they would be at risk of exploding, let alone someone with a much stronger core. To survive the body refining process, one has to assume precise doses of anti-mana toxins to slow down or even stop the process until the body can handle a stronger mana flow. Take too little and you go boom. Take too much and your body stops evolving until the concentration of toxins in your system decreases. At that point, either you get the right dose or are back to square one. Exactly, Menadian telepathically nodded. These emperor beasts must have figured out the awakening conditions solely for a few specific cases. They have yet to find a technique that works for everyone. But that means lots of experiments, and I doubt emperor beasts would volunteer. There's no point joining the organization if they die. The words of Yurna's neighbors echoed in Solus' head. That's why the emperor beasts replaced the undead courts in Kafar. They needed a constant flow of funds and test subjects for their research. They are responsible for the disappearance of all the refugees who moved here from the west side of the kingdom. A smart plan. Lith's lips curled up in disgust. The war refugees had no family here who could report their disappearance, and as our lovely neighbors pointed out, the citizens of Kafar were all too happy to see them gone. Years had passed since the plague in Candria, but Lith still remembered vividly the effects of the accidental exposure to Hathorn's parasites. On top of that, he had witnessed many times the kind of experiments a crazed mage, fumbling in the dark, performed on his helpless victims. It only took him a small leap of imagination to picture the daily life of those captured by the emperor beasts and forced to become guinea pigs for the toxins. This is Verhin. He took his army amulet and contacted both Yurna and the royals. We found our target. It's on the west side of the outer rim of Kafar, on the corner of Oak Street and Taylor Avenue. Lith had no problem reading the street names even from that distance, thanks to his Tiamat eyes. Are you sure? The king asked. We can't afford mistakes or the organization will disappear until the trail goes cold and relocate to another city. I'm positive, Your Majesty, Lith replied. We suffered an assassination attempt and let our assailant escape. We followed him to a building covered in powerful arrays and filled with emperor beasts. Do you have an estimate of their numbers and powers? The queen said. Can you study those arrays without getting noticed? Negative, Lith shook his head. The layer of magical formations and the auras are too thick. I can only see up to the first layers. Any closer inspection would draw attention to me, and probing the structure with arrays would trigger alarms. My recommended course of action is to surround the building, seal the space around it while we study the defensive measures. and then raid the building before the marks can organize a defense. Some of those beasts are awakened, and they have weaponized Hathorn's toxins. We must strike while they are scattered and confused, or the casualties on our side will be in the hundreds before we conquer a single floor. Lith then described how the ambush had played out, the tactic employed by the Emperor beasts, and the effects of the old and new toxins. Sadly, I'm not surprised, Meron sighed. I've been reading the reports of recent murders, and a few mages have been killed without putting up any resistance. They must have been victims of the anti-monotoxins. The king paused for a while, pondering their options. Life ward masks can protect the strike force from the toxins, but only until the soldiers engage the enemy in combat or suffer a direct hit from a spell. Protective gear is not supposed to be worn during a fight, but it's better than nothing. Gathering enough soldiers and weapons for the raid will take less than an hour, but I want a field decontamination facility at the ready. Those affected by the toxins would be a liability for their comrades and potential hostages. They must be brought out as soon as possible and receive treatment. Assembling enough healers and instructing them on the proper spells will take at least a couple of hours. Return to base and wait for further instructions, Supreme Magus Verhin. I want you to participate in the raid and ensure the destruction of these malignant parasites that infest Kafar. Your utmost priority isn't rescuing the hostages or protecting our soldiers. I want you to focus solely on keeping Kafar from turning into another Candria. Space. Meanwhile, inside the building, the feline Emperor Beast entered the private quarters of Hugo, the leader of the rogue Emperor Beasts. He had been subjected to several scans and a decontamination shower before being allowed inside the base. The assassin could spot trackers on his own with invigoration. The security measures were meant to ensure the other Emperor Beasts wouldn't be exposed to the anti-elemental toxins he had used during the mission. Judging by your appearance and the fact only you came back, I'm quite sure something went wrong. Hugo leaned back against his chair, sighing heavily. Explain, Jika. I have good and bad news, boss. The feline Emperor Beast removed his tight-fitting helm, revealing the tiger head of a Zawu. Then he gave Hugo a detailed report of the fight against the constable woman and the night guard. When I left, the man was either dead or praying for it, and if the woman tried to heal him, she finished the job for us. Jarnos showered the night guard with high-concentration elemental toxins. A mere diagnostic spell is enough to kill anyone in his condition, Jika said, and Hugo nodded for him to continue. Chapter 35-36, Making a Ruckus, Part 1. I couldn't see how Fergan died. My guess is he got cocky again and paid the price for it. Bird Emperor Beasts with their hollow bones should avoid close-quarter combat, Jika said, while looking at Shasa, who snorted to express his dissent. What about Jarnos? Shasa retorted. What about you, then? You are among the strongest of us, yet you failed just like Fergan. The anti-monotoxin took the midget by surprise, but she was incredibly strong, and her armor was a masterpiece, Jika snarled. Otherwise, we would have killed her in a second. She would have died anyway if not for that damn night guard's swan song. The spear throw distracted me for a second, and when I turned back, Jarnos was already dead. Either that constable is another of those Violet Cord awakened who attacked us in the past, or she might be an Emperor Beast like us. Every one of her hits was as heavy as yours, boss. Are you sure she was Verhin? The last remark alarmed Hugo. Explore Morat. If it were him, then his abilities have been greatly exaggerated, Jika shrugged. No flames, blood-crazed blades, spirit blinks, or shadow monsters popping out like mushrooms. I suspected it might have been all a ruse, so I warped several times and inspected my own shadow with invigoration to check for invisible stowaways. I found nothing, and so did our guards at the various checkpoints. Why turn into a woman and get himself beaten almost to a pulp for nothing? No, boss, I saw her eyes. That constable was truly desperate when she lost her magic. It wasn't an act. Had the spear hit me a second later, she would have died. Thank the gods, Hugo sighed in relief. We have lost 2 awakened, but at least we have confirmed the identity of our enemy. We'll suspend business for a couple of days until we see how the royals respond to our failed attempt to assassinate their investigators. You are dismissed, Jika. Get some rest, you've earned it. Forgive my impudence, boss, but I need to ask. Jika was so enraged that his aura made the small items in the room tremble. When will we get an awakened master? If only Fergan, Jarnos, and I knew spirit magic, we could have blinked despite our dimensional sealing array. If we had the Violet Core, a night guard and a constable would have been nothing. Everything went south only because aside from our physical abilities, awakening changed nothing. Body refining isn't enough to deal with the kingdom's elite. Why do you think we are still here? Hugo stood up, his face a mask of indignance. Rogue awakened like us have no chance to be taken in as apprentices unless they have something to offer to their potential master or amazing talent. We clearly lack talent, or we would have self-awakened decades ago and wouldn't be forced to rely on Hathorn's parasites. Our only chance is to establish a profitable business and exchange it for one apprenticeship. Awakened 2 need money, and they don't care about how they got the gold, only how much it is. Actually, that wasn't true. Most council elders steered away from crime because the payoff wasn't worth the risk. Yet Hugo knew that younger elders with no bloodline legacy to back them weren't so picky. I understand. Jika gave his leader a bow and left the room. Idiot. Shasa shook his head the moment he and Hugo were alone. By the way, boss, can we afford to suspend business? 2 days isn't long, but we have little money left. The research cost lots of money, and so did buying the equipment for the assassin squads the organization put at the nobles' disposal for hire. Most of what the Emperor Beasts earned was invested straight away. The silver lining was that the more of them awakened, the stronger the organization became, and the more money it made. Powerful equipment ensured the success of their most lucrative business, and allowed the beasts to remove any obstacle on their way. It was only a matter of time until that virtuous cycle earned them enough money to catch the attention of a greedy council elder. You heard him, Hugo sighed. The constable survived, and by studying the corpse of the night guard, the healers will recognize the effects of Hathorn's toxins. Too many of our secrets have been exposed in the last 2 days. The royals now know we are Emperor Beasts and that we have access to Hathorn's legacy. We've just gone from a small dirt spot on a map to a threat to their power. We need to lay low for a while and observe how the situation develops. As long as our position isn't exposed, we have enough dimensional amulets to store everything and relocate at a moment's notice. There are plenty of cities we can take over, but to do that, we must be alive. Space. While the Emperor Beasts went into hiding, the kingdom amassed its forces for the hunt. Lith and Solus spent the next few hours resting and eating. The fight with the assassins had taken its toll on their bodies, and they wanted to be at their peak during the assault. Is everything all right in Lucia, Kami? Lith asked while he finished his preparations. Yes, she nodded. Fallow confirmed that the details of your mission are still a secret, but rumors of your absence have spread far and wide. If Meln is planning to make his move, he must be here already. And if he strikes, he'll do it in the next few hours. Alert everyone and keep the children safe, Kami, Lith replied. How can you be so sure? She asked. Because I have no need to continue hiding my presence for much longer, Lith said. The moment Meln confirms I'm in Kafar, he'll feel confident enough to attack. I'm going to make a ruckus big enough not to leave any doubt about my identity. Be careful and watch out for those toxins, Camilla said. I will, Kami. Lith opened his mouth, but nothing came out. On the one hand, he wanted to keep her safe, and the idea of pushing her in Meln's hands made Lith want to puke. On the other hand, there was no other way to get rid of his mad brother once and for all. I love you, he said after a while. I love you more, she showed him her scaled hands to reassure him. Don't worry whether Meln attacks or not, you'll find us waiting for you at home. Good luck. Camilla's hologram had just faded when someone knocked on Lith's door. I'm sorry to disturb you, but we're ready, Yerna's voice said. Everyone is waiting for you. I'm ready too. What's the plan? Lith walked through the door while wearing his night guard equipment. Against so many true mages and awakened, going all out from the start would have meant exposing his best cards and losing the element of surprise. The mission involved killing the Emperor Beasts, destroying the toxins, and rescuing the hostages in that order. Saving people had the lowest priority, because it was enough for a single Emperor Beast who knew how to breed the parasites and synthesize the toxins to make the mission fail. Chapter 3537, Making a Ruckus Part 2. Similarly, there was no point in rescuing people who might die to a simple healing spell or transmit the plague to the rest of Kafar's population. Every hostage had to be considered a living weapon and treated accordingly. Before that, I need to know how many of your demons you are willing to employ. Zoram Miskell was the vice commander of the Night Guard and Orion's second in command. Lord Ernest had been relieved from duty due to his wife's late pregnancy and the recent scare. The royals couldn't afford a distracted commanding officer, and they knew how important the baby was to Orion after Floria's death. 5, Lith replied. My brother Tryon, Colonel Vergrave, Captain Locrias, Lieutenant Valia, and Magus Menadian. The demons took form the moment Lith called their name, each wearing the uniform of the Night Guard. Menadian was an unlikely soldier due to her short stature, but in the chaos of battle, no one would notice until it was too late. "Just 5, Miskell said, biting his tongue as the words escaped his lips. "No offense, Magus Menadian, you alone are worth an army." "I wish," she shrugged. "I've never been much of a fighter, but since I'm already dead, I can take risks no one else can and learn from them. At ease, General." Miskell's rank was higher than that, but he didn't dare correct her, afraid to be denied her services in the future. "Yes, just 5, and for a good reason," Lith nodded. "Freshly conjured demons are feral and would reveal my presence right from the start. On top of that, the more power I give them, the less I have. I want to be ready for everything." Each one of these 5 demons is stronger than most archmages and is highly disciplined. They can maintain cover while laying waste to our enemies. 5 it is, then? Miskell nodded. "Here's the plan. We'll surround the entire city block and sewers, placing earth-sealing arrays all around the building. We can't allow the Emperor beasts to escape via an underground tunnel. Once the area is on lockdown and a dimensional sealing array in place, we'll storm the building from every direction. Without the ability to warp or take out their equipment, occupying the upper floors should be easy. The real battle will start with the underground floors. We have no information about their layout or number." "How do you know they didn't place important materials on the upper floors?" Solus asked. "Emperor beasts can fly." "Because there is not enough space, and the windows are often open." The vice commander showed her the building schematics. "There is no way to renovate or expand a floor without the neighbors noticing. On top of that, this way the neighbors have no way to look through their windows and see something they are not supposed to see. Also, consider that dangerous weapons are better stored and more easily contained underground. Stay updated, Va. Once the Emperor beasts dig past the sewers level, they can expand their facilities as much as they want. Magus Verhin, you and your demons will lead the charge at every entry point. There's no reason to send good soldiers to the slaughter when you guys can exploit the initial shock and ought to go all out unnoticed. I would also like you to leave one of your demons outside to supervise the magical formations. We are dealing with Awakened, and our mages need someone to protect them from unknown magic." "I'll do it," Vergrave said. "It's been a while since I've led living troops, but I still remember how to do it." "Fine, then I'll strike from the front where resistance should be the highest," Lith said. "Solus, you and Menadian strike from the back. Tryon, you enter from the roof and work your way down. Locrias, you'll enter from the west wall and Valia from the right. Remember, the enemy has cloaking devices. You can't trust your eyes." Space. It took the Emperor beasts who patrolled their headquarters from the sky under the guise of birds a few minutes to notice that something was wrong. At first, they spotted a loving couple they had never seen before walking around the building but paid them no attention. Kafar was a medium-sized city, and there was a constant influx of people looking for a cheap house in the popular district. Then, the Emperor beasts noticed that not only had the couple yet to leave, but there was also much more pedestrian traffic than usual. They were about to report the anomaly when a loud noise drew their attention. A stagecoach had crashed into a carriage at the next intersection, overturning it on its side. Both drivers were safe but started yelling at each other and demanding the passers-by call the city guards. "Murderer!" a chubby man yelled at the top of his lungs, while a woman crawled out of the carriage with the help of 2 youths. "My pregnant wife and 2 children were riding in my carriage. If anything happens to any of them, I'll have your head on a pike." "Silence, you imbecile!" A muscular man in tight-fitting, elegant clothes managed to yell even louder. "It's your fault for stopping so abruptly." "I stopped because my wife's waters broke, you powdered-nose idiot," the chubby man angrily replied. "Who cares about your wife, you uncultured swine?" The muscular man bent down, bringing his face millimeters away from the other man's face. "With your reckless driving, you have endangered Princess Peonia's life." Only then did everyone take a better look at the stagecoach and notice the royal insignia. "You are just abusing your authority." The chubby man lost part of his righteous outrage. "That carriage must be empty. If Princess Peonia has come to the popular district of Kafar, then I'm King Maron." "No, you are not." The princess walked out of the stagecoach under everyone's stupefied gaze. "You look nothing like my father, and the punishment for impersonating a member of the royal family is death." "Good gods, that's really Princess Peonia." One of the avian emperor beasts disguised as a magpie was so shocked that she broke character and spoke out loud. "How do you know?" what looked like a pigeon asked without a care in the world. No one was looking at the sky or paying them any attention. All eyes and ears were fixed on the carriage crash. No one but the members of the raid team. The Emperor beasts were so caught up in the staged drama that none of them noticed the glowing spheres that appeared above their heads, marking them from real birds. "I'm a fan," she replied. "I find her really hot. It's a shame she didn't marry Verhin. I would love to have one of us on the THR. One mage appeared in front of them, cutting the Emperor beasts short and conjuring a powerful gust of wind that sent them hurling back. Another mage appeared behind them, opening a large warp steps leading to a military underground complex. The two Emperor beasts found themselves inside a large stone room and surrounded by soldiers holding a military-grade wand in each hand. "Fire at will," the commanding officer led by example, and soon the room roared with fire, lightning bolts, and swarms of darkness bullets. Chapter 35-38, Two Dead, Part 1. The royal army had no intention of taking prisoners. The Emperor beasts died without understanding what had just happened. A similar scene took place in the adjacent rooms of the military compound, where one or two Emperor beasts at most had been warped. While the aerial scouts were rounded up and executed, dozens of mages walked out of warp steps at the street level. They sealed the earth and air elements, making it impossible to escape with dimensional magic, flight, or by burrowing through the ground. Lith and the other assault teams had already warped on the scene while exploiting Princess Peonia's dramatic entrance. The strike teams charged inside the building the moment the army mages finished setting their magical formations and examining the enemy. Lith took point and kicked down the door, setting off the alarms and activating the emergency warps. The former were pointless since the Night Guard wasn't trying to be discreet, while the latter failed to tap into the world energy and shorted out. Half the guards died while still trying to call for reinforcements via their communication amulets or take their equipment out of their dimensional amulet. Not many could afford a skinwalker armor, and there was no point cluttering the place with weapons when one could always carry them on their finger. The other half of the guards died of pride. They were almighty Emperor beasts and thought nothing of mere humans. Empowered by fusion magic, their thick hide was sturdier than most armor, and their razor-sharp claws were deadlier than any non-enchanted weapon. Or so they thought, until Lith and his demons cut them down like ripe wheat. Even without Ragnarök, he was still a bright violet-cored divine beast wielding an adamant blade. He needed but one swing of his sword to kill an Emperor beast in human form. His seven-eyed demons lacked his mass, but the power gap between them and blue cores with no body refining was just too wide. On top of that, all demons had energy bodies, giving them perfect eye-hand coordination. They aimed for the enemy's vitals with such speed and precision that the still confused Emperor beasts had no time to react. As for Solus, she shapeshifted the sage staff into a war mace. Unless an Emperor beast succeeded in dodging her attack, they would explode in a gory firework of broken bones and gushing blood. Blocking her mace was the same as being hit by a train. To make matters worse, the dead Emperor beasts reverted to their true form, filling the rooms with their remains and limiting the movements of their still-living comrades. Even with Hathorn's tattoo potions further boosting their fusion magic, the Emperor beasts facing the Night Guards soon found themselves outnumbered and outmatched. Each room was large for humans, but too small for more than one Emperor beast to revert to their true form at a time. Panic and confusion made the beasts ignore such obvious problem, and the colossal creatures ended up slamming into each other and just offering the soldiers spells huge fixed targets. Pressed on by their enemies and hindered by their allies, the helpless Emperor beasts fell under a barrage of unavoidable darkness spells like lambs to the slaughter. To make the work of the Night Guard even easier, Lith and the others marked the few awakened Emperor beasts with dazzling lights. The soldiers of the Night Guard avoided the most dangerous enemies and let the forces of the supreme Magus deal with them. In less than 5 minutes, the ground and first floors had been cleared of the enemy forces. "Casualties?" Lith asked while waiting for a full sweep of the conquered floors. "None," Tryon and the other leaders of the assault teams reported one by one. "We encountered minimal resistance. Most beasts wore no armor and had no weapon. By the time they managed to band together, we had already surrounded them." "The real danger starts now." Locrias pointed at a hidden staircase in the floor that was highlighted by an array. "The advantage of surprise is lost, and we have no idea what the enemy has prepared for us." "All the more reasons not to rush," Lith nodded. Mages and soldiers double-checked every room for secret compartments, hidden stashes, and magical traps. Not all elements were sealed, and now that the resident Emperor beasts were dead, Their leaders might trigger eventual deadly arrays at any moment. The sweep also gave the army the opportunity to clear the rooms of the massive corpses. This way, if the assault team needed reinforcements or to evacuate rescued hostages, they would not have to navigate the current labyrinth of broken bones and spilled innards. Space. Meanwhile, 3 floors below the ground. Thanks to the army's hush arrays, no sound or vibration produced by the violent fight taking place on the ground floor had reached the lower levels of the base. Yet Hugo knew immediately that something wasn't right. He was bargaining the price of the tattoo potions with one of his best customers when his communicator suddenly became inactive. For a moment, he thought that the client was the one under attack and pitied him. What a pity! The Poison Fang mercenaries were among our best customers. They guzzled potions like water. Oh well. Then the contact runes of his underlings disappeared one after the other like soap bubbles under his now truly worried gaze. While keeping an eye on the increasing free space on his communication amulet, Hugo placed his hand on the wall behind his desk and tried to activate the earth molding array, just to be safe. It was supposed to reshape the affected area into a stable tunnel that would connect Hugo's office with the nearest ramification of Kafar's sewers. A permanent secret tunnel would have been better, but Emperor Beasts were no engineers. Hugo had hired one for a hypothetical job, and learned that not only was the soil so porous that the price for the job would have been astronomical, but also that it would take a lot of time and employ too many people to keep the tunnel a secret. Your next journey awaits at. Hugo had then thanked the engineer for the consultation, and locked him in the labs until the experiments had killed the poor man. The earth molding array failed to activate, and so did Hugo's following attempt to open a warp steps. Fuck, I'm the one under attack. Gods, why couldn't it be the Poison Fangs? The Emperor Beast raised the alarm while trying to find a way out. I can still dig with my bare paws and spirit magic, but that would be suicidal. This floor is way below the level of the sewers, and I've no idea in what direction I'm supposed to move. On top of that, if I break the wrong rock or meet a soft spot of soil, tons of ground will fall on my head, the sewage will flood the complex, and more importantly, I'll be buried alive. It's the reason that damn engineer asked more gold than I weight as a price for the job. Why did I put my office on the bottom floor, damn it? The answer came to him just as Shasa walked through the door. Chapter 35-39, 2 Dead Part 2. You were right, we are under attack. The creature who looked like a wizened old man said. The people on the first and ground floor have been slaughtered, but they bought us enough time to plan our escape. Shasa threw Hugo his equipment, who promptly wore it. Luckily, we have the full armory, labs full of deadly toxins, and plenty of humans to use as hostages. If we play this smart, we might still have a chance of getting out of here alive. He said while an arch of silver lightning formed between his right thumb and forefinger. That's why, you idiot, Hugo nodded. As long as Shasa and I are together, we are invincible. Call Jika and put him in charge of the defense, he actually said. Send those with a useful bloodline ability to help him and then come back straight to me. I need your brain as much as you need my bronze. Space. Good call, Magus Verhin, Mage Drava said. We've found and deactivated plenty of explosive arrays. They were scattered all over the mansion, and the interesting thing is that they were all programmed to explode upward. New novel chapters are published on C Sigma. Not a single shockwave would have reached the lower floors. It makes sense, Menadian pondered. The people on the upper floors would have died, but so would the enemy. The debris would have hidden the secret entrance long enough for the beasts below to collect everything valuable and make their escape. Discover stories with. Do you think there might be more traps on the way down? Lith asked. Only if these Emperor Beasts have a death wish. Mage Drava shrugged. Alchemy is not as volatile as Forgemastery, but it still requires perfect insulation from external sources of magic. To keep the production of potions steady in such a little space, they can't afford many protections. How can you be sure there's little space, and how did Hathorn blow her lab if what you're saying is true? Solus asked. Because I checked the land registry, Drava replied. These guys own only this building, whereas Hathorn had bought the entire city block. They are criminals who can't afford to draw attention to themselves, while she was a respected member of the magical community who hid her crimes under an honest facade. Hathorn could buy as much land as she wanted and have proper construction work done before turning it into her factory of horrors. As for your second question, Hathorn didn't live there. She had no qualms about risking the lives of her assistants. That monster of a woman even insured everything, so we actually have a record of her arrays, and paid her for the damage after she detonated her lab in Candria. She had placed a single earth-shattering formation on the bottom floor of her lab. Once she activated it, the array caused the whole structure to collapse like a house of cards. The mushroom detonation reported by the survivor wasn't due to the earth-shattering formation, but to all the alchemical arrays and dangerous materials mixing and triggering a chain reaction. Alchemy can be that dangerous, Lith was flabbergasted. One wand must be just an annoyance to you, Drava sighed in envy. But imagine what would happen if hundreds of wands and spells meant to be infused into potions went haywire at the same time. A whole building of it and you are in the middle. I'd rather not, Lith shuddered. My advice is to use spells freely in the corridors, but to limit them to a minimum in any room with a running alchemical device, Drava said. As long as they are inactive and the ingredients properly stored, you can go all out. All the members of the assault team were handed plague doctor masks that would conjure the Life Ward spell, but only once. Life Ward shielded its wearer from all external pathogens, no matter if microorganisms, fungi, toxins, or noxious gases. Since there is only one entry point, my demons and I will go first, Lith said. Wait until I give you the signal. Tryon and the others looked at the plague masks and smirked. Thanks, Lil Bro, but I'm too dead for this crud. I'm pretty sure I'm immune to anything but high concentrations of enchanted metal in my bloodstream, Tryon chuckled. You'd better stay back. The kid is right, kid, Vergrave said with a laugh, for once the apprentices beat the master. Rules of engagement, Velia asked. The enemy is cornered, but there is still an unknown number of hostages. Expose your identity only if strictly necessary and always kill any witness before they can inform their accomplices, Lith replied. With the amulets down and no mind links, this shouldn't be difficult. Menadian swapped her sword with the Fury. Can I? By all means. Lith took a step back and let the demons open the hidden hatch. They were welcomed by a hail of toxins packet bullets that exploded upon contact and filled the corridor with a blinding mist. How do you feel? Locrius checked the mind link with his allies. Still dead, Tryon replied. I feel nothing. The toxins sizzled on the energy skin of the demons with no effect, but burning an insignificant spark of their essence. With no air magic to dissipate the toxic cloud, the Emperor Beasts waited a few seconds for the toxins to take hold before unleashing a storm of cleansing fire against the allegedly helpless invaders. Thanks for the warm-up. Locrius stepped forward, his armor ablaze but otherwise unscathed. Let us return the favor. The mouths of the demons opened, hurling 5 streams of origin flames that filled the corridor, leaving the Emperor Beasts no safe place to hide. Their screams of agony echoed through the tunnels, but all those hiding around the corner could see was violet fire. Before the origin flames went out, the demons stabbed, crushed, and decapitated the Emperor Beasts guarding the access point to the underground facility. Now, before they put on new masks, an awakened Emperor Beast led the second unit after checking with life vision that the intruders had no protection against the toxins. Another barrage of alchemical bullets struck the demons, but this time they were ready. As soon as the last bullet scattered its content in the air, they conjured a Tier 0 spirit spell that mimicked the effects of air magic and blew the toxins back at the beasts. The lucky ones suffered from the anti-monotoxins and died a clean death by the sword. The unlucky ones burst into flames, froze into popsicles, and turned into stone as their own fusion magic killed them. Clear, Locrius yelled after checking with life vision that there were no hidden doors or traps. Room clear. Velia entered the nearest door, throat ablaze, finding what looked like a pantry but filled with dimensional amulets. Each one bore a tag to indicate their contents, which varied from raw meat to luxury meals. Corridor clear. Menadian projected a cone of light that expanded against the walls, floors, and ceiling to trigger mechanical traps. Clicks, whirs, and the clink of high-speed metal hitting stone confirmed her suspicions. I stand corrected, now it's clear. Good thinking, Riffa. Lith watched the demons storm the place from a distance via the black chains. Chapter 3540, Storage Facility, Part 1. Alchemy arrays may be volatile, but dear old traps don't mess with magic. Using light mastery to trigger them was a brilliant move, Lith said. It's nothing much, Menadian shrugged. I too used a lot of mechanical traps back when I had my old lab before the tower. The demons yelled instead of using the mind link, to lure any enemy still lying in ambush in the open and dispose of them, before the living members of the strike team came down the hatch. After a few minutes and no reaction, the demons checked the ramifications of the entry tunnel and waited for reinforcements. "The coast is clear." Lith put on his plague doctor mask and the soldiers followed suit. "Solus with me. Demons lead one assault unit each. Communications are cut off, so use the black chains to call for reinforcements. Night Guard, if you lose your mask or get infected, retreat immediately and seek first aid." Half of the first underground floor turned out to be the residential area of the guards and a storage facility. Alchemical ingredients, vessels, and all kinds of spare parts were neatly organized and tagged on countless shelves. The Emperor beasts defending the various rooms were well equipped and trained to fight as a unit. Also, by using Hathorn's potions, their physical abilities exceeded those of regular blue-cord Emperor beasts, bringing them almost to awakened levels. Almost. The humans had body-enhancing potions as well, and with Lith and the demons leading the charge into the enemy formation, the fight was well balanced. Each soldier had a small light inside their helm that signaled them the brief moments when the mages outside deactivated the air-sealing arrays. It allowed the Night Guard's members to unleash streams of lightning that took the Emperor beasts by surprise and wasted their time. Whether the beasts tried to shoot lightning bolts back or open warp steps, nothing happened. The arrays never became inactive for longer than 1 second, and the soldiers used solely the air magic spells imbued in their equipment. The mages were careful not to leave enough time to cast and use any air magic spell. Sure, the Emperor beasts could keep them at the ready, but it drained their focus, and by the time they reacted to the soldiers' air magic, the array turned active again and dissipated the beast's mana. "Lith, come here, quick!" Tryon sent his coordinates and the quickest route to reach him to his brother via the black chains. With the corridors cleared and secured as the assault teams infiltrated deeper into the facility, Lith could safely fly to his destination. "Make one move and everyone dies," a humanoid canine said while holding a razor-sharp knife against the throat of a little girl, barely older than 4. The second half of the first underground floor was where the humans were kept, until it was their turn to become part of the experimentation. Explore new worlds at. Behind the Emperor Beast, there was a room full of terrified people held at spell point by more Emperor Beasts in their hybrid form. When the canine said, "everyone," she referred to the hostages, not the soldiers. "Children?" Lith narrowed his eyes as Elijah's figure overlapped with the crying little girl. "What use do you have for children? They can't use magic and don't survive long after being infested by the parasites." "You have no need to know that," the canine scoffed. "What's important here is that if you want to save these people, you have to let us go, deactivate the dimensional sealing array, and the humans are all yours. Refuse my terms and we'll fight to the death. I don't care if these weaklings are caught in the crossfire or become our meat shields. What about you?" Lith noticed that most of the people in the room were children, but not all of them. Some were men and women with a sickly look and no magic talent. A few were elderly people who needed constant medical attention just to survive. Whoever these people are, they are not test subjects. They wouldn't last 1 minute once the parasites fill their bodies with toxins. Lith tried to focus, but his own heartbeat deafened him. Every time the small girl called for his mother, his mana ran wild. Every time the small girl called for his father, Ragnarok whispered in his ear, begging him to set it free. Lith kept his voice as cold as his blood. "I don't care about the hostages either. I'm not the one who will end up on his knees begging for mercy. You are." The only reaction of the members of the Night Guard was glancing at him for a second. They agreed with Lith on the principle, but disliked his execution. All the training and discipline on Magur couldn't drive away the thought that their own families one day might find themselves on the other side of such an impossible situation. "Didn't you swear to protect the kingdom and its people?" The canine Emperor Beast pressed Lith on, and her blade on the girl's throat until she bled. "Are their lives less important than our deaths?" "No, they are not, and I am upholding my oath." Lith shook his finger, his eyes ablaze with mana. "First rule in a hostage situation, never let go of your weapon or advantage. The hostage is safe as long as it keeps the criminal alive. The only reason you don't dare make a move on that child is because you know that if she dies, you'll be next. These are just weak humans, and we are proud Emperor Beasts," the canine snarled. "Why would we hurt them after you open a way out for us?" "Proud," Lith said with a dry cackle. "How can you say that with a straight face while hiding behind an innocent cub?" The Emperor Beast failed to find a retort and steeled her grip, when she noticed the cold spite in the eyes of the soldiers staring at her. As for your question, you would hurt the hostages to keep us from chasing after you. Wounded people need medical attention, and we can't be in two places at the same time. A fine point. The canine emperor beast dropped her mask and smiled. But we are at a standstill, and the more time you waste here, the higher the chances my associates escape. After all, your mages can't keep their arrays active long enough to starve us to death. Lith corrected her, and she tilted her head in confusion. We were at a standstill, not anymore. What do you mean? The canine emperor beast thought, yet her mouth failed to make it into sound. Come here, baby girl, everything is fine, Lith said. The little girl was frozen by fear, yet her arm pulled out of the emperor beast's grip, and her legs stepped away without encountering any resistance. The canine was as flabbergasted as the girl, her body paralyzed from pointed ear to paw. Good girl, Lith patted the little girl's head and sent her behind the line of soldiers. Close your eyes and cover your ears. The human hostages obeyed Lith's words without knowing how or why their bodies moved on their own. At the same time, the rest of the emperor beasts found themselves locked in place like statues. Chapter 3541, Storage Facility, Part 2. From the moment Lith had stepped inside the room, he and his demons had released his Tiamat fear, injecting his will and power into the world energy. The demons and the Tiamat were bright violet awakened, while the beasts were bright blue cord, and only one of them was awakened. As the conversation went on, the world energy had seeped inside the bodies of the emperor beasts and carried the Tiamat fear straight into their mana cores. Lith had kept talking until there was enough to stop the mana flow inside the beasts' bodies. Without the protection of fusion magic, they had no defense against the invisible tendrils of mana that Lith used to control them. You really want to know who I am and what is happening, don't you? Lith voiced the thoughts he read in the canine's eyes. Too bad. A snap of his fingers snapped the emperor beast's neck and signaled his demons to release streams of compressed darkness magic. With no life force or mana to fight the plague storms, the corpses of the beasts turned into piles of ashes before they had the time to revert to their original size. Not a word. Lith raised his hand, stopping the cheers and questions of the soldiers. We might encounter more situations like this, and these people are still alive only because the enemy has no idea who I am. Let's keep it that way. I just wanted to say thank you, a man with the sergeant's insignia on his shoulder said, and the rest of the soldiers nodded. All the training and discipline on Magus couldn't drive away the thought that their own families might one day find themselves on the other side of such an impossible situation, and come out alive thanks to Lith. Don't mention it, Lith shook his head. Someone bring these people outside, keep them quarantined until they are declared clear from parasites. The rest of us with me, let's resume the S. Please, Mr. Soldier, save my mom. A young boy, barely 6 years old, rushed to Lith the moment the tendrils of spirit magic blocking him disappeared. I'll do everything I can, kid, Lith nodded. If she's on this floor, we'll find her. She's not here. Lith read worry and frustration in the boy's eyes, a weird mix that stopped Lith from dismissing the boy's words as a tantrum. The beasts have taken her away. They don't care about me. They don't care about any of us. They keep me here to force her to stay alive. She's still alive. I'm sure of it because otherwise I'd be dead. The boy's words made no sense to Lith, and there was not one person in the room calm enough to explain what the boy meant. Most of the hostages were as panicked as the boy, and some too stricken with guilt to help. It's my fault, it's only my fault, they sobbed. Even after being rescued by the night guard, there wasn't an inkling of hope in the room, only despair. Please find my mom, the boy bawled his eyes out. Save her, I don't want her to suffer any more. What's her name? Lith asked, receiving a confused look in reply. I need to know your mother's name or I won't recognize her when I find her. Chiasha, the boy sobbed. Her name is Chiasha. And you are, Lith said. I need to tell her you are safe, no. Ralem, the boy said amid sniffs, relaxing just so slightly under Lith's protective aura. My name is Ralem from Zeska. Mom brought me here during the war. She promised me we would be safe here, she. The glimpse of hope only made the boy's fears grow. Until a moment ago, he was trapped in despair and resigned to die in that room. Now Ralem knew he would live, but the thought of never seeing Chiasha again, of being left alone in Kafar, was no consolation at all. It was worse than death. Ralem broke out crying. The shock of everything he had endured until that moment, and what might come next, crushed him. Lith tried to console him, even fixing Ralem's body with invigoration, but to no avail. The better the boy got, the worse his mental condition became. Enjoy new chapters from Fuck Me Sideways. At my level, a mind link is no interrogation technique. I can only transmit information, not probe minds. I have no time to wait for someone to calm down enough to make sense. Lith thought as soulless, and the other soldiers shook their heads, having no better luck with the rest of the hostages. 3 units of the night guard left the room first, one ensuring the way to the exit was clear, and the other 2 securing the corridors to keep the hostages safe while they were being brought out of the research facility. The first room Lith found after resuming the raid was filled with healthy people. They were all well-fed and with at least a bright orange core. A few Emperor beasts guarded them and tried to use the humans as a bargaining chip. Lith killed them with Tiamat fear and spirit magic like earlier, without spilling one drop of blood. What are you doing here? The hostages were in a much better condition and higher spirits after being rescued. Waiting for our turn. A man shook Lith's hand after thanking him. I don't know what these monsters had in mind for us. I can only tell you that they gave us plenty of food and even healed us. It would have been almost a vacation, if not for the fact they kept us locked up in here, and that no one who has been brought out of this room has ever returned. Did they capture you with someone or alone? Lith asked. Alone why? The man replied. Because it means you were the disposable ones, Lith thought. The beasts must be conducting 2 kinds of experiments. One long-term that involves a certain degree of collaboration from the test subjects, and another short-term that only needs a healthy individual. Otherwise, there would be no point in keeping people like Ralem and the others prisoners. To have an estimate of how many more people we need to rescue, Lith actually said. Is there anything helpful or weird any of you has heard or seen during your imprisonment? No, the hostages shook their heads. I've never left this room since they brought me here. Taking the second group of hostages to safety was quick and easy. They were healthy, needing no help from the night guard, and couldn't wait to escape that nightmare. The second half of the first underground floor turned out to be a storage facility as well. Yet while the first half was filled with spare parts for the alchemical machines and magical ingredients, the second half hosted the test subjects for the experiments. Clearing it took longer because the Emperor beasts bargained and died before the night guard could rescue the hostages. Once they reached the stairway for the lower floor, Lith checked the surroundings with the eyes of Menadian, life vision, life and array sensing spells for traps. The area past the first 5 steps is shielded, he said to the other assault team's members. Chapter 3542, Tap in Part 1. The magic insulating arrays are too powerful. The bad news is we can't get a reading on how many enemies wait for us, Lith said. The good news is there shouldn't be magical traps, only mechanical. The arrays would interfere with any enchantment and cripple its strength. On top of that, if I'm right and we are about to enter the production facility, the enemy can't risk using powerful spells without destroying the machines. Be on guard and expect mostly close-quarters combat and toxins. A nod of his head signaled the demons to go down first. Lith's prediction was actually a precise estimate based on the eyes' readings. From so up close, even with the insulation arrays, he could still see everything 10 meters, 33, deep into the complex. Awakened, Locrias warned Lith via the black chains as soon as the demons made contact with the enemies, and Lith passed the information to the night guard. The Emperor beasts down here are all awakened. The demons had been ambushed with toxin bullets at the end of the stairway, but this time they were ready. They used a chore magic spirit spell to reproduce the effects of air magic, and conjured a gust of wind that sent the toxic cloud back. The stupefied Emperor beasts failed to react in time and found their magical powers and fusion magic sealed. The demons had no such problem, their skin burning the toxins on contact. Between the gap in mana cores and only one side being able to use fusion magic, the first group of guards was easily slaughtered. No one saw us. Menadian held her hammer high, ready to throw it at any witness. Let's keep using this trick. I hate fair fights. We all do, Valia replied with a savage smile on her face. There is no honor in this battle, no enemy worthy of respect, only a bunch of rabid monsters that need to be put down. Locrias gave Lith the all-clear, and the night guard joined the demons. I can't see anything, Lith cursed as he, Solus, and Menadian gritted their teeth in pain. Too many energy signatures. It would take too long to filter the useless ones out. We're doing this the old-fashioned way. You stay here. He raised his hand to stop the assault team's members. We'll need your help to carry the hostages outside, but you can't follow us. If you use magic, this place might blow up, and without spells, many of you are going to die. This is our job and our choice, sir, Captain Thawes said. And mine is to hit the beasts hard and dirty so that as many of you as possible can return home alive tonight, Lith replied. We appreciate your sentiment, but we are not going anywhere. Use us as bait if you see fit. We won't turn our backs on the hostages only because it's dangerous, Thawes said, and the other soldiers nodded. Fine, Lith shrugged. I'll take you on your offer. Space. Thawes regretted his words when Lith sent the assault teams forward, each one followed by only 2 demons who used the soldiers and their enchanted equipment as human cloaking devices. Yet regret didn't dull his reflexes nor weaken his resolve. Why is Verhin sending us forward? The demons are the ones with awakened physical abilities. The life ward mask protected the soldiers from the toxins, but was no better than wet paper against the armored claws of an emperor beast. The answer to Thaw's question came after a glance at the humans, with life vision, confirmed to the emperor beasts that a magical barrier insulated the humans. They decided not to waste alchemical bullets and charged forward in their hybrid form. The corridor was wide and the beasts nimble enough to attack the soldiers from all sides. 2 hybrids came running on the ground, 2 more on the walls, and a 5th on the ceiling with her 8 spider limbs. The members of the Night Guard barely had the time to raise their shields when the slaughter began. Locria's and Valia's spirit blinked from their hiding spot right behind the 2 farthest enemies, so that those leading the charge wouldn't notice the ambush until it was too late. The Spider Emperor Beast and a Panther Emperor Beast wall-running died first. Their heads flew off their necks, and their bodies fell to the floor without even realizing what had happened. Maugre went dark as if they had closed their eyes for a second, but the light never returned. Hold your ground, Thawes yelled with a stern voice to keep the enemy focused on the first line of shields. Thanks to their enchanted equipment, the body-enhancing potions, and the Mage Knight's stalwart protector spell, the soldiers resisted the impact and took only a few steps back. Then the demons blinked again and 2 more Emperor Beasts fell. The clang produced by the impact of the armored corpses with the ground drew their attention, but Locria's and Valia's blades found their target anyway. Stay connected via. I yield. A lion-looking Emperor Beast, the only survivor, dropped his weapons and raised his hands. Trapped between a shield wall and 2 demons, there was no point fighting. I accept your surrender, Locria said as his blade pierced through the space between the Emperor Beast's helm and gorget, cleaving his neck and destroying the corpse with spirit magic before it could expand. You won't die suffering. There was no time to secure prisoners, and even if there was, the soldiers had already seen enough to have no mercy in their hearts. Where have you been all my life, Locrias? Thawes sighed. I wish all our fights were so easy. I hear you, Locria sighed too. I would share your sentiment if only I didn't have to die to gain this power. Similar scenes happened along the other corridors. The soldiers shielded the presence of the demons with their bodies, and the demon's spirit blinked for the kill. Lith used a similar strategy, but he didn't need to hide. He led the charge and spirit blinked behind the enemy lines. Those who turned their heads to look at him in shock died under Solus, hammer. Those who didn't found a metal point blooming out of their chests. Captain Thawes was the first to find a door, and after checking it for traps, Valia opened it. The room was 3 times as big as those on the first underground floor. At its center, there was a glass and metal contraption as large as one of the royal palace's main pillars. It was placed above a complex set of powerful arrays. Dozens of glass flasks sat on a series of wooden tables lined up along the walls. Valia glanced at the flasks, labels, recognizing the names of magical ingredients necessary to synthesize potions. This is where the potion tattoos are made. The unit quickly searched the place for clues and left after finding nothing useful. Tryon and Vergrave discovered the second room. Inside, there was a towering pillar of steel and mana crystals that resembled the machine Valia had showed them via the black chains. Racks of empty vials were lined up on the tables, but carried no label. Chapter 3543, Tap-In Part 2. There would have been no clue about the purpose of the alchemical device if it hadn't been left active. With a hum of mana and the whirring of gears, the machine produced what looked like a pill. It emerged from a metal nozzle and gently rolled onto a silver bowl, where a handful of fresh alchemical pills lay. Toxin bullets, Tryon recognized them. We must have raided the building while the production of this batch was already underway. There are only a few here, Vergrave said. The alchemists must have grabbed the rest and come to fight us, yet this room is too empty. Where are the ingredients? Lith found the answer behind the third door, and luck had nothing to do with it. By my mom, no. Soulless, blood froze in her veins, and the battle-hardened soldiers fared no better. Her words went unnoticed. Everyone was too busy cursing out loud or clenching their weapons to care. Explore more stories at. The room was over 3 meters, 67, high 20 meters, 66, long and 5 meters, 16.5, across. Comfortable padded chairs were lined up along the room with enough space between them to move comfortably. It reminded everyone of a packed conference hall, yet instead of richly dressed nobles, there were naked people strapped to the chairs. Tubes went from bags of fluids and nutrients into the bodies of the prisoners via intravenous drips. They all groaned and cried, their faces twisted in a perpetual grimace of pain and despair. Snot and drool covered their chests as they struggled to keep breathing, yet none of that was as ghastly as the enchanted tap protruding from their abdomens. Despite the Emperor Beast's care and ointments, the margins of the skin were red and inflamed due to the open wound. A shiny indicator over the faucets marked when the internal buildup of toxins reached life-threatening levels. Please tell me this is not what I think it is. Soulless clenched Lith's arm, refusing to use life vision or access the eye's data. I'm sorry, Soulless, there was nothing else he could say. Emperor Beasts had true magic, but that gave them no edge in a discipline like alchemy. Even Hugo, the best among them, had nothing of Hathorn's genius, and even after reading her notes, he had failed to find a way to synthesize the toxins without breeding the parasites. On top of that, Hathorn had designed both the synthetic and biotoxins to self-destruct when exposed to air. It was hard to confirm any kind of progress when your creation dissolved in thin air before you had the time to examine it. The only solution he had found was to breed the parasites inside a living subject. Once the victim was filled to the brim with toxins, they could be extracted and kept safe inside special vials like those Lith had used back in Candria. They weren't easy to find, but there was little the black marker couldn't provide if you had enough money. Lith checked the room with the eyes and discovered that each row of prisoners had been infested with a different parasite. Fire, light, air, and darkness parasites killed their host quickly, but once removed, the hosts would recover quickly. Water and earth parasites reproduced slowly, and their effects too were easily reversible once removed. The anti-mana parasites, however, were a completely different beast. They spread slowly, were difficult to remove, and once their numbers exceeded what a host's mana could feed, they would drain the mana core directly. To make matters worse, after Lith counted the anti-mana parasites, hosts, he noticed they matched the number of weak prisoners he had rescued on the first underground floor. Chiasha, his stomach dropped before he heard a groan raise and pitch. Don't worry, Chiasha, you're safe now. Ralem sent us to rescue you. The woman yelped in pain and joy at the name. A spark of light returned to her dim eyes as she cried milky tears muddied by the high concentration of toxins that ravaged her body. Chiasha was a woman in her mid-20s, with long auburn hair streaked red all over. She was in a wretched state and her skin was taut and pale, but Lith could tell she had been pretty before her capture. Ralem, she whined, her voice barely a whisper. Is he okay? Yes, Lith said while checking her condition. Chiasha's body was so full of toxins that most of her mana core had turned gray. Only a speck of bloody red mana remained, and it fought the invasion like it had a mind of its own. Because it did. Lith had long since learned that imagination and willpower were the foundations of all branches of magic, but Hugo had pushed the concept further. While experimenting on the humans after turning them into parasite hives, Hugo had discovered that the stronger the will to survive, the longer the specimen would last. Even a non-awakened could stimulate their mana core if desperate and properly motivated enough. After confirming his discovery, Hugo had developed a two-stage selection process for future hives. Those too self-centered or without emotional connections would be used as breeding grounds for the fire, light, and air parasites which had a higher turnover. Those with a strong will and deep bonds would be kidnapped alongside the person they loved the most. After the imprisonment, Hugo explained the rules to both the host and the hostage. As long as the human hive lived, the hostage would be taken care of, fed, and protected. If either of them died, the other would follow. The cruelty of such conditions kept the hostages from resisting their captors and pushed the human hives to fight the infestation with everything they had. Chiasha was the living proof of Hugo's theory. Just from a cursory examination, Lith found no plausible explanation of how she could still be alive. Her body was saturated with anti-monotoxins, to the point that his breathing technique reached her mana core only because he had placed his hand on her womb. Her eyes and the veins visible on her malnourished skin were white from the parasites swimming below the surface. "My baby," weakness turned Chiasha's hiccup into a gasp. "Is he safe? Did they hurt him?" "He's safe." There was no time for healing magic, and Lith doubted it would have worked. He took a deep breath and released a soft veil of origin flames from his hand. Lith wielded them with the pinpoint precision of a surgical laser, tapping into everything he had learned from Voltac. The origin flames ignored Chiasha's flesh, blood, and organs. The violet fire was directly connected to Lith's life force and acted as his eyes and hands as it cleansed her body. Lith purified the area surrounding Chiasha's mana core first, and then spread the origin flames outward. The toxins burned, the parasites burned, and even the acid they produced when attacked burned as well. The only foreign body left was the tap in her abdomen. Chiasha was too weak, and Lith was afraid that even the loss of one drop of blood might snuff the little life she had left. He used invigoration solely to restore her vitality and give her just as much energy as her body could withstand. Chapter 3544, Blood for Blood, Part 1. "Who are you?" Chiasha took the first deep breath in months, her lungs free from the liquid they had drowned in until a moment ago. "I'm Supreme Magus Verhin." Lith shapeshifted his helm away and opened his 5 extra eyes to prove his identity. "Ralem is okay now. I've sent him outside and many healers are taking care of him. You have nothing to worry about." "I'll have you." Lith broke the straps binding Chiasha's arms, and she put a hand on his mouth. "Thank you," she gasped, clenching her teeth in a desperate effort. "Please tell him." The last spark of blood-red mana in Chiasha's core died out, and so did she. Her head fell and her body slumped forward. Chiasha of Zeska died of relief in Lith's arms. Her tortured body had long outlived itself, and kept going on thanks to sheer willpower. Lith knew Chiasha was beyond saving the moment he had examined her, yet he had allowed himself to hope. To hope that, after years of practice and countless hours spent training, he was strong enough to make the difference. Strong enough to save just one more life. Chiasha's body had been too weak to deliver her final message to Ralem, but her soul had lingered enough to tell Lith everything she needed to say before moving on. Lith saw her memories as a young woman when the local healer of Zeska told Chiasha that she would never have children. Lith heard her cries and experienced her despair after she realized that no normal job would earn her enough money for the procedure. Everything changed the day someone left a wicker basket outside her door. Inside, there was a baby boy wrapped in a warm wool blanket and nothing else. Chiasha had thanked the gods for their mercy and adopted the baby as her own. She had named him Ralem, which meant blessing, because he was the only blessing she had ever prayed to receive. Mother and son led a simple but happy life in Zeska until the War of the Griffins. Chiasha never trusted Thrud's sweet words and escaped at the first opportunity, afraid that her son would become another victim of the Mad Queen's experiments just because Chiasha was poor. She had come to Kafar, where she had started a new life, hoping to be safe. Chiasha had endured the fear and coldness of her neighbors. They thought her a spy and showed her no kindness. Chiasha ignored them and worked hard to give Ralem a roof over his head and food on his plate. Then, Hugo's thugs had come and the nightmare had begun. Continue your adventure with. Lith experienced Chiasha's suffering, her days of agony and worry as she struggled to keep her baby boy, her miracle baby as she called him, alive for just 1 second longer. Lith felt her relief and joy upon seeing the face of her savior, upon Chiasha realizing that her suffering was finally over. His body tensed like steel as his own memories flashed in front of his eyes. Carl's corpse on the metal stretcher of the morgue, Raz's maimed body on Hogum's dinner table, Floria dying in his arms, Elena lying in bed after the attack. Lith's emotions stirred, his rage burned, and his old wounds ached like they had never healed. He took everything and sealed it deep inside of him. Everything still seethed, but the lid was closed, letting it simmer. Lith took another deep breath, and a violent blast of origin flames flooded the room. The Night Guard's members raised their arms to protect themselves, but the fire was cold to the touch. The chairs and the people trapped on them didn't suffer a single burn. The toxins and parasites inside their bodies, however, evaporated like a snowball on the sun. The prisoners moaned and sighed in relief, every fiber of their beings cleansed from the burden of feeding a hive. The nutrients dispensed by the drips finally reached their weakened organs without being intercepted by the hungry worms. Most of the people strapped to the chairs regained their color, some even had their skin become less taut. Relaxing their jaws hurt after clenching their teeth for so long, but it was a pain they welcomed with joy. The Night Guard's members rushed to check the conditions of the prisoners and looked for burn signs, but they found none. "You are going to be fine, Sir Ma'am Kid," the soldiers said while cutting the restraints open. "The hostages on the second floor have already been rescued with no casualties. Your family is waiting for you outside." "Thank you," the prisoners wept weakly, their voices hoarse from the prolonged screaming. 2 more people among the hosts of the anti-mana parasites died, while the Night Guards helped them to stand up, their bodies past the point of recovery as well. They first lost consciousness, and then what color was left in their cores turned to gray before dissipating. They passed away peacefully and without pain, smoothly transitioning from sleep to death without noticing it. Yet none of that mattered to Lith. He could feel Chiish's corpse in his arms getting cold. The stillness of its heart produced a deafening silence only matched by the lack of pulse. Lith gently combed the brown-reddish hair with his fingers, cleaning the woman's face from snot, tears, and saliva after closing her eyes. The light in the brown pupils was gone, and he couldn't stand looking at them anymore. He was aware of being thousands of kilometers away from Lucia. Lith knew he was on a mission for the royals that nothing had to do with his family. Yet in that moment, he wasn't holding the lifeless body of Chiishir of Zeska. Despite what his eyes and nose screamed at him, he was holding the body of Alina of Lucia. The image of his mother overlapped with the dead woman he had just met, making his heart bleed. They were very different in appearance and upbringing. Their fates were nothing alike, but their hearts were the same. Both women had raised a boy who wasn't their own, and protected him with everything they got. Whether his name was Lith or Ralam was just an insignificant detail. Lith removed the tap from her abdomen with great care, as if to lessen her discomfort and make the procedure as painless as he could. Then, he fixed the gaping wound in her flesh with a chore magic necromancy spell. "Mom wouldn't want me to see her like that," he mumbled. "She wouldn't want me to know how much she suffered." Lith couldn't stop picturing that was exactly how Alina might have ended without Sharjin's protection. She was innocent, yet those awakened didn't care. The Emperor Beasts didn't care. No one but him seemed to care. Lith wrapped Chiish's body in the mantle of his uniform and handed it to Captain Thawes. "Take the prisoners outside and stay there," he said. "It's not safe for you here anymore. I'll deal with the rest of the Emperor Beasts alone." Lith's voice was cold to the point of sounding absent-minded. His eyes stared in the void, lost in places and times only he could see. Chapter 3545, Blood for Blood, Part 2. "Is everything all right?" Thawes had seen that gaze and heard that voice countless times in the past, always in a soldier who had gotten close to his breaking point. "If this is too much for you and you're about to lose control, then it's you who should leave. There might be more rooms like this one, and those people deserve a chance to." "Lose control?" Lith echoed, his snapping back into focus as they met Thawes. "You know who I am, Captain. My enemies took my mother and girlfriend hostage. They made me find the mutilated body of my father. They made me kill my best friend with my own hands. Yet I've never played into their hands and let my emotions get the best of me, or I wouldn't be here today. I don't lose control, Captain. I stop holding back. I stop caring about the sanity of those around me and unleash every dirty trick and iota of power I possess. That's the reason this place is no longer safe for you and your soldiers. Not because of what the Emperor Beast might do, but because of what I will do. Enjoy exclusive adventures from. You have no reason to worry about us." Thawes sighed in relief, feeling the calm and confidence exuding from Lith's body. "We are all veterans of hundreds of battles. We can." "Can you?" Lith took a single step closer, yet Thawes felt like an avalanche was rumbling its way down toward him, and his feet refused to move. "Can you even imagine how it feels for a man like you to witness what a man like me can do?" Lith wasn't releasing any aura, and there was no killing intent in the room. There were no sparks of magic in his eyes or flames in his mouth. He was just one man wearing the uniform of the Night Guard, identical to the dozens of others in the room. Yet aside from Solus and Thawes, everyone instinctively took a step back. Solus because she knew Lith, and Thawes because he couldn't. The captain was paralyzed on the spot, even his lungs refused to move. "That's what I thought." Lith put Chiish's corpse in Thawes' arms like she was asleep, and he was afraid to wake her up. Lith's voice and posture softened, and for some reason the Night Guard's soldiers relaxed as well. The monster triggering their battle instinct was gone, replaced by a grieving son. Ragnarök, Lith called softly, and the space beside him rippled open in a blaze of emerald flames. Yes, the angry blade quivered excitedly like a puppy whose master had taken out the leash for a walk in the park. Kill them all, Lith's voice took a cold, emotionless edge. All the Emperor beasts you find, you can kill them however you want. I want to hear them scream. The straps and latches on the blade opened, and the seals broke. What looked like copper turned out to be highly compressed blood and flesh that rearranged itself into a humanoid body with spindly limbs and gnarly fingers. The creature had multiple black eyes flowing along its red skin with no apparent pattern. Countless mouths opened all over the flesh and bones, masquerading themselves as a humanoid creature, all of them laughing. The voice produced by the mouths wasn't human. There was no joy or recognizable emotion in those warbling sounds aside from the eagerness of a predator on the prowl, of a monstrosity born from blood and thirsty for more blood. Ragnarök had no care for the soldiers and the prisoners. It didn't care for the horrific events that had taken place in the room in which it had appeared. Too long had passed since the last time the angry blade fed. Since it had met an opponent worthy of its edge. Ragnarök's proto-consciousness tried and failed to understand why its master was upset. The dead woman was no Elijah, no Camilla, no one the angry blade had been trained to protect. Concepts like empathy were beyond Ragnarök's limited mind and irrelevant to its mission. Someone had hurt its master, and he trusted Ragnarök to return the hurt 1,000-fold. That was something Ragnarök understood and was confident it would deliver. Space. What the fuck is going on? Jika the Zawu had barely time to answer Hugo's summon when the communication runes on his amulet started to disappear one after the other. Who are those people, and how did they find us? By following the disappearance of the runes, Jika could tell that while at first his colleagues and friends had died one by one or in small groups, now they were dropping like flies. That's a good question and one I hoped you could answer me, Hugo replied coldly. Everything was fine until you returned here after failing the assassination. Was it really luck that only you survived, or is there something more? Like what? Jika growled in outrage. Best case scenario, you are so incompetent that you've led our enemies to our base, Hugo replied as his features shape-shifted into those of a behemoth. Worst case scenario, you've bargained for your life and have turned against us. If that were true, why would have I returned? Jika scoffed. I could have just told the soldiers the location of this place and bylaid. Like the constables would have let you, Hugo scoffed back. You are still a murderer and a member of this organization. On top of that, if you hadn't returned here and your contact rune was still active, we would have known you had turned. None of us allows himself to be captured. The soldiers knew they had to send you back or we would have packed our bags and left. You opened the door for them. That's preposterous. Jika opened his hands, and when he clenched them again, he was holding twin curved blades. I did no such thing. Then prove it. Hugo flexed his muscles and tail, getting used to his real body again after being stuck in human form for so long. Get out there and fight with our brother and sisters. Or what? The Zawu roared. Or you stay here and fight against us. Shasa burst out of the facade of the wizened old man and turned into a hippogriff, silver lightning arching all over his body. Fine, Jika slumped. I'll be dead in a while either way, just know this, I'm not a traitor. Then how did the soldiers find us? Shasa asked. How did they crack our protections so easily? I wish I knew. The Zawu turned around and left the room. The answers were painfully simple. The eyes of Menadian had followed Jika from a great distance, and the Mage Association had done the rest. The Emperor beasts had lived most of their lives in the wilderness and had greatly underestimated human mages. In its millennium-long history, the association had dealt with countless rogue mages, no matter if true, fake, or even awakened. The Mage Association had collected and studied the blueprints of the magical formations of those it had defeated, and added to its collection. The Emperor Beast's base of operations had state-of-the-art magical security, but only from a civilian standpoint. Compared to the royal palace, the 6 great academies, or the ancient noble households, it was a little more than a padlock. Chapter 3546, Another Cave, Part 1. Is this really over? Shasa asked. No, Hugo stared at his friend with determination. This is just another cave. We've been trapped before and came out of it alive, Shasa. This time it will be no different. It had been almost 2 years since the day Shasa, Hugo, and their late friend, Igor the Vagrash had dug their way down to the remnants of Hathorn's lab in Candria. They had hoped to find something precious enough to buy them an apprenticeship under an awakened master. Find adventures at. After all, Hathorn had been a Magus-level fake mage with a talent for alchemy that rivaled Manohar's for light magic. She had crafted countless wonders that still baffled the awakened community. Even if the three Emperor beasts found only scraps of her research, selling them should have earned them enough money to build a good magical lab. Shasa, Hugo, and Igor were around 70 years old and nowhere near awakening. They had been born Emperor beasts, enrolled into the academies to learn specializations, and then spent their lives looking for guidance and enlightenment. They had never bothered saving money in the past, and to settle down they needed a lot of it. Igor and his bloodline ability had allowed them to go deep into the ground, deeper than the kingdom had ever dug, and away from the site of the explosion. Hathorn had bought the entire city block, and the Emperor beasts presumed the explosion had weakened before reaching the fringes of her massive lab. On top of that, unlike humans, they didn't need stairs or a safe passage. The ground opened in front of the Vagrash and closed behind him, keeping the tunnel stable as they crossed it. After days of digging, Igor had found the mother lode, an entire room almost undamaged and filled with sealed vials. There was no way to open them safely, but the three Emperor beasts had no reason to. They just stored everything in their dimensional amulets and moved on. With Hugo's strength, moving rubble or pebbles was the same thing. Igor dived past the blockages, scouting the nearby rooms to check if clearing the way was worth the effort. Shasa and his life maelstrom were insurance. Whatever obstacle they encountered, a spark of silver lightning was enough to clear it. While exploring the ruins of the labs, Igor had found several experimental potions, alchemical devices, and then a library. It was then that tragedy had ambushed them, disguised as an opportunity. Emperor beasts feared no human trap. When they met a lock, they just broke it. Hathorn was dead for years, and without a master, the arrays had long since faded. As for the mechanical traps, there was nothing that could harm a behemoth covered in enchanted orichalcum. Or so they thought until Hugo forced one of the drawers of one of Hathorn's many work desks open, triggering the release of a thick stream of anti-monotoxins. Hathorn could always use new specimens, and when someone reached so deep in her house, she liked to capture her intruders alive. Not out of curiosity, but to learn from them what weakness they had exposed and fix it. She was certain that once the anti-monotoxin stripped her uninvited guests of their magical abilities, they would be trapped, and she was right. The three Emperor beasts still had their physical strength and abilities, but had lost their powers. The toxin Hathorn had used for her trap was the kind that didn't self-destruct and permeated the air for a long time. Not only were the Emperor beasts soaked with it, but it also was absorbed through their skin. From there, it spread to the rest of their bodies. Cursing their bad luck, Hugo and the others were trapped. Their bloodline abilities still worked, but the anti-monotoxin made them hard to control and unpredictable. Igor almost died when the ground opened, but no air came to him. Even after leaving the contaminated room, the toxin kept invading their bodies and degrading their cores until they became bright red. It would have taken a human body weeks to purge the anti-monotoxins, but the Emperor beast's mass diluted them so much that a few days sufficed. As their strength returned and mana filled their cores again, the three Emperor beasts finally perceived the surrounding world energy and awakened. They cried and danced in joy, hugging each other and thanking the gods for their blessing. Until it turned into a curse. As their mana cores recovered, the body refining progressed, becoming more violent and painful as the concentration of toxins in their bodies decreased. Igor and the others held strong, thinking they had just to endure a bit longer. Until the Vagrash exploded. The spasm had looked like any other, Igor's body bulging and deforming in the attempt to rid itself of the biggest impurities plaguing it. The price of success, however, was the flesh and bones breaking apart beyond what even invigoration could restore. Feeling their impending death, Hugo had the presence of spirit of taking one of the milky white vials out of his dimensional amulet and swallowing half of it before passing it to Shasa. The hippogriff was in too much pain to think and just followed suit. The anti-monotoxins suppressed the waves of mana and brought the pain to an end, but it was only a temporary measure. Hugo and Shasa moved right outside the contaminated area and entered it the moment the pain became unbearable again. They rolled in the toxins, letting them soak their bodies, and exited the room as soon as the body refining stopped. The excruciating pain of awakening that was supposed to last minutes extended for over 2 weeks, forcing the two emperor beasts to ration their food and drink many of the vials they had collected. In the end, they survived only by consuming most of their loot, and thanks to Chassa's life maelstrom. As his powers returned, the hippogriff used the silver lightning to strengthen solely their bodies, without affecting impurities and mana cores. It was a maddening experience, but they survived. Escaping the cave almost cost their lives as well, since without Igord, they had to tunnel through the ground with earth magic. The combination of the behemoth's strength, boosted tenfold by the life maelstrom, allowed them to survive the multiple cave-ins. Once freed, they had contacted their fellow emperor beasts, promising them awakening in exchange for the funds necessary to study what was left of Hathorn's toxins and her notes. It was how the band of emperor beast had started, exploiting the war of the griffins to take over Kafar's underworld, and replacing the criminal organizations after running out of stolen money. Awakening a single emperor beast required lots of toxins and resources. Only a few could attempt the treatment, and not all of them survived. Some had too many impurities, others too few, and when that happened, they died before a controlled dose of toxins could be administered. "This is just another cave," Chassa nodded. "As long as we stick together, we'll come out of this alive." Space. Along the corridors of the second underground floor, the emperor beasts died like rats. Chapter 3547, Another Cave, Part 2. Without the burden of protecting the Night Guard's members, the 5 demons focused solely on attacking, relying on Lith to recover from even the most grievous wounds in a matter of seconds. Be them awakened or not, even the heaviest emperor beast died from a single strike of soulless fury, and there were 9 of them soaring the corridors at all times. Entire squads of emperor beasts were turned into a bloody crater by a single throw. Ragnarok fought alone for the first time in its new life, and found the experience exhilarating. When the angry blade won, the flesh and blood of its enemies would join its body and fuel its powers. When Ragnarok lost, it always led to laughter and fun. The emperor beasts mistook the blood construct as the real body of their enemy, and after destroying it with magic or powerful blows, they claimed the angry blade as their prize. The moment their claws touched the hilt of the murderous sword, Davros' hooks pierced into the flesh, and the reverse imprint enchantment killed the usurpers in a gory firework. What was left of their bodies became a new blood construct, and Ragnarok resumed its hunt. Those who witnessed such deaths lost their will to fight, thinking they were facing an immortal cursed object. The emperor beasts tried to escape, but it only aroused Ragnarok's predatory instincts. "Scream," the blood construct frothed. "You must scream." As for Lith, even without his blade, he had plenty of weapons. Different flames worked in different ways, but they killed just the same. His spirit spells made short work of regular spells and their casters. When someone managed to engage him in close-quarter combat, the blades of the hands of Menadian diced them with ease. The thing that baffled the beasts the most, however, was how Lith always took the quickest route, how he always found them despite their cloaking items, how his spells would turn around a corner and aim at their allegedly invisible targets. Lith didn't have enough power to create many powerful demons, but even the one-eyed ones excelled as scouts. They explored Lith's surroundings, sneaking under closed doors and reporting everything to him. He cleared the other breeding grounds and rescued the specimens while hunting down the emperor beasts. Everything happened so fast that by the time Hugo noticed the disappearance of a few contact runes, more faded out of existence. "Protect." Each demon carried only one person at a time, and they said the same thing before entrusting the sickly humans to the soldiers. "Sorry, unless the demons carried the corpse of someone too weak to survive after being rescued." "Gods above and below," Thaz saw a line of living shadows that went around the corner. "How many people are down there?" Once a demon delivered a human, they went back to the nearest hive and returned to the back of the line. "Find your next read at East Wing Clear," a demon crawling at Lith's feet said. He was standing in front of the door leading to the 3rd underground floor, waiting. "North Wing Clear," another demon hissed. "West Wing Clear. South Wing Clear." No more humans left, but not all delivered. Once a demon completed their task, they returned to Lith. There were so many demons surrounding him that they painted the entire corridor black. "Good," Lith nodded, using that time to study the corridor in front of him with the eyes of Menadian. "This is one of those days I'm proud of staying behind," Locrius spat in disgust. I can't believe filth like this walks maugre while the innocent suffer and die. Patience, Lith said, his voice almost serene. There's nothing to gain from getting riled up. Our job is not over yet. Locrius had no biological need to swallow, but did it anyway. He could feel through the black chains connecting him to Lith that the Tiamat's calm was only apparent. The fury, the hate, and the grief were still there. Reined in and leashed, but still there. Those feelings were akin to three monsters that growled and snarled, ready to explode the moment the grip on their chains loosened. Soon, Lith said mostly to himself. Solus and Menadian came next. The first ruler of the flames never left her daughter's side, even against enemies Solus overpowered and outmatched by a wide margin. Then came Vergrave, Tryon, and Valia. The floor is clear, she said. The humans are out and alive and the Emperor beasts are dead. Good, Lith took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a second to calm down. When he opened them again, 7 eyes shone on his face, burning with barely contained power. I'm going first. Don't follow me until I give you the signal. Shouldn't we send the demons? Solus asked. What about the toxins? What about them? Lith walked down the stairs without bothering to wait for an answer. The corridor went quite deep. The third underground floor had been built far enough from the second so that in case the position of the base was exposed, the Emperor beasts could collapse the upper floors and destroy all the evidence without endangering themselves. Between ground-burrowing bloodline abilities, dimensional magic, and the secret passage, they had many escape routes the humans couldn't follow. With the air, earth, and dimensional ceiling arrays in place, however, the Emperor beasts' contingency plans had become useless, and their safe position had been turned into a trap. Stay calm and remember the plan. Jika the Zawu nervously touched his neck where the tattoo potion was. There's one of him and 3 of us. The toxins work on Verhin. I've seen it with my own eyes. He stood a few dozen meters in front of the door with 2 more Emperor beasts shape-shifted into their hybrid form. More and the narrow corridor would have hindered their movements and teamwork. The 3 Emperor beasts took turns using life vision to follow the intruder as he walked down the stairs without consuming too much mana and focus before the battle started. Fuck, a serpentine Emperor beast said. The guy got a cloaking item. There's no way the kingdom sent a yellow core alone. He has a life ward mask that he can't hide. A yellow core. Jika used life vision out of turn as a shiver ran down his spine. Soon the intruder came close enough for the Zawu to recognize a familiar energy signature. That's Verhin. Screw the plan. Go all out from the start. There's no point saving our best weapons for later if there's no later. As soon as Lith reached the final turn of the stairwell, the 3 Emperor beasts took position while the Zawu pressed a switch on the wall. Gears turned, and countless small enchanted blades shot out of the space between the brick. Arrays did not affect mechanical traps, and the stairwell had been engineered, so that the enchanted metal darts would ricochet off the walls while losing the least momentum possible. The swarm of blades attacked Lith from every side, dealing him no damage, but ripping the protective layer of life ward to shreds. The moment life vision confirmed the success of the first step of their plan, the Emperor beasts moved on to step 2. Chapter 3548, A Clean Business, Part 1. The Emperor beasts shot alchemical bullets at the bottom of the stairwell and conjured a violent flame in front of the open door. The still-bouncing enchanted blades ripped the bullets open, releasing their content and spreading it through the air. At the same time, the hot air generated by the flames turned the stairwell into a chimney and carried the toxins. At that point, the 3 Emperor beasts activated their potion tattoos. After countless experiments and tinkering, Hugo had discovered that it was possible to amplify the effects of all kinds of fusion magic by adding a tiny amount of Hathorn's toxins to body-enhancing potions. The toxins' concentration had to be too low to make the elemental flow go haywire, but high enough to stir a true mage's untapped potential. Once the contaminated alchemical potions interacted with fusion magic's mana flow, the toxins acted like a catalyst, increasing the mana core's output of 2 levels for true mages below the bright blue core and 1 for those at the bright blue. Jika's and the other 2 Emperor beasts' fusion magic was now as strong as if they were deep violet cored awakens. The contaminated potions put a great strain on their bodies that would take days of rest to recover, but first the Emperor beast had to live long enough to worry about that. Lith never stopped or slowed down his descent, his cloaked aura seemingly unaffected. Fuck, as Lith walked through the door, Jika saw the thin layer of origin flames wrapped around Lith's body. The toxins didn't work, Bikar. Lith flicked 2 fingers, and the air between the Emperor beasts blazed with emerald flames. Ragnarok bolted out of the pocket dimension from point blank, hitting the serpentine Emperor beasts and nailing her to the wall. As her 2 teammates instinctively turned their heads toward the source of the agonizing screams, Lith's spirit blinked behind the canine Emperor beast. One hand grabbed his neck while the other the small of his back, pulling them in opposite directions. By the time Jika saw Lith again, he was holding a severed head attached to part of a broken spine in his right hand and a leg in his left. The rest of the canine Emperor beast lay on the floor in a puddle of his own blood. Fuck, the serpentine Emperor beast was alive and screaming, but Jika knew it was a trap. Somehow the mana crystals on Ragnarok's blade narrowed, and its cross guard curled up in what was unmistakably a smile. The blade was taunting the Zawu to take its hilt and pull Ragnarok out of his companion. The savage joy of that inhuman expression made Jika's blood run cold. He activated his bloodline ability, Flash Steps, conjuring a lightning bolt from his tail. It produced a blinding flash of light and bestowed upon the Zawu a speed that far exceeded even that of a bright violet core. Jika used the narrow corridor to his advantage, running along the walls and kicking the solid stone to jump around in an unpredictable pattern like a living bullet. Slow, Lith's voice sounded metallic as it came out of a weird helmet with mana crystals on its sides. He caught the Zawu by the neck in midair like he was just a bouncing ball. Lith held Jika up in the air and slowly increased the pressure of his grip. He had no time to torture his enemy, but there was still that trick he had learned as a kid. Stay connected through. Darkness magic flooded Jika's brain, distorting his perception of time and extending those agonizing seconds into hours. Lith wanted him to suffer as long as Chiasha/Alina had. Slow, the Zawu echoed in disbelief. You are unlucky, Lith replied, crushing Jika's neck protector and squeezing his windpipe. I've already met one of your kind. He was much faster than you, and I have learned a trick or 2 since then. He had focused the ears of Menadian on the Zawu, filtering the other energy signatures. Flash Step made Jika faster than Lith, but his hand had reached not for where the Zawu's neck was, but where it would be. You are a beast like us, Jika gasped. Why are you doing this? Why, you ask? Lith's voice rose with a tinge of fury. You shouldn't have touched her. You shouldn't have touched my mother. What? The Zawu was so shocked that he almost didn't notice when Lith's hand finally clenched and severed Jika's head from his body. It's impossible, the Zawu thought in his final moments. We only took nobodies, people with no friends or family, people no one would miss. How could we make such a mistake? Those questions found no answer before Jika's consciousness faded. Ragnarok stopped toying with its prey and killed the serpentine Emperor beast, returning to Lith's side. Made her scream, it said, looking for approval. I heard, good boy. Now stand back. Lith looked down the corridor, and the eyes of Menadian spotted the energy signatures of several Emperor beasts laying in ambush on either side of a T-section, despite the powerful cloaking items they wore. He took a deep breath, and when he exhaled, tongues of fire sparked out of his skin. When he exhaled after the second breath, his feathered wings unfurled from his back, and silvery flames wreathed his body. Upon the third breath, the dread flames flooded the corridor and burst forward like a raging river breaking through a dam. The silvery flames sealed every nook and cranny between the stones, destroying all the mechanical traps they found on their path. When the dread flames reached the T-section, they split into 2 streams, taking the Emperor beasts waiting around the corners by surprise. The predators turned into prey and then into charred corpses as the dread flames raged forward until the last spark of their destructive power was consumed. You can come now, Lith said, and Locrias opened a spirit steps that led the small army of one-eyed demons to its destination. Split up again, soulless with me, I don't want to take any chances. Everyone else, do as you please. As long as no one comes out of here alive, it will be a job well done. The weak demons swarmed past the T-section and slipped under every door they found, drawing a map of the place as they moved forward. All Emperor beasts wore cloaking items, making it impossible to discern their strength, but the enchanted doors were clue enough. Even one-eyed demons had life vision and could gauge the power and quality of each sealed door's enchantments. Most of them had been mass-produced, bearing a standard reinforcement and an alarm spell. Only one door was custom-made. Lith and Solus moved toward the massive wooden door studded with orichalcum, mana crystals, and enchanted with a self-repair spell. The door behind which Hugo and Shasa were trying to dig their way to the sewers. Space. Jika is dead, Shasa said. I can see that, Hugo grunted, trying to remember everything Igrod had taught him about Earth vision and recreate it. It was a long shot, but it was worth a try. What about the others? The rest of his squad is dead. Everyone else is safe. More communication runes disappeared, cutting Shasa short. Chapter 3549, A Clean Business, Part 2. The hardwood door shook with a boom of thunder. Whatever had hit it from the other side carried enough strength to deform the enchanted wood and make the office's walls tremble. I guess we are out of time, Hugo said as a second blow damaged the door beyond what its self-repair properties could handle and blew it off its hinges. A black-armored figure with 7 glowing eyes walked through the cracked doorframe as he handed a finely decorated hammer to a petite feminine figure. Supreme Magus Verhin and Great Mage Verhin, I presume. Hugo stepped forward, pushing Shasa behind him. Lith ignored him, using the eyes and ears of Menadian to scan the office for traps and arrays. A snap of his fingers conjured hard light constructs shaped like nails that jammed the mechanisms in the room and destroyed the focus points of the magical formations. I must admit you are nothing like the rumors describe you. Hugo felt the control crystal in his pocket shatter as the last array faded into nothingness. You are much, much worse. Lith kept ignoring the behemoth, his 7 eyes darting all over the room for anything that looked odd, out of place, or discordant with the rest of the office's mana flow. Is there any chance we can solve this without a fight? The behemoth endured the disrespect, knowing that until Lith didn't move out the doorframe, there was no way out of the room. I've conducted a clean business that doesn't violate the laws of the Awakened Council. I've kept my operations out of your turf and refused to provide my services to those I knew were your enemies. There is no feud between us. You can answer a question. Only after Lith made sure there were no more surprises waiting for him did he talk. Why those people? What did they do to you? Why, the behemoth chuckled like it was a funny joke. Because I needed test subjects. I've never met those people and they did nothing to me. They are just cattle. Do humans need a reason to kill a chicken or a calf? No, they do it because they can and because the meat tastes good. Animals are below humans in the food chain just as humans are below emperor beasts. The strong live and the weak die. It's as simple as that. Remember those words when I kill you. Lith stepped forward, releasing the violet aura of the full guard enchantment of his Voidwalker armor. Elemental crystals appeared on his gauntlets, and 1 blade for each knuckle extended from the hands of Menadian. You are indeed strong, but you have yet to live 21 full years. Hugo tutted, his tone condescending as if he was talking to a naive child. I'm almost 100 years old and had all the time to learn how to fight against beings much more powerful than you. Shasa grabbed the behemoth's shoulder on cue and infused him with 2 bolts of silver lightning. 1 for Hugo's body and the second for his equipment, increasing their powers tenfold. At the same time, the behemoth activated his tattoo containing contaminated potions, bringing his body and fusion magic to the deep violet. Hugo was a lesser griffin, and even though behemoths had none of their foremother's bloodline abilities, they had inherited Tyrus, full physical prowess. An adult behemoth was as strong as an adult griffin, and thanks to the hippogriff's life maelstrom, Hugo was 10 times stronger than that. When he stepped forward, the mere pressure exerted by his clawed foot dug a crater into the solid, enchanted stone of the office. Hugo's speed took Lith by surprise as much as his real nature did. Behemoths were fierce and skilled fighters. With their wings and tail, they had as many limbs as a Tiamat and used them masterfully. Lith had trained several times against Fila, and never won once against the beast representative. Lith raised his guard, ready to intercept a fist with his battle claws, but blades emerged from Hugo's knuckles, as well, metal clashing with metal. The behemoth locked his weapons into the enemies and pulled them aside. Lith was exposed from head to waist, an opening that Hugo exploited with a forward kick to the groin. Lith blocked it by raising his right knee just for the behemoth to pivot on it in a spin. Hugo's left feathered wing unfurled like a giant hand, slapping Lith's upper body and pushing him off balance. The behemoth's whipping tail hit a split second later and slammed into Lith's side, sending him to crash against the side wall. New novel chapters are published on C Sigma. Lith's vision was still blurred from the wing slap, and his body bent from the lashing when the right wing hit him, followed by a spinning kick. By itself, the kick would have been too slow and predictable, but by chaining it with 3 other attacks Hugo had made it impossible to avoid. The behemoth dug his taloned heel deep into Lith's armor, twisting it until all the momentum of his attack was delivered into the enemy's body. By my mom, Solus stood by the side, keeping an eye on Shasa and keeping him from interfering further in the fight. Not even Phila has ever used her wings like that. Who is that guy? Impressive. Even through his adamant armor, Hugo could tell something was off with his blows. Lith had used his horns to ram into the wings and disperse their blows, his own wings to soften the tail's lash, and both his hands to block the behemoth's heel away from his body. Lith grunted in acknowledgement, using the wall for leverage and pushing Hugo away. He had tried many times to twist Phila's ankle or force her to grapple, and it never ended well. While most griffins were brawlers, preferring to rely on their raw physical prowess and boost it with life maelstrom, most behemoths were accomplished martial artists. With no bloodline ability, they could compete with other lesser divine beasts solely by honing their skills and learning to use their peerless strength effectively. Every part of their bodies was trained into a weapon that behemoths employed to destroy their enemies in close-quarter combat before spells or bloodline abilities could become relevant. Lith had learned the hard way that it was better to keep Phila at a distance, where the longer reach of his blade gave him an advantage. "What's wrong, mighty Tiamat?" Hugo flipped in midair with a somersault and flapped his wings to charge back at Lith like a small missile. "Where are your fancy spells? Don't tell me you never trained to fight in cramped spaces." "Find adventures on." Lith raised his combat claws to deflect the charge, and used the momentum to roll away while the behemoth crashed into the wall. "I actually did, but never against an opponent stronger than me who also had the home advantage," Lith thought. He wasn't familiar with the room and didn't dare unfold his bladed wings. The furniture was heavy and enchanted enough to slow his wings down if they got stuck into the wood, and he couldn't afford to give Hugo one more edge over him. "What about you, pretty lady?" Shasa said as silver lightning arched across his body. Chapter 3550, Real Fight Part 1. "Do you want to fight, or do you prefer we just stare into each other's eyes?" the hippogriff asked. "I'm not staring at you. I'm making sure you don't interfere with Lith's fight," Solus replied, the sage staff in one hand and the fury in the other. "I don't know if I can beat the crap out of you with all that life maelstrom you have, but I'm confident in my magic. Make one move, and I'll throw one spell at your friend for each one I throw at you." "Smart," the hippogriff grinned. "I was about to say the same, but there's a difference between you and me. I'm waiting not because I'm afraid of you, but to use you against your friend. You are my hostage, pretty lady. I'm biding my time for the perfect moment to strike. I wonder if Verhin will keep his cool when you are one step away from death." "Dream on, bird boy." Menadian rose from Solus' shadow, shielding her daughter with her body. "Get one step closer and I'll cave your head in. I'm already dead. Even if we trade blows, you are the only one who needs organs to survive." "A compelling argument, my lady," Shasa gulped hard. With the power of the contaminated potions and life maelstrom, he was confident in winning against Solus, but only because he believed himself to be physically superior. Even under such a wrong assumption, he knew that things might get ugly fast if she used magic while the demon kept him at bay. Meanwhile, Hugo turned around while whipping with his tail in a wide arch for cover and unleashed 2 Tier 5 battle mage spells. With air and earth magic sealed, there wasn't much he could do, but neither could Lith. The behemoth conjured the god of water and god of darkness spells he had mastered back at the Crystal Griffin Academy. 3 spheres of water and 3 more of darkness now orbited around him, while an armor of black ice overlapped with his adamant armor. The mere vision of the black crystals irked Lith. It reminded him of Orpal's black crystal armor and made him grit his teeth. The red and the black elemental crystals on the Voidwalker armor lit up, conjuring his Tier 5 battle mage spell, Final Eclipse. Half of the spell formed a sphere of black fire that enveloped him, while the other half condensed into a laser-like beam of darkness. The flaming sphere evaporated the incoming ice blades and countered the darkness bullets hidden inside them. The pillar of fire, instead, charged at Hugo, who condensed the 6 spheres into a 3-layered, darkness-infused ice shield. The final eclipse dug its way through over half of the shield before losing its power. "A nice spell, but it lacks versatility." The behemoth recalled the ice blades and shields, conjuring the Tier 4 War Mage spell, Ice Age, and Tier 5 Mage Knight spell, Black Tide, at the same time. "Fuck me sideways, this guy is good." Lith infused the hands of Menadian with the fire and light elements, plunging the battle claws into the spells to neutralize them. By conjuring 2 spells of the Elemental God series, he can conjure spells of every tier and specialization without spending mana at a moment's notice. He's restricted to those 2 elements, but his spells are all infused with willpower and have no casting time. "What in the gods' names are those blades?" Hugo said. No matter what spell he conjured or how creatively he used it, the hands of Menadian dispersed its energy with a single slash of their battle claws. The behemoth bolted forward with a flap of his wings while wrapping himself into the 6 elemental spheres. They formed a thick layer of black ice that spun at high speed, protecting him and adding piercing power to his charge. Lith's spirit blinked behind Hugo and unleashed his Tier 5 spirit spell, Mana Storm. A hail of emerald bullets, each infused with willpower and carrying a cannonball's destructive power, destroyed the ice construct and rained upon the behemoth from every direction. The emerald swarm hit him so hard that it lifted Hugo from the ground and kept him in midair. Hugo roared his fury, reforming the 6 elemental spheres and turning them into a protective layer that allowed him to break through the siege. Life Maelstrom also multiplied the behemoth's magic tenfold, allowing the Elemental God series, spells to hold their ground against the much more powerful spirit magic. Lith cast the Tier 4 spirit spell, Piercing Star, and the Tier 5 spirit spell, Wheel of Fate, in an instant with the mouth of Menadian. Yet the water element of the behemoth's conjured armor took the brunt of the impact, while the darkness element halved the spirit spell's destructive power. Hugo withstood what was left of the 3 spirit spells through sheer willpower and the effects of the contaminated potions. If not for the multiple layers of enchanted armor he wore, and the life maelstrom empowering his equipment, magic, and body, he would have been ripped to shreds. Cursed spirit magic, Hugo thought. Somehow he can neutralize all of my spells. Unless I move this fight to close quarters, I'm doomed. Life fusion healed his wounds, and darkness fusion kept him from feeling pain, but he could feel the weakness creeping in. With each blow the behemoth suffered, his stamina drained a bit. With each spell he cast, his mana core emptied. The fight had lasted less than 10 seconds, but at the speed Lith and Hugo moved, it was more than enough to clash dozens of times. Either I defeat Verhin with my next move, or I need an opportunity to use invigoration, the behemoth thought. Once my strength falls below a certain point, even the amplification effect of Life Maelstrom will become useless. Enjoy new stories from. I can bridge the gap between Verhin and me, and even surpass him solely when I'm at full power. I knew a bright violet core was stronger than a bright blue, but I never expected the difference would be so much. Hugo roared as he charged forward, signaling Shasa to intervene in the fight before it was too late. The hippogriff had not interfered until that moment, not out of the goodness of his heart, but to preserve his strength and cast any additional spell he might consider useful after studying Lith's fighting style. The standoff with Solus had been a pleasant surprise that Shasa planned to repay in blood. First, I take care of the Verhin woman. If I can kill her quickly, Hugo and I can join our forces and dispose of Verhin too, the hippogriff thought. Even if I fail to kill her, I just need to corner her to make Verhin lose his focus. 1 second is enough for Hugo to rip Verhin's heart out. Either way, victory is ours. The ring on the left hand of the hippogriff turned into a tower shield, while another on his right hand shapeshifted into a spiked mace. Shasa charged with the shield forward to hide from Solus' sight, and moved it to the side at the last second before the impact to perform a lightning-fast lunge to her head. Chapter 3551, Real Fight Part 2. A hippogriff was not as fast and strong as a behemoth, but Solus was no Lith either. Her deep violet aura gave Shasa a clear measure of her strength. The gap between Solus and the hippogriff was small. The combination of Life Maelstrom and toxin-enhanced potions made him superior both physically and magically. Solus perceived every movement of the incoming mace through the full guard enchantment of her armor, but her body failed to keep up with the attack. She knew from the moment she had seen the hippogriff that Life Maelstrom would have been a huge factor in their fight. It was the reason she had prepared the Tier 5 spirit spell, Griffin Fetters, while keeping Shasa in check. Emerald chains erupted from her body and wrapped themselves around the hippogriff, restricting his movements. Menadian and Solus attacked at the same time, the first ruler of the flames deflecting the spiked mace with her hammer and Solus lunging, with the sage staff to make up for the short reach of her arms. Menadian's fury kept moving in an arch aimed at Shasa's head that forced him to intercept the hammer with his shield, leaving himself exposed. The sage staff hit him like a truck, bending his armor and smashing his ribcage before sending him to crash into the wall behind Hugo's desk. Experience more tales on. Solus pressed forward, conjuring a wall of hard light shields and weapons. The former intercepted Chassa's spells aimed at Lith, while the latter forced him to retreat into a corner of the room. The hippogriff shrieked in fury and desperation, alerting Hugo that their plan had been foiled. Chassa's shield was the only thing stopping Menadian's fury from smashing his head, and his mace was locked in combat with Solus, fury. The sheer violence of each clash and block numbed his arms until he could barely raise them anymore. The hippogriff conjured several Tier 5 battle mage spells like elemental armaments and personal army that gave him respectively soldier and weapon-shaped ice constructs. But they were no match for Solus, light mastery. This woman is no weakling. She can fight and fight well at that. Why has she done nothing until now? Only then did Chassa notice that Menadian had yet to conjure a single spell. What's their endgame? What am I missing? Meanwhile, Hugo broke past Lith's guard and retracted his battle claws. From so up close he could use his knees, elbows, claws, horns, fangs, and tail. The longer reach of the battle claws was nothing compared with the versatility of using his entire body. The behemoth boosted his water and air fusion the most, weaving a seamless flurry of strikes with his many limbs that left Lith no opportunity to counterattack. Hugo added fire and earth fusion solely at the moment of impact to increase the hardness and strength of his blows. Lith read all of Hugo's movements with full guard and even anticipated them with the ears of Menadian, but just like Solus, his body couldn't keep up with his senses. Hugo was pouring every drop of life maelstrom and every bit of his abundant battle experience into the assault. Lith mirrored the behemoth's movements and elemental flow, going tail against tail, claw against claw, and joint against joint. Yet he was always half a step late, and his movements too amateurish compared to his opponent. Lith had trained long and hard, but had always focused the most on his swordsmanship. Hand-to-hand combat was something he kept as a last resort when magic and Ragnarok failed him. Fila had been a great teacher and an even better sparring partner. It was only thanks to her that it took Hugo over 30 strikes to land one clean blow. Yet it had been a matter of when, since the beginning, never of if. And once the first blow staggered Lith's movements and squeezed the air out of his lungs, more and more poured through the increasing cracks of his defense. Adamant-coated blows crashed into the Davros alloy of the Voidwalker armor, each resounding with a boom of thunder. Chassa expected Solus to turn around and help Lith, while Hugo expected Chassa to finish the weak woman and put an end to the fight. Both were wrong. An emerald barrier expanded from the Voidwalker armor, shoving Hugo back and giving Lith space. The behemoth never stopped his attacks, and the power of his blows cracked the emerald dome as soon as it formed. That's enough. Lith spat out saliva mixed with blood. I'm done. Too little and too late, kid, Hugo scoffed while shattering the barrier and pressing on Lith again. The time for talks is over now, you. A burst of void flames erupted from Lith's body and crashed into the behemoths like a wave. The black fire of death clashed with the silver lightning of life, and they canceled each other. Hugo suddenly felt weak and heavy. The air seemed to have become as dense as molten lead, making his movements comically slow. Lith blocked the incoming knife hand with ease, and answered with a front kick that sent Hugo flying like he weighed nothing. What? The behemoth was shocked, and his surprise only grew when Ragnarok appeared in Lith's hand with a blaze of emerald flames. Silvery fire wreathed the Tiamat's body as his 7 eyes burned with mana. Good gods, Hugo suddenly remembered Jika's words after his failed assassination attempt. No flames, no blood-crazed blade, no spirit blinks or shadow monsters popping out like mushrooms. I was so conceited that I failed to notice Verhin hasn't used any of his most famous weapons during our fight. That's what he meant when he said that he's done. He's done holding back, but why did he do it? To study my fighting technique, to lull me in a sense of false security before plunging me into despair. It makes no sense, we've just met. Why should he hate me this much? Once again, Hugo was wrong. Lith indeed hated the behemoth's guts, but that wasn't the reason for his actions. Nor did he care about experiencing Chiish's pain or learning the best techniques of a true master of martial arts. Those were all added bones he was happy to reap. Lith's real objective from the start had been to get used to his new body and equipment, to learn how to harmonize the use of the various pieces of the Menadian set during a real fight. He had conjured spells solely through the mouth and fueled them with the hands. Lith had learned how to filter the background noise from the readings of the ears and eyes of Menadian until they perceived solely the opponent in front of him. Then he had used their combined inputs to read, anticipate, and learn from his opponent in real time. It was also the reason Solus and Menadian hadn't disposed of Shasa earlier. They were trying to limit the interferences and not burden Lith's mental strength further. Or rather, that was the main reason. Lith burned with hatred and rage for Chiasha's fate and needed to vent those feelings, or they would have consumed him. Willpower and discipline could restrain his wrath, but he didn't want his family to see him like that once he returned. Chapter 3552, Just Pragmatic, Part 1. Hugo and Shasa needed to die by Lith's hand, or getting rid of the fury possessing him would take too long. Shasa, Hugo needed more life maelstrom, and the hippogriff was happy to oblige. Solus didn't even try to stop him when a large silvery bolt of lightning sparked out of Shasa's palm and slithered past her wall of hard light shields. All bloodline abilities could be infused with willpower if one knew how to do it, and Shasa had long mastered life maelstrom. Unfortunately for him, he had never met someone capable of using domination. Shasa infused inside the silver lightning bolt just enough willpower to control it from a distance and make it dodge the obstacles separating the two emperor beasts. Lith's emerald eye lit up, overpowering the hippogriff's will and replacing it with his own. The life maelstrom took a sharp turn and plunged into Lith's body, forming electric arches from horns to tail. Oh shit! Hugo's heart skipped a few beats as he felt death encroaching. An adult bright violet cord divine beast was much stronger than an adult bright blue cord emperor beast, and that without taking the sheer body mass into account. Thanks to the hippogriff's life maelstrom, Lith was 10 times stronger than that. This is just the beginning. Lith sent a spark of electricity through his black eye and released it in the form of a stream of black lightning. It was a bloodline ability only Jotun were supposed to possess, and it was a mage's worst nightmare. Under the disruptive power of the black lightning, Hugo's fusion magic was gone, and all the spells he had prepared disappeared from his mind. Only those with a violet core could cast spells during a fight. The behemoth had solely his martial arts left, whereas Lith still had his magic and the mouth of Menadian. On top of that, as soon as the black lightning struck, the after-effects of the toxin-contaminated potions kicked in. Hugo had pushed himself way past his limits, and life maelstrom had pushed him 10 times further. His muscles were torn, and his bones cracked by the abuse of a physical and magical strength his body was too weak to handle. Without darkness fusion keeping the pain away and light fusion mending the self-inflicted damage, Hugo fell onto his knees, bleeding from all his orifices. He tried to use invigoration, but blood filled his lungs and sent him into a coughing fit that painted the ground red. Now we're even. Lith's step dug a meters-deep crater in the floor and covered the distance separating him from the behemoth. Frozen flames shrouded Ragnarök as it severed Hugo's left arm at the shoulder and froze the limb, shattering it into countless bloody crystals. True flames accompanied the amputation of the right arm, burning it to cinders and cauterizing the wound. Nether flames devoured the behemoth's right leg and dissolved it into a pool of flesh. Noxious flames corroded the left leg like acid, spreading like poison through the blood vessels but stopping right before Hugo's groin. What you feel now is but a fraction of what you inflicted on those people, Lith hissed with fury. On my mother. I didn't. Ragnarök sundered what was left of the behemoth's body, and dread flames consumed it into nothingness. As for you, Lith moved toward the terrified Shasa as Solus and Menadian made way for him. Let me guess. Kidnapping people wasn't your idea. This was just business to you. You only did it for the money and power, am I right? Yes, the hippogriff sobbed. I swear it to the gods. The silvery flames, the murderous intent of the Tiamat, or the deranged metal laughter of the blade. Shasa couldn't decide which one scared him the most, so his body decided to soil itself to relieve some stress. If you wanted power, all you had to do was ask. Lith grabbed the hippogriff by the neck. Here's all the power you can have and more. He returned the life maelstrom and used domination to force the hippogriff to use every spark of silver lightning he had left on himself. Lith's powers further increased the amount of life maelstrom and amplified its effect beyond what Shasa believed possible. Your journey continues on. Wait, it's too much. I can't. The hippogriff failed to control the power of the life maelstrom and exploded into a puff of smoke and ashes. Are you all right? Solus asked. Not really, Lith replied. Chiasha is still dead and Ralem is still an orphan. Let's finish this damn job. He sent one of the one-eyed demons to relay that all the emperor beasts were dead and order to remove the space sealing arrays. Lith had no time or desire to waste his time reading every piece of paper in the room. He stored everything inside Soluspedia the moment he could, and then examined the room with his breathing technique in search of secret compartments and safes. He found a secret drawer in the desk, Solus a hidden safe under the rug, and Menadian a space behind a stone block. They contained respectively Hugo's ledger of the criminal association, the experimental notes about awakening and the toxins, and a diary retelling the behemoth's life story. We're lucky they didn't make a book of it. Lith burned all the papers about how to use the anti-monotoxins to awaken. Otherwise, the royals would notice the missing pages, and I would need to come up with a plausible explanation for it. Meanwhile, the Mage Association's members took plenty of pictures of the various alchemical devices in their assembled state before dismantling them. The royals had ordered to take everything away and bring it to the White Griffin Academy. They hoped that those machines could be used for more than to spread pain and misery so that something good could come out of Kafar's tragedy. Hathorn had been a Magus-level genius, and this was the first piece of her legacy the royals had found. There was no telling how much the kingdom could learn from her work, and the progress alchemy could achieve. I'm done. Lith dropped the equipment of the Emperor beasts he had killed with a clang. Here's the research papers. He handed a thick folder to Zagar Vaster, the head of the light magic department of the White Griffin. Thanks, Vaster nodded. I've already received the samples of toxins and parasites from the Night Guard. I know how much blood has been spilled and how many deaths improving on Hathorn's work must have cost. You have my word I'll put this to good use. I'll give meaning to the death of those poor people, and if they have a family left, they'll receive the same compensation as if they were the ones who had sold this technology to the kingdom. That's what I wanted to hear, Lith nodded. I'm going to stay in Kafar one more day. I won't leave until all the victims of the Emperor Beast's experiments have recovered and the hostages get back to their homes. Glad to hear it, my boy, Vaster nodded. Headmaster Marth was appalled hearing that the plague of Candria went this close to rear its ugly head again. Chapter 3553, Just Pragmatic, Part 2. Marth has requested the light departments of all academies to join hands to deal with this matter, and the other headmasters have accepted. It will be nice working together again, my boy. Vaster patted Lith's shoulder. I'd be glad to give you a hand, Professor. Solus offered him her hand, and he shook it. You're not one of my students, so I hope you'll forgive me when I take advantage of my position to boss you around and test your mettle as a healer, Miss Verhen. Vaster replied, making Solus chuckle. Consider yourself forgiven in advance, Solus said. Just one question. Is the story about the twins that's going around true? Vaster asked with a perplexed expression, his eyes moving from Lith to Solus. No, that was just our cover story, Solus blushed up to her ears. Whoever is spreading these rumors is a liar. Don't worry, young lady, I was just pulling your leg. Vaster burst out laughing. I've read the mission reports and couldn't miss the opportunity for a good prank. Feel free to return me the favor. He tipped his hat off to her and walked to the field hospital. That wasn't funny, Solus grumbled. Agreed. Lith's words surprised her since he was the one who had started the joke back at the bakery. Let's go. I want to be the one telling Ralem what happened to his mother. I've failed him and I intend to take responsibility for it. Solus opened her mouth to tell him that it wasn't true, that Lith had never promised to save Chiesha and her death wasn't his fault. Yet no word came out. She just nodded and followed him. Nothing I can say will make Lith feel better, she thought. Until the last moment he kept thinking of Chiesha as Alina. Whatever demon he's fighting in his head, I can't help him. I can only be there for him when he needs me. Space. Ralem didn't take Chiesha's death well. He cried at the news and begged Lith to revive his mother. I'm sorry, Ralem. Lith held the boy to his chest, letting him vent his pain. Not even the late god of healing Manohar could bring back the dead. No one can. Did she suffer? Ralem asked amid hiccups. She passed away peacefully. Lith chose his words so as to tell the boy the most comforting truth without actually lying. Your mother was happy to know that you were safe and made me promise to look out for you. I'll find you a good family, you have my word. I don't want a family, I want my mom, Ralem said. And if I could, I'd give her back to you, but I can't. I'm sorry. Lith kept Ralem company until the boy cried himself to sleep. He tucked Ralem in one of the hospital beds of the White Griffins and left the room. At least he didn't blame you, my boy, Vaster patted Lith's back. I count that as a victory. That's very cynical of you, Zagar. Lith wanted to feel anger, to be outraged by those words. Yet he just felt empty. mourning a part of him that had died inside the room used as the parasite's breeding ground. Your next read awaits at. I'm just pragmatic, Vaster sighed. Life is not fair, my boy, and it never will. You'll become even more bitter than me if you focus on your failures. When you stay in this profession for as long as I am, you learn to focus on the small victories. How's Gianni? Lith asked, wishing to change the subject. She's well enough to joke that her daughter's first official act is being late at her own birth. Gianni says the little Driffa is already bringing shame to the family. Vaster chuckled. How's Camilla? The last time I called her she was fine. It's not her I'm worried about, Lith replied. Is it weird that I want to drop everything and go tell my mother I love her? No, it's not weird, Vaster shook his head. After a day like this, it would be weird otherwise. Space. Staying in Kafar for a whole day after clearing the underground lab and treating his patients was one of the hardest things Lith had ever done. Solus gave him space and focused her attention on the victims of the experiments. Vaster was curious to meet her as a colleague and had his fun throwing trick questions at her like she was one of his students. Solus had her fun answering all of them flawlessly, and sometimes even before Vaster could open his mouth. If it weren't impossible, I'd say that you know exactly how I conduct my lessons, he said after being beaten to the punch one time too many. In a way, I do, Solus replied. Lith always talks about his time as a student and often quotes you when he teaches magic to the children, Professor. Vaster was flattered by Solus' fake anecdotes and embarrassed enough not to question her knowledge anymore. Did anything happen today? Lith asked on the dawn of the 4th day of his absence. No, Camilla replied. You were right. Meln won't come out of his hole until he's done with his preparations. There's no point in you staying away from home any longer. Come back, I miss you. I miss you more. See you in a minute. Lith checked on his patients one last time before bidding Major Yerna goodbye. It was a pleasure working with you again, White. She held his hand in hers. Thank the gods we didn't have Red weighing us down. I don't know if this time we could have done it despite his presence. I'll make sure to tell him, Captain, Lith replied with a sly smile. Red won't be happy to know you still consider him a saddle after all these years. He remembers our little adventure in Zenatos fondly. Wait, you kept in contact with Red? Yerna was flabbergasted. We spent 3 days together and not once the thought of mentioning this crossed your mind. It's a long story, Lith shrugged. As for your second question, you didn't ask. You're always the same, White, never change, she chuckled. I hope I won't have to wait 6 more years to meet you again. We'll see, Lith shrugged. It was nice to meet you, great mage Verhin. Yerna shook Solus' hand next. The next time we meet, I promise I will assign you a more flattering cover story. You better, Solus said with a smile. It was nice meeting you too, Major, yet I don't want to see you ever again in a professional capacity. One time was enough. A civilian get-together would be much more pleasant. I couldn't agree more, Yerna nodded. Vaster had already left, and the survivors been sorted to various welfare associations that would take care of the survivors and return their home to them in case their properties had been sold. With nothing else to do, Lith and Solus warped straight to Kafar's branch of the Mage Association, and from there they warped straight to his barn in Lucia. The moment Lith was away from the public eye, he broke into a run and sprinted toward his house. Chapter 3554, Feelings and Business, Part 1. Welcome back home, Lith. That was Camilla tried to hug him after he rushed through the door, but he sidestepped her with a spin and moved forward. Fast. Thank the gods you're all right, Mom. Lith crossed the kitchen in the blink of an eye and wrapped Alina in an embrace. I missed you so much. I missed you too, baby. Lith coming to her first flattered Alina, but she could tell something was wrong with him. Are you? She didn't realize how bad it was until she returned the embrace and his wings popped out of his back, forming a protective cocoon around her. All right. Alina had been examined with invigoration enough times to recognize the feeling of foreign mana flowing through her body, just like she could sense the slight tremble in Lith's fingers as he held her shoulders. His breathing technique confirmed that she was alive and well. Alina's smell filled Lith's nose, and the steady sound of her heartbeat was the most amazing music he had ever heard. Slowly, the image of Chiasha's dead body stopped overlapping with Alina. Reality reaffirmed itself so strongly that not even Lith's paranoia could deny it anymore. After almost 2 days of internal agony, he could finally relax. I'm very happy you've embraced me with your wings for the first time, sweetie, but you are making me worry. Lith wasn't one for long hugs, yet he had still to loosen his hold. What happened in Kafar? Alina gently caressed his hair and back, holding him tight. "Where are Aaron and Lyria?" he asked while stepping back slowly. "At school," Alina replied. "The triplets are with Zekel to watch him work at the forge while Elijah and Valoran are sleeping in the other room." "Good," Lith nodded, moving to embrace Camilla and then Raz. "I'm not in the mood to come up with a fairy tale, and I need to take this off my chest." "You better have a good explanation, you jerk." Camilla's voice was filled with worry and didn't match her words. "Dodging me like that was rude." "Read new chapters at." She was just trying to act like everything was normal. Lith's wings wrapped around her as usual, allaying her worst fears. "First Kami, then Elijah, and now your mother." Raz sighed when no wings welcomed him. "I guess your old man is not beautiful enough to be a member of your exclusive club." "It's not a club, Dad," Lith couldn't help but smile. "And it's not based on beauty or I'd be part of it," Renag grunted, receiving no wings as well. "Either that or I'll kick your ass, lil bro." "Please sit down and listen." Lith took a hot chamomile tea with clover honey out of his pocket dimension, along with oven-fresh pastries from Kafar's bakery. He emptied his cup in one gulp and filled it again before recounting the events of the final days of his mission. The various fights against the Emperor Beasts would have been the climax in a bard's tale, but it was the most unimpressive part of the story to Lith's family. The potential return of Hathorn's toxins and parasites scared them much more than any claw or spell could. Yet none of the tension the Verhans felt as Lith recounted how he had located the Emperor Beast's base held a candle to the horror they experienced when he described the scene of the parasites, breeding grounds. Lith used no holograms, but their imagination painted an accurate portrait of the events on the canvas of their minds. "Chiasha died in my arms, Mom." Lith neared his hand to Alina, who squeezed it. "A miracle baby lost his mother that night, and I almost lost my mind. I couldn't stop picturing you in your bed after the Awakened tried to kidnap you. I couldn't stop thinking about Ralam's pain and how I would have felt if I were in his shoes. Until a minute ago, you and Chiasha were one in my mind. I fought to avenge you, Mom. I managed to shatter that illusion only after holding you in my arms." "My poor baby," Alina caressed Lith's hand with her thumb. "What happened to Ralam?" "I'll get there in a minute." Lith spared his family the details of the rest of the fights, mentioning only the number of the breeding facilities he had found and of the Emperor Beasts guarding them. After that, he told them how he had taken care of the survivors. A few of the hosts of the anti-monoparasites had died a few hours after their rescue, their bodies too weak to recover despite the best care the kingdom could offer them. The condition of the rest of the war refugees had quickly improved after the removal of the parasites, and there had been no more victims. "I'll be honest with you," Lith sighed. "I thought about bringing Ralam to Lucia and finding someone willing to adopt him, but I decided against it. I'm his savior, sure, but I'm also the one who let him down. Meeting me often would reassure him, but also remind him of the day his mother died. It's better for him to grow away from anything that might arouse the painful memories of his days as a hostage. I've already contacted the social services and made sure Ralam won't slip through the cracks of the system and into another nightmare." "I see," Camilla nodded while rubbing his shoulders. "Do you want to see the babies now? It usually improves your mood." "I think I will," Lith sighed. "After that, I'll take a nap until lunch. I haven't slept in 2 days." Lith stood up from the table while looking at Alina, hesitating to let go of her hand. "I'm sorry, Mom, but I might be a bit clingy in the next few days. Until I fully recover, I'm not leaving Lucia." "It's wonderful." Alina beamed with joy before remembering the somber circumstances that had led Lith to that decision. "I mean, it's no inconvenience at all. Take your time." Lith went to his bedroom, and despite the hushing array of the Doomslayer crib, Elijah woke up. "Dada," she said, waking up Valoran. "Daya, Dada, Daya." "How's my princess?" Lith lifted the baby, and his wings formed a cradle around her. "I used to be his princess." Camilla inwardly sighed as Lith lifted Valoran as well. "Why the long face, my queen?" A membranous wing opened, pulling Camilla close and making her join the family embrace. "I don't know what you're talking about," she replied with a dazzling smile. Space. The news of the raid in Kafar spread like wildfire throughout the kingdom and beyond. The reports made no mention of Hathorn's toxins and hid the alchemical experiments of the Emperor Beasts behind a cover story of human trafficking and forbidden magic. Even without that part, Lith's feat was beyond amazing to commoners and high nobles alike. The supreme Magus of the kingdom had eradicated an entire criminal organization of Emperor Beasts that spanned throughout Kafar in a single night. On top of that, there had been no military or civilian casualties during the rescue operations, and he personally ensured that the kidnapped war refugees would have their assets returned to them. Chapter 3555, Feelings and Business Part 2. Is there something Verhin can't do once he puts his mind to it? An archduke pondered. Why did those filthy criminals go unnoticed until our supreme Magus stepped in? Many angry commoners commented while reading the official reports. We know the nobles are useless, but at least the army and the association should be more demanding on their so-called elites. Instead, their ranks are full of incompetent idiots. I fucking knew it, the dead king cursed in many dead languages. Leech really was away from Lucia. An opportunity like this doesn't present itself often. If only I were done training, I would have gotten one step closer to my revenge. And if wishes were horses, beggars would ride, Jorel scoffed. You can only blame yourself for your lack of talent and time. If you had given me everything I asked you, I wouldn't have withheld most of my knowledge. The Storm Griffin had already reached the deep violet, but wasn't willing to give out his most prized secrets about life maelstrom, until Orpal upholded his end of their bargain. Yeah, right, Orpal scoffed. Then what would have stopped you from turning your back on me and maybe even selling me to your kin just to make a good impression on your mother and be taken back into her fold? I'm not going to lie to you, the thought crossed my mind. Jorel took a deep breath of accumulation, enjoying the feeling of his growing strength. But I can't trust my brethren more than I can trust you. I know my mother. She might as well kill you, shake my hand, and then kick me out of the kingdom anyway. I don't need a pat on the back. I want my treasures back. By the way, I expected better from the fabled Black Knight. Even with her help, your comprehension of the life maelstrom's techniques I explained to you is barely at the level of a griffin cub. Tell him to shut the fuck up, Knight snarled. I deal in death, not in life. Life maelstrom is the farthest thing from my area of expertise we gained from Dusk's crystal. I too expected better from Knight, Orpal ignored her. That's why I accepted your conditions. I need you alive for now. Don't make me laugh, Jorel sneered. I'm still stronger than you by a wide margin. Sure, you are a deep violet core divine beast like me, but you know nothing of your powers while I've mastered mine. If not for that mage tower, I'd consider you a joke. Tell him I agree with him, poop I. Knight laughed in Orpal's face. Shut the fuck up, he inwardly snarled. And now we're going to see whether your word is actually worth something, or you are nothing but hot air like everyone says. Jorel ignored the dead king's grimace and stepped closer to the borders between Ligauans and Tyrus, turfs. Wait, Orpal swallowed hard, having no confidence about his claims the Verdalac bloodline would eclipse the Griffins. Transform into an upper first. I gave you only a taste of my blood and your condition is temporary. You are still a griffin and your mother might perceive you. You sure like playing it safe for someone who talks so big. Jorel snorted but followed Orpal's advice. He consumed most of the Verdalac blood in his body, triggering a radical transformation. His yellow eyes turned red while his feathers and fur became jet black. 2 small horns came out of his head and 2 membranous wings popped out of his back. A yellow and a silver flame floated above Jorel's head, moving in slow orbits. I don't like this power. Jorel's voice was a slow growl filled with bloodlust. It feels wrong, like something that's not supposed to exist. The Storm Griffin's estimate hit, so close to home that it upset Knight. The Verdalac bloodline was no natural evolution or the fruit of Orpal's talent. It was something she had whipped up for fun after studying Lith's hybrid life force with life vision during their encounters. To create the Verdalac species, Knight had perverted both Baba Yaga's life work and Orpal's original bloodline. The final result was something twisted that Magur had rejected up front, refusing to provide any help during the breakthrough to the violet. Yet its power is undeniable. Jorel flexed his clawed hands and took the final step forward. The dead king held his breath, expecting griffins to come out of warp steps at any moment, and keeping Twilight and his best warping array at the ready. Seconds slowly turned into minutes and nothing happened. You didn't lie to me. Jorel didn't bother hiding the surprise in his voice. Your bloodline can really cloak even the Guardians. I told you, you shouldn't believe the lies my brother has spread about me. Orpal inwardly sighed in relief. He hates me as much as I hate him. I haven't known you for long, I've never met your brother, yet I can't fault him for that, Jorel said. But feelings and business don't mix. You've proved your worth and earned yourself another lesson. Space. Blood Desert, Hawes Traveling Tavern at the same time. What a shitty world Magur has turned into. Parmigiano Hogg grimaced as he read the news about Kafar. You can't trust anyone anymore. Sure, Verhin saved the day, but there should be no need for that in the first place. When I was your age, it took him over 10 minutes of rambling and several coughs from his staff to notice that Drina was wringing her hands while waiting for her turn to talk. I'm sorry, dear. Do you need something? Yes, she nodded. I need your help with a family matter. The waitress looked like a pretty young woman in her early 20s, about 1.78 meters, 510, tall with blonde hair and red eyes. She had a small set of golden wings on her back, horns on her head, and a knee-length golden tail coming out of her spine. Explore more stories at. Did you have another argument with Zelima? I swear you girls should. Not that, Drina blushed a bit. The other family. Who among you bastards dared bully her? Hogg scowled at his apprentice's staff. Just because Drina is a crybaby and a bit of an oversharer, it doesn't. Not them, damn it. The young wyvern turned beet red up to her ears while her friends laughed at her expense. Will you shut the fuck up for 5 minutes and let me talk, please? That was rude and uncalled for, but sure. If you want me to shut up, you just need to ask. I'm not so insensitive that... Haw noticed that Drina was still glaring at him, and Vanier the cook was placing bets on the board about how long it would take before Hogg stopped talking. Go on. He bit his tongue while most of the staff groaned and a few of them cashed in their wins. Zedrose is dead. Drina spoke like she was breaking dramatic news instead of stating the obvious, wringing her hands and fiddling with her hair. The wyverns have elected another patriarch, Gerslak. She stared at Hogg, making sure he wasn't too focused holding his tongue to pay attention to her. He summoned me to a bloodline meeting, and I don't think I can face Gerslak and the elders alone. Would you please accompany me? Chapter 3556, Dying Bloodline, Part 1. Hogg smiled the most fatherly way he could while biting his tongue and nodded. Thank you, Drina embraced him, her tail whipping around in joy. I was scared you might have tried to stop me or reminded me of my vow of cutting ties with my clan for how they treated me in the past. What do you think Gerslak want? Hogg shrugged, moving his hands awkwardly in sign language. I've said my piece already. You can speak again. Drina slapped her forehead. Thank you, he panted, as if holding his tongue also implied holding his breath. Off the top of my head, I'd say it's because of the incontinent king. He's looking for someone to teach him how to use origin flames, and you fit the bill. You are young, naive, have received basic training from your family, and have a huge chip on your shoulder since the day they exiled you. My bet is that Gerslak is closing ranks to keep people like you from being turned against the family. I don't have a chip on my shoulder, Drina snarled, fire seething out of her throat as golden scales covered her skin. Then you're a great actor and must have played the long game because you sure had me fooled. Zelima walked out of the kitchen while still wearing her work apron. Fine, Drina clenched her own face, trying to calm down. I may bear a bit of resentment for the name-calling and all that followed. A bit, Zelima snorted. Don't push me, woman. Drina went full wyvern with complimentary roar and a burst of origin flames. If you want my advice, don't act like this in front of your elders or you're going to get us both killed, Hogg sighed. When is the meeting? In 3 hours, Drina replied as she shapeshifted back in human form. Good, we have all the time to prepare you for 3 hours. Forget preparing you, we've got barely the time to get there. Space, enjoy exclusive adventures from. 3 hours and several warp steps later, Drina and Hogg reached the Golden Crown Mountain. They found 2 wyverns wearing their best war gear waiting for them at the entrance. Drina was in her wyvern form, wearing solely a hairband Zelima had gifted her on one of her horns. Hogg, instead, wore an ample mage robe over a pristine white shirt and black pants. I haven't worn my council elder clothes in years. I feel like a clown, he thought. The guards glared at the smaller wyvern and gestured her to follow them with a wave of their sleek necks as they advanced on all fours. This doesn't bode well. Drina's whisper boomed due to the echo of the caves, making her swallow hard and drawing another glare from the guards. And you say I can't keep my mouth shut, Hogg chuckled. Hello, Pot, my name is Kettle and I'm black. After a short walk, they reached the waiting room of the Blood Hall. It was the hallowed grounds where the wyvern bloodline assembled since its birth, dug into the mountain through the efforts of generations of wyverns as their numbers increased. Drina saw several other wyverns lined up against either side of the tunnel. Some were younger than her, some were older. All of them had been exiled from the clan just like her. Now this doesn't bode well, Hogg said as the guards left them there and flew back to the entrance. If old Zedrose were the one calling this meeting, I would think he rounded up the weak links of the bloodline to kill them all in one fell swoop. The space is sealed, and we are surrounded by millennia-old wyverns who have forgotten more things we'll ever learn. The exiled wyverns' eyes went wide, looking at each other like cornered rats, afraid their neighbor would bite their throat first. Hog, Drina snarled. I'm already scared out of my wits. Was that really necessary? I said if old Zedros were the one calling this meeting, but he's dead. Hog shook his head calmly. Just the fact that Gerslak didn't kill everyone in order of arrival is a good sign. It means he has no intention of harming any of us. Why should he let us discuss and band together when he could just kill you guys one by one? The wyverns sighed in relief, feeling part of the tension about the meeting fading away. If Gerslak is waiting for all the exiled members of the clan to arrive, it means he has something to say to you and doesn't want to repeat himself. Also, he might want you guys to discuss among yourself before making whatever decision he'll present to you. After a few more wyverns arrived, the massive stone double doors studded with mana crystals and adamant opened. The blood hall resembled a semicircular amphitheater with a pitched floor. The higher a wyvern's seat stood, the higher their authority in the clan. The clan members with the lowest status sat at the ends of the amphitheater, but even they were in a higher position than the supplicants who were forced to stand on the center stage. The blood hall owed its name to the fact it was mostly used for trials, which mostly ended up with an execution. The entire wyvern bloodline was assembled, so there was no empty seat. Hundreds and hundreds of scaled heads, each bigger than a barrel, swayed at the end of long golden necks, forming a lineup as formidable as intimidating. A single collective breath of origin flames would have been enough to kill dozens of divine beasts, let alone a bunch of poorly trained hatchlings. Much to the exiles' surprise, however, the reason there were no empty seats in the blood hall was that their chairs had been moved to the center stage. The patriarch didn't expect them to stand, so it was not a trial. Yet by placing the exiles' seats at the lowest level, the clan was sending them a clear message. They may be guests in the blood hall, but they were still pariahs. Sit down, please. Gerslak's baritone voice roared like thunder, yet the most shocking thing was hearing him say please. Clan members and exiles alike stared at him like he had suddenly ascended to dragonhood. You too, Elder Hog. A wave of Gerslak's winged hand conjured a comfortable porous stone chair. I'm sorry for the accommodation, but I wasn't prepared for human guests. You can sit by my side if you want. The patriarch pointed at a luxurious and massive padded chair that was kept in case of sudden and honorable guests. Thank you for your offer, Patriarch Gerslak, but I'll stand by my pupil. Hog placed his hand on Drina's winged limb, reassuring her he wouldn't abandon her. Very well, Gerslak nodded. I won't lie to you, my lost brethren. If it weren't for the threat of the incontinent king, you probably wouldn't be here today, but not by my choice. He paused briefly to glare at the clan elders before resuming his speech. Ever since Zedros the traitor died, I've realized the errors of our ways. We wyverns have let our pride and hunger for power poison our clan from within. Chapter 3557, Dying Bloodline Part 2. What was once a united front broke down into hundreds of small factions unwilling to cooperate with each other. While the Hydras have the power and authority to enforce their will on the kingdom and the council, Magur looks at us with disdain. Our cousins are considered among the weakest of the lesser dragons, yet they are the ones on the path to dragonhood. Uffil being spared and taken under Firwall's wing was public knowledge, and so was her intention to study his life force to uncover the secret of evolution for the Hydra bloodline. The Harmonizer's existence and Baba Yaga's involvement instead were still a secret. And do you know why that is? Gerslak took a long pause to let his words sink in. Because Hydras stuck together through thick and thin despite their differences. Because they exiled only criminals and those who refused to learn their lesson, whereas we almost made a sport of it. The slightest insult, be it real or perceived, turned into a centuries-long enmity between two wyverns and was considered reason enough to disown our youths. Even if Thrud had turned one of us into a dragon, we couldn't have taken him in our ranks. The council would have turned our request down because no one trusts us. To be honest, I don't fault the council, nor would I have asked to spare our hypothetical brother in the first place. Not because I don't want to become a dragon, but because we can't. We wyverns are incapable of working together, and one of us alone would never be enough to accomplish such a glorious task. Even worse, we lack both the resources and the numbers for the task. Look around. The exiles and the wyverns on the stands turned their heads, trying to understand what Gerslak meant. What you see here are all the wyverns on Magur. The patriarch's words made everyone freeze in horror. Their eyes went wide, and their pupils narrowed as they tried to get a rough estimate of their numbers. There were hundreds of wyverns, but less than 1,000. Unless we take immediate action, our bloodline dies with us. That's another reason I called you all here, because I knew you wouldn't have believed me unless you witnessed our ruin with your own eyes. How is this possible? Elder Runblier asked. There's never been a census, but I'm sure there are thousands of us. There were thousands of us, Gerslak corrected him, until we focused on our research so much that we disregarded making children not to waste time taking care of them, until we became so belligerent that we engaged in mortal fights for the pettiest reason. Until Thrud came and Zedros the traitor followed her. A chill ran down the wyvern's spine as they realized something they were supposed to know but had ignored until that moment. Our previous patriarch sacrificed dozens of our youths to become a dragon, Gerslak snarled in outrage. Thrud helped him kidnap our children, grandchildren, and cousins. Then after the traitor died, Thrud stole everything that was supposed to be ours. Zedros, treasures, books, and artifacts are gone, setting us back of centuries. We've lost more than our people. We've also lost their memory, our traditions, and our bloodline legacy. Thrud then sacrificed hundreds of our youths for her accursed experiments. She turned her generals into divine beasts and even nurtured her accursed son at our expense. Yet what disgusts me the most is that we didn't even notice. Ligon, help me. Thousands of us died, yet we are so self-centered that we didn't notice. Your very sons and daughters died, but you didn't know because you never bothered taking their contact rune. A violent burst of bright violet origin flames erupted from Gerslak's body in a brilliant pillar that reached the 100 meters, 330, high ceiling. The assembled wyverns took out their communicators. Most of them noticed no change in their contacts, but those more attached to their families found them dreadfully clear. The room fell into an uproar as Drina too took her amulet out. She had few friends left in the family, and most of their runes were gone. How could I not notice? Her eyes welled with tears. I'm a monster. You're not, Hogg consoled her. You've got a new family at my tavern, and everyone you love is always there. When was the last time you used your amulet? Drina had a hard time focusing while holding back her emotions, but when she finally did it, she realized it had been over a year since she had looked at her communicator. That time I forgot the grocery list and asked Tavi to send it to me, she replied. That was almost 2 years ago. Hogg caressed her wing. Awake and go in seclusion for months if not years at a time. Not hearing from them in a while is normal, especially if things between you have gotten ugly. I thought they were just avoiding me, Drina hiccuped. That they had chosen to abandon me like everyone else. Do you understand your crimes now? Gerslak's voice cut her short and made Drina recoil in fear. Then she noticed the patriarch wasn't talking to her, but to all the wyverns. Do you understand why I have called you here? To save the wyvern bloodline from extinction, we need to change, and the change starts here. Today, Gerslak said, all our disowned children are welcome to return to our ranks if they want. I won't ask for your forgiveness, but only because I wasn't the one who wronged you, and I'm not the patriarch who allowed such nonsense to take place on his watch. I expect the elders who supervised your cases to do it. A fierce glare of the patriarch made the old wyverns swallow their objections, along with their wounded pride. That said, if we want to be a family, we must start acting like one. For this reason, all privileges and positions inside the clan are revoked with immediate effect. Another uproar started, yet Gerslak ended it with a single roar. Stay tuned for updates on. Here's how things will work from now on. Only those who contribute to the family will be entrusted with power and responsibility. If you fit the criteria, you'll keep your current position. If you don't and have a problem with it, feel free to challenge me and replace me as the patriarch. A long, awkward silence told Gerslak no one had the confidence to take him on, or the will to shoulder the burden of the role. There are only 2 things that count as contributions. 1, knowledge. Again, look at the Hydras. They have become the most powerful clan of lesser dragons because they share all their major discoveries among them. You are entitled to keep your life work or any special branch of magic you uncover for yourself, but things like light mastery spells, origin flames, arrays, and dimensional spells should be shared. These are the disciplines of which we wyverns are masters, and on which we should work together as a clan. 2, children, we need to grow our numbers and do it properly. I expect you all to fully devote yourself to nurturing, raising, and training the next generation of wyverns right. Chapter 3558, Quick Changes, Part 1. If you can't or don't want to sacrifice your time, lay eggs and give them to me. I'll raise the hatchlings as my own and adopt them in my family, Gerslak said. So shocking was the news that the wyverns talked over each other in a crescendo of voices that soon became deafening. Really? A female wyvern asked after raising her hand and being allowed to talk. All I have to do to improve my status is lay eggs. Yes, but that won't amount to the same merits as if you raise the hatchling yourself, Gerslak replied. Also, by doing that, you forfeit the powers a pregnancy would bestow upon you, but that's your choice. Patriarch, won't it affect your magical research if you take in so many children? A male wyvern asked. Our research. 18 years are a long commitment for a human, Gerslak snorted. We are wyverns. We live 3,000 years. What's a couple of decades to us compared to ensuring that our bloodline will live on for 3,000 more years? As for me, I'm over 2,000 years old. I have already reached the bright violet, mastered origin flames, and become the patriarch of my clan. There is nothing else I can strive for as a wyvern. I have endured no world tribulations, so I have no chance of becoming a guardian. I've gotten nowhere close to discovering the secret of the white core in over 2 millennia. There's no reason to think doing the same things for one more will bring a different result. Who knows, maybe by teaching our youths I will learn more about myself. By setting them on the right path, I'll understand what I've done wrong until now. No matter how it goes, I won't have any regrets, Gerslak sighed. Also, I'll lead by example. Here are my notes on everything but what is exclusive to my descendants. Several thick books appeared in the hands of each wyvern, even those who had been pariahs until a few minutes ago. Drina quickly flipped through the pages, discovering teaching spells and magical techniques that could bring a complete novice to master light mastery, warden magic, and dimensional magic. She had been kicked out of her family back when she was young and had only learned the basics. Now, however, most of her questions and doubts found their answers from a mere glance. On top of that, I've already contacted several females in the council who are willing to bear my children. A pages-long list of names appeared in the hands of the flabbergasted wyverns as well. By my own rules, I'm still the patriarch. The list contained names of human, plant folk, and emperor beast women who had gladly accepted Gerslak's offer. Their children would receive a first-rate bloodline legacy and the power of origin flames, and that was just the tip of the iceberg. Gerslak had promised to train his children personally, teach them everything he knew, and split his riches among them upon his death. It meant the secret of the violet core, the secret techniques to manipulate origin flames, and the elusive light mastery discipline. Useless to say, every awakened bloodline worth its name had rushed to his doorstep, even the hydras. They all hoped that a new species would be born among the children, or maybe even a hybrid like Lith who would awaken his ancestral powers. I'm sorry to end this in an unpleasant note, but I have to, Gerslak said after the questions and whispers died down. I don't care about your preference in mating partners, but only children who carry the wyvern bloodline count. Adoption doesn't allow one to pass down the different dormant dragon bloodlines we possess. You can't teach how to use origin flames to those who can't produce them. Take this as a request, not an order. Make at least one child in your lifetime. Otherwise, with each one of you who dies, our bloodline thins and our fire dims. This time, Drina could swear the patriarch was looking at her. This assembly is dismissed. Gerslak appeared in the middle of the center stage, a towering figure among the exiled younglings. Welcome back, son, he told a flabbergasted youth who had no relationship with him. If you have any question about those papers, grievances, or you just want to talk, my door is open. Gerslak wrapped the young wyvern in his wings, and the youth broke into tears. Everything had happened too fast. His world had turned upside down in just a few minutes. The young wyvern's brain had refused to believe his own eyes and ears until the physical contact had proved to him it wasn't just a dream. Thank you, thank you. The youth didn't care if the other's wyvern mocked him or found him pathetic. After years of loneliness, he finally had a home and a family again. Welcome back, daughter. Gerslak let go of the youth and moved on to the next in line, repeating his offer and embracing her. Drina couldn't understand how most of her brethren cried, despite hearing those very same words dozens of times. Until it was her turn. Welcome back, daughter. The patriarch wrapped her in his wings, bringing her close to his chest. I'm sorry for everything you went through. If you ever want to share your story, I'm willing to listen. I can't promise you justice, only understanding. Gerslak said the last part via a mind link during the hug, so every wyvern listened to it only when it was their turn. Drina broke into tears, not only because she could feel Gerslak's sincerity through the mind link, but also because she had been waiting to hear those words since the day of her banishment. She believed she had resigned to her fate, yet she was wrong. The patriarch admitting she had been treated unfairly, and the promise to do his best to rectify the situation was more than Drina had ever hoped for. She was still crying when Gerslak shook Hogg's hand. "Thanks for taking care of her for all this time, Elder Hogg. I owe you one." "You owe me one, or the wyverns do?" Hogg asked with a cold voice. "I'd say the wyverns, but I doubt you would trust them," Gerslak said, and Hogg nodded. "You can trust me, though. If there's anything I can do for you, just ask." "What about a lifetime supply of origin flames?" Gerslak laughed loud and hard until he noticed Hogg's stern gaze. "Wait, you're serious? Let me laugh harder." And he did. "Explore more stories at." "What about those papers on your dimensional magic research?" Hogg turned red in embarrassment. "One more person studying them won't make much of a difference." "And people say wyverns are greedy?" Gerslak teared up from laughter. "The answer is no, but I'll make you a deal. Those papers are for my family, and you are part of Drina's family. If she's willing to share them with you, I'll never know, right?" Gerslak winked at Hogg, patting his shoulder. "Drina," Hogg asked. "Only if you give me the raise you promised me months ago, old man." She hugged him, licking his face and covering him in slob. Chapter 3559, Quick Changes, Part 2. "Deal," Hogg sighed. "This is the least romantic kiss I've ever gotten. When I tell this story at the tavern, I'll say you were in your human form." "Don't you dare," Drina said, half giggling and half crying. Space. Erna's region, Erna's household, a few days later. Gianni was reviewing her plans and checking on the improvements of the house's array field when a sudden pang derailed her train of thought. "Tell Vaster to come here now," she yelled at her personal maid. "Did your water just break?" Dida, Gianni's cousin, asked while watching a stain bloom on the bedsheets. "No, I want to discuss hydraulic pumps with him in person. Of course my water broke." Gianni gritted her teeth in pain. "Call everyone. After making us wait for so long, this little rascal seems to be in a rush to come out." Dida already had her communication amulet in hand, alerting all the friends and family members involved in Gianni's plans with a conference call. Giving birth was one of the moments when Gianni was at her weakest. Her mind was clouded by worry and pain, and her body couldn't react to an attack even if it came at her in slow motion. Her full focus was devoted to make sure that the contractions of her powerful body wouldn't harm the frail little life she was birthing. Gianni couldn't allow herself any distraction, let alone controlling the powerful arrays that defended the Erna's mansion. Damn it, it should take hours for the contractions to reach this point, she inwardly cursed. This is the perfect moment for the Jernoffs to attack. The attention of the whole household is on me, and no one is overseeing the arrays. In their shoes, I would wait for the moment the baby comes out to strike. The mother is too exhausted to fight, the father is too worried about her and the child to think clearly, and while the guards celebrate the newborn, an elephant could enter unnoticed. Gianni was being way too harsh with the Erna's soldiers and the Myrock staff that protected her house. They were all elite soldiers capable of keeping a calm mind under any circumstance, yet they were against the Jernoffs, and every single enemy was an awakened. The slightest distraction was enough for an opponent of such a caliber to slip past the guards. Even an elephant, if it had been trained and awakened by the Jernoffs, would get inside. "Where is Orion?" Gianni yelled as Driffa's head emerged. "Where is everyone?" She felt betrayed by her own body. Gianni had never given birth so quickly, and all her meticulous plans were now ruined because of it. She was the only awakened in the house, and there was no one capable of holding the fort. "Mom, what the heck?" Quilla rushed in front of Gianni's bed just to see the newborn halfway through the finishing line. "If I weren't already coming here, I would have never made it in time." "Language," Gianni gritted her teeth. "These are the first words your little sister is going to hear. Make them count." "Great Mother Almighty," Orion arrived second because he never strayed much farther away from his wife. "I went to the bathroom for 1 minute and this happens." "I'm doing fine. Glad you asked." Gianni's tone managed to make it sound like a streak of swear words. "I'm sorry, dear, you..." Orion looked down the line to understand what kind of encouragement Gianni needed. "Are almost done. One more push." "Thanks for your wise advice, dear. To think that I was about to take a nap," she replied with a hate-filled snarl. "I was too far to hear what you said, Mom, but judging from the tone it was uncalled for." Freya walked through the door next. "Guard the perimeter now," Gianni yelled. "No way." Orion held her hand and Gianni squeezed it with all her strength. "I'm not leaving you alone." "I was talking to her," Gianni pointed at Freya. Your journey continues at. I'm not leaving you alone either, Mom, Freya said. Gianni was about to say something very rude when suddenly the pain dulled, and she felt about 3.2 kilograms, 7 pounds lighter. A desperate cry filled the air, proving that Driffa's lungs worked to perfection. You did it, Mom. Quilla held the baby while Orion cut the umbilical cord. It's over. No, it has just begun. Gianni thought amid pants, trying to catch her breath enough to use invigoration. Thank the gods, she actually said. Give her to me. Orion washed and cleaned the baby with chore spells, while Quilla cleansed the bed and healed her mother. Gods, she's beautiful. Orion wrapped the baby in a dry, warm cloth while Driffa did her best to burst his eardrums. I'll be the judge of that, Gianni grunted, taking the baby in her arms while relief washed over her body. 9 months of wait, all this pain, and she's identical to her father. The moment she was in her mother's arms, the baby stopped crying. Driffa had light chestnut eyes and a head of thin brown hair. There was not a single hint of Gianni's blue eyes or golden hair. She's perfect. Gianni's eyes welled with tears as she checked Driffa with invigoration and found nothing wrong with her. Congratulations, Gianni, Camilla rushed into the room. And I thought Elijah's birth was quick. I warped here as soon as I received the call, and it's already over. Where Eslith? Gianni panted. Camilla was a good protection, but the Jernoffs were too smart to harm her, and the Guardians wouldn't move a finger unless the baby inside her was in real danger. You caught him in the middle of an experiment, Camilla shrugged apologetically. He'll come here in a minute, just the time to wrap things up. Congratulations, Gianni, she's beautiful. That warm voice filled Gianni with dread, freezing her in place. Zagar is going to be here soon. He was in the middle of a class when he got the call. What are you doing here, Zinnia? Gianni asked. I was worried for you. Zinnia sounded offended by the cold reception. Can't I celebrate a joyous event with my friends? I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that, it's just. Can we come in? A small voice from the outside confirmed Gianni's worst fears and cut her short. Of course, Quilla gave the all-clear and Philia and Frey entered the room. No, gods, no, Gianni thought. Camilla is fine. She knows about my situation and Lith sent her to me. Zinnia, instead, has no idea what kind of mess she's just walked into. If something happens to her while Zinnia is here, Vaster might think it's one of my schemes. That I manipulated her to come here to exploit the protection of his eldritches. I can't afford to anger Vaster and compromise the feeble trust between us. If I lose him, I lose my most powerful ally. Congratulations, Aunt Gianni. Frey looked at the baby, who returned the gaze with a curious expression. Can I hold Driffa? Get in line, young man, Quilla Mox snorted. I've waited 9 months for this moment. Where's your dog? Gianni asked while handing the baby to Quilla. Outside, Philia said, playing with his friends. Chapter 3560, Game on Part 1. At the same time, outside the mana crystal walls surrounding the Erna's household. 7 people covered from head to toe in mottled brown and green clothes were huddled behind the cover of a patch of trees. Their clothes were as light as silk, but they were actually a suit of armor made of an alloy of adamant and Darwin. Their most basic enchantment constantly changed the color pattern of the armor based on its surroundings, making the members of the 7-man unit nigh invisible even when they stood in the open. What looked like ski masks covered their faces and non-reflective glass lenses covered their eyes, adjusting their color based on the armor so that no part of the body would stand out to a casual observer even when exposed to direct sunlight. The Darwin of the suits not only suppressed the magical auras of the awakened and their equipment to near zero, but it also made it hard for magical formations to detect their physical presence. The Darwin adamant alloy would bend the mana flow of an array just enough to cloak its wearer as a random fluctuation in the world energy. That, however, worked only on a single magical formation. When several of them overlapped, the mana flow became much more complex, and a sudden fluctuation in all the arrays at the same time would be identified as an intruder. The Jernoffs had solved this problem by training their members to advance while dodging as many arrays as they could, moving along the mana flows of those that went in the right direction, and going against only a few magical formations at a time. That kind of technique was complex to master, and could only be performed by someone who could observe the patterns of the different mana flows with life vision and time his steps accordingly. An almost impossible feat for most people on Magar and basic training for the Jernoffs. Those who failed to complete basic training were considered lesser members of the family and used only as grunts for menial tasks. The time has come and we haven't long to complete our mission. Occam Jernov, the team leader, said via a mind link for brevity's sake. Remember, we are not here to kill the traitor Gianni Myrock, only to start the battle. The first weeks are vital in the development of a baby, and the life of a Myrock isn't worth the risk of ruining the potential of someone who might grow into another Floria Ernez, if not even a Valoran. The Jernov bloodline's greatest wish was to give birth to someone who had inherited Ogram's mind, but carried Valoran's heart. Someone who wouldn't shy from doing what was needed without ever straying from what was right. The problem was that most Jernovs born with a good heart were so repulsed by the family business that either failed basic training on purpose or ended up mentally scarred for life. The current patriarch of each generation was the closest thing to a good-hearted Ogram the Jernovs could produce, which usually meant an emotionally stunted killer constantly tormented by his conscience. Experience exclusive tales on. The Jernov didn't look for redemption because they believed they did nothing wrong. They only wanted guidance from someone who could match the genius of their forefather without the sadistic impulses that had led Ogram to forbid awakening someone like him. Our mission today is split into 2 steps, Occam continued. 1, recon, we can't trust the official blueprints, and the people we bribed to have a description of the inside of the Ernez mansion duped us. They sold us almost identical information, but every time one of us entered the house as a vendor, a delivery man, or a minor noble, they have all spotted minor but crucial inconsistencies in our intel. Gianni Myrock proved to be too cunning, and our house staff has either been fooled like us, or is loyal beyond even our considerable means of persuasion. We can only trust our eyes and ears, so scout deep and discover what we are missing. Part of our information is correct, and once we spot the traps, Gianni Myrock's attempt to deceive us will result in her giving us the keys to her house. The second step is our declaration of war. Displace small objects around the house. Nothing important or enchanted, and don't bother moving them to another room. Just turn a vase slightly, alter a flower composition, or clean the hair from a brush. Insignificant things that a normal person would overlook, but a Myrock is bound to notice. Once Gianni Myrock realizes we have entered her house, she's going to start seeing enemies hiding in every shadow. She'll rearrange the arrays, double-check her plans, and with every small imperfection she finds, she'll keep second-guessing herself. Every time a servant bumps into something, she'll mistake it for another intrusion, and her paranoia will wear on her nerves. We'll use her own keen mind and obsession with the details against her. We'll let her fight a war against herself until she's too tired and confused to think clearly. Only then will we come for her and take her life. The Jernovs aren't just thugs with a knife or a mage with a deadly spell. We wage war with our minds first, and use our bodies to deliver the final strike only after our victim delivers herself to us on a silver platter. The other 6 awakened, nodded, and left the protection of the trees. They advanced toward the Ernez mansion in a quick jog, their ammers constantly switching between the green of the grass and the brown of the soil. When they reached the crystal walls, the news of Driffa's birth had reached the guards who were celebrating the event with toasts and cheers. They never left their position and drank only water they conjured, but it was distraction enough for the Jernovs to pass unnoticed. They ignored the stables and the servants' quarters and went straight for the main building. The places easier to access were also bustling with activity, and walking slowly without bumping into someone would be impossible. The main entrance was empty, but the thick layers of arrays made it also an unnecessary risk. The Jernovs' goal was the many windows left open to air the corridors or let the floors dry. The recon unit's members had just started climbing the walls with the grace of chameleon spiders when a voice forced them to a halt. "That's as far as you go, kids." An over 3 meters, 10, tall wolf-fox hybrid covered in a black and silver fur floated in midair right in front of the Jernovs' bewildered eyes. They hadn't seen, heard, or even felt him coming. They had used life vision all along, yet somehow they had failed to notice him until that moment. The creature in front of them had the presence of a ghost. They couldn't sense any threat from him or hear his breath. According to their trained battle senses and keen instincts, the Filgja wasn't there. Yet their eyes and life vision begged to differ. 10 long bushy tails whipped the air behind Tezca as he came out of the window and walked as if he were standing on the ground. Chapter 3561, Game on Part 2. Bytra's cloaking item concealed Tezca's aura, but the Jernovs knew who he was, and what 7 tails in a Filgja meant. It was the reason seeing 10 of them made the Jernovs recalculate their odds of success, finding them abysmal. Tezca the Sun-Eater, Are you a friend of the Erna's household? Occam's voice was calm and steady as he moved a hand behind his back to give new orders to his team. You dare question me, boy? Tezca snarled, but his expression quickly relaxed. I know the Erna's household just like anyone else in the kingdom. They can all die for all I care. Some of their guests, however, are a different story. Go away while I ask you gently, and I might not stab your hearts the moment you turn your backs. No promises, though. We have no business with anyone but Gianni Ernas, Occam said while updating his orders. Let us pass, and you have our word we won't hurt her guests, no matter who they are. And they say the Jernoffs are a bunch of humorless bastards. Tezca burst in a mocking, cold laugh. Who do you think I am, boy? I met your precious Ogram, the man you idiots still idolize to this day. I still remember the day when he told me that his word was piss and his honor a joke. Ogram Jernoff didn't care about such trivial concepts. He would have done and said anything to carry out his mission, and I bet you kids are no different. We have stopped amusing me, Tezca cut Occam short. I'll make you an offer you can't refuse, because if you do, you'll die. You have 5 seconds to leave before I kill you where you stand. 5. As he spoke, darkness fell as a pitch-black shroud the size of a crescent moon covered the sun. Tezca never underestimated his enemies. Even though he doubted Ogram's descendants were at his level, he had no reason to take risks. Our original mission failed, but another can still succeed, Occam said via the hand signs. Despite all his power, Tezca the Sun-Eater is just an eldritch with no spirit magic. He can't use dimensional magic due to the arrays of the mansion, and once we seal the darkness element, he's no match for us. We must kill him before the Sun-Eater spell takes effect. Prepare Silverwing's annihilation and remove the only stain of failure Ogram suffered while at the service of the first king. We'll be the one to strike the Sun-Eater's name off Ogram's kill list. Occam had already finished casting his spells while Tezca talked, while the others needed just one more second to complete theirs. A darkness-sealing array covered the Filgja and Occam's spirit, blinked behind Tezca, to buy his companions the time to weave their share of the annihilation. Dimensional magic against me? How cute, too. What looked like a helm with white crystals on its sides appeared on Tezca's head. As he spoke, one of his tails whipped down on Occam with the casual movement of a hand swatting a fly. The tail shattered Occam's spirit barrier, crushed his armor, and cut the Awaken's enhanced body asunder like a hot knife through butter. Occam would have exploded on impact, if not for the searing heat of the fire tail, turning him into ashes faster than he could splatter around. To the eyes of the remaining 6 Jernoffs, Occam had been wiped out of existence like chalk on a blackboard. 3, Tezca said as a face mask, studded with mana crystals, forming a cruel maw filled the empty space in the skull of Baitra. Almost half of the sun was now eclipsed. Explore Morat. Scatter, Narasa Jernoff, the second in command, recognized the design of the ears and mouth of Menadian from Ogram's notes, and knew her squad had no chance of victory. The infiltration team's members stopped trying to hide their presence and activated a spirit blink spell. They moved each in a different direction and kept blinking until they were past the crystal walls. The alarms started resounding, but Tezca didn't mind. 4, the endless night blade appeared in his hand, as 6 of his tails detached themselves from his main body and gave chase to the Jernoffs. And 5, the Sun-Eater armor covered the body of one of the clones, while the rest of his equipment was split between the others, leaving 2 of them disarmed. Game on. Space. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Driffa was still being passed around among her relatives and friends as they introduced themselves to her. Hello, beautiful, Freya caressed the baby's cheeks with her finger. Is she awakened? You wish, Lith snorted. He had arrived late but faster than Vaster. Plenty of awakened couples have children, but none gave birth to an awakened. Elijah is special due to the conditions of her conception and Kami spending most of the time in the desert or over a powerful mana geyser. That actually reassures me, Gianni sighed. The last thing I need is worry Driffa might choke on something she picks up the floor with Spirit Maw. As the sun turned dark, she knew that her worst fears had come true. The Jernoffs have come for my life and Tezca stopped them. I could deal with them, but not with Vaster's anger. Is it a good or a bad sign for a baby to be born during an eclipse? Orion wasn't superstitious, but the day turning into night felt like a bad omen. A good sign. Vaster arrived in a rush, panting a bit after sprinting for quite some distance with his short legs. Sorry if I'm late, Gianni, but I made sure to leave you in good hands. Space. The Jernoffs thought they had a chance of escaping, but their dream shattered the moment they left the peril of the Ernas. Array's and Tezca's tails regained their full powers. The blinks and the warp steps opened by the Jernoffs refused to close until he crossed them too, and their collapsing space spells were cancelled by Tezca's restoration spells that relaxed the space just as much as the Jernoffs, destabilized it. "You said you would let us go," Narissa said while using spirit magic to boost her flight spell's speed beyond what Tezca was supposed to match. "No, I said you had 5 seconds before I killed you where you stood. There's a big difference." The light tail laughed at her and slashed the air with endless night. The Nightmare's enchantment of the blade conjured countless dimensional openings that covered the space surrounding the Awakened for dozens of meters. Narissa cursed and activated the warp steps she kept at the ready to escape the encirclement before it was too late. Akem was a damn fool, she inwardly cursed. Each tail is supposed to possess only a fraction of the power of the full body, yet now that the cloaking object doesn't block my life vision, the aura of that thing exceeds everything I've ever seen. That's no Eldritch. That's a monster I couldn't beat even we didn't break the battle formation. She crossed the warp steps and turned around, putting all her willpower into a collapsed space spell. She hoped to shut down the dimensional corridor long enough to throw the Filgja off her tracks. Chapter 3562, Tezca's Promise, Part 1. The adamant Darwin suit cancelled Narissa's smell, so once she disappeared from Tezca's sight, he would have no means to find her. Unfortunately for her, a second swing of endless night moved part of the Nightmare's enchantment past her warp steps, leaving her surrounded. The light tail stepped inside one of the dimensional fissures on his side and appeared on the other. By the time Narissa realized her mistake, Tezca had already decapitated her. A split second later, her body was minced into hundreds of fragments that a Tier 4 Chaos spell, Void Hollow, blew into dust. I know how the Jernoff operatives work. Her equipment was bound to have trackers, recording devices, and a self-destruct mechanism. If I brought her corpse back to the base and the tracking signal was blocked, everything would have exploded in our faces. I couldn't leave it here either, or the Jernoff would have retrieved the recording device and analyzed my powers. I'm not leaving anything up to chance. Every one of our fights will be as dangerous as the first for them. The light tail put the endless night sword inside his pocket dimension and warped toward his closest ally. Space. Come on, boy, the fire tail said with a laugh. Don't tell me that the deadly Jernoff clan entrusted a mission to someone who only knows how to run. You have all that equipment and I just have an armor. I have no spirit magic and am just 1/10 of the real Tezca. How much of an advantage do you need to grow a spine and face me? Elphip Jernoff didn't bother answering and infused his flight spell with more mana. Dimensional magic had proven useless, so he focused on increasing his speed while slowing down his opponent. As Elphip pushed his Ether Wing spell to nearly sonic speed, he conjured thin emerald walls in front of Tezca's flying path. The high-compressed spirit magic pushed the hardness of the constructs to the extreme and obscured the Filgja's sight. The fire tail, powered up by the Suneater spell, needed just a bit of effort to smash through them, but for a fraction of a second it was blinded. Good, he can't dodge my spirit magic even if he tries. It means the Eldritches have yet to recover life vision, and that the clone after me is not hiding the ears of Menadian. Elpif thought as a plan took form in his mind. I'm tired of this game, boy, Tezca said after slamming into the umpteenth emerald wall that popped in his face out of thin air. The impact didn't hurt, but it annoyed Tezca because it was a reminder of all he had lost. Time to end it. The long tail that came out of the small of his back stiffened and its tip opened, releasing the Tier 5 cursed spell, Dried Husk, it stored. A burst of cinder propelled Tezca forward like a rocket, allowing him to break past the sound barrier. The fire tail turned into a living missile that blasted the emerald walls into pieces faster than Elphip could conjure them. All according to plan. Elphip inwardly smiled when Tezca got so close that the final wall eclipsed the running Awakened from his sight. In the brief moment between the wall's appearance and Tezca breaking it, Elphip unleashed one of the strongest Tier 5 spirit spells he knew, Phoenix Smash, after pouring all his mana into it. Phoenix Smash was the closest thing to origin flames that spirit magic could conjure. The emerald flames burned matter and energy alike, and even though Elphip doubted Phoenix Smash would be enough to kill Tezca, it ensured his survival. Elphip only needed one breath of invigoration to regain his mana, and 1 second to get away with a warp steps before collapsing it. Tezca had gotten used to the humans' desperate escape attempts, and since Elphip had never used the cover of the walls to stage a counterattack, The Phoenix smash caught him by surprise. I see they chose you for this mission because of your brain. Well played. I'm going to use this trick in the future. The violet dimensional crystal on the Sun Eater armor lit up, activating the distortion field enchantment. A warp sphere surrounded Tezca and displaced Phoenix smash hundreds of meters away. The spell still carried Elphip's willpower, but would never return to its master in time to save him. Lift Jernoff's mana core was still empty, and his face twisted in horror when Tezca's fist hit him square in the chest. Elphip exploded along with his armor, and then the dried husk spell hit his fragments, vaporizing them. Fuck, I'm second. The fire tail grimaced, putting the Sun Eater armor back into the pocket dimension. I'll never let myself hear the end of it. Then he warped away toward his next target. Space. Okay, this is embarrassing, the water tail cursed. I'm not going to end up last. As Shabin Jernoff sped in front of him, having to idea what the ancient monster was talking about, the water tail activated the Maw of Bitra and cast all the spells it stored at the same time. Void howlings rained at Shabin from above, forcing him to perform high-speed curves that slowed him down. Strong winds pushed him around and carried humid air that condensed into water, drenching him. Shabin couldn't see the point of that move, but felt its sting when lightning bolts struck him. The armor insulated him, but Shabin still needed openings to see and breathe, and the water carried the electricity straight into his body. He only needed to focus his fusion magic on the earth element to nullify the attack, and 1 second to die. Dude, I'm the water tail, not the air tail. The clone pointed at his ocean blue fur. The air and chaos spells were just a diversion. The block of ice that until a moment ago was Shabin Jernoff didn't reply. His dull eyes stared at nothing while he dove to the ground. The clone used a void hunger to snack on the Awaken's remains and destroy them before resuming the hunt. Space. Most combat-oriented piece of the Menadian set my furry ass, the airtail cursed. The skull is absolutely useless if the other guy does nothing but run like a coward. I shouldn't have given you guys a head start. Tezca perceived all the spells Tarmus Jernoff cast and the enchantments he activated, but there was nothing he could do about them. Tarmus had recognized Menadian's design and had never used a warp steps that the Filgja could predict and exploit to kill him. Oh well, 4th position still beats the 5th. Due to the Darwin alloy of Tarmus' armor, it had taken the skull a few seconds to get a stable reading of his mana flow. Now the airtail could see Tarmus, flight spell in detail, and predict when he would steer in what direction and with what speed. Experience new stories on. Tarmus dodged a telegraphed void howling and flew into the Tier 5 choke spell, Necrostorm released by the airtail. Bonus points for killing him and destroying all traces with a single spell, okay, Tezca said to no one. Good talk. He stored the skull and warped away. Chapter 3563, Tezca's Promise, Part 2. Space. Someone had to end up 5th, the Earth Tail said. After all, I'm one of the 2 suckers with no equipment. Zymer Jernoff had masterfully exploited the enemy's lack of spirit magic to conjure air and darkness-sealing arrays at the right moment to escape from the jaws of death. Whenever the Earth Tail came too close, an air-sealing array would negate his flying spell and send him diving down. Whenever Tezca tried to corner Zymer with his chaos spells, a darkness-sealing array intercepted them, wasting the Sun Eater's efforts and mana. Yeah, and there's not much we can do against someone with spirit magic who focuses on running away. A second one-tailed Tezca appeared in front of Zymer, forcing him to a halt. Sorry for the wait. Don't mention it. The Awakened racked his brain for a solution, but found none before the barrage of spells coming at him from every direction turned him into dust. Time to end this. Space. Bashal Jernoff tried every trick he had been taught and that he could come up with during a high-speed chase, but nothing worked. The Gravity Tail's flight speed was faster than anything Bashal could conjure, and spirit warping solved nothing. Somehow, Tezca kept the passage open until he passed through, so the distance between them only got shorter. The only silver lining is that to power his gravity magic and keep up with my spirit flight spell, he can't focus on anything else, Bashal thought. That tail has yet to cast a single spell, probably to save mana. Unlike me, he can't use a breathing technique and has just a fraction of the strength of the full Tezca. I only have to last until he runs out of mana, and Bashal slammed against an invisible wall as hard as adamant with such violence that he almost lost consciousness. The shock and a serious concussion disrupted his flight spell, making him plunge toward the ground with watery eyes from his bloody nose. Today is your lucky day, boy. Something slowed down the fall and brought the young man up in the air again. "You can relax. I'm not going to kill you anymore." A quick breath of invigoration cleared the concussion and Bashal's vision. The Filgja floating in front of him had 6 tails, and to make matters worse, life vision confirmed Bashal he was trapped inside Tezca's chaos dimension. The Awakened tried all his powers and the enchantments of his equipment, but the world energy rejected his touch. Bashal then tried to spirit blink, but only an emerald fissure the size of a nut appeared. "I can't suppress spirit magic, boy, but I can compress space." Tezca squeezed his fist, crushing the blink like a fly. "Now stop squirming or I'll make you. Are we clear?" It was no question or request, it was a promise. Bashal swallowed hard and nodded for the Filgja to continue. "Good, you see, if I kill all of you, the Jernoff will only know that your assault failed and might try again in the future. Since you are the last one standing, I need you alive to deliver a message to your elders for me," Tezca said. "You're lying," Bashal said as Tezca's words gave him the final pieces of the puzzle. "About you being alive or the message," the Filgja said with a savage grin. "This is no coincidence," Bashal replied. "I'm not the last one standing because of my efforts. You kept me alive on purpose. That's why you sent the gravity tail after me without equipment and cast no spells. You planned to capture me alive before the chase even started." "And why would I do that?" Tezca was pleasantly surprised by his prey's wits. "To hide what your equipment can do and showcase only your most famous spells that the Jernoff already know," Bashal said. "The Suneater spell and Chaos Dimension are old news. It's the same reason you wear your cloaking device. To keep me from taking a look at your equipment's enchantments." "You're smart, boy, I have to concede that to you," Tezca nodded. "Now shut up and listen. You and your 6 dead companions have already wasted too much of my time. Tell your elders that, as I said earlier, I don't care about the Urnas. Explore hidden tales at. You can do anything you want with them. Yet if I see or even smell one of you Jernoff around my children again, I will make sure it's also the last." Tezca grabbed Bashal by the armor, bringing his eyes millimeters away from the humans. "Your children," the Awakened echoed, his voice reduced to a high-pitched squeal due to the overwhelming bloodlust drowning him. "Did I stutter?" Tezca snarled, his amiable facade melting like snow under the sun. "Don't make me repeat myself, boy, because if I do, I will be standing on the burning ruins of your household. Did you get the message, or do I have to repeat myself?" Bashal nodded like a frenzied parrot, and the Filgja let him go. "Good," Tezca's lips curled up in a smile. "Go and pray we never meet again." A flick of his finger pierced the space in a chaos steps that sent Bashal Jernoff in the middle of the blood desert. The Jernoffs were trained to control and suppress fear. Since the day they grew into young men and women and completed the basic training, they didn't hesitate to throw away their lives if it meant furthering the plans of their elders by just one move. Yet despite decades of psychological conditioning and the scorching heat of the desert's sun, Bashal found himself covered in a cold sweat. What kind of power can cross such a distance in a moment? He had appeared high in the sky and could see there was nothing around him for kilometers. What kind of confidence does he have in his abilities not to need to follow me? Space. Urna's mansion at the same time. "I'm sorry for being so late." Vaster dabbed his sweat with a handkerchief. "A student failed a vitality-sharing spell spectacularly and almost killed herself and the patient. I had to stay until I was certain they were both out of danger. I wasn't worried about you because I knew you were in good hands." He nodded at Quilla, who flushed a little with pride. "Do you mind if I give you and the baby a checkup, just to be safe?" "Of course," Gianni nodded, establishing a mind link the moment they touched. "Did you send Zinnia here to protect me?" Gianni was both impressed and worried by Vaster's move. Impressed because she didn't think him cold-hearted enough to involve his wife in his schemes, and worried because if he was capable of doing that to Zinnia, he would do much worse to Gianni. "Of course not," Vaster replied with a snort, making her inwardly sigh in relief. "You know how much Zin loves children. When she learned I was stuck at the academy and you were giving birth, she told me she was coming to visit you. At that point, I knew you would be safe even without me and took my time. I would never put Zin and the kids in danger." Chapter 3564, Past Mistakes, Part 1. It did seem a bit too much sending Tezca, Gianni pondered. But why did he use the Suneater spell? Isn't it his signature move? He basically declared war on the Jernoffs on my behalf, and we haven't met even once. "Don't flatter yourself," Vaster replied. "He didn't do it for you, he did it for us." The master marked telepathically himself, Zinnia, Philia, and Frey. "Still, he's going overboard for something like this," Gianni replied. Your family is not the Jernoff's target, I am. I know I didn't expect Tezka to go that far, Vaster said with a sigh. I need you to understand that I have no control over his actions. He's the only eldritch I can't give orders to. I can only ask him to do things for me. Interesting, Gianni pondered. Any idea why he had such a strong reaction? Because he considers us part of his pack, Vaster replied. And I don't mean that he treats us like filges, but that he sees us as such. I don't know if he's grown fond of my family over time or because of some past trauma. He glossed over the piece of Tezka that comprised Vaster's abomination side, and established a deep bond between him and the eldritches he had used as a base for his research. All I know is that Tezka now perceives us as his cubs, and is protective of us beyond what you and I would consider reasonable. Why are you telling me all this? Gianni asked as her checkup neared its end. As a warning, Vaster replied. Whatever you do, no matter how desperate you are, leave my family out of your schemes. There's a reason I never had to move a finger against those who tried to harm Philia and Frey. By the time I learned about any scheme against Zin and the kids thwarted by Tezka, those involved were all dead. Their families, the organizations they were part of, anyone who might connect the dots and seek revenge passed away in accidents. Don't destroy everything you are trying to protect by biting the hand of someone who can swallow the sun. Find exclusive stories on Space. It took Bashal Jernoff hours of flight, warping in random directions, going through underground tunnels, and using unauthorized warp gates, but he managed to reach the secret location of the main Jernoff household without anyone following him. Having no idea what means Tezka might employ, Bashal had destroyed his equipment to ensure no tracker was left on him and checked his body with invigoration. After that, he contacted the Jernoff's network of agents and requested a safe way home. There was no need to inform them of Tezka's threat, because everyone in the kingdom had seen the eclipse. Bashal had been searched and examined with invigoration at each stop of his journey. His guides brought him too deep inside Maugur's bowels and too high in the sky for anyone to follow them without being noticed. Yet despite all that and the reassurance of his elders, Bashal didn't feel safe, and he said so first thing when he started his report. The mission was a complete failure. Giza Jernoff's eyes narrowed as she considered the implications of the Sun-Eater's message. We have lost 6 of our best awakened, failed to intimidate Gianni Myrock, and learned nothing about the Urna's mansion's real structure. On top of that, there's a new unpredictable variable in our plan. If during any of our next moves we implicate Zinja Vaster and her children, we'll make an enemy out of one of the most dangerous beings on Magur. This confirms it was no coincidence Tezka saved Philia and Frey Vaster from Thrud's clutches. An elder with a long white beard said, Based on our intelligence, he has met those children after Zagar Vaster adopted them. Otherwise, Falmug Sarda wouldn't have lived long enough to hurt them more than once. We have no information when the meeting happened, and why he cares so much about them, thought. That's irrelevant to our goals. Giza dismissed the argument with a sweep of her hand. What matters is to keep pursuing our sacred mission without taking unnecessary risks. Can't we eliminate him? A youth barely older than a boy said with disdain. Tezka is just an eldritch and has no spirit magic. We know his weaknesses. Our agents failed only because he ambushed them. If the situation was reversed, we'd be already dead, you fool. Giza's voice was a whisper, but her cold tone cut the youth's confidence like a poisoned blade. The Sun-Eater is the inventor of dimensional magic. He was already a legend back when Ogram Jernoff was still a nameless petty thief. Even at the peak of his strength, our ancestor failed to take down the Sun-Eater. Ogram survived only because King Valoran and the rest of his companions joined the fight. Even 1 against 5 of the legendary heroes of our kingdom, Tezka stood his ground and lived to tell the tale. On top of that, he doesn't make empty threats. The Sun-Eater let Bashal live and entrusted his message to him because Tezka has the means to back it. Our goal is to enact Ogram's law, not to put an end to his bloodline. What's our net move? The white-haired elder asked. First, send this idiot and whoever supervised his exam back to basic training. Giza pointed at the youth who clenched his teeth in humiliation but said nothing. Their incompetence is a threat to our household. Second, we need to inform our agents of Tezka's promise and reinforce our security. We'll do our best to avoid him, but another accident might occur, and he won't believe us if we tell him it's just a coincidence. If that were to happen, we need to be ready to hide and regroup. Fighting him in numbers on our turf and terms is the only chance we have at victory, but as our resident idiot pointed out, we need the element of surprise. No matter how perfect a plan is, if the enemy sees it coming, we'll be the ones to fall into a trap. Space. There you are. Tezka took a good look at the main Jernov household from a safe distance. Judging by the commotion, I'd say this is where my new friend has gone. Commotion was a big word to describe the behavior of the guards surrounding the mansion. The Jernovs were always on alert, always keen and focused. Yet Tezka's nose could pick the scent of adrenaline in the air and the distinctive smell a human sweat took when aware of impending danger. The other 5 tails were scouting the rest of the known Jernovs' facilities, and there was no trace of unrest there. On top of that, the tails could pass the skull of Bitra between them through the pocket dimension. On every location, a tail used the artifact to read the mana flow of the defensive arrays of the stronghold. Only the main Jernov household had the magical formations charged at full power instead of standby. Something was going on down inside, and even though the many cloaking devices of the mansion kept the skull from picking up Bashal's energy signature, Tezka was certain to have found the young Jernov's current location. Chapter 3565, Past Mistakes, Part 2. At present day, it was impossible to follow a member of the Jernov family when he took a safe route. The security protocols were flawless and unpredictable. The Jernovs never followed the same pattern for long and took too many detours before moving towards their real destination. That, however, hadn't always been the case. Back in the day, when Agram Jernov was still looking for the perfect balance between acquired skills and survival rate for the training program of his children, the security protocols were laxer and sometimes ignored. Arrogant youths and incompetent servants didn't bother hiding their traces. Agram killed them and those who had followed to his safe houses, but only if he could find them. Tezka had recognized the talent of the so-called founding pillar of the kingdom, and knew Agram might grow to be a threat to him in the future. So the Sun Eater had exploited Agram's foolish children and associates to locate the Jernov's strongholds back when they were still being built. Even after Agram's death, Tezka kept an eye on Agram's descendants and a record of the secret bases he discovered by following them. Useless to say, he hadn't uncovered the location of all the safe houses, but he had found many. I was right, Tezka cackled. The perfect Jernovs do have a flaw. They are so obsessed with Agram that they have turned the old safe houses he personally built into their main strongholds. The others are not as well developed or protected, experience more content on. I don't plan on messing with the Jernovs, but if they touch one of my children, I'll make their dream come true and bury them beside their beloved ancestor. Space. Verhan Mansion, a few days later. Zinya's sudden visit during Gianni's labor and Tezka's intervention had foiled the Jernovs' plan, but they still had managed to slip past the guards and walls of the Erna's household. If not for the Sun Eater's presence, the alarm wouldn't have sounded and the Jernovs' intrusion might have gone unnoticed. Gianni had no idea what their goal was, but she was certain the intrusion was supposed to be the opening act of the Jernovs' offensive. Maybe they just wanted to probe my defenses, or maybe the Jernovs would have tried to settle our score right away, if given the opportunity. I need time to rest and strategize. Following this reasoning, Gianni had asked Lith for hospitality for a few days. She and Orion wanted to rejoice and celebrate the arrival of the newest member of their family without constantly looking over their shoulders. Orion was already in perfect fighting condition, but missing his daughter's first days of life would have been something he would have regretted forever. As for Gianni, she was off her game due to the fatigue from childbirth and her rampaging maternal instincts. The Verhan Mansion offered the Ernas temporary respite from their current predicament and a safe haven. With Camilla pregnant, Elijah in her crib, and Sharjin playing in the garden with Lucky, it was unlikely for the Jernovs to make a move against Gianni. The existence of Lith's son was still a secret, but Camilla's relationship with Lith was deterrent enough. "It's so good to have you with us, Gianni," Alina said. "I would have loved to have you as our guest in Lucia, but there's not enough space for everyone there." Quilla, Freya, Chilean, and Gunnian followed Gianni and Driffa everywhere, each accompanied by their spouse. "Believe me, the pleasure is all mine, Elena." For the first time in months, Gianni felt at peace and lowered her guard. "I had no idea how much I needed a break until I got it." She could finally relax and enjoy the emotions that the sight of her newborn daughter stirred in her heart. "How are you feeling, Elena?" Gianni asked. "Are you sleeping well at night?" "Most of the time," Elena sighed. "I still have nightmares from time to time, but nothing that the sight of my babies can't dispel in a second. By the way, can I ask you a question?" As long as it's not about the Jernoffs. Gianni massaged her own temples. Those scumbags gave me a good scare, and just the thought of them makes my blood boil. It's about the baby. Alina pointed at the infant sleeping soundly in a crib right next to Gianni's sun lounger. Why did you call her Driffa? When I heard you expected a baby girl, I thought you would name her after Floria. So did I, Gianni nodded. Until Orion pointed out to me how cruel and unfair it would have been to our baby girl. Now she's little and one name is as good as any other to her, but when she grows up, Driffa will hear about her late sister. I don't want Driffa to think she is supposed to fill the void left by my little flower's loss or feel in competition with the achievements of her late sister. I just want Driffa to be herself. That's why we chose for her a name that doesn't share anyone's initial. We wanted to give Driffa a fresh start and be her own person. Then you think Lith shouldn't have named Elijah after me? Alina agreed with Gianni's reasoning, but at the same time, she felt a special bond with the baby girl due to the naming tradition. That's completely different, Gianni snorted. You are alive and well. Elijah will grow up knowing you and you'll be one of her role models. Driffa instead will never know her big sister if not through our stories. It will take her years to understand how much of it is real, and how much is just the rose-tinted glass of our memories. Gianni is right, Alina, Brynja said. I didn't name Milla after my mother for the same reason. The official reason for the Ernas moving to the Verhen mansion was to spend time with their friends and introduce Driffa to her future playdates. Valorin II, Elijah, Sharjin, Salkar, Surin, Milla, and Durrell had been invited along with their parents. And the reason I named 2 of my children after Lith, Celia chimed in. I want him to be their role model. I don't expect them to go on reckless adventures like he does. Being good hunters and genius magicians is more than enough for me. That's a low bar you're setting for your children, Rissa the Dryad, Marth's wife, chuckled. I know, Celia replied with pride. I just want Lilia and Laren to grow into fine, responsible mages who'll become filthy rich and maybe spoil their mother a little. I think I deserve it after everything they put me through. Speaking of geniuses. Sharjin was carving a small figurine of Gianni from a piece of oak's heartwood. Not only did it take him but a few minutes while using solely his claws, but the figurine also bore a stunning resemblance to the original. The only difference was that miniature looked youthful and relaxed, not like someone who would gladly sleep for a week straight and had a death threat pending over her head for months. Do I really look this good? Gianni asked while admiring her own features in the figurine. No, Sharjin shook his head enthusiastically while wagging his tail. Chapter 3566, Manohar's Gift, Part 1. Mom says I have to be kind to my models, so I made you prettier. Do you like it? Sharjin asked, while in the blood desert, Salark covered her face with her hand. Very, Gianni chuckled, caressing the wormling's head. Can you do one for my husband and daughter as well? The Orion miniature came out amazing. It had a heroic bearing, and the wrinkles on its face gave an impression of a wise and powerful mage knight. Driffa's figurine, however, looked like a goblin. Sharjin captured her oversized head, short limbs, sparse hair, and plump, wrinkly face to perfection. Thank you, Sharjin. It pained Gianni's heart noticing how accurate the miniature was, and how it shattered the illusion with which the love for her daughter had clouded her eyes until that moment. Mom! Durrell Marth conjured a vine from the ground and used it to pull at Rissa's leg. What's the matter, baby? Is anything great, Mother Almighty? Under the stupefied eyes of the Dryad, the baby boy used his powers to stimulate the growth of a plant. The seedling grew in size at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly growing into a thin sapling. It would have been nothing special for someone with the bloodline abilities of a plant folk, if not for the fact that the sapling stopped growing in height and expanded to about 10 centimeters, 4 inches, in width. Then it bent and deformed into smooth, soft curves. The small branches covered in foliage took the shape of wavy hair, while the crevices in the wood resembled the delicate features of Rissa's face. Before she could call Marth, the seedling was gone, replaced by a bonsai version of the Dryad. Mom, you! Durrell plucked the bonsai from the ground and offered it to Rissa with both hands and a proud smile on his small face. It's beautiful, sweetie, thank you. She lifted the baby boy, peppering him with kisses and showering him with compliments. Mommy is going to treasure your gift forever. What's the matter, Rissa? Is everyth good gods? Marth saw the bonsai and his jaw dropped to the floor. When, how, why? Everyone could tell that the headmaster was neither proud nor happy of his son's skill, but Gianni could see those same feelings on Rissa's face. The Dryad had just had more time to recover from the shock. Daddy, the fact that the boy considered Marth's reaction normal and took it like a compliment also told Gianni that such a feat was just a drop in the ocean. Daddy, you. Jorel raised his short arms while still in Rissa's embrace, and another seedling sprouted from the ground. The distance from his creation made things harder for Jorel, but he took it like a challenge. His chubby face turned into a mask of focus as a second bonsai, this time bearing a striking resemblance to Marth, bloomed. It was as big as the previous bonsai, but the level of details was higher. Marth could see the pins on the lapel of the mage robe of his bonsai version, and a nur in its wood hands, shaped like his headmaster ring. Daddy-like, Marth's expression was still of shock and worry, making Jorel think his father was displeased with his work. I love it. Marth saw his son's eyes welling with tears and composed his face into a happy smile. You're amazing, Jorel. Daddy is proud of you. Daddy, Marth opened his arms, and Jorel sprouted wings that he used to fly into his father's arms. Love you, Daddy. Wait, the family moment was tender and moving, but Gianni couldn't help getting a major headache at such a sight. Since when do dryads fly without magic? How can a baby less than 1-year-old speak like that and understand what you say? Find adventures at. Dryads aren't supposed to fly without magic, Rissa said without breaking her fake smile. Nor are they usually that smart at Jorel's age. Even that is a shocking ability of our little genius. She pointed at the bonsais. It is, Gianni and Alina said in unison, the latter with enough shock to make the baby boy look at his father for reassurance again. Don't worry, Jorel, the pretty lady is just impressed by your skills, Marth said while gently embracing the boy. She admires your talent. Jorel giggled with joy and gave Alina a small bow, making her freeze on the spot. Go play with your friends, but don't get too far. Marth loosened his hold and used one hand to put his finger in Jorel's face to stress the importance of the last concept. Yes, Daddy. The boy looked sad as he sprouted wings again and flew where Elijah, Valoran, and Sharjin were playing in their divine beast forms and Salkar in his hybrid form. When did he learn to do that? Marth hushed the area and bent down to pick up his bonsai. A literal minute ago, Rissa sighed with worry. Jorel saw Sharjin carve a figurine of Alina and somehow used his powers to emulate him without any tool. Gods, why? Marth plunged on the nearest chair. Every new detail he noticed on the bonsai was another stab at his heart. What's the matter, Duke? Lith could recognize a troubled father from a kilometer away and went to the rescue. Look at this. Marth handed Lith the bonsai. Plant folk can stimulate the growth of plants and even make them move a little, but they can't do something like this. Turning a tree branch into a whip just alters its flexibility and length. This is something else. After a plant folk stops injecting mana, the altered plants return to their original state, whereas what Jorel did is permanent. He altered the shape of this sapling and then its life force, turning the changes of his choosing in the tree's natural state. That's monstrous, Lith's voice expressed every drop of his shock in a very unpolite way. I mean a monstrous talent. Your son took from you, Duke. You must be proud. From me? Marth echoed, clicking his tongue. Yeah, right. The best I could do at his age was soil myself and say a few babble words. I was nowhere as intelligent as Jorel. Rissa, Alina asked. Dryads are born as adults, but we too are quite dumb and naive until we live long enough to learn our lessons, she replied, her worried expression mirroring Marth's. And I've never seen any plant folk or even a fae do that as an adult, let alone an infant. Since no one is willing to say it out loud, I will. Gianni stood up from her chair to study the bonsais. You suspect this is Manohar's, and I meant Manohar the First doing. Yes, Marth clenched his head. If Rissa got pregnant after I fused with the White Griffin, I would have believed that a spark of his genius had become a part of me and been passed on to our son, but that's not the case. Please believe me, Duke, I've never cheated on you. Rissa was hurt and upset. Plant folk had a terrible reputation as partners due to their promiscuous nature, and Rissa was afraid Marth would come to the most logical and simple explanation for his son's genius. Chapter 3567, Manohar's Gift, Part 2. I believe you, Marth sighed. And if you knew Krisha Manohar like I did, the idea of him sleeping with a woman and walking away would sound as ridiculous as it does to me. He had countless suitors and ignored them all. If a woman were capable of catching his attention, he would have been obvious about it, like he did with Alina. Lith grimaced at the memory while his mother blushed. On top of that, he was too scared of his mother to hide the existence of a grandchild from her. Manohar was an insane genius obsessed with himself and his research, but he was a good friend. He would have never backstabbed me, and even if he had, he would have rubbed it in my face. Manohar never lied and had no care for the feelings of other people. He did everything he wanted and laughed in your face about it. That's so true, Lith and Gianni said. We even performed a blood resonance spell, Rissa said. Multiple times, actually. The result is always the same. Duke and I are Durrell's parents. Lith, you are an expert in life forces, Marth said. What is your opinion on this? Expert is a strong word. Lith pondered the situation. Wait here a minute, I'll bring you a real expert. He walked away, and soon returned with a beautiful woman with flaming red hair and emerald green eyes. Rissa Duke, this is Baba Yaga, the Red Mother, Lith said, and Baba Yaga gave them a curtsy. Baba Yaga, these are Duke and Rissa Marth, my friends and Durrell's parents. The couple's jaws hit the floor and stayed there, while the mother walked to examine the baby boy, and then returned to study the parents, life forces as well. Baba Yaga, Marth tensed up when she took his hand and checked his life force and energy signature. That Baba Yaga, the mother of all undead. The white core of immortality. Rissa too snapped out of her reverie only when the mother touched her, afraid of being turned into an undead. In the flesh, my dear, Baba Yaga replied. In my line of work, I'm always interested in hybrids. I befriended Lith after Elijah was born. Explaining her relationship with Solus was too long and complicated, so Baba Yaga opted for a simpler lie. Well, what's the response? Lith asked. The baby is definitely yours, the mother said while looking at Rissa and Marth. There is no doubt that his life force is born from a combination of your own, yet that doesn't mean that the late Manohar didn't pull a fast one. How? Marth was still shocked, but seeing a light at the end of the tunnel gave him the strength to overcome it. If it were me, I'd tamper with the life force of the parents, Baba Yaga replied. Modify it to resemble mine. It's an almost impossible task, but Manohar performed the impossible as a hobby. How would it work exactly? Rissa asked. If Manohar had identified the part of his life force that gave him his genius, he might have stimulated it in you too, the mother said. You are too old for your brain to change, but your children would have no such problem. The procedure would be long and hard, though. The more differences between Manohar and his subject, the longer it would take him. The ideal candidate should be a blood relative. Manohar was an only child and 100% asshole, I mean human, Marth said. Are you telling me he did something to me? I kept away from him as you instructed, Rissa shrugged. I never drank or ate anything he offered me, and you know he wasn't big on physical contact. I knew it, Marth stomped his foot. The bastard used me as his test subject. We spent so much time together there's no telling when it happened. If it happened, Baba Yaga pointed out. Your friend was indeed a genius, but I'm also quite talented. I didn't notice any alteration in your life force or your boy's. Either Manohar has nothing to do with this, or he restructured your life force in its entirety. And how do we know for sure? Rissa asked. I need to study Manohar's closest kin. Baba Yaga tormented her chin. Even if their talent is nothing alike, there are bound to be similarities I can identify. But Manohar is dead, Marth said. His mother is dead, and so is his father. As far as I know, he has no living relatives. Then we'll never know, Baba Yaga shrugged while Marth and Rissa groaned. I'm sorry. Lith, why did you hush this area? Camilla rushed to him with a worried expression. I've been calling you for 5 minutes now. Don't you see what's happening? She pointed his finger at the children. Manohar II was growing slides, swings, and small castles from the park's vegetation. Don't worry, Kami. Duke says that Durrell is very smart for his age. There's nothing wrong with that, Lith said. Yes, there is, Rissa was flabbergasted. How did he go from a bonsai figurine to complex buildings in 5 minutes? Who cares about that? Camilla snarled at the dryad. I meant Elijah. Lith focused his gaze on the baby girl and noticed that the shadows surrounding her weren't shadows at all. They were small demons in the shape of butterflies, puppies, and small animals like squirrels and birds. Fuck me sideways, no. Lith went pale and blinked to Elijah's side. What's the problem with that? Marth asked, noticing Lith's worry as he knelt at the baby's level. It's no mystery that Elijah is a Tiamat. We all knew she would summon her own demons sooner or later. You don't understand. Camilla shook her head while biting her nails. Summoning demons is not like raising undead or crafting golems. Every time Lith calls upon a dead soul, he experiences the pain and regrets that caused them to stay behind. Elijah is just a baby. She shouldn't witness that part of life. It might scar her forever. Good gods, Marth said. I'm so sorry, Camilla. I had no idea. Continue reading stories on. Meanwhile, Lith used the dragon scales to assess Elijah's feelings. Let's hope I can also use our bond to lessen her burden before she gets traumatized, he thought, noticing his daughter's sad expression. What the? Luckily for Lith, Elijah lacked the magical strength to conjure a complex soul and the mental capacity to understand feelings beyond her age. While playing with Jorel, she had felt the loneliness and desire to play of the weak souls around her. A caterpillar whose cocoon had been stomped before it could turn into a butterfly. A stillborn puppy who had never experienced its mother's love. Small birds who had fallen from their nests before they could learn how to fly. What kept them from moving on was the regret for their untapped potential, for the lives that had been cut off abruptly before or right after they started. Lucia felt sad for them and used her powers to grant them their wishes. In its shadow form, the caterpillar was a beautiful butterfly that could finally dance between flowers and taste their sweet nectar. Chapter 3568, Extra Steps, Part 1. The puppy experienced the warmth of a cuddle and the joy of barking while chasing its own tail. The small birds chirped and darted through the air like there was no tomorrow, because there wasn't one. The small demons faded away as soon as their grievances were resolved. The happiness Elijah gifted them broke the feeble shackles that chained them to the world of the living and allowed the demons to move on. While the father issued his call to the lost souls, the daughter answered theirs. She gave the souls the opportunity to experience happiness rather than vent their rage. Watching the small demons fade away saddened Elijah because she believed to have made new friends who for some reason abandoned her soon after they met. She felt their absence with her eyes as well as in her heart. They are not abandoning you, baby girl. Lith lifted Elijah in his arms. They love you and are grateful for what you did. They left because they had to go back to their parents. Dad, Elijah used the word to ask, really? Yes, sweetie, Lith nodded. Go back to play with your friends, but don't make more shadow friends. Why? Valoran and Sharjin said in disappointment. To them, the demons were just cute mystical creatures with which they could play. Their disappearance didn't upset Valoran and Sharjin since Elijah could always conjure more. Because if she gets tired, she'll fall asleep and won't be able to play with you for today, Lith replied. Sharjin and Valoran, the second, gasped in horror and joined Lith in his request. Elijah felt a bit weird after experiencing the emotions of her demons, but her baby brain soon dismissed the issue. Especially when Jorel conjured a wood construct, he used to wrestle on equal terms with Sharjin. Challenge, Jorel said from the cockpit of his wooden combat suit. Challenge accepted. Sharjin wagged his tail excitedly and stood on his hind legs. On the opposite corner, a small Tiamat faced an equally small humanoid Skal in the cutest battle on Magur. Salkar was older, but after shapeshifting, Elijah grew bigger, matching his size. Does this happen often? Gianni held Driffa to her bosom as the children tussled and threw each other around, afraid for her daughter's safety during her future playdates. Read new chapters at. How does he do that? Marth blurted out, confirming Gianni's fears. How do you go from shaping wood to animating it in a few minutes? I have fourth-year students who can't shape ice with such a degree of precision by using water magic. To Jorel's defense, a wooden construct is easier to form than a hard light one. Lith tried to allay his friend's worry. Your son is manipulating living plants that have their own mana and mass, or his mana core wouldn't be enough to do something like this. Yeah, right, easy, Marth grunted. Can you do something like this, Lith? I don't know the first thing about controlling plants, Duke. Maybe Rissa. Don't look at me, the Dryad replied. I'm trying to learn from my 11-month-old son how to use the bloodline abilities he has inherited from me. I can see why you named your son Manohar II, Duke. Orion patted Marth's back. He has a bright future in front of him. Please don't call him that. Just hearing that name made Marth want to scream. The only thing that kept me sane while I worked with Manohar was the thought that I could quit my job whenever I wanted and be free of him. I can't quit being a father and turn my back on my son. He sighed heavily. Lith, you have to promise me you won't use light mastery in front of him. I don't want to learn how deep the Manohar hole is unless it's absolutely necessary. I promise, Lith nodded. Thank you, Marth nodded. The next 11 years are going to be hard, but once Jorel goes to the academy, I should have a bit of respite. Let's hope he's not a troublesome student like Manohar I. What if he enrolls in the White Griffin, and you have to deal with him as his father and headmaster? Gianni asked. I need a drink, Marth replied as color drained from his face. Something strong. It's 11 in the morning, Orion pointed out. Which means 16 hours after dark. Marth turned around and entered the mansion. I still need an answer to my question, Gianni said. This doesn't happen often, Lith replied. Only when we put all the babies together in a wide space. That's like saying always but with extra steps, Gianni grunted. Don't be like that, Gianni. Look at Surin and Milla. Alina pointed at the baby girls who were sitting in front of the improvised ring, giggling. Do you think Brynja and I would leave our daughters there if they were in any danger? Here, let me show you. Brynja dragged Gianni near the play area, clapping her hands to draw the children's attention. Come here, I want to introduce you to a new friend. The fight stopped immediately, and the babies looked at the two women with curiosity. Children, this is Driffa. Brynja gently nudged Gianni, who showed the kids the baby girl. Driffa, Sharjin, Valoran, and Manohar II echoed. Difa, Elijah tried her best. She's the youngest and she's weak, Brynja continued. You have to take care of her and protect her. The divine beasts and Salkar sniffed at the baby girl like hunting dogs, while Manohar II looked at her with compassion. He remembered all too well the struggles that accompanied having such an inefficient, puny body. He remembered everything since the day he was born, but luckily for his parents, they had no idea about it. Driffa looked at the weird flying things for a second, and then started to cry. I'm sorry, Brynja said. I didn't expect her to get scared. She's not scared. Gianni wrinkled her nose from the stench. She needs a fresh diaper. Space. While Gianni rested at the Verhin mansion, and Orion improved on the security of the Erna's household, Quilla and Freya squealed in joy the moment Driffa so much as looked at them. Did you see that? She tried to say my name, Freya said. Dream on, that was a burp, Quilla replied. Burp or not, our Driffa is without a doubt your mother's daughter, Orion grunted in mock anger. So young, and she's already a trickster. No offense, Dad, but she has done nothing all day aside from lying on her back. How is she a trickster? Quilla asked. Because of this, Orion pointed at the baby's iris near the pupils where the brown had turned into a clear blue. And this. He moved Driffa's thin hair, revealing a single yellow streak. You couldn't let me win for once, could you? Orion snorted. That doesn't mean anything, dear. A baby's eye color can change during the first 6 months, Gianni replied. And this is just an elemental streak. It means Driffa is attuned to the air element. Still, she now carries a bit of you with her, and it makes me love our daughter even more. Orion kissed Gianni, making her blush like a little girl. Chapter 3569, Extra Steps, Part 2. Dad, Yua, stop, Quilla said, her eyes wet with tears. She didn't know whether it was the joy for having a new sister, the relief for her mother's safety, or her pregnancy, but she cried a lot, often for silly reasons if not for none at all. Let them be, Quilla, Freya handed her a handkerchief. After everything our family has gone through, we deserve a bit of happiness. Speaking of happiness, I can't believe you are finally getting married, Freya, Quilla sobbed, now with joy. I was so scared you would die alone. Way to jinx it, sis. Freya patted her back to calm her down and offered Quilla a bowl of ice cream. Gods, this is so good, Quilla cried harder. What did I do to deserve a sister like you? I'm sorry for what I said earlier. Help, Freya yelled while her sister covered her in snot, tears, and spilled ice cream. Somebody, anybody, help. Don't yell like that, Orion rebuked her. You could scare your little sister and your mother is trying to rest. Less scolding and more helping, Dad. I don't know how to deal with Quilla's mood swings and I can't get her drunk to get her off my back for 5 minutes, Freya said. What am I supposed to do? Good question, I wish I knew the answer. Orion shrugged. Where is Morok? He should be looking after his wife in such a delicate moment of her pregnancy. He's out with his friends. Quilla blew her nose. They are throwing him a bachelor party. He deserves it. I've been quiet a handful these last few days. Days, you mean months, Freya said, triggering another crying fit. I was joking. I'm sorry, Quilla. Please don't cry. Since when does Morok have friends? Orion was flabbergasted. Are you sure they aren't just trying to scam him for our money? Dad, you are being unfair. Quilla went from a sobbing mess to indignant fury in half a second. Morok is not a bad man and he's not stupid. How dare you talk about the father of your grandchildren like that? For the God's sake, don't remind me that, Orion thought. I'm sorry, sweetie, he actually said. I'm still on edge because of everything that happened when your mother gave birth, but that's not an excuse to be a jerk. Apologies accepted. Quilla hugged him with so much strength that if not for Orion's awakened nature, she would have cracked his ribs. Don't worry, Dad. I'm sure everything will be fine. We'll save Mom, together. Orion didn't share her optimism, but loved seeing his daughter's smile and didn't want her to go back to being a sobbing mess. "You're right, sweetheart," he nodded. "While Gianni rests here at the Verhin mansion with Driffa, I'll do my best to make our Erna's household just as safe by the time she returns." "Safe, sure, but I think she considers it more like a boot camp than a vacation." Freya chuckled, and Gianni sighed in agreement. Being surrounded by the weirdest families in the kingdom is good practice for her. "It is," Gianni fixed her pillows. "I'm getting used to dealing with shape-shifting children and their antics, and it's exhausting. Your next chapter awaits on. You'll need it when Quilla's babies are born, Mom. Who knows, maybe by spending time with mixed couples, you will also learn to appreciate Morak." "Speaking of mixed couples and hybrid children, you'd better get a move on," Quilla said. "A move on with what?" Freya furrowed her brows. "Making a baby of your own." Quilla caressed her swollen womb. "Wouldn't it be wonderful if our children grew together? This is the perfect moment. Driffa will be a sister to them rather than an aunt, while Elijah and the others would be her slightly older siblings." "What?" Freya blushed in embarrassment. "Nalrond and I aren't married yet, and then there's the issue of me becoming Falul's harbinger." "I'll never understand why you made that deal." Orion shook his head in disapproval. "Lady Falul is a wonderful woman, but I don't like the idea of you being a servant to anyone, even her." "Dad, we've already had this discussion countless times." Freya sighed. "Yes, I made a reckless decision back then, but in the end it worked out just fine. If it weren't for Falul, I would have been left out of so many things. I would have spent much less time with Floria. I wouldn't have the power to try and rescue her. I wouldn't be able to help Mom now. If I hadn't awakened back then and had time to practice, now I would still be a deep blue instead of a violet core. I've gained a lot from my deal with Falul, including the power to protect my family. I don't regret making that deal at all." "I could say more, but I'd just sound like a hypocrite." Gianni dismissed the argument with a sweep of her hand. "Still, marriage is not an issue. You and Nalrond are betrothed. You are an Ernas. Your word is your bond, and you'd never break it." "What about Nalrond? What if he has second thoughts?" Freya tilted her head. "He's not an Ernas, but he's a man," Orion replied. "His word is his bond to me. If he breaks it, I break his spine." "And I make sure it's permanent," Gianni nodded. Freya laughed at the joke until she noticed no one else was smiling. The cold determination on her parents' faces told her they weren't joking. "That said, Nalrond knew about your deal with Falul from the beginning, correct?" Orion asked, and Freya nodded. "Then unless Falul gets to participate in your dance without pants, I don't see any issue." "Dad," Freya blushed up to her ears. "Of course she doesn't." "Then you have my blessing and no excuse to delay giving me a grandchild or two." Orion patted her shoulder. "I'm not getting any younger, and with everything that's going on, there's no telling how long this peace will last." Space. Blood Desert Moonpond Oasis. Hogg's Traveling Tavern at the same time. The Blood Desert was universally considered a nightmare during the scorching heat of the day and a magical place at night, at least in the safety of an oasis. The dry, chill air complemented the steaming food and made everyone thirsty, boosting the sales. With no need for the patrons to hide and no neighbors, the tavern could keep all its windows open, letting its customers enjoy the view of the full moon reflecting on the sand and the nearby lake. It was like being surrounded by fine silver dust, and under two moons, one distant and one so close you could almost touch it. One might expect that most reservations were made by couples wanting to enjoy the romantic scenery, but they would have been wrong. All stops in the Blood Desert were booked by people who wanted peace, quiet, and isolation. Only in the desert could Hogg split the tables between inside and outside the tavern, giving his patrons much more space than usual. The spatial displacement spells of the establishment always ensured the clients' privacy, but the tavern would still be cramped with people. Chapter 3570, Different Futures, Part 1. Now instead, the customers could take a walk while waiting for their food, hang around the lake, or even take a swim if they wanted. That night, however, most of the patrons had turned their hush arrays off to discuss the hot topic of the week with their neighbors. Gerslak the Wyvern kept leading his bloodline by example, and had taken charge of the Awakened Academy project. He had not only given substantial financial contributions out of his own pocket, but had also volunteered to be one of its teachers. On top of that, while waiting for the snail-paced Awakened bureaucracy to do its job, he had opened a temporary academy for wyverns only. He had invited the former clan exiles first, and then all the youths who struggled to find an Awakened mentor. Gerslak had persuaded a few wyvern elders to help him, and now, he had one professor for each discipline, just like in one of the great academies. The patriarch taught the young wyverns how to master their origin flames, while the clan elders held lessons about high master magic, spirit magic, light mastery, and advanced dimensional magic. Awakened had no warden specialization, and taught their disciples how to use arrays for both offense and defense in the battlefield, rather than just to build things or protect their homes. Falul had furrowed more than one brow when she heard about Gerslak's initiative, but after meeting his students, she had happily agreed to provide the temporary academy with her special spirit magic wands. The artifacts allowed non-awakened to practice spirit magic. This way, the professors could test the students' wits, talent, and wisdom without establishing the 100 years master-apprentice relationship that awakening someone implied. At the same time, the students could get a taste of spirit magic and be approached by their potential future mentors without either side making any commitment. The Awakened Council had initially frowned at Gerslak's academy, but after discussing it, they found no fault in his project. It gave the council the opportunity to observe a test run of their future academy while the wyverns took all the risks and covered all expenses. For many relatively young wyverns it was a dream come true, but for those like Drina it was even better. She had been kicked out of her house at a young age and spent her early years struggling to survive. Drina had always been an outcast, with no friends among her people and only basic knowledge of her traditions. Hogg had given her a second family and taught her a lot, but he was no wyvern. He couldn't help her master origin flames or teach her the upper tiers of light mastery. On top of that, she was required to work as a waitress. Her time was split between her awakened apprenticeship under Hogg, serving tables, and spending time with her girlfriend. Hogg had already agreed to send her to Gerslak's academy and relieve her from her work until the end of her studies. Once she graduated from the academy, her future would be in her hands. Hogg had no intention of forcing Drina to stay for the full 100 years of her apprenticeship. After Gerslak had pardoned her and the rest of the exiles, Drina didn't need his protection anymore. "Can you believe it, sweetie?" Drina said. "I can finally learn how to shapeshift properly." She pointed at the tail, small horns, and wings that she couldn't get rid of when she assumed her human form, no matter how hard she tried. "I'll get to make friends with my kin and spend time away from that cheapskate of Hogg. Even better, once I complete my studies, we can move wherever we want. We don't have to hide anymore. We are free, Z. Free." "What you describe is a wonderful future." Zelima saw Drina's eyes sparkling with joy, and it pained her to smother that light, but she couldn't lie about something so important. "But it's your future, and there's no place for me in it." "What do you mean?" Drina was taken aback and looked at Zelima in confusion. "Dry, you're going away from Hogg, sure, but also from me." Zelima caressed the only scale Drina could never remove from her face. "I'm not a wyvern. I'm not even an awakened. I'm just a human girl, and you are talking about going away for years." "You can awaken." Drina felt her blood run cold. "I can awaken you and Hogg can teach you. I promise I'll come back to you whenever I can and we'll have the whole winter for us. We can make this work, Z." "I don't want to awaken." Zelima shook her head. "I'm not a mage and I never wanted to become one. I just wanted to be with you. I'm happy being a cook and preparing dishes for our clients because that's something I love to do. Your journey continues with. The practice of magic would be a chore to me if not torture. Awakening would mean becoming your property, and if I don't use the breathing technique, I get old. If I don't train and break through, I die. Awakening isn't for everyone." "I don't want to lose you, Z," Drina said. "Tell me what you want me to do and I'll do it." "I'm not saying we are breaking up, silly." Zelima wrapped Drina in an embrace. "I'm happy to see you spreading your wings like you always dreamed, and I would never hold you back. It's just that I've always known I'd lose you someday, and it hurts knowing we have less time than I thought." "What do you mean, lose me?" Drina swallowed hard. "From the beginning you were an awakened emperor beast, and I a human girl." Zelima shrugged. "I'll live 100 years at best, and by then I'll be a wrinkly old woman. You'll live 3,000 years, and soon I'll look like your mother rather than girlfriend. I'm going to be a chapter of your life, whereas you are my whole book." "Then awaken, damn it." Drina's eyes welled with tears. Her earlier joy felt like a cruel joke now. "Don't give up on me like that. Fight, woman." "I'm not giving up on you, Dry." Zelima wiped Drina's tears away. "I just like my life as it is. Even if I awakened and endured the years of practice it requires, I would still live less than 1,000 years. Drina failed to find a compelling argument or a solution. She just stared at her feet while silently crying. "It's better this way," Zelima thought. "I've seen the face Dry made when she told me about Gerslak, confirming she has a unique dormant dragon bloodline. She tried to play it off, but I know she wants to pass it down. Dry wants to have children, something I can't give her. I'm in the way of more of her dreams than she likes to admit, and awakening would only drag things longer. I have no passion for magic, and at least this way I won't have to live long enough to see her with someone else. Space. A few tables away at the same time. Will you please pipe it down, you two? Hush spells are a thing, you know. Chapter 3571, Different Futures, Part 2. Morak yelled at the two crying women with an angry voice. I'm trying to celebrate my friend here, and you're spoiling our happy mood with your sob story. We all have a human girlfriend here, and if I have to listen one more time about the gap in our lifespans, this party will turn into a goddamn funeral. Experience moron. Drina and Zelima became pale as ghosts, and their tears dried up the moment they realized all the tavern's patrons were staring at them. They had started discussing the Wyvern Academy like everyone else, so they had never isolated themselves from the rest of the conversation. I'm so sorry. Zelima bowed left and right in apology, wishing Magur would strike her down with a bolt of lightning. I didn't mean to disrupt your evening. Thank the gods he stopped me before I got to the babies part, she thought. Why didn't someone intervene sooner? Because the discussion was heart-wrenching and the matter delicate. No one wanted to butt in while two people in love were having a moment, no matter how awkward listening to them was. No one but Morak, of course. Don't mention it, cook lady. Just don't spit in my food once I place the order and we're even, he said, making most of the patrons snort with laughter while Lith hid his face in his hands. I'm sorry for you too. You look like a wonderful couple. Thank you, Drina whined, wishing that dying of embarrassment was more than a figure of speech. You are welcome, Morak nodded. By the way, if you want the easy way to longevity, cook lady, become an undead, maybe a vampire. They look cool, and in your line of work, you should have gotten used to dealing with blood. That's a wonderful idea. It was but Zelima was in a rush to get away from the crowd. I'm sorry they are calling me from the kitchen. Have a nice meal. Children, Morak said with a sigh while waving the couple goodbye. Always making drama. Do you realize that aside from me, everyone at this table is close in age with those two, do you? Protector said. I meant emotional maturity, Morak tutted. I've made plenty of scenes in taverns all over the kingdom, but at least I made people cry of laughter, not sadness. That stuff was heavy. My beer almost tastes bad now. He gulped down the whole mug. Almost, he burped with relish. I agree on the last part, Lith sighed. I mean, human awakened live 1,000 years at most, whereas as a divine beast I might leave way longer, and so will you guys, if Kami. He couldn't finish the phrase, and sought the comfort of the blonde ale in his beer mug. I guess I'm the only one who doesn't have to worry about that, Nalrund shrugged. I should live as long as Freya since she's going to become Falul's harbinger. That brings up a whole lot of different problems, though. I don't know how long I will live, but I have to admit the thought of outliving Celia is scary. Protector stared at the full moon, his mind haunted by countless memories. I don't want to lose another mate. What do you mean another? Nalrund asked. You dog, Morak punched Protector's shoulder. I mean wolf, whatever you are. Are you telling us you have a harem hidden somewhere? That would explain why you're always short of money and out of town. I'm a Skal, and no, I don't have a harem, you insufferable moron. Morak, the tyrant corrected Protector. Morant. Fine, back to the harem, though, and don't skip anything of the spicy stuff, Morak said. I don't have a harem, Protector sighed. For your information, I didn't spend my life as a monk before awakening and wolves mate for life. Then you should have stopped after the first one, unless you want me to believe that Celia got pregnant by proximity, Morak scoffed. Not once in a lifetime, you moron, for life, Protector snarled. It means one mate at a time. My previous wives died of age, wounds, and illness. I was the first magical beast of the Tron Woods to become an emperor beast. I outlived most of my pack. Now that I'm married with Celia, I don't entertain any other woman. I'm always short of money because human babies need a lot of stuff that cubs don't, and I'm always out of town to earn that damn money. Then your mistake was not picking a loaded woman, like us. Right, bro? Morak offered Nalrund his fist, and the Agni glared at him. I didn't court Freya for her money, and having lost someone myself, I don't find this conversation one bit funny, he grunted. Being reminded of my dead fiancé while celebrating my engagement to Freya spoils my mood even more than those two lovebirds. Fine, let's talk about something else. Morak shrugged and turned to Lith. Garrick sends his love, Lith. He would appreciate it if you came to visit us more often. He misses you. Tell him I miss him too, Lith sighed. I've been so busy recently that I barely had the time to leave my lab. How is Garrick doing? Mostly bored. Morok waited for the food to be served and the drinks refilled before activating the table's hush array. He loves going to school with Aaron and Lyria in the desert and hates missing all the events that don't take place over Amana Geyser. I wanted to take him with us tonight, but there was no way to reach this place unnoticed, even with your tower. All oases formed above Amana Geyser, but the desert had no warp gate network. There was no way to bring Garrick to the traveling tavern without exposing the existence of Menadian's tower to the young tyrant and everyone else. How is his life force developing? Nalrund had a similar problem in the past and could relate with Garrick's sense of isolation. Great, that technique Lith created for us is allowing him to improve by leaps and bounds. Morok's voice held gratefulness and envy in equal measure. Not opening the seventh eye seems to be the right move for a tyrant. Garrick's Falmer life force is still fallen, but it's getting more stable as he practices the breathing technique. He should be able to leave the Mana Geyser by 16, and when he's 20, he might not need to choose between his life forces. And it's all thanks to you. Thank you, Lith. It's nothing, Lith nodded. What about you? As you can imagine, I'm making progress at a snail pace. Morok swallowed his sorrow medium rare with a side of spiced potatoes. I've already opened my seventh eye and got rid of my human nature years ago. My tyrant life force is stable, and altering it requires lots of time and effort. My only consolation is that I can pass everything I'm learning on to my twins. If they start using the breathing technique from a young age, they'll surpass their old man in no time. Have you already decided about the names? Nalrund asked. Have you checked the gender of the babies, or do you want it to be a surprise? Protector asked. Chapter 30, 572, Patient Healer Confidentiality, Part 1. Please, as if a healer like Quilla wouldn't check the babies 100 times a day just to make sure they are fine, Morok snorted. As for the names, we are still discussing them, at least officially. Between us, I was thinking about suggesting something starting with PH, like Frisia. Quilla still misses her sister dearly, and I want to honor Floria's memory. That's unexpectedly thoughtful of you. Lith narrowed his eyes, speaking in between morsels of meat. Frisia is a girl name. Are they both girls? A boy and a girl, Morok tutted with pride. At least I'm beating you at this, Lith. I'm doing in 9 months what is going to take you more than 2 years. That's a weird thing to brag about, but okay, Lith shrugged. What about the boy? The question was innocent. Yet the tyrant almost choked on his beer and stared at Lith like he had poisoned his ale. What? 1 second. Morok bit his own hand until it bled and then had his friends heal 1 tooth wound each, paying them 1 copper coin for the job. Everything we say from now on is covered by patient healer confidentiality. Remember that. You have just redefined the concept of going overboard. Nalrund was flabbergasted. You could have just asked us to keep this discussion for ourselves. Yeah, right, Morok scoffed. Then one of you lets it slip during sex and I'm screwed in the not funny way. Women talk. No matter how much they assure you they will keep your secret. They will tell it in confidentiality, and in 5 minutes everyone knows. I can assure you that you are never on my mind whenever I do something even remotely intimate with my wife. Lith emitted a retching sound. Also, you're wrong. Kami kept my identity as a Tiamat secret until Meln exposed it. She never mentioned that or my tower to anyone, even after we broke up. That kind of secret I believe, Morok nodded. Do we want to talk about the dragon and the maiden, the demon lord and the princess, the healer's kiss? It was Lith's turn to choke on his beer and spit most of it all on the floor while gasping for breath. How do you know those names? A look around the table revealed that his friends were staring at the sand or the sky, playing it cool while holding in a laugh. How does everyone know them? As I said, women talk, Morok said. Isn't that right, Mr. Lonclo? Nalrund went pale and held his throat as a piece of meat blocked it. A blast of darkness magic cleared his windpipe and saved his life. What about you, big bad wolf? Morok spoke casually, but Ryman turned paler than moonlight. Yet he knew it was his turn next, so the tyrant found the skull prepared. He had stopped eating and drinking as soon as he understood where the conversation was heading. I heard you've given the dear old Riding Hood a whole new meaning. Morok played with his keg, keeping his eyes on Protector without a hint of humor in them or his tone. I get your point, Ryman nodded. Patient healer confidentiality it is, not a word will escape my lips. Agreed, Lith and Nalrund nodded. The worst part of that revelation was that despite the shock, none of the 3 men had missed the awkward look of the other 2 when it was his turn to be grilled by Morok. Everyone at the table knew intimate details of the others through their spouses, and believed to be the only one whose privacy was safe. Not anymore. Going back to my baby boy, Quilla has not so vaguely hinted that she'd love to name him after her father. I responded by not so vaguely hinting that I'd rather name our son after Lith. No offense. The tyrant raised his hand and nodded in apology. None T, why should naming someone after me be a bad thing? Lith snarled. Dude, are you serious? Morak looked at Lith like he was the weird one of the two. Your life seems out of a bard's tale. The secrets, the struggles, the fights to the death, and the whole bunch of people you've seen die since you've learned how to walk. Those things are exciting on paper, but having a life like that is a nightmare. I want my baby boy to be happy and live comfortably, not to be forced to slaughter his way just to buy a piece of fresh bread. I can't argue with that. Just the thought of the recent events involving his mother made Lith sigh heavily. No offense taken then, but what's the problem with naming the baby boy after Orion? Again, are you serious? This time anger twisted the tyrant's usually aloof face. The guy barely tolerates my existence. Orion doesn't like me and makes no secret of it. He doesn't respect me in the slightest. I feel no desire to honor such a man. On top of that, what if it jinxes my bond with my son? What if due to their shared name Orion and my child develop a good relationship, and Orion's mean attitude toward me rubs off on my child? No, no, and no. With each no, Morak slammed his fist on the table harder. My in-laws from hell may be fun to spectators like you, but not to me. I'm not going to reward their bad behavior. I would just enable them to raise the bar further. Whatever is in this food, we need to stockpile it, Nalrun pondered. If it makes even Morak wise, we should treasure it dearly. I am wise, jackass, the tyrant snorted. I just don't see the point of being wise in my daily life. It's boring and wastes a lot of time. I agree with you, Protector nodded. Just tell Quilla what you told us. She loves her parents, but not to the point of being willingly blind to their behavior. The conversation might hurt her feelings, but might also push her to mend bridges between you and her parents. Agreed, Lith nodded. In your shoes, I'd also limit the grandparents' access to the children if they don't change their attitude. It's a privilege you grant them, not a right. I'm sorry for you, dude. Nalrun poured Morak another beer. I'll try to make Orion and Gianni see reason. From there, the conversation took a lighter note. They deactivated the hush array, and the mood improved as more food and drinks were served. Thanks for earlier. Hogg approached them when he was sure he wouldn't intrude a delicate conversation. If not for you, Drina and Zelima would have ended up airing their laundry in front of the entire tavern. I wanted to stop them, but didn't know how to do it without sounding like an insensitive jerk. No problem, Morak swept the air with his hand. Insensitive jerk is my middle name. If you are grateful, though, feel free to give us a discount. These animals eat like animals. Protector was an emperor beast, Lith a divine beast, and while the exact nature of Nalrun's Agni bloodline had yet to be determined, he consumed a lot of food as well. Compared to them, Morak was a lightweight. Chapter 30, 573, Patient Healer Confidentiality, Part 2. On top of that, at the traveling Taver Lith, and the others could forgo human manners and eat without worrying about keeping up appearances. A discount would hurt my pockets, Hogg laughed. Friendship is a beautiful thing, but business is business, and I rarely serve so much food to a single table. It's no big deal. I'll cover the bill, Lith said. We are here to celebrate our friend, not to worry about small stuff. Thanks, Morak and Ryman inwardly sighed in relief. Morak didn't like spending too much money due to his bad relationship with his in-laws, while Protector had a lot of expenses already. Since Nalrund wasn't supposed to pay for his own bachelor party, even after splitting the bill 3 ways, it was bound to have a long series of zeros. I've heard you met this Gerslak in person, Hogg. Can you tell me your impression of him? Lith asked. It's too early to tell, but so far he's a breath of fresh air compared to Zedros. Since he was already there, he started grilling the meat and vegetables at the table. I don't know if it's because of his age or the current crisis the wyverns face, but Gerslak seems ground to mager. He rejected Meln's offer off the bat, aided the attempt to capture him, and now Gerslak has turned his bloodline's traditions upside down. If his actions match his words, the wyverns will enter a golden age in a few centuries. In the future, they might even catch up to the Hydras. Being better than Zedros is a low bar, but knowing how these things go, the new patriarch might have easily been someone even worse, Ryman pondered. Having a stand-up guy as Zedros' replacement is double the good news. What about his policy about children? Hogg's face turned sour at the mention. making the table worry they had spoken too soon. "It's going great." The barman stabbed the meat into skewers with a vengeance and served them. "More than great. The bastard was here just 2 days ago. After speaking with Drina and offering her a scholarship, he stopped at the tavern to eat." Between a dish and a drink, Gerslak had the gall to whine about his project being too successful. He told me that most of the interested parties in his Wyverns repopulation program left after a few hot nights, yet some decided to remain. He has now something like 10 awakened women competing for the pecking order, and working their way to become his wives. "Wives," Nalrund echoed, plural. "Yes," Hogg snarled. "Gerslak can offer them powerful bloodline abilities, lots of treasure, a bloodline legacy, and important seats in the council. On top of that, once he dies, he'll split his possessions evenly among his children. He's quite a catch." The poor Gerslak complained that between his magical academy and his repopulation program, he can barely keep up with invigoration. He thanked me for the hospitality, because he needed some time alone to catch his breath. "In other words, you are green with envy," Morak nodded. "Oh no, I'm not just envious." Hogg shook his head. "I'm absolutely livid. I'm a man dying of thirst watching another man drown. There is no line of women wanting to be with me. What does he have that I do?" "Let's see." Morak rubbed his chin. "A whole mountain as huge, luxurious lair, wealth, and mastery over one of the most elusive branches of light magic." "I know that." Hogg threw a murderous glare at the tyrant. "I wanted compassion and maybe a few nice words, not an honest answer." "I understand," Morak nodded. "Don't beat yourself up, old man. True beauty comes from within, and you have a lot to offer, like a discount." "Thanks." Hogg rolled his eyes while the rest of the table laughed. "Here, have a beer, my treat." Lith poured Hogg a glass, which he gulped down like medicine. "Have a seat." Nalrund pulled a chair. "If there's something I've learned about women, it's that if you stick to Lith, you'll find the right one. It worked even for Morak, so it should be a piece of cake for someone normal like you." "What do you mean, even for me?" Morak grunted, and the barkeep finally found his smile back. Space. A few days later, Lith was working on a new project when he received a call from Vaster. "Is everything all right, Zager?" Lith asked as soon as the hologram of the professor appeared. "Yeah, don't worry," Vaster replied. "I'm not like a certain someone who calls his friends only when he needs something from them. This is half a social call and half business. I finished studying the Emperor Beast's papers about Hathorn's research a few days ago. I've reverse-engineered the tattoo potions, and the first batch of injection materials is ready. I don't know if the royals will uphold their end of the bargain, so I wanted you to know that I got you covered." "Thanks, Zager." Lith chatted for a bit before moving to another topic that interested him. "I have a question for you. While I was in Kafar, I faced a behemoth who cast 2 spells of the Elemental God series." "2," Vaster echoed in disbelief. "Yes," Lith nodded. "He used them to conjure spells of all tiers and effects without burdening his mind. Has this kind of technique been researched in the past? It seemed powerful, but I've never seen awakened or professors using it before." "And for a good reason," Vaster replied. "Keeping 2 Tier 5 spells active consumes a lot of mana and focus. Under normal circumstances, you don't have the time to cast more than 1 Tier 5 spell. Even if you succeed casting 2, your options are limited and your mana will soon run out. Awaken can afford it with invigoration, but even they know better. It's great for shock and awe, but it lacks versatility. If your opponent has the means to counter one of the 2 elements, your entire strategy falls apart. 3 elements would be great, but then you'd have a tower spell, and those are the stuff of legends." He shrugged. "Too bad. It seemed an interesting strategy," Lith said. "It is," Vaster said. "You might want to call Quilla. The last time I heard from her, she was researching something similar." "How could she?" Lith stopped halfway as he answered his own question. "The twins." "The twins?" Vaster nodded. "I told her it's a waste of time. Her power boost will last only for a few more months. After that, Quilla will be immortal like the rest of us. She was determined, though. She seemed to be onto something." "And you didn't pry?" Lith asked. "About another's mage private research," Vaster scoffed. "That's so rude I might as well have asked her to undress. Knowledge between friends can only be offered, not stolen, my boy." Lith then shared his worries about his mother with Vaster, and Vaster his problems with Zinnia. "She wants to be awakened, but knows that if I do it for her, Philia and Frey will ask me to do the same for them." He sighed. "What about you?" Lith asked. "I don't want any of them to awaken," Vaster replied. Chapter 3574, Lesser Magus, Part 1. I'm afraid that once Zin understands more about eldritches and figures out the real nature of my associates, I'll lose her. The problem is I have no reason to refuse. Heck, even if I do, Zin can always ask Camilla to awaken her. Either way, I'm screwed. Vaster sighed. I'm sorry for you, Zogger, Lith sighed. If there's anything I can do, just ask. Thank you, Lith, Zogger out. He should have told her the truth when she asked him to marry her before giving her his reply. Soulless, voice echoed in Lith's head via the mind link. I know, but an I told you so rarely makes things better, Lith replied. Is Quilla still here? She and the rest of the Erna's family. They have moved here with Gianni and never leave her side, Soulless chuckled. We should turn the mansion into a hotel and make them pay rent. Soulless was happy to have company and spend more time at the Verhin mansion. The powerful Mana Geyser and the keep allowed the tower to remain active and hidden from the guests. At the mansion, Soulless was no different from a normal person. She could feel her body and core getting stronger as if she were using accumulation non-stop. The fewer floors the tower had to rebuild, the more energy it focused on restoring her body. We'd better not. Over the years, we've spent a long time at the Erna's household. If they present us the bill for our vacations, it would be a devastating blow to our finances. Lith shuddered at the thought, making Soulless laugh harder. Can I come with you? She asked. Of course you can, Lith replied. Quilla is our friend. He walked to the park of the mansion, where Gianni spent most of her time during the morning. She had been locked up in her own home for so long that she craved freedom more than anything else. Driffa grew stronger and healthier by the day, and there were plenty of people to stimulate her young mind. Garrick and Ryla had moved back to the mansion along with the handmaidens, Afia and Vila. That on top of the several magical beasts hanging around the confining Tron woods ensured that mother and daughter were always cared for. Mom, I want a little sister too. Driffa is so cute. Garrick rocked the baby in his arms with love, but his words made his mother spit her drink. We'll see, dear. Ryla cleared her throat in embarrassment. First, your mother needs to find a good man, Garrick. Elena smiled, caressing his head. God's the only thing more awkward than giving the talk to a child are the questions he asks his parents until they do, she thought. But knows a good man, Garrick replied. What about my big brother? He is an amazing guy. More spitting ensued, but while Quilla had to hold her tongue, her parents stifled their laughter. A good man you are not related to, dear. Ryla blushed up to her ears. Uncle Lith, then? Garrick tilted his head in confusion. I'm sorry, but I already have children, and they are my priority. Lith looked at Camilla in a silent plea for help. He's right, sweetie, she said. A child needs both parents, and Lith is very busy with Elijah and Valoran. I see, Garrick nodded. A good man unrelated to me and childless. Uncle Nalron, can you give me a baby sister? Mom just needs a special hug. At that point, the Agni's mouth was already empty. Over my dead body, Freya said. I mean, he's taken, dear. You need a single man. Why is this so complicated? Garrick whined. It's just a hug and I just want a little sister. Because we lack a harmonizer for her. Ryla inwardly thanked the gods for giving her inspiration. Once you grow up and don't need yours anymore, you can have a little sister. More importantly, by then we'll have the talk and you won't ask me the impossible anymore. She inwardly added. That's a long time. Garrick pouted for a while, but then Lilia and Laren invited him to play, and he forgot about the issue. Quilla, can we talk a bit? Lith asked. In private. Sure, she said while glaring at her parents. Mom, Dad, once I'm done with him, we need to talk. The phrase filled Orion with dread. No matter if he heard those 4 words from his wife or daughters, they always spelled trouble. As for Gianni, she had heard them only once, and it had almost cost her her marriage. After almost losing her husband and Floria's death, Gianni was ready to comply to Quilla's demands the moment those 4 ominous words left her daughter's lips. Morak had followed the advice of his friends, and had a long conversation with Quilla about what he expected from her parents if they wanted to be involved in his life and those of his children. At first, Quilla had hesitated bringing up such a sensitive subject while her mother was still recovering from the failed attempt on her life. Yet her concerns had burst like a bubble after witnessing Gianni's and Orion's hilarity at Morak's expense. If Mom is healthy enough to mock my husband, she's healthy enough to take a verbal beating, Quilla thought, having a hard time repressing her fury. We are supposed to go to my study. She moved so quickly that Lith needed to walk briskly to catch up with her while Solus had to jog. Oh, okay. Quilla knew the house almost as well as her own and had no problem finding Lith's room. She waited in front of the closed door for the other two to arrive. Angry, Solus offered Quilla a comfortable padded chair and a footstool while Lith served chamomile tea and pastries for everyone. No, furious, Quilla thanked Solus. My parents will pay for it later, what's this about? Lith had yet to finish showing her the full projection of his fight with Hugo when Quilla cracked her armrest with a fist. Son of a bitch, he almost stole my idea. Luckily for Lith's wallet, the furniture had been enchanted to self-repair. Wait, no, he's an idiot, he's doing it all wrong. Once the hologram faded, Quilla sighed in relief and sipped her tea. I wanted to talk to you about this, Lith said. That behemoth took me by surprise by combining 2 spells of the Elemental God series. It would have been a very effective strategy if not for the hands of Menadian. I was thinking of giving it a try myself, but before researching the spells I consulted Zagar. He told me you are already working on something similar, and here we are. I want to know how far you've gotten, and if you've spotted any major flaw in this technique. There's no point wasting my time, just to reinvent the wheel. Are you working on this too? Quilla frowned a bit. No, I haven't even started. I'm still collecting the existing research material and analyzing the footage from the fight to determine if it's a line of research worth pursuing. It is, Quilla said. Let me show you. A wave of her hand conjured 6 glowing spheres the size of a tennis ball with chore magic, each of a different elemental color. Chapter 3575, Lesser Magus Part 2. In theory, if you cast a spell like this, there's no limit to what you can do. Water, earth, and light fused into a shield construct, while air, fire, and darkness formed a small cloud of black flames. Then the elements split and rearranged into a heat ray, darkness-infused bullets, a snowstorm, and stone blades. In practice, however, this is nigh impossible. Quilla shook her head. Conjuring multiple elements in a neutral state is just too hard. The Elemental God series forms 4 spheres of a single element despite being a Tier 5 spell, because you need enough raw energy to manipulate it freely and skip the materialization step as you shape it in different spells. If there's too little elemental energy, you need to waste time conjuring more, and the entire spell becomes slightly better than a Tier 4 spell. 4 spheres? Solus asked. I've always seen only 3 the armor. Exactly, Quilla nodded. 1/4 of an elemental god spell is consumed to protect the mage. If you sacrifice that, this is the best you can do. Another wave of her hand generated 3 spheres of light and a 4th of earth. This is something anyone can do. The problem is that there is not enough earth element to affect the light component. This is what I'm working on instead. Quilla opened her other hand, conjuring 3 spheres of fire and another of earth. Earth again? Lith asked in confusion. Wouldn't air or water achieve more versatility? I'm not done yet, Quilla replied. Remember that these are just 2 Tier 5 spells like that behemoth did. She joined her hands, and the various spheres of the same element merged into one, leaving 3 elemental spheres orbiting around her. I see now, Solus nodded. You chose earth as the same extra element for both spells to combine them. Yes, but that's not the only reason, Quilla replied. Air and earth are almost everywhere. Unlike the other elements that require to be condensed at high density to be effective, I can increase the size of the earth sphere by taking more from the battlefield. Now watch. She cut the air with the fingers of her right hand, and the light sphere turned into darkness. First in the form of a black fog, and then into an array. The darkness turned into light again, forming a small army of constructs that fused with the fire spheres to form burning weapons and earth spheres to form heavy shields. Void magic, Lith was flabbergasted. Only for the light and darkness element, Quilla sighed. Even with the power-up from the babies and their affinities, I can't figure out the rest, yet imagine if I knew void magic. I could switch all elements and achieve the closest thing to tower tier spells with just 2 Tier 5 spells. Indeed, Solus pondered. But doing that in the living room of our house is one thing, conjuring 2 spells on the battlefield is another. Yes and no. Quilla showed them 2 elaborate rings on her fingers, each powered by a white mana crystal. Tier 5 spell-holding rings are a thing. I had Dad make 2 for me, but with your forge-mastering technique, Lith, 1 ring would be enough. Then why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Lith asked. You got this far on your own already. If I taught you void magic and gave you one of my rings, you would have progressed much more in your research. And ask another mage to share his opus and secret forge-mastering techniques with me for free, Quilla snorted in outrage. That would have been so rude that I might as well have asked you and Solus for a foursome. A mage's research was something sacred. The only law that every continent and country of Magar had in common was that no mage could be forced to share their work with someone else. Even the local awakened council and political ruler were no exceptions. Without such law, not only would every mage hide rather than risk being extorted for their hard work the moment they achieved something, but also magical research would come to a screeching halt. What point would there be pouring time, sweat, and blood into any line of research if it was going to be taken away the moment significant progress was made? Mages would just do standard work that had no risk of being stolen by someone more powerful, and the magical disciplines would become stale and rot. You could have at least asked, Solus said, and the others stared at her like she had gone insane. About void magic. I was talking about void magic, not the foursome. We are already teaching it to the fourth-year students of the 6 great academies, their professors, and the royals. Including you in our lessons, Quilla, would have cost us nothing and just required permission from the royals. With the Erna's families standing, the king would have never refused your request. You guys have a perverted mind. Solus has a point about void magic. Lith glossed over his perverted mind. As a Magus, sharing part of my work is not an issue. On top of that, I don't need to reveal my forgemastering technique to you. I just need to craft one of my Tier 5 magic holding rings to help you with your studies. You would just be one of my many clients. True, but asking for so much help still hurts my pride, Quilla sighed. Everyone called me a genius since I entered the White Griffin Academy, yet years after graduating I have not made any groundbreaking discovery. By my age, Manohar had already learned light mastery as a self-taught and found a cure for degenerative diseases while working full-time in the light magic department. I want to create a new branch of magic, share it, and fulfill my dream of becoming a Magus. I wanted to achieve it by myself, not rely on someone else's work. It sounds stupid, I know, but I didn't want to share the spotlight with others not to end up like Baitra. Her work brought us where we are today, but many people consider her a lesser Magus because she just improved on Menadian's work. Solus lowered her eyes at those words, knowing that she had been one of those people and vocal about it. I see your point, Lith nodded. But those people are wrong. What Baitra did was incredibly hard, so much so that nobody else before and after she divulged her discovery made a single improvement on runesmithing. Also, consider this. My void magic was born when I saw Manohar and Scarlet switch the light and darkness elements. You could say that I just improved on their research and extended it to the other elements. Yet even if you did, I wouldn't feel offended. You would? Quilla asked in disbelief. No, I would just point out that not only have I made a discipline that only geniuses could practice accessible to everyone, but I have also brought it further than its inventors ever believed it possible. Scarlet and Manohar never worked on the other elements. They were as blind about the nature of the world energy as everyone else. Chapter 30, 576, Holding Back, Part 1. I may have relied on the work of geniuses, but what matters is that I surpassed them, Lith said. I'm the only one who noticed the connection between the elements and turned what others considered a crazy idea into a new branch of magic. Any attempt to deny it is just the empty prattle the mediocre used to feel better about themselves. Look at it this way. Even if Baitra and I are lesser magi, we are still magi. What have those who criticize us ever achieved? A fair point. Quilla drummed her fingers on the armrest of her chair. But it still sucks having to ask you for help. Yes, Solus. What did you mean when you said the behemoth was using the elemental spheres all wrong? She had been waving her hand in the air for a while to get Quilla's attention. That he was smart enough to notice the same problem I'm facing, but too dumb to come up with a real solution, Quilla replied. Using 2 Tier 5 spells like he did consumes a lot of mana and has too many limitations. On top of that, it's nothing new. I found such a technique described in detail in the Erna's library. The theory behind it has been discredited centuries ago. Sure, Awakened can recover their mana with invigoration, but it's still not worth the cost. That behemoth made it work only because the hippogriff infused him with life maelstrom. A discipline that requires being awakened and having a specific bloodline ability is like a house of cards, ready to crumble at the first bump in the road. That's why the behemoth collapsed the moment you took the life maelstrom away. And what would the right way be? Lith had never learned the Elemental God series of spells, let alone researched its history and limits. There's no point in working my ass off on this when Quilla is already an expert and is willing to share it as part of her Magus legacy. I can invest in her research, help her as I can, and reap the benefits while working on my own projects, he thought. I'll answer your question only on the condition you will keep our conversation a secret and not use anything I'm about to show you in battle, Quilla replied. I trust you and Solus, and if you're going to help me, I need to be open. Yet if word of this spreads out, no one will give me credit for my work. They see you use my spell even in its embryo form, and everyone will think it's your work. Lith and Solus exchanged a glance before saying, Deal. First, I must give you a practical demonstration of the reason why even though Tier 5 magic spells can easily conjure 2 elements, no one teaches this at the Academy. Quilla narrowed her eyes in focus for a second and 4 elemental spheres appeared, 2 of fire and 2 of darkness. In theory, I have sacrificed my armor, but in exchange, I have a much more versatile version of your beloved final eclipse. Correct. Yes, Lith nodded, inwardly cursing himself for not thinking about it years ago. Wrong, Quilla shook her head. I only have 2 spheres of highly compressed energy per element, whereas your final eclipse has the equivalent of 3 spheres of highly compressed energy per element. This is the weakness of the Elemental God series. Regular Tier 5 spells have fixed form and effects, but that grants them an output limited only by the amount of mana the mage imbues them with. The Elemental God series, instead, keeps the elements in a neutral form that can take any form and effect, but that comes at a price. The mana expenditure and the focus required are so great you can't conjure a second element. Sure, you have a 4th sphere, but its raw power is nothing compared to the synergy different elements can produce. That's why rather than use the 4th sphere for offense, it's used to conjure an armor. The protection the Elemental God series offers and its versatility makes it a true Tier 5 spell. Yet take even 1 sphere away, and it becomes inferior to a Tier 4 spell. And that's not even the worst part. Watch! Quilla took a deep breath, conjuring an aura that far surpassed that of a bright violet cord awakened. The mana cores of the twins in her womb acted as powerful auxiliary cores that nearly tripled her abilities. Lith's and Solus' mouths gaped as a black eye opened on Quilla's forehead. A red one appeared on the back of her left hand, and a yellow one on the right. What are you staring at? Quilla's teeth were now pointed and sharp like those of a shark. You've seen Camilla shapeshift into a Pseudo Tiamat countless times. Why is my transformation upsetting you so much? Because you look scary and took us by surprise, Solus replied. I didn't know you could do that. How does it feel? Natural, Quilla replied. I now have no doubts that tyrants are the evolution of humans. These powers come easy to me like I dream I had forgotten. But that's not the reason I'm showing you this. This is. As she exhaled, 3 different elemental spheres appeared around her, and a 4th one covered her in a layer of armor. This is what the final form of my discipline should look like. 3 elements at a time that I can switch at any moment, giving me access to all elements and spells. As you can imagine, there's a catch. Look at me with life vision. Lith and Solus activated their mystical senses, and noticed that the spell was weak despite Quilla's powerful aura. Even if she combined the 3 spheres into a tower tier spell, its output would be barely half than that of a Tier 5. I see, Solus nodded. A single elemental sphere means little raw power. Even synergizing the elements can only improve it up to a point. It's worse than that, Quilla stood up. Let's assume I get attacked and need to reinforce my armor. She consumed more mana, making the magical armor grow thicker and harder. At the same time, the other 3 spheres grew bigger and brighter. Or that I need to deal the finishing blow. She poured more mana in the attack spell and the armor kept growing. Do you see it now? This is the second and biggest limit of the Elemental God series. A single spell conjures all the 4 elemental spheres. It means the mana is always split evenly, no matter my needs or circumstances. So let's say that at the start of the fight you conjure an element that later becomes useless. At least 1/4 of your mana is wasted. That's why you need void magic, Lith said. And also why I'm still working on conjuring 2 Tier 5 spells at the same time instead of just 1. Quilla dispersed the spheres and closed the eyes on her body. There's no point practicing something that will become inaccessible to me once the babies are born. I'm using the extra juice and temporary elemental affinities to work on a level slightly above what I can do at my normal condition. Chapter 30, 577, Holding Back Part 2. It makes it easy to organize my findings in a technique with solid foundations that anyone can use, Quilla said. I'm preparing to pass down my research to my weakened future self. Otherwise, I would have made much more progress, yet I would have ended up writing down gibberish I'm unable to understand or perform after I give birth. That's brilliant, Lith pondered. I'm glad we had this talk. I would have wasted a lot of time just to get where you are now. Lith took a thick tome, and a small ring studded with a white crystal out of his pocket dimension. This is the latest version of Void Magic's textbook. We'll ask the royals to add you to our lessons, but in the meantime, you can study it on your own. As for the ring, consider it a gift. You must promise me no one will study it, though. Not you, Falul, and especially not your father. Deal. Quilla jumped from her seat and hugged Lith. What does Falul have to do with this? The pact you made with her to get your apprenticeship, remember, Lith said. Everything you create also belongs to Falul, and you need her permission to share it. Shit, I had completely forgotten about that, Quilla whined. That's great. Working my ass off and making a great discovery isn't enough to become a Magus. I have also to get Falul's permission. Would you have gotten here without her help? Solus asked. No, Quilla ruefully admitted. I wouldn't have even awakened or gained many insights about the elements if not for her teachings and spirit wand. Then it was worth it, Solus said. One word of advice, use your powers as little as possible, or losing them will affect more than your research. After Elijah was born, Kami fell into a deep depression that lasted months. Going from a powerful mage with all elemental affinities to a weakling with none hit her hard. I know, Quilla sighed. I already use my extra eyes only when I face a wall I can't surpass and plan to work only on this project until the end of the pregnancy. The power I get from the twins is intoxicating, almost addicting. 4 extra eyes opened. The 4th was blue and opened on the palm of her right hand. I now have 5 out of 6 affinities. I get new insights simply by practicing the elements with chore magic, and their mana flow comes effortlessly. You have no idea how hard it is for me not to tap into the twins' powers at the first obstacle I met. Damn, tyrants are better than hydras in that aspect. Lith whistled in admiration. They are born with 2 elemental affinities like a magical beast, whereas hydras need to master 1 element to gain an extra head. Yeah, and I'll be honest, once I opened 4 eyes, I stopped looking for more. Quilla returned to her human form. I'm afraid that if I push myself any further, Kami's depression will look like a walk in the park compared to mine. She's just an apprentice who has no idea what she can do with her temporary talents, whereas I'm a professional. My magic is a huge part of me, and every progress I make fuels my ego. Realizing I'm not as talented and brilliant as I thought would kill me. Space. Giera continent at the same time. The awakened council had assembled to take stock of the situation and update their respective plans to restore their continent to its former glory. As much as it pains me to admit it, the colonization parties from Garland have contributed greatly to contain the threat of the monster tides. Arendome, Yermangander, and Beast representatives said. Their presence has drawn the attention of the monsters and reduced the frequency of the attacks on our cities. The number of casualties per skirmish has also decreased, and our numbers are finally growing again. It's more than that, Jirwin Asar, human representative of the council, said. Their allies have also played a key role in crippling the strength of numerous monster tides and preserving Giera's natural resources. The elves, the citizens of Zelex, and the undead have also worked together and wiped out monster hordes before they could grow into new tides. On top of that, since they have occupied the mana geysers to build their strongholds, no new species of mutated monsters have been encountered. This has allowed us humans to expand our cities and reclaim the fertile lands around them. Our situation is still dire, but I dare say we are no longer at risk of extinction. The other representatives needed but one look at Jirwin to believe her. The human representative had regained much of the weight she had lost since the plague outbreak in Giera, and even though she still looked tired, she no longer appeared like she might faint at any moment. I bring good news as well. Maeve the Morrigan, the plant representative, pushed the mana crystal at the center of the stone table and conjured a holographic map of Giera. Many open wounds remain across our land, but it has finally started to heal. The map was divided into green, red, and yellow areas. Green marked the regions where nature still thrived, and the local flora was enough to sustain animal life without endangering its own survival. Most of the green areas were around, or at least near the awakened settlements. Humans and beasts needed fruits and vegetation to survive, and had sacrificed many lives to protect them. The rest were scattered around the map, spared from the endless hunger of the monster only due to sheer luck or a very powerful creature that had chosen that particular spot as their dwelling. The red color marked the areas where there were still bits of green, but not enough to sustain any life but their own. Even worse, for one reason or another, the soil of the areas marked in red had been depleted of nutrients. Plant folk and fae couldn't hasten the regrowth of the vegetation, without the risk of impoverishing the soil to the point of exhaustion. It was unclear if abominations, eldritches, lost cities, or trolls had caused such devastation. They all had the ability to consume even the most minuscule life forms and turn a luscious land barren in just a few days. Which was exactly what had happened to the yellow areas that covered half Giera. Yellow was the color of the sand and marked the places that had become desertified. The water had disappeared from the surface, and the soil had become so dry that no plant could take roots any longer. As you can see, we have reconquered half of our continent, Maeve continued. It will still take time to turn the red areas green again, but their desertification process had been halted and reversed. Once the red areas have stabilized and the soil is fertile again, we'll move on to the yellow areas. Until then, we'll let the monsters lie in the bed of their own making. All the council representatives nodded. The longer a territory remained barren, the longer it would take to restore it. Yet vast desertified areas also meant the monster tides had nothing to feed upon. Chapter 3578, The Dangers of Peace, Part 1. Without prey, the various monster tribes would turn against their weakest members, and then against the other monster tides. The blood of the fallen monsters would irrigate the dry soil, and their corpses would be excellent fertilizer. Half the continent? Aaron asked. I'm not complaining, but how could you restore so much land in a little more than 2 years? During the last assembly, you said it would take the Fey decades to undo the damage Giera has suffered. Verhen, Maeve spat more than spoke the word, her face twisting into a disgusted grimace as if it coated her tongue in sour poison. Her expression spread to her peers like a plague. Breganoth, the Lich King and undead representative, was the most shocked and outraged of them all. Despite the little flesh covering his face, the burning red light of his eyes conveyed the righteous fury possessing him. Breganoth's love for his land and passion for their common cause moved the rest of the council representatives. At least until he opened his mouth. Who's Verhen? Who are you people, and what are you doing in my home? The Lich King opened his arms, conjuring his Davros staff, Starbrand, and the fury of a natural storm in the council hall. Prepare to pay for your crimes, you knaves. You're done stealing my toilet paper. This is not your home. This is the council, you idiot. Fennegar, the Leviathan and current Guardian representative, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What even is toilet paper, and why should someone break into a Lich's domain to steal it? The light of Breganoth's eyes went on and off for a few seconds, as if he was blinking. You're right, my home is nothing like this rat hole. Breganoth looked at the luxurious furniture in contempt. As for your question, you disappoint me, Guardian. How can you be so barbaric that you don't know toilet paper? It's a soft kind of paper you use to wipe your butt once you are done with your business. First, that's a waste of paper since darkness magic is a thing, Fennegar retorted. Second, when was the last time you used a bathroom exactly? Around the time you took your seat in the council. Breganoth pondered the question hard before replying. That's 2 millennia ago. Your toilet paper must have turned into dust by now, the Leviathan roared. That explains what that pile of dirt in my bathroom was. You're a genius, Fennegar. As I was saying, since Verhen's second trip to Giera, things got better for us. Maeve decided to ignore the Lich King for the rest of the assembly. Thamos, the Eternal Fortress, was destroyed, Argenter, the Elemental Lord, recaptured, and Oros, the Bringer of Unity, started to behave. In the span of a few months, we got rid of 3 lost cities. Without their negative influence on the land and the protection they offered to the monster tides, we managed to reclaim many regions after the various colonist parties reinforced their presence in the area. She pointed at the locations of the fringes hosting the elves, root cities and the settlements of the kingdom, the empire, the desert, and the citizens of Zelex. Wait, what do you mean Oros behaves? Breganoth asked, and for once Maeve didn't roll her eyes at his question. Oros doesn't attack us anymore unless we invade his turf. He sticks to it and protects it from monsters, other lost cities, and even eldritches. Even though unwillingly, he is helping us. All we had to do was send some of the biggest threats to our safety his way, and Oros disposed of them for us. Finally, Jirwin sighed in relief. After so much misfortune, we deserve a lucky break. Luck had nothing to do with it. Oros lacked the strength to fight opponents of that caliber for long, but the organization was a different story. Whenever the Bringer of Unity was in danger, he would call for help and receive it. After facing Orolm once and being crippled by the encounter, no lost city wanted a rematch with the Breaker. Eldritches were nigh immortal, but the vision of Tezca walking through a chaos gate was enough to send them running. As for the monster tides, any eldritch of the organization could deal with them. They had infinite hunger and endless strength. Aside from trolls, a single eldritch could slaughter millions of monsters in one night. A break that still cost us dearly. Aaron pointed at the foreign and elvish strongholds. We are still losing our land. But at least Giera will live on, Feniger chimed in. I've talked with the Guardians of Zima, and they have deactivated all the contingency measures to destroy us. Now that the crisis is contained and the advance of the monster tides halted, my fellow Guardians have moved their attention back to their business. Everyone around the table let out a big sigh of relief. There was a thin line at the borders between the turfs of the Guardians of the two continents. If a single creature, even one monster, were to cross it from Giera to Zima, a barrage of mass destruction Guardian tier spells would have turned Giera into a memory. Our constant efforts and success have gained us the trust of my peers. Zima's Guardians have been reassured that Giera poses no longer a threat to their turf, and are willing to trust us to resolve any issue that might arise at our borders. Feniger showed more confidence than he actually had. His body had yet to fully recover from the beating he had taken from Vaster's hybrids, and Roghar was in even worse shape. Zagran was the only Guardian of Giera at full power, which limited their options a lot when dealing with lost cities. This is all good and proper, but you have overlooked a few major aspects of our predicament. Much to everyone's surprise, Breganoth was staring at the map with a focus they had never seen before. You keep focusing on the present and forget that with each step forward we take, new problems will replace those we have just solved. There is no time to waste enjoying our current peace. We must be ready for what comes next, or everything we've painstakingly rebuilt will crumble when the storm comes. What storm? Aaron asked. With the monsters' numbers dwindling, the lost cities will soon need more victims to fuel their powers, and those who don't prey on living beings will have an easier time infecting our land unopposed. Breganoth replied. The Liches and I are working with Vladian the Firstborn. We found a method to put the lost cities under new, stable seals that will not only contain them, but also allow us to study the lost cities from a safe distance until we learn how to destroy them safely. Useless to say, we haven't succeeded once, but we've learned something important from our attempts. Cursed objects have some type of communication network, and use it to call for reinforcements when cornered. We are not Guardians and lack whatever power Verhin used to ground Argenter to dust. To seal a lost city takes days, but before we are done, another cursed object appears and destroys the temporary containment field. Chapter 3579, The Dangers of Peace, Part 2. I hereby request the Council's help to find a way to isolate the lost cities, or at least jam their communication system. Otherwise, sooner or later, the lost cities will join their forces against us, and we won't be able to deal with them with our current strength. A fair point. Maeve was as impressed as she was dumbstruck by the Lick's wisdom. Anything else? Yes, can't you see? He pointed at the mostly yellow and red map. As soon as the conflict is resolved and your people stop dying in droves, Giera is going to face a famine. On top of that, birth rates of all species must be contained until we have the means to feed everyone. Without an external enemy to fear, our species will turn against each other for the smallest morsel of food and ensure their babies are the ones allowed to be born. We'll go from war to civil war, and at that point, all our defenses will be useless. Good gods, Jirwin turned pale from fright. A Lick-speaking sense is the sign of the end of times. We're doomed. Magur is about to end. That's not funny. Breganoth's head snapped 180 degrees to stare at her. They call me the Lick King instead of the King of Liches for a reason. I was a king before turning myself into an undead. I know how these things work. You were? Everyone was flabbergasted. Yeah, until I understood that ruling over others wasn't difficult so much as pointless. They are all idiots. Breganoth snorted. There's one more point I want to bring to your attention. He had circles of light appear around the foreign settlements. We'd better start the negotiations about splitting our land right now, while the situation is still chaotic and unpredictable. We need to establish clear, firm boundaries that all the involved parties must swear not to cross. Right now, the Jörmungandr echoed. You want to give our land and resources away to invaders? Jirwin's tired expression turned feral. Yes and yes. The Lick looked at the two representatives, and memories of his last apprentice flooded his mind. The youth had been brilliant but lacking in common sense. This is not our land, Jirwin, not anymore. We failed to protect it, and now it belongs to those who can. With our limited numbers and resources, there's no way we can secure our territories from the monsters even in times of peace, let alone if we fight against our neighbors like morons. Remember that all it takes for a monster tribe to become a horde is a few weeks. Give it months and you have a tide. A single tide would bring us back of months and cause countless casualties. Can your humans ensure regular culls of all monster tribes across Giera? No, the human representative's outrage faded away, replaced by helplessness and bitterness. Then you have your answer. Also, consider that with their transoceanic gates, we can trade with Garland for food and get master artisans who can teach our people all the crafts that have been lost after the plague. Art, bakery, engineering. Every discipline we awakened didn't care to preserve can be regained if we stop considering our new neighbors as enemies and see them as a resource. Garland will be vital in the phase between the eradication of monsters and the full restoration of our lands. You can't expect everyone to abide by strict birth control laws, and unless you plan on going around to kill babies, we need emergency food. At those words, all eyes steeled. The representative knew that no matter their race or magical powers, parents would fight to the death to protect their children. As for your question, Aaron, yes, right now, Breganoth continued. As you can see, most of Giera is barren or incapable of sustaining life, hence we must set now the following boundaries for everyone. The land belongs to those who restore and nurture it. No one is allowed to steal someone else's work, and any attempt to rob or sabotage will be punished by death. This way, everyone will focus solely on what they can control. All races will work hard to restore the land because it will be theirs. Our protection will ensure that no one monopolizes the fertile grounds and that those who care for Giera will be rewarded. Bad behavior must be nipped in the bud. Our new society must be better than the previous, and to achieve that we must nurture merit and competence. On top of that, this will prevent any further territorial disputes. It's easy to make claims on a fertile land inhabited by small and cute animals, whereas it takes guts and brains to see the potential of a monster-infested wasteland and fight to make it bloom. These are excellent points. Feniger was dumbstruck by the Lick's foresight and sensible suggestions. Your idea will help the elves and the citizens of Zeska feel at home and our people to recognize the struggles of those they now see as invaders. This should facilitate building a long-lasting peace and break the boundaries between the four races. All in favor. The Leviathan raised his tail, and soon 4 more hands followed. Space. Griffin Kingdom, Nestra region, Twin Axes Palace. The life of Fillard the Lindworm had been filled with hardships ever since he had left Lucia. At the time, Lith couldn't help Fillard learn how to shapeshift into human appearance and had no knowledge of spirit magic. The Lindworm had traveled the kingdom far and wide during the past 7 years and learned everything about his new body and powers. Emperor Beasts had taught him how to shapeshift, but spirit magic had remained a mystery for a long time. Until the War of the Griffins broke out. Then Fillard noticed Thrud's interest in dragon's blood and accepted the council's offer to train him in exchange for his service on the front lines. The Lindworm was no descendant of Ligon, but he had naturally evolved into a lesser dragon. The Mad Queen's emissaries were very interested in cutting him open and seeing how Fillard had achieved his current form, while the other Lindworms put their hopes in him. They welcomed him like a brood brother and took Fillard in their ranks. After all, if a mere Croxy possessed such raw talent to ascend to lesser dragonhood, maybe he would take one more step and become a true dragon if properly instructed. Fillard appreciated their sentiment and avoided telling the Lindworms he had no idea what they were talking about. I didn't awaken by myself, he thought. I was a victim of Lith's experiments for months before I reached my current state, and simply did whatever he asked me without even trying to understand what he was doing. Maybe Lith tinkered with my life force, maybe his dragon blood awakened mine, maybe it was just dumb luck. Whatever the answer, I'm not the kind of reptile to turn down a free meal. And he meant it both literally and figuratively. The Lindworms fed his appetite for food as much as for knowledge. Fillard had never been much of a student, but the War of the Griffins brought out the best in him. His survival instinct. Chapter 3580, A Beautiful Friendship, Part 1. With his life on the line and Thrud's minions hunting him down like a priceless treasure, Fillard studied magic like never before, and his brain helped him along the way. Nightmares of his head mounted on Thrud's wall, and the reports of the tragic end of her victims fueled him with endless willpower. He learned spirit magic at an astounding speed that reinforced the trust and confidence the Lindworm bloodline had in his abilities. By the end of the war, Fillard's contributions were so great that the kingdom offered him a fief and a noble title. The Lindworm proved smarter than Morok and turned the offer down, preferring gold over power accompanied by the invisible shackles of duty. As a self-awakened, he was freed from his apprenticeship as soon as peace returned. Surviving the conflict and mastering spirit magic in life-or-death battles were proof enough of the Lindworm's skill and wisdom. Fillard had learned the importance of money the hard way and gotten too used to a warm house and good food to go back to living in the wilderness. He had used part of his gold to build the Twin Axes Palace where he currently lived. He had also become a mercenary at the service of Baron Crank Zassier of Morana. He liked the divine beast's no-nonsense attitude, and the two had become good friends while fighting the same campaigns in the War of the Griffins. The Hyperion considered Fillard a crazy but harmless buffoon, and the Lindworm returned the feeling in spades. Beasts understand each other, and this idiot doesn't annoy me with etiquette and formalities, the Lindworm thought. Being a mercenary worked wonders for Fillard. He could take missions from the kingdom to amass merits and be dispensed from taxes or accept private missions from nobles, and awaken to fund his lavish lifestyle. He was an accomplished killer who left no trace of his work behind, mostly because he always ate his victims, mutilated remains. Fillard's name was well known and respected in the black market and among the mercenary guilds. There was never a shortage of work for him, and he could afford to be picky when choosing his next assignment. Really, Fillard's eyes narrowed as he heard an offer that was too good to be true. All this money to capture a magicless human woman. Yes, Sigmar Blackhand, a broker of the black market, answered a bit too quickly for the Lindworm's taste. But she's worth every gold coin. The difficulty of this mission doesn't lie in her abilities but in those of her protectors. If you can take her alive, that sum will be just your advance payment. The client is willing to pay you with 2 powerful adamant enchanted axes for your services. Here, the mark's full file. The black market dealt only in ink and paper, making their documents easy to destroy and impossible to crack through the communication amulet network. After all, no one was stupid enough to think the royals wouldn't put a few safeguards in the communicator's standard blueprints. Fillard looked at the details of the woman's protection detail and immediately assessed the payment was far from generous. He was about to demand way more when he flipped the page and looked at the picture of his mark. The Lindworm shook his head, rubbed his eyes, and then slapped himself a few times, confirming beyond all reasonable doubt he wasn't dreaming. Alina Verhen? You want me to kidnap Alina Verhen? Fillard remembered her from the days he had spent protecting Lith's family from the shadows in exchange for dimensional magic lessons and 2 enchanted axes. Lith had scammed the Lindworm back then, and Fillard had sworn revenge after discovering the youth had imbued the weapons only with the most basic enchantments. Yes, Sigmar nodded. The client chose you because they know you are familiar with the Tron Woods, the Verhen House's defense arrays, and the Queen's core routine. Consider the opportunity to settle the old score as a bonus. I'm not stupid, Fillard snarled. She's not the real target, she's just leverage to make Menadian work for your client. Indeed, but that just makes your reward more alluring. Sigmar gave him a sly smile. Think about it. You don't have to provide the materials and will have axes crafted by the first ruler of the flames. Sure, but why should I give the woman to you instead of doing the blackmail myself, since I'm the one taking all the risks? The Lindworm snorted. Because your task is just to grab her. The client will be the one handling the negotiations and taking all the risks dealing with Verhen entails. You are just a courier. The client will also take care of securing a clear exfil path for you and an airtight alibi for the time of the kidnapping. Verhen will never trace it back to you. Think about it. All this money and 2 priceless artifacts just to go from point A to point B. It sounds good when you put it that way, Fillard pondered. And I'd love to wipe Lith's smug grin from his face. The bastard beat me to a pulp more times than I can count, treated me like a slave, and then had the gall to trick me. Yet, as I said, I'm not stupid. According to council rules, I'm bound to Verhen. Your client might frame me for something once I'm done with the job, and get rid of me and Verhen in one fell swoop since I'm his responsibility. This way, I wouldn't be able to rat your client, and Verhen couldn't seek revenge for long. Are you refusing the mission? Sigmar frowned. No, I'm just setting more conditions. Fillard was the one with a sly smile now. No anonymity. I want to meet the client. This way, if they try and backstab me, I can expose their sorry ass. I won't be anyone's fall guy ever again. This goes against the rules of the black market, Sigmar objected. Anonymity is key to protect the client in case of failure. You are the one getting paid. Either you accept the terms of the deal as they are or nothing. Rules, the Lindworm sneered. There has never been a supreme Magus before. I doubt there is any rule about dealing with him. And how many times has the black market brokered a mission against a divine beast? No names, just give me a number. Sigmar remained silent. No one had ever accepted a mission against a Magus, let alone a supreme Magus. A few clients had commissioned things like stealing a divine beast's egg or a specific treasure, but no mercenary had ever accepted them either. See, Fillard's maw curled into an amiable smile. We are breaking new grounds, and this kind of thing requires more flexibility. I can't trust your client having my back if they are too scared to even show their face. Tell them I want a piece of Verhin as much as they do. If my word isn't enough, they can find themselves another awakened and will never speak of this ever again. No harm, no foul. I'll pass the message and let the client know, Sigmar replied. Chapter 3581, A Beautiful Friendship, Part 2. Tell your client that I only asked to meet them once, and once I've confirmed their identity, I'll take the mission. Fillard offered his hand, and the broker shook it. I assure you, this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Space. Verhin House a few days later. What's this supposed to be? Lith looked at the two hogtied men at his feet and frowned. The beginning of a beautiful friendship, Fillard puffed his chest out with pride. The guy with the black leather gloves is the broker, and the guy with my axe stuck in his skull is the client. They wanted your mother. Run this by me again, please. Lith's eyes flared up with mana. This time from the beginning, and don't leave out anything. The Lindworm recounted to Lith the details of his meeting with Sigmar Blackhand and how it had led to his encounter with Eker Marav, a violet cord awakened. Closing the deal had been easy. Fillard had shaken Eker's hand in a steel grip to lock him in place, and caved his skull with the axe in his other hand. How is this guy still alive exactly? Lith asked. My current axes are a work of beauty. Fillard always brimmed with pride when he talked about his weapons, considering them his children. You know those boring dead or alive missions. I'm not good with the alive part, so I asked my fellow Lindworms to enchant my axes with a healing spell. It keeps the tissues from degenerating and acts as a bridge between the cleaved parts, keeping the two halves connected. My loot is fresh and ready to be delivered, but incapable of moving a muscle. My axe only allows communication between the two sides of the brain, not with the rest of the body. Nice. Menadian looked at the axes with the curiosity typical of a master artisan, and studied them with the shamelessness of a seasoned thief. Thanks, milady, the Lindworm gave her a deep bow. What am I supposed to do with them? Lith asked. Kill them, eat them, whatever, Fillard shrugged. I brought them here as proof that I'm not messing with you. These bastards wanted to gamble my skin to get Master Menadian's work, so I told myself, why shouldn't I do the same? I mean, I just saved your mother from another kidnapping attempt. Even if I turned them down, they would have sent someone else. I think I deserve a reward. You sure do, Lith nodded. Riffa, would you please turn his axes in the best possible configuration with their current materials and enchantments? With pleasure, but I need to study both the weapons and their master, Menadian replied. Please help yourself, Fillard said, not knowing what he was getting himself into. The first ruler of the flames used her breathing technique, the eyes, and the ears to deconstruct the murder axes and analyze their enchantments. Then, she did the same on the Lindworm's body, core, and mana flow. There you go. A quick Tier 5 creation magic spell, Flames of the Forge, reshaped the murder axes to fine-tune their power cores and harmonize their mana flow with Fillard's. The moment he took them in his hands, he felt the weapons answer his will like a part of his body. The mana flowed from him to the artifacts and back, turning the Lindworm and his axes in a single being. This is amazing, he said, but also disappointing. You didn't improve the materials or the crystals. No, but I'll offer you a deal, Lith replied. I'll take care of these two morons while you pretend you've never met them. If you receive or even hear about more black market dealings about my family, come to me. For each one of these bastards we catch, I'll give your weapons one free upgrade. Materials, gems, enchantments, anything you want. Really? Fillard's serpentine lower body waggled in excitement. Really, but I said one upgrade, materials, gems, or enchantments, not all at once, Lith pointed out. But if I bring you lots of guys, I get them all correct. Correct, Lith nodded. And Master Menadian will be the one working on my axes, correct? If that's what you want, correct again, Lith shrugged. I knew it, I'm a genius. the lindworm improvised a short dance of joy. Short because everyone was staring at him like he was insane. The farmhands, the babies, Aaron and Lyria, even Elijah's face expressed all the utter disbelief a 7-month-old baby could experience. Do you plan on telling him that my forge-mastering technique is still a bit outdated, and that I've just learned the secrets of the Lindworm bloodline's crafting technique? Menadian asked via a mind link. And ruin his happiness, Lith replied. Besides, it's not like he asked and it leaves a space for more upgrades. You are a heartless bastard, Menadian said. That's what I like the most about you. I beg your pardon, Lith asked in confusion. If you were a goody-two-shoes, you'd try to save everyone during a crisis. A heartless bastard like you, instead, would first save my daughter and your family. Only after bringing them to safety would you worry about someone else. Guilty as charged. Fillard stared at the baby girl who felt threatened by the unknown, massive, scaled creature. Elijah instinctively shapeshifted into her Tiamat form and flew into her father's arms to glare back at the Lindworm from a safe and higher position. She chirped and snarled in an attempt to appear menacing, but sounding like an excited puppy. Is this the famous baby scourge? Fillard asked. Yes, Lith nodded. Fillard, this is my daughter Elijah. Elijah, this is just Fillard. Nice to meet you, baby SC. What do you mean, just Fillard? The Lindworm grunted as the baby girl nodded at Lith. I introduce my friends to her as aunt or uncle. Lith shrugged. We are not that close, so you don't deserve such a title, not to mention I don't trust you at all and your sense of humor sucks. Since we are allies and I need you alive, however, let me remind you that she's protected. Pull one of your stupid jokes on her and it's not me you'll have to answer. I would just beat you really, really hard. They won't. He jabbed his thumb at a very attractive blonde woman wearing an apron over her sundress and holding a wooden spoon in her hand. Tyrus, stare made the massive Lindworm feel like a non-venomous snake cornered by a mongoose several times his size. There was no escape, and the only variable was how much he would suffer before Tyrus bit his head off. How can you say that? I love children. Fillard lied through his teeth, and Tyrus' death stare almost bore a hole in his head in reply. Fine, I do like them one bit. They are noisy, dirty, and smelly. What are you 5? Here, hold her for a bit and maybe Tyrus will let you leave Lucia alive. Lith put Elijah in the Lindworm's huge hands. P.F. Fillid. Elijah relaxed and looked at the newcomer with new eyes, knowing that her father would never put her in danger. Chapter 3582, Bad News Part 1. Baby Scourge said my name. Fillard looked at the baby as if she had turned night into day. I've changed my mind. Some babies are noisy, dirty, and smelly. Yours is very cute. He waved a clawed finger in front of Elijah, who sniffed it first, and then bit it with all her strength. You're a warrior already. The Lindworm laughed. He couldn't even feel a pinch from the small fangs. Elijah shapeshifted her onesie into a fluffy replica of the Voidwalker armor, and a toy war flew into her hand. You're not just a warrior, you're a knight, Fillard said, and Elijah made her best impression of her father. A knight needs a steed. I bet Big Scourge is too proud to do something like this for you, little one. The Lindworm put Elijah on his back and slithered around the house as fast as a horse. The baby girl clung to the spikes along his spine and giggled in excitement. She loved speed and had never experienced something like that. Who is he? Valoran walked through the door and hid behind Lith's legs after hearing Elijah's happy laugh. Valoran, too, shapeshifted into his divine beast form to feel safer. He's a newfound business associate, Lith said, waiting for the end of the lap to do the introductions. Valoran, this is Fillard. Fillard, this is Valoran II. When the Lindworm recognized Valoran's emerald scales and golden feathers, he stopped so abruptly that Elijah was almost sent flying. She dug her tiny claws deep into Fillard's scales, but he barely noticed. Yes, Lith didn't miss the shock in the Lindworm's voice and prepared a hush spell. He's the Mad Prince, the Forbidden Son, Arthan's heir. Fillard cut Lith short again and was hushed for it. How did he get here? I adopted him. Lith entrusted the babies to Tyrus before resuming the conversation. Why? Why? The Guardian was still there, but her presence wasn't enough to contain the Lindworm's outrage. Because he's the reason for the War of the Griffins, that's why. Do you have any idea how many people died because of him? How many lesser divine beasts have been sacrificed and experimented upon to allow him to merge his life forces like you did? I fought in the War of the Griffins. I know those numbers. Lith's voice became cold. Just like I know Valoran is just a baby. He has no idea what his mother has done and is not responsible for Thrud's crimes. That's nice of you to say, but I don't think many people in the council share your point of view, especially among the lesser divine beasts, Fillard replied. I thought Ligon had taken Valoran with him. We all did. And you were right, Lith replied. I took Valoran in months after the end of the war. Do you have a problem with that? I don't, Fillard shook his head, but I know many who would if they were to learn about this. If this is a threat or an attempt to raise your price, it's not working. Lith's eyes narrowed and his voice went cold. I'm not threatening you, I'm warning you. The Lindworm shook his head again. Most of the people in the council are still angry at the Mad Queen. They say she died too quickly and would give an arm and a leg to have a pound of her flesh. The only reason no one made a move against the boy until this moment is that everyone thinks Ligon has Valoran, and no one is so stupid that they would challenge a guardian inside their home. You, however, are a different story. I'm no guardian, but I'm no pushover either, Lith replied. Indeed, but you should be more careful, Fillard said. Don't let Valoran shapeshift in public. Let everyone think he's a human baby, that you had him with your mistress, anything but the truth. Otherwise, you'll get in trouble much worse than the Menadian thing. Awakened like this jackass just want leverage and need you alive to get Master Menadian to work for them. Fillard pointed at the two hogtied men. Those after Valoran want him dead. Thanks for the warning, Lith nodded. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Remember my words, no shapeshifting. The Lindworm opened a warp steps and disappeared from sight. What was that all about? Elena had missed the conversation and noticed only the prisoners at Lith's feet. I've good news and I've bad news, Mom. Lith told her about his deal with Fillard and the warning about Valoran. These people were after me, and now even the poor Valoran is not safe anymore. Elena was horrified at the thought. How can those people blame a child for someone else's actions? Why won't they leave me alone? It's not your fault, Elena, it's mine, Menadian sighed. I'm sorry for putting your family in danger. Tista was not a target solely because she was also a violet-cord divine beast, and taking her alive was hundreds of times harder than killing her. Raz was always careful when he left the safety of his house. His previous kidnapping had made him paranoid and hypervigilant. He forwarded his route to the Queen's Court in advance and rarely strayed from it. As for Renat, between helping Senton with his family's business and her children, she had no time for traveling unless it was a family trip. Elena was the main target because she traveled often, and because the events of Vinia had proven how much Lith cared about her. It's no one's fault, Lith replied. Even if you never came back, Rifa, and I hadn't adopted Valoran, there would still be Meln, the enemies I've made during my life, and all those who want to steal my research. You can't reach a high position without lots of people wanting to push you down to take your place. Think of Zagar's family or the royals. They too are always at risk and need constant protection. The only way to be safe is to be a nobody with nothing to lose, a life that no one wants for himself. Still, it's my fault if these people are after me and you have to constantly worry about me. Elena wrung her hands. Maybe if I weren't so clingy in public and didn't follow you around so much. So you're blaming yourself for loving me? Lith raised an eyebrow. No, I mean maybe if I acted more distant. Since when being a good mother is a flaw? Lith refused to let her finish the phrase. That's not what I mean, Elena sighed. I feel guilty for putting you under such pressure, and I wish there was something I could do to help you. Anything, really. Mom, do you remember the conversation we had in the city of Valoran after the play? Lith asked. Yes, she replied after a moment of hesitation. Why? Because there's something that I wanted to tell you since that night. Lith wrapped her in an embrace, and his wings clung to her as well. Thank you for being my mother. Space. After reassuring Elena and making sure there was no picture of Valoran in his Bahamut form on the web, Lith brought Sigmar Blackhand and Ekir Marav to the Blood Desert. Chapter 3583, Bad News Part 2. Fillard had removed his axe before leaving, but Marav was too drained from the prolonged injuring and healing cycle to put up any resistance. The Lindworm had taken away Marav's equipment as part of his compensation, leaving the Awakened with common linen clothes. Lith carried his prisoners by the neck, exerting so much pressure that they could hardly breathe. Even if either of them had an ace up his sleeve, Lith only needed to squeeze his hand to make them faint. These are the pits of agony. Lith pointed at the lake of fire, acid, and screaming molten flesh in front of them. It will be your home for the next week. When I come to pick you up, I expect answers and names. I won't believe a word you say unless you can provide me proof of your sincerity. Without it, I'll just let you stew in the pits for another week. You better not send me into a trap and pray nothing happens to me, or you'll stay here until you die of old age. Is that clear? Lith took the gags off their mouths. There's no need for torture. Marav swallowed hard. The desperate wails coming from the pits sent shivers of horror down his spine. I'm sorry for trying to kidnap your mother. I don't know much about who else might try to do the same, but I'm willing to tell you everything I know. I'm just a broker, Sigmar whined and sobbed. I wouldn't even dare to look in your direction, Magus Verhin. Please let me go. I'll tell you about my clients and their plans. I'll do anything you say, just don't hurt me. I believe you. Lith nodded and threw them into the pits of agony. Space. Distar's Marquisate, Fallow's lair a few weeks later. Nalrund the Agni had passed the awakened council's background check with flying colors and had been admitted to its ranks. As tradition required, the Agni's mentor had thrown him a banquet to celebrate the event and introduce her disciple to the awakened community. Fallow's other apprentices had needed no such event because they had participated to several council meetings and missions. Lith, Freya, and Protector had let themselves be known by fame and deeds. Nalrund, instead, had always kept a low profile to hide his nature and legacy as a Razar. Until recently, he had been unable to awaken, so bringing him along would have been pointless if not risky. Now that he had evolved into an Agni, no one would suspect he was a member of the legendary Razar bloodline. His talents and abilities could be easily explained with Fallow's teaching, since she had become a renowned light master. Gods, if I hate parties, Nalrund grumbled. You've lived under a rock until now and need networking as an awakened, Freya replied while holding his arm. This is the best way to mingle and exchange communication runes without dozens of awkward introductions. I guess you are right, he sighed. The silver lining is that I don't have to talk with anyone for long and or wear a gala dress. Awakened were laxer than nobles about etiquette. They could enchant and wear whatever they wanted. Their peers wouldn't judge them based on the quality of the fabric of their clothes so much as on the power of their enchantments. In a society of powerful beings who lived for centuries, strength was all that mattered. Fashion carried little importance since each awakened cherished the traditions of their bloodline or the clothes of the era they were born in. Some wore mage robes, others gala dresses, and a few elaborate outfits that were normally hard to see outside an illustrated history book. As for Nalrund, he wore Orion's Featherwalker armor in the form of a white shirt and black linen pants. He was officially Fallow's apprentice, and his status reflected her own. The awakened admired the smelting technique to purify its adamant and the intricacies of its rune patterns, complimenting the Hydra for it. They assumed Fallow had gifted Nalrund his armor just like she had done for Freya, and in time, for Protector. Freya wore Fallow's same armor, just smaller. It was the proof of their bond as lesser divine beast and harbinger which drew the envy of many guests. No lesser divine beast had ever had a harbinger, and Fallow being the first brought her great prestige. Or rather, the prospect of having a harbinger did. Freya had yet to undergo the final step of the process. Her body had gotten used to the Hydra's blood and received the second last infusion of Fallow's life force, yet Freya had asked the Hydra to wait until after her marriage. There were some things Freya wanted to experience for herself, without the risk of unwittingly sharing any part of them with Fallow. Neither of them had experienced such a deep bond before, and there was no telling how long it would take them to establish proper telepathic boundaries. Congratulations, people said to Nalrund, Freya, and Fallow, but for completely different reasons. They congratulated the Agni for becoming a member of the Council, and being the first perfect fusion between a human and an Emperor-Beast bloodline. Freya for the 7 streaks in her hair and violet core. Fallow for her future harbinger, and having gained another talented disciple. The conversation was pleasant, and the food great since the servings were human-sized. It left the bigger creatures hungry, but the banquet was for Nalrund, not them. Congratulations, kid, and follow me. Ajedar the Drake shook Nalrund's hand and dragged him away. Believe me, you want to hear this. The Drake took point, cutting through the crowd with his mass and authority as a council elder. Nalrund stuck close to him and Freya to Nalrund in a funny chain that broke when the Agni heard the following words. Are you sure it's really a Razar? A black-robed awakened with a literal golden mane of hair asked. Every time someone spots a light master, they think it's a Razar, but they always end up being wrong. No, I'm not sure or I wouldn't be here, an Oberon Fae replied. But judging by the rumors, it might be worth looking into it ourselves. What Razar? I mean, what is a Razar? Gianni had trained Nalrun to keep his cool and not act suspiciously when his clan was mentioned, yet his composure almost crumbled from the shock. "Congratulations, young man," the Oberon shook Nalrun's hand. "You're not even 30 and you have a nice violet core and fused your bloodlines. What's your secret?" "I was lucky." Nalrun repeated his cover story for the 100th time that evening, feigning mere curiosity instead of burning interest in the news. "Like Verhin, I accepted my human and beast sides from a young age. They didn't clash while I grew up, nor was I forced to abandon one when I became of age." Following Gianni's teachings, he diluted the biggest lies with a good dose of truth. "Unlike Verhin, however, it took me a long while to find the proper balance and harmonize my two life forces." "That's not luck, son, that's damn talent and effort," the black-robed awakened replied. Chapter 3584, Broken Hopes, Part 1. "I wish I was that good," the black-robed awakened sighed. "I had to relinquish my plant nature at 16, and I would have never gotten the violet without the help of my bloodline legacy. I consider myself lucky because it's thanks to Verhin's fame that I learned of Master Fallel's existence. It's only thanks to her kindness that she accepted me as her disciple and introduced me to Verhin. Without their guidance, I'd still be a hybrid," Nalrun said. "Being born at the right time is indeed luck." The awakened shook his massive mane in regret. "I'm probably older than Verhin's great-grandfather, and back in my day fusing your life forces was considered wishful thinking at best." "Indeed," Adjeter cut the reminiscences off and put the discussion back on track. "You are old and knowledgeable, but our Nalrund is young. He has no idea who you are, so let's do the proper introductions. Nalrund, these are the council elders Velkist the Sphinx and Roos the Oberon. Velkist, Roos, you already know our wonder boy. As you know, he's a light master, and I think he could benefit from us old fossils' knowledge of the Razar tribe." "You're right, Adjeter," Velkist slapped his own forehead. "You see, young man, the Razars are the only tribe of Emperor beasts capable of passing down their light mastery. Many learned it in the past, but very few people reached an understanding deep enough to teach it to others. According to the legends, the Razars are an unnatural fusion of Emperor beasts and humans perpetrated through forbidden magic. Yet they would be just a historical footnote, if not for their ability to resist cursed objects. It is said that after Sinmara defeated Dawn over 1,000 years ago, she brought her crystal to a fringe, where the Razars sought refuge from their tormentors. For some unknown reason, the bright day taught the Razars how to master all branches of light magic. Everyone in the Razar tribe, even small kids, is a skilled healer and light master. Or so the rumors say, Roos pointed out and Velkist nodded. "I see." Nalrun faked interest in the brief summary of his tribe's history. "What about the sightings of a living Razar? Why are we still here? If we catch him, we can find a fringe, you can learn light mastery, and I get access to spells a self-taught like me can only dream about." He hated talking about one of his people like that, but righteousness was pointless when dealing with someone powerful enough to squash Nalrund like a bug. He needed to test the waters and understand how credible the source of the rumors was. Gods, if Gianni's training paid off, Nalrund inwardly thought. How can she act like this with everyone and not hate herself? Roos, Velkist, and many others chuckled amicably at the Agni's outburst, Adjater included. "My boy, I was excited just like you back when I heard my first rumor of a Razar sighting," Adjater said. "Too bad it ended up being a young wyvern playing a prank on his parents." "Lucky you," Velkist said. "Mine was nothing but a hoax. I wasted weeks before realizing an idiot had made everything up just to get himself free drinks." "You think yourself unlucky," Roos snorted. "Mine was Manohar. That piece of shit beat the crap out of me and almost captured me for his experiments." "There's nothing shameful in losing to the late god of healing." Nalrund patted his back. "I'm told he was a genius." "He wasn't the god of healing yet. He was 14 for the god's sake." Roos shuddered at the thought. "The little bastard cornered me with the help of the Queen Core unit protecting him. If his mother hadn't called him for lunch, I wouldn't be here today." "That's a bit shameful," Nalrund coughed to stifle a laugh. "No bit, just shameful," Roos admitted. "Bottom line, don't believe everything you hear and always move prepared. That's why we are taking our time. We have sent our apprentices to collect information and scout the field for us. Unless they find concrete evidence, I'm not going anywhere." Many of the guests agreed with his words. "It's 1,000 years that we hear about Razars and have yet to find a single one," Adjeter shrugged. "There's no reason why this time it should be any different." "True, but my apprentice can use a bit of field practice." Fallel acted so naturally that no one suspected she had rehearsed her speech. Do you mind sharing with him what you know? I would if it wasn't just tidbits of information, Velkis said. He or she has been spotted at the borders between the kingdom and the desert. It seems the Razar had lived peacefully with the locals until a group of bandits raided the village. Then they transformed into a colossal armored beast that slaughtered the bandits with swords of light and healed the survivors before disappearing into the night. The Sphinx conjured a hologram from his amulet, showing the location of the village. Nalrund recognized it as the closest permanent human settlement to his fringe, the place where all youths were sent to experience the outside world once in a while. Freya held his hand tight to dispel his tension and help him keep his cool. No offense, but it sounds just like a shape-shifted emperor beast, Falul said. Normal human can't distinguish a hard light construct from a fire blade during a village fair, let alone while under attack and their emotions run high. I agree, and that's why only a few council elders have mobilized while the rest of us sent their disciples, Roos replied. We've mistaken mist for smoke too many times and never found any fire. My time is too precious a resource to waste it in another wild goose chase. Speaking of resources, we've getting a lot of them from Giera along with the hate of our dear neighbors, Adjeter said. We are close to producing more harmonizers, and with a bit of luck, we might even improve on them. Gods, if I hope you are right, Velkis sighed. Fallen or not, our cousin's elder beasts of Zeska possess incredible powers that most Emperor Beast bloodlines can only dream about. Once their life forces stabilize, and we can produce a healthy offspring with them, there's a solid chance more of us will be able to follow in Nalrund's footsteps. The ease with which the Drake changed the topic took a huge burden off Nalrund's chest. No one believes it might be a real Razar, he thought. I need to play along until the end of the party and not show any interest as well. Otherwise, the council members might think I know something about this and follow me. Even worse, they might put some real effort into the search. At that point, finding my clanmate first would be impossible. I know, Ragudririan, the human representative, said. Why do you think I'm investing my private resources in the Harmonizer project? Perfect hybrids like Verhin and Nalrund are good, but evolution is better. For too long, we humans have wallowed in despair, thinking our race couldn't progress further. Chapter 3585, Broken Hopes, Part 2. Now we know we were wrong. Balors and tyrants are evolved humans who have kept their success a secret. I would be angry at the tyrants for their deception, if not for the fact their evolution grants them just a slightly better body and a longer lifespan. Balors instead can become farmers and possess amazing bloodline abilities. They, not the tyrants, are the key to our future. Then Ragu noticed Morok's glare and added, No offense, awakened Eerie. I don't believe you. He shrugged and walked away, leaving everyone flabbergasted. What about your bloodline's harmonizer project, Falul? Lotho the Treant, the plant representative, asked. Did the Hydras make any progress toward dragonhood? Was sparing the life of a traitor like Uffil worth it? The entire room became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The awakened council had lost many members during the War of the Griffins. All of those present had mourned at least one lifelong friend, and hated the Mad Queen with all their hearts even a year after her death. We have yet to find a clear path to awaken our dormant bloodline, but the answer is yes. Falul looked the Treant in the eyes. It was worth sparing Uffil's life. He's for us what farmers are for Ragu. A glimmer of hope after millennia of helpless resignation. The members of my clan are making progress as we speak, but if those findings will lead us anywhere is sadly another story entirely. If it's anything like the Balor problem, it will take you time and patience. Ragu stepped between Falul and Lotho, trying to quell their argument. I'm afraid adult Balors can't be saved, and the same applies to their fellow fallen plant and beast folk. Their children, however, might still have their life forces restored. She lowered her eyes, staring at the ground as if it could give her the answers she needed. Why the sad face? Morok asked, making everyone turn toward him. Isn't that what you want? It is, but it saddens me that humans and hydras are rushing toward their extinction. Ragu replied without raising her head. If we fail, we'll be stuck again and nothing will change. If we succeed, our children will be born respectively as farmers and dragons, but us old coots will become obsolete. We'll have no way to evolve ourselves and be doomed to wait for our death. Either way, we won't enjoy the fruits of our labor. Ragu's words reminded Falul of Baba Yaga's warning, making her clench her glass so hard that it cracked. She stopped just in time for the self-repair enchantment to activate before she spilled too much of her drink. The conversation moved to Giera, and the colonization remained the main topic until the end of the banquet. Nalrund was the guest of honor, so he had to endure until everyone was gone before rushing back to the Verhin mansion. Gianni still lived there, and so did the rest of the Erna's family. Let me guess, you suspect the rumors about the Razar are more than just rumors. Am I right? Freya asked when they were in the privacy of their room and surrounded by scrambler arrays. Spot on, he nodded. I know the place where the Razar appeared. Everyone in my tribe went there at least once during their teens. The village of Gabash is the closest kingdom's settlement to my old fringe. It has a decent trade market. We used to exchange information about the current world, buy seeds, and acquire basic books about magic. Chore spells were enough for us to understand the major changes in the magical disciplines and derive high-tier spells on our own. Why move to the kingdom and not stay in the Blood Desert? Freya asked in confusion. It would have been easier and saved you the hassle of getting through the customs without being exposed. Because in the kingdom we could pass for traveling healers, and our ignorance of recent events could be easily explained. He shrugged. The people of Gabash accepted our accent and use of outdated words as a silly quirk. In the Blood Desert, instead, we would have stuck out like a sore thumb. Salark's compulsory education makes it impossible to pose for a country bumpkin. On top of that, her guards would have exposed our lies just by asking us what desert tribe we came from or what oasis we lived in. The people of Gabash believed everything we said as long as we treated their ailments for a fair price. As for the customs, they have never been a problem. We conjured hard light constructs and used them to carry us high enough not to be spotted. You are right, Freya nodded. No one ever seals the light element. Soldiers need healing too and check travelers for infections before admitting them in or out the country. Bottom line, if someone else survived the massacre, it's plausible they went to Gabash. It's the only place we knew aside from our village and the best shot to meet other Razar survivors. Nalrund said. It's what I did. What? Freya said in confusion. If you didn't find anyone back then the rumor about the Razar must be a hoax. Not necessarily. He shook his head. I was spared from death only because I blinked away in the middle of the fight to heal myself. Someone might have done the same, been away to buy something in Gabash, or maybe managed to escape amid the chaos and waited outside the fringe until they saw dawn flying away. I didn't stay in Gabash for long. Just a couple of days to confirm no one of my tribe had come there before me and wait for other survivors to arrive. I was too impatient to chase after Akala and mad with fury to wait 1 minute longer. After I left, I never returned there. There were too many memories and my hopes had already been crushed once. After giving up on killing Dawn, I tried to move in with the humans, then the Emperor Beasts, and finally I followed Lith's directions and went to Protector's home. You know the rest. Nalrund paced around the room, trying to recall the details of the day he had spent years burying deep into his memory. I didn't see who died and when. He paced faster. When I returned to the village, the corpses were charred beyond recognition and some were reduced to a pile of ashes. On top of that, I wasn't thinking rationally. I searched the rubbles for survivors, and when I found none, I assumed everyone I knew and loved was dead. Even going to Gabash instead of running after Dawn took me sheer willpower. My father was working the fields that day. He should have been far enough from the village to escape safely if he didn't charge into the fray. My mother was on patrol duty. Maybe she didn't notice anything and returned when everything was already over. As Nalrund spoke, Freya could hear hope grow in his voice, hope and fear. What about your fiancé? She asked. Nalrund took a deep breath before finding the strength to look Freya in the eyes. Chapter 3586, Late to the Party, Part 1. Ishil was supposed to travel to Gabash on the day Akala broke Dawn free, Nalrund said. She wanted to buy a white fabric roll for her wedding dress and a few decorations for our future home. So she might have survived as well, Freya pointed out. Unlikely, he replied. Ishil said she would leave after lunch. She first wanted to discuss the final details of our ceremony with my mother and was waiting for her to return from her patrol. Dawn escaped at noon when the sun was at its highest and my mother still on her way back. I believe Ishil is dead. Otherwise, I would have met her in Gabash. I reached the village just hours after the attack. You have no idea how slow she was when shopping. We only had the money we made as healers, and she thought thrice before spending a single copper coin. Her constant back and forth before picking a goddamn doily drove me crazy every time we went to the market together. A sad smile formed on his face, making Freya's heart tighten. She could hear the nostalgia in his voice and see the love in his eyes. No matter how many times she heard him speak Ishil's name, It always held so much affection that it made Freya feel like a consolation prize. It lasted just 1 second, and she could never tell whether Nalrund still had feelings for Ishil or if it was all in Freya's head, yet it hurt just the same. What if the Razar they spotted is Ishil? It was the worst possible moment to ask that question, yet she couldn't help herself. What if she survived? What about us? I don't think it's her, Nalrund said with cold finality. She was likely still in my village when Dawn attacked. My father probably charged into battle like a bull to defend our people, and my mother rushed back the moment she saw smoke rising on the horizon. My hope to find any of them alive is just that, hope. I didn't count the corpses, but there were plenty near my house and Ishil's. I'm sure they are dead. I can feel it in my heart. You still haven't answered my question. Freya didn't let him avoid the subject. What if you are wrong? What if one or more of them survived? If my father or mother are alive, I'll probably cry. Nalrund walked in front of Freya and took her hands into his. Then, I'll ask them where they have been all this time, and after kicking their asses, I'll invite them to our wedding. I hope an extra guest isn't a burden. Don't be silly, she caressed his fingers with her thumbs. I would love to meet my in-laws, and they would be welcome to move in near us and attend the wedding. They are family. Near us, not with us, Nalrund echoed, chuckling. No newlywed wants to live with their in-laws. Freya blushed a bit. I didn't escape my parents' clutches just to fall into your parents. I want us to enjoy our life together before adding permanent guests to our home. Agreed, Nalrund nodded. What about Ishil? Freya pressed on. If she's alive, I'll probably cry no less than for my parents. His reply made Freya swallow hard. Then I'd ask her if there's something I can help her with and wish her a happy life. We've been distant for too long and I've moved on. I've stopped wondering about what might have been between her and me. I look forward to our future together, Freya. I'm done mourning Ishil, and if she's alive, I bet she has done the same and started a new life. We are not the same people we were back then, and there's no going back. Whoever this mysterious Razar is, assuming it's even a Razar, I want to help them. I need to make sure I'm not the last of my species, even if it turns out to be someone I despised. Can I come with you? Freya asked, wringing her hands. You must come with me, he chuckled. I don't trust myself or my poker face if we get there too late and the Razar has already been captured. I need you to keep me grounded. Thank you, she gave him a dazzling smile. We can't go alone. Neither of us has reached the bright violet core, and a single council elder would wipe the ground with our corpses. We need a heavyweight. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Nalrund asked. You bet I do, Freya replied. Space. I can't fight the entire council alone, and I'm too deep in my experiments to take such a long break. Falul and most of the Hydra bloodline were working on awakening their dormant mana organs. No way, Falul replied. I can't come with you. I'm a council elder as well, and there's not much I can do. I can solve a quarrel with a spirit duel, but that would sour my relationship with the other elders. Once you find the Razar, if even it's a Razar, you need to get away fast. If someone sees you with the Razar, they won't believe you are protecting the Razar, but that you want to keep their knowledge all for yourself. I can't fight the entire council alone, and I'm too deep in my experiments to take such a long break. Falul and most of the Hydra bloodline were working on awakening their dormant mana organs. Baba Yaga had shown them that it was possible, and all dragons were supposed to have origin flames and dragon eyes. Just those two bloodline abilities were enough to make the Hydras the most powerful species among the lesser dragons. Baba Yaga had outlined the necessary mana organs in Uffel's life force, and Falul had found them in her life force as well. Yet even with the help of her mother and the hands of Menadian, she was still at square one. On top of that, I have no authority in the Silvar region. The local rulers outrank me, and the local authorities would ignore me. You need someone who can pull rank and help you bring your Razar friend away with untraceable means. Lith, Freya, and Nalrund groaned in unison. Menadian can distract the elders until the end of times, his tower can move between continents in a moment, and his supreme Magus status can open him doors even awakened struggle with. Falul nodded. Also, his reputation is much worse than mine. If he threatens someone, you can be certain they'll believe him. I would feel safer if you came with us, Master Falul, Freya said. And so would I, but an elder moving would draw too much attention on you, Falul replied. People would think we have a solid lead and follow us everywhere. If you go alone instead, it will seem I'm just another skeptical elder sending my disciples to look for clues. What about Lith? Nalrund asked. Won't people suspect he's onto something? Lith, Falul snorted. He's no elder, plays no politics, and most of all, everyone knows he's your friend and fellow disciple. As long as he acts like he hates being there and whines about you dragging him away from his lab, no one will suspect a thing. That should be easy, Freya chuckled. That sounds like something Lith would do. Chapter 3587, Late to the Party Part 2. Chapter 3587, Late to the Party Part 2. Verhin Mansion, a few minutes later. Lith listened quietly to Nalron's story, nodding from time to time until the Agni finished his plea. I'd like to come with you, but I can't. His answer surprised Nalron and Freya for more than one reason. Lith sounded sincere, and there was a hint of regret in his voice, instead of the grumpy annoyance they had been expecting. What do you mean you can't? Nalron asked. I'd love to help you and bait Meln to his doom, but after what Fillard told me, I don't want to leave my mother alone, Lith replied. I've reinforced security and set up multiple recharge pods for my golems around my house, but it's not enough. I'm dealing with Awakened with a death wish, and I must be sure I can make it come true. I can lend you the eyes of Menadian. It will make your task much easier. Easier how? Freya snorted. It will probably dissipate once it gets too far from the tower, and even if it doesn't, Nalrond and I have no training in using it. The headaches we'd get while learning to filter the background noise would slow us down too much. This is a battle against time, and we are over a week late for the party. We need to find the Razar before the other Awakened, or it will all be for nothing. I too am worried about Mom, Lith, but Nalrond needs our help, Solus said. With all the protections in place to defend Gianni, we just need to ask Mom not to leave the mansion until our return. Lith looked out the window, weighing his options. Sharjin was playing in the park with Garrick. Elijah would be wherever Camilla brought her, and Camilla would be glued to Alina if he asked her to. The handmaidens, the Emperor beasts, and many of the Urna's elite forces further secured the place. I have to talk to my mother and Kami before giving you my final answer, but consider it a yes. Thank you. Nalrond was so happy that he hugged Lith without thinking. The two men stared at each other like one had stumbled into the other standing naked inside the bathroom, and took slow steps back. You're welcome, Lith nodded. Is there anyone else coming with us, like Quilla or Morak? I'm not going to involve Quilla. She is very pregnant, and I'd never forgive myself if something happened to her, Freya replied. If I were to ask Morak for help, she'd insist on coming, so I'm leaving him out as well. We need a small, agile team to find the Razar quickly and leave without drawing attention, Nalrond replied. The fewer we are, the more the chances to look like just another group of apprentices. Then you'd better ask Protector to come as well, Lith said. He has a much better sense of smell than me, and I bet that after living with you for years, he remembers what a Razar smells like. The eyes are not omnipotent. Unless we find a fresh trace of our mark, it's just an uncomfortable pair of glasses. If Nalrond is right, the Razar lived in Gabash for years, Freya pointed out. Shouldn't that alone offer an excellent starting point? No, since everyone and their dog knows about the village and have already visited it. Lith shook his head. The lingering energy signature of a true mage fades more quickly than an awakens. With every passing minute and each cast spell, the residual mana gets diluted. If we find a piece of clothing belonging to the Razar instead, Ryman can use it to track down our mark. The problem is that most Emperor beasts on the case can do the same. Then there's no time to lose, Freya said. Please do what you need, but be quick. We'll call Ryman in the meantime. Lith found Alina, Camilla, and Gianni in the same room. They were all knitting baby outfits from balls of wool. Alina and Camilla worked on blue onesies for Raldorak, while Gianni on a pink one for Driffa. Much to Lith's surprise, Gianni was teaching the other two women, giving them pointers on how to use their needles better. I would have never thought a busy woman like you knew how to knit, let alone with such skill, Alina said. Is there anything you're not good at? It's not a big deal, Alina. Gianni's soft smile gave Lith the creeps. I had years of practice with needles, and there's very little I can't do with them. Sorry to bother you ladies, Lith knocked on the doorframe. I need to speak with my mother and Kami for a second. Do you mind leaving us alone, Gianni? She was already up before he could finish the phrase. I'll be in my room. Gianni put her tools inside her dimensional amulet and picked Driffa up from the crib, taking the baby with her. A snap of Lith's fingers insulated the room before he explained Nalrond's predicament and his worries. I don't like leaving either of you alone, he said. Not in a moment like this, I feel like a jerk. Don't worry about me, dear. I'm perfectly safe here. Alina gently caressed his head. I had no plans of leaving the mansion, and there's nothing in Lucia that requires my immediate attention. I don't like this either, but I like even less the idea of letting an innocent become a lab rat for entitled pricks, Camilla sighed. This is Nalron's only chance to learn what happened to the rest of his tribe. There might be more than one survivor, and maybe one of them was a member of his family. You know, nothing can happen to me as long as I have our secret weapon. She gently caressed her womb. Also, don't forget I'll be in Alina's shoes once Raldorak is born. You can't always be with us, and we must learn to fend for ourselves. We can't live in constant fear, and neither can you. Consider this a test run of your defense system. If anything goes wrong, Raldorak will be our safeguard. Fine, but keep an eye on Valoran at all times. Lith was still worried about his mother's and adoptive son's safety, but couldn't refute Camilla's logic. His identity is still a secret, but if someone finds out, we'll be in more trouble. The Guardians won't protect Valoran unless we return him to them. Don't worry, Camilla chuckled. He is almost as safe as me. She pointed at the crib where Surin, Valoran, and Elijah were playing together. Valoran tried to teach the two girls new words, but only Elijah understood him. Surin just laughed at the pretty lights the baby boy conjured to keep her attention. Elijah and Valoran are inseparable, Camilla said. If someone touches him, they'll have to deal with her, and you know what happens when our baby girl gets angry. Let's hope you are right, Lith sighed. He kissed his wife goodbye and caressed the children one last time before leaving. Aren't you forgetting something? Elena opened her arms for an embrace. I'll be back soon, Mom. He hugged her tight and his wings followed. Please be safe. Chapter 3588, Gabash Part 1. Chapter 3588, Gabash Part 1. I will, Elena nodded. Be careful out there, sweetie. Mom, I'm a divine beast and a Magus. And I'm your mother. She took his face in her hands. Even if you were to become a guardian, you'll always be my miracle baby. Space. Lith and Protector together. Solus jumped with joy as they picked up Ryman and Lucia. This brings back so many memories. It does. Protector swallowed hard under Celia's glare. The fight against the Wither Balker, the Church of the Six, we sure went through thick and thin together. Solus continued, oblivious to the huntress, raising anger. Freya, you were with us most of the times. Yeah, most of the times my husband almost died to help you guys. Celia chimed in before Freya could say a word. The Wither was everybody's problem, but the rest was all about you guys. I want him back in mint condition. I'm not going to raise 4 children alone. Am I clear? Crystal, Nalron's eyes stared at the huntress' finger that was millimeters away from his nose. Also, I'll pay Ryman for his trouble. It wouldn't be fair to take him away from his family for nothing. We are friends, Ryman sounded offended. I don't need or want your money. After everything you did for our kids while you lived with us, I should be the one paying you. I know we are friends, Nalron nodded. That's how I know that your family needs the money. I've got a share of silver mines and no bills to pay, whereas you are still an awakened apprentice who has to take care of 4 child-sized natural disasters. Consider it your compensation for the lost income. After all, you can't work while you help me. And we can't keep mooching off Lith, Celia sighed. I don't like this either, but Nalrund has a point. Their kids' skinwalker armor were hand-me-downs from Aaron and Lyria. On top of that, ever since Celia had awakened and trained with Camilla, they had moved in with the Verhins, eating their food. Celia was a proud woman, but enchanted items cost a lot, and the practice of magic consumed a lot of energy. On top of that, the time she spent training, she couldn't use it to cook, clean, or take care of the children. She had to rely on Alina's help and Camilla's resources for too many things for her comfort. Fine, Protector sighed. Let's go then. They used the warp gate in the barn to reach the closest Mage Association branch to the Gabash village, but didn't fly straight to their destination. They split up to cover more ground and explored the area around the village for mana geysers. This is no waste of time, Lith explained via the communication amulet. We can use a mana geyser for recon with the watchtower once we have a lead on our mark and as a quick way out in case things get messy. It would also help Solus to keep her strength, but everyone knew about her real nature and took it for granted. They found only 1 mana geyser near Gabash. Imprinting it required just a few seconds, but they took their time to study the situation and scan their surroundings with the watchtower floor. The bad news is there's nothing useful here, Lith said. The good news is there's nothing useful here. The geyser is abandoned, and even if we rush here, there won't be anyone who can witness the tower's appearance. That's good to hear. Nalrun took a deep breath and shape-shifted his clothes into a mage robe with a large hood. He also switched to his hybrid body. It wasn't as tall as the Agni form, but was big enough to make Protector look normal. Then, he traced a few war runes on his face with his fingers. "What are you doing?" Freya was puzzled. "We need the help of the people of Gabesh, not to terrorize them. You look scary." "That's the idea," he nodded. "As I told you, I went to Gabesh in the past. I can't afford anyone to recognize me. The runes will draw the people's attention off my face even if it gets exposed. Furthermore, if someone does recognize me, the other awakened will mistake their surprised expression for fear and ask no questions." "Good thinking," Freya nodded. "Before we continue to Gabesh, is there something we should know about your tribe? Some keyword or a specific sign that will identify us as friends? Otherwise, even if we find the Razar, they might run away if you are not with us." "Just tell him that the Razars were wrong," Nalrun sighed, "that the sun did rise." "Is that an inside joke of your tribe?" Lith asked. "Yes," Nalrund replied. "We always claimed we were so powerful that we could stop the sun from rising, that dawn would never come." "I'm sorry, man." Lith patted his shoulder and used the warp mirror to cover most of the distance separating them from Gabesh. He could have moved them straight into the village, but Lith wanted to familiarize himself with the area and not scare the locals more than necessary. Gabesh was a medium-sized village, about twice the size of Lucia back when Lith was a kid. There were about a dozen two-story stone houses at the center of the settlement and 50 more around them, all of different sizes and made of wood. Lith and the others appeared on a road between cultivated fields. The farmers comprised the bulk of Gabesh's population and lived on the outskirts of the village. Summer was almost over, but wildfires and thieves were always a threat. The harvest season was around the corner, and the crops needed constant supervision, so more than one man witnessed the arrival of the group and snarled. "This isn't a good sign," Nalrund said while waving the farmers goodbye. "If they've already gotten used to seeing people warping, there must be way more awakened than I thought." His suspicion was confirmed the moment they entered the village. Gabesh was bustling with activity like Lucia during the Spring Maiden Festival. The restaurant was full, and the bakery worked at full capacity to produce enough bread for everyone. Money flowed and business flourished, yet no one looked happy. The foreigners had a disgruntled expression, either because they considered the hunt for the Razar a waste of time, or because they had yet to find any lead. The natives, instead, found the presence of the foreigners disturbing. The villagers of Gabesh liked money like anyone else, but also valued their privacy. The awakened had long overstayed their welcome, and the villagers couldn't wait for their uninvited guests to leave. A few local brawlers had tried to bully the less intimidating awakened and persuade them to leave Gabesh. They had ended up at the local healer's infirmary, where they still resided. That and a few demonstrations of the foreigners' magical prowess had made it clear that the villagers had no control over their own lives anymore. "I've heard there's trouble here." Lith walked inside Gabesh's main plaza like he owned the place, his supreme Magus robe flowing behind him thanks to a conjured wind. "Which one of you is the village head?" Chapter 3589 Gabesh, Part 2. "Supreme Magus Verhen?" A plump, middle-aged man with a receding hairline jumped from his seat and ran to Lith. "The gods have answered our prayers. Thank you for coming here after receiving our plea for help." "What plea?" Lith replied in confusion. "You didn't receive it?" The village head was even more confused. "That's why that Whoreson of Tarkith has yet to return. I bet he's spending the communication fee on beer and whores." "Village head, I'm Supreme Magus Lith Verhen, and these are my friends." Lith waved at his companions and gave the man a slight nod. "Also, sending a message costs nothing unless you bribe one of the Mage Association's clerks. Yet no matter how much you pay, no one would disturb me or any powerful mage unless the association is directly involved." "That lying bastard!" The expression of the man went from confused to livid and then to ashamed as he finally remembered who he was talking to. "I mean, I'm Boar from Gabesh, at your and your friend's service." He bowed so deeply that his head would have touched the ground if not for his bulging belly stopping him. "I had tasked a man I considered trustworthy to ask the kingdom for help against the invasion." He pointed at the awakened crowding the village plaza. "Tarkith always said he needed money for the communication fee, and I trusted him because officials always answered our calls when we sent him." "The officials answered because it's their job," Lith sighed. "There is no communication fee. The kingdom always intervenes during a crisis. That's why you pay taxes." The more Lith talked, the more Boar felt like a gullible idiot. "Can you please send them away?" He pointed at the crowd again. Why have they interfered with your business or harmed your citizens? Lith asked, already knowing the answer. No, the village head stared at the ground. They always pay their bills and mind their own business. We had a couple of accidents, but we were the victims and have proof of it. A tall, wiry man with a bright blue aura showed the recording of 5 burly men attacking him with the flimsiest of excuses. We record all our interactions with these ignorant fools exactly to avoid false allegations. We want no trouble, Magus Verhin. Your actions beg to differ, Lith replied with a stern gaze. Are you claiming that I tampered with the images? The tall man asked with ill-concealed anger. Yet as a bright blue core, he knew he could do nothing against someone as powerful as a council elder, no matter their age difference. No, I'm claiming you have spent too much time on books and too little in the real world. Lith shook his head. You are a guest here and have just insulted these people. Rule number 1, never mess with those who make your food. In your shoes, I wouldn't eat anything I haven't seen prepared with my own eyes. The tall man swallowed hard, reading the hostility in the eyes of the villagers and the hilarity in those of his fellow awakened. I apologize for my rudeness. He gave a small bow that received snorts and scoffs in reply. As for you, boar, I'm sorry, but your guests have broken no law. The kingdom is a free country, and these people stand on public ground. Lith said, If there's anything else I can do for you, feel free to ask. I know Jick and the others were in the wrong, but they got messed up real bad. The village head scratched his head in embarrassment. We need their help for the harvest, and the healer said it might take them months to recover. Say no more, Lith raised his hand. I'll heal everyone. Thank you, Supreme. Boar bit his tongue as the realization dawned on his brain. Everyone. Everyone, Lith confirmed. If you'll have me, of course. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The man shook Lith's hand with so much enthusiasm that his belly trembled like jelly. I'll spread the word. Take your time. Lith's amiable smile gave the other members of his group the creeps. Since when you are so kind? Freya looked at him with suspicion. I thought you still upheld Nana's 3 laws of magic. Protector was flabbergasted. Payment up front, no discounts, no refunds. Ryman, you sniff for Razars. Nalrond, you look for anyone you consider trustworthy enough to reveal your identity and ask about your missing friend. Lith said, Everyone, wear your simplest clothes and try to look reassuring. We need these people to open up to us. What about you? Freya pointed at his white and golden robe. I do. Lith hushed his friends. This is an investment. Why waste our time chasing after every villager in search of potential witnesses when we can just sit down and wait for them to come to us? That's brilliant, Protector nodded. I've lived in Lucia long enough to know that no one turns down free healing. Even wanted criminals would take the risk to leave their hideouts, confiding in the patient healer confidentiality. Ryman, you sniff for Razars. Nalrond, you look for anyone you consider trustworthy enough to reveal your identity and ask about your missing friend. Lith said, Everyone, wear your simplest clothes and try to look reassuring. We need these people to open up to us. What about you? Freya pointed at his white and golden robe. What about the eyes? Nalrond asked. I'm the Supreme Magus, Lith shrugged. Fancy clothes make you guys look intimidating, whereas mine inspire their trust. People have heard the stories and songs about me. They expect someone who looks like a hero, not their neighbor. When the villagers look at you, they see a bunch of silver-spoon strangers. When they look at me, they see what one of them can achieve. Damn if I hate it when you're right. Freya shapeshifted her armor into a baggy, fluffy day dress, drawing countless terrified gasps. I meant once we get in the healer's office, Lith sighed. Normal people put their pants on one leg at a time, you know. I'm sorry. Freya blushed a little and walked away in embarrassment. Where are you going? Nalrond asked. To the healer I forgot. I don't know where it is. She blushed harder. Asking for directions and reaching their destination took them a couple of minutes. Gabash was small, and the healer's house was one of the stone buildings at the center of the village. Lith compared the place with Nana's office and noticed a few interesting details he shared with a mind link. Guys, this place is too big for a village healer. His eyes took in the sitting area for the patients as well as the stone walls of the house. Also, it has been expanded in recent years. What do you mean, too big? Protector, too, had worked in Lucia as a healer and found nothing strange. Gabash is twice the size of old Lucia and has thrice the population, if not more. The local healer is bound to make more money than Nana. Which would explain the stone house, but not its expansion or that. Lith telepathically pointed at the 4 patient booths. Everyone but Freya widened their eyes in understanding. She had practiced the healing arts only at the White Griffin Academy and at prestigious hospitals for the Code of Practice course. I don't follow, she shrugged. A single healer can at best treat 2 patients at a time, Solus explained. Chapter 3590, An Old Friend, Part 1. Even that is only possible when you need to give one patient the time to recover before continuing the treatment, Solus said. Also, the second booth turns useful when you have a guest healer in your village. Nana gave her spare booth to Lith first and Tista later during their apprenticeship, knowing they would leave for the academy. Lucia was very lucky to have more than one healer before it developed into a city. Most villages have none and their people have to travel for hours just to receive the most basic treatments. 4 booths mean there were 2 permanent healers in Gabesh. Freya now understood the clue. It also explains why the house was recently renovated and the awakened have yet to find a clue. Exactly, Nalrond telepathically nodded. The Razar lived here as a healer and the villagers are covering for them. That's why the villagers are so determined to send the awakened away. People from tight-knit communities are ferociously protective of their own. I bet the Razar got exposed while fighting the bandits to save the villagers, and now they feel guilty about what happened to their friend. Lith, protector. Sorry, Lith and Solus grimaced while activating the eyes of Menadian. The healer kept working, and their spells have wiped away any lingering energy signature that's not their own. I'm not doing any better, Protector sniffed the air. This place has been scrubbed with darkness magic from top to bottom. It smells cleaner than my home. As they looked around the office for clues, the door separating the waiting room from the ward opened, and an old woman walked through it. Sorry for the wait. How can I help? She was still fixing her long, grizzled blonde hair in a bun when her hairpin fell to the floor along with her jaw. Supreme Magus Verhin, what are you doing in a backwater village like Gabesh? I'm here to help. Lith put on his best business smile and offered her his hand. I've heard you have some badly injured people. Those bull-headed fools looked for trouble and found it. She shook it with both hands. Their injuries are above my limited talents. Please help them. They are idiots but also good men. They meant no real harm. They'll be back on their feet before dinner, miss. Lith left the phrase hanging, waiting for the healer to introduce herself. Palina. Nalrund activated a scrambler he had borrowed from Gianni. Healer Palina of Gabesh, but everyone calls her Jinx. You only see her when things get bad and your purse is always several coins lighter when she leaves. Unlike the hush spell, the scrambler hid a conversation by altering the voices of those inside its area of effect instead of insulating them. The awakened would still hear Nalrond and Palina talking, but their conversation would be just small talk. The scrambler ensured that those eavesdropping wouldn't suspect a thing, because after its activation the conversation still made perfect logical sense. It was just boring. Gianni's device was also cloaked, making it invisible to life vision. How do you know my moniker? Jinx's gray eyes narrowed as she stared at the stranger. You told me this story yourself, Jinx, he replied while taking his hood off and shape-shifting back into his human form. You had a good laugh about it, remember? Asher, she blurted out in surprise. Close, Nalrond nodded. That was my alias when I visited Gabesh. My real name is Nalrond. I'm here for. Thank the gods you're alive. Much to his surprise, Jinx rushed to hug him and cut him short. Salmer will be so happy to see you. He thought everyone else was dead. Are there more survivors with you? She smiled at the rest of the group with hope, whereas Nalrond had a hard time suppressing his disappointment. I was about to ask you the same thing, he sighed. Is Salmer the only one who reached Gabesh, or are there others? Lith didn't want to intrude, so he looked at Freya for answers, but she shrugged in reply. It's not the name of Nalrond's father. That's the only thing I know, she said via the mind link. Yes, he was alone, Jinx nodded. What about you? I thought I was the only survivor until I heard. The office's door opened, and Nalrond promptly deactivated the scrambler and put his hood back up. I'm really sorry. Did I interrupt something? Boar could feel Nalrond's eyes on him. If looks could maim, the remains of the village head would have fit into a bucket. Is the condition of our friends that dire? Boar smiled, sheepishly trying to understand what he had done wrong. Do you need some more time to discuss the treatment? Sorry, Nalrond, my plan backfired horribly, Lith said via the mind link. It's not your fault, the Agni replied. You had no way to know the Razar we were looking for was one of the villagers. No one did. Still, it's my mess and I can fix it. Lith put on his business smile again. Yes, it's that bad, but I've already found a solution, he then said. Healer Polina, please bring my assistant back to the patient ward. We'll take care of the office business for you. Yes, Supreme Magus. Jinx wasn't stupid and understood Lith was giving them a plausible excuse to be alone. As you wish, Professor. It might take a while, but I'll follow your instructions to the letter. Nalrund gave Lith a bow of gratitude and walked inside the ward with Jinx before turning the scrambler on again. Come forward 4 at a time. Lith raised his hand and the room fell silent. You can sit wherever you want and talk, but keep your voice from disturbing our work. Those caught cutting the line will be sent straight to the back. Leave the door open and the corridor free for emergencies. Remember that the next person in need might be someone you love. Yes, Supreme Magus. Thank you, Supreme Magus. The villagers were about to kneel when Lith stopped them. No kneeling. You'll dirt my floor and I'll have to waste time cleaning it. Wipe your feet before you enter. I swear to Mom, it feels like he's possessed by Nana's spirit. Solus inwardly chuckled and Protector joined her. You can't work side by side with an old hag for years and not pick up a trick or two, he replied, smiling with nostalgia. Let's get to work and make enough noise to keep the attention of the awakened on us. We must by now run the time he needs to talk with Jinx and cover for his absence. Nonetheless, even if our competitors suspect something, there's not much they can do about it. Space. The other awakened apprentices had failed to notice the oddity of the 4 booths for 2 reasons. Most of them came from an awakened bloodline and had never set foot in a village healer's office. Even if it were decorated with entrails as festoons, and there was a bloody altar at its center, the awakened would have dismissed it as weird folk customs. On top of that, none of the awakened apprentices had spent more than 1 minute visiting the local healer. Chapter 3591, An Old Friend, Part 2. Invigoration and life vision had confirmed to the apprentices that Polina was alone and a regular human woman. Awakened needed no healer, so they had ignored her and her house after a brief inspection. Yet despite that initial overlook, they were now keeping an eye on the clinic, making sure that the number and aura of the people entering matched those who left. What do you think? An overly handsome man asked. I smell something fishy here. He was 1 head and shoulder taller than the blonde woman he was talking to, almost as tall as Protector. I agree. She had wheat golden eyes that shone no less than her hair. They are all Fallow's apprentices, but Verhin has already passed the emancipation trial. He wouldn't be here unless the Hydra or one of his friends is convinced there really is a Razar in Gabesh. My point exactly. The handsome man's gray eyes hardened like steel. He's famous for being one of the best manhunters on Garland, if not on Maugr. He tracked the missing undead in the eclipsed lands and even located the position of the late world tree. If he hadn't failed to keep track of his traitorous brother, I'd say Verhin always finds his man. I'll be honest with you, the golden-eyed woman said. I don't care who finds the Razar as long as it's not a Hydra. I have a special bone to pick with Falul, but I can barely tolerate any Hydra. You and me both, Shala, the handsome man grunted. What do you say we form an alliance with the others and exclude the apprentices of Hydras? I don't care which of us succeeds as long as they fail. Most of the lesser divine beasts envied Falul, not only for her skill and bloodline, but also because she was this close to having a harbinger. No lesser divine beast on Maugr had ever had one, and Freya having 7 streaks only made things worse. The spite for Hydras, instead, extended to all members of the 4 races. The entire awakened council resented the Hydras for sparing Uffil's life and adding him to their ranks. Uffil's past allegiance with Thrud made him a pariah, but the awakened would have been content with his imprisonment if it was just for that. What truly enraged them was the idea that the Hydras might find a path toward evolution through him. They had given asylum to a mass murderer, and would be rewarded for it with the prize that all races craved the most. The Hydras planned to share their research with the other lesser divine beasts, but the news was kept secret to avoid being harassed more than they already were. The council elders were old enough to know that bitter resentment led nowhere, and it was better to focus their energy on something productive. Their apprentices, however, were young and ambitious. To them, watching someone else succeed was the only thing worse than failure, especially if that someone was rich and talented like Freya. In the apprentice's eyes, everything in her life had been delivered to her on a silver platter. She was the most hated apprentice of the most hated elder. Were she to find the Razar thanks to Verhin, the young awakened would discover if dying of envy was really possible or just an expression. Space. Meanwhile, inside Polina's office, the villagers had barely time to sit down before it was their turn to walk to the healer's booth. Normally, a minor healer would ask his patients to describe their symptoms to determine the most probable cause of their ailments, and fix it with one of the few spells at his disposal. Lith and the others, however, were all professional healers. They chatted only to fish for information or identify the cause of suspicious injuries. Their diagnostic spells sorted symptoms from causes, and one healing spell removed them all. With Nalrund in the ward, they had each their own booth, and the work progressed quickly. There were only so many people in Gabash, and even if all of them came in, it wouldn't be a big deal. Nana's office was always busy, because she was the only healer for kilometers, so people from all over Lustria came to her. Paulina wasn't that famous, and unless it was a matter of life or death, travelers would wait to get back to their villages and be visited by their healers. Solus noticed that the people of Gabash appreciated the free healing. They always smiled and thanked the healers after receiving treatment. The moment the Razar was mentioned, however, the villagers' smiles stopped extending to their eyes, and they all repeated the same story. The bandits had attacked Gabash during a trade market. A mysterious creature had stepped forward to protect the villagers, and then had disappeared without a trace. Kids were likely to let something slip, so their parents never took their eyes off the children and often talked for them. These people are good at lying, Solus pondered. One person is normal, but so many is straight creepy. The charade must have gone on for a while for the villagers to get used to lying with such ease, yet they are no Lith. They are lucky the awakened consider them like ants, and pay them no attention, or Gabash might have become a bloodbath before we arrived. Yeah, and the funny thing is that the awakened didn't discover anything until now because they shot themselves in the foot, Protector said. We can easily spot lies because we make the villagers relax and treat them with respect, whereas the awakened terrify them to extort information. When someone is nervous by default, it's impossible to tell if they are lying since they sweat and stutter, even if you ask them what they had for breakfast. Space, please tell me everything you know about Salman, Nalrund said while taking care of the injured in the ward. Things are going to get ugly if I'm not the one who finds him first. There's not much to say, Jinx replied, asking him questions about the healing process as he worked. One day, about 3 years ago, Salman arrived in our village in a wretched state. He was covered in burn scars, but it wasn't his body that worried us. He was a sobbing, broken mess. It took him weeks to start talking again and months to answer our simplest question. Salman told us that his village was gone, that he was a coward who had run away when things had gotten tough and had left everyone behind to die. We offered him our condolences and a place to stay. Yet not for the goodness of our hearts, she sighed in shame. When Salman arrived, we expected him to die in a few days, yet he healed himself in a way we considered impossible. I'm not that good of a healer, and we were in dire need of someone with Salman's skill. On top of that, whenever we had no patience, he worked hard in the fields, very hard, like he had to prove to everyone his life was still worth something. We showered Salman in praise and convinced him to stay with us. Chapter 30, 592, Plausible Deniability, Part 1. Salman got himself a new home and we got a powerful healer. Everybody wins, especially me. Jinx fidgeted with her hair. I finally had a skilled mentor. Salman taught me everything I now know. If it weren't for my limited talent for magic, I would have learned much more, and these knuckleheads wouldn't need your help. Their condition is much better than I thought, Nalrund said after examining the 4 young men. They will be up and running in days, not months. It's easier to quell violent spirits when they think they almost killed someone. Jinx shrugged. Also, it gave these idiots and all those foreigners out there a good scare. It will keep them in line and us alive. Really? A youth who was as pale as death sighed heavily, quickly regaining his color as the placebo effect faded. I thought I was in critical condition. And I thought this thing distorted my words. Jinx pointed at the scrambler. It does, but for those outside the room, Nalrund shrugged. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to have a real conversation. Back to Salman, please. Sure, she nodded. A few months after he arrived at the village, a group of bandits attacked Gabash. Salman was treating a patient when the screaming started. When he looked through the window and saw those bastards cutting people down like wheat and setting our houses aflame, Salman lost it. He smashed his way through the wall as a Razar and slaughtered the bandits with just a wave of his hand. Once he was done with them, he healed the wounded, even those we were already mourning due to the severity of their injuries. And Nalrund asked, picturing the scene in his mind. I'll be honest with you, at first Salman scared us more than any bandit, Jinx replied. Then Boar calmed us down and pointed out that we had gained not only a real healer but also a protector. On top of that, we recovered everything the bandits had stolen from their corpses and split Salman's spoils of war between us as compensation. Horses are a great commodity for a poor village, you know. I do, go on please. Salman feared we would panic and chase him with pitchforks and torches, but we offered him a beer instead, she said. We stopped living in fear of criminals and started looking forward to their visit. The plan was simple. As soon as a group of bandits was spotted, everyone ran away and Salman fought. No one got hurt and we earned quite a lot. It was perfect, she sighed heavily. A perfect life ruined a little over a week ago by meddling, stupid merchants. They heard about our village's reputation and decided to stop here for the night at the end of the monthly trade market. The next morning bandits attacked the caravan, and when Salman saved the merchants, those idiots treated him like a monster. Jinx snarled in outrage. We thought about making them disappear, but merchants are not bandits. They were good people working an honest job to support their families. Their only crime was being at the right place at the wrong time, that and being ungrateful idiots. Salman left Gabash right away to spare us from trouble, and we haven't seen him since. Any idea where he might have gone? Nalrund asked. Just one, Jinx replied. More than once he told me he had to be wary of something called awakened, and that the best place to avoid them was a mana geyser. According to Salman, that's how he escaped the thing that destroyed your village. He had a map of the geysers and only rested inside one of them, whatever that means. Of course, Nalrund cursed himself for not thinking about it sooner. Thanks, Jinx. I'll save Salman and bring him back if that's what he wants. Don't mention it, she shook her head. Are your friends Razars? No, the bitterness in his voice shattered what hope Jinx had left. I too believed to be the only survivor of my tribe until I heard the rumors about the mysterious creature who manipulates light. Unless someone took a different route or was rescued on their way here, Salman and I are the last two Razars on Magur. Two, her honest shock took Nalrund by surprise. Are you telling me that during the last 3 years you had no child either? What's wrong with you Razars? I was grieving and having a hybrid child. Who cares about that when you also get power and strength? She cut him short. Salman had more suitors than me when I was young, yet always acted like a timid maiden. Being a hybrid means having 2 baby makers, yet you used none. Let's see if the others need help. Nalrund dodged the question and turned off the scrambler before going back to the office. I'm done here. What about you? Almost done too. Freya pointed at the short line of patients left. Any idea where we can spend the night? The only tavern in town is fully booked. If you work for me, you eat with me. That's my rule. Jinx bowed to them in gratitude. You'll be my guests. I have plenty of free beds in the ward and lots of food in my pantry. Believe me, the tavern has nothing on me. I have only one condition for your stay. Name it, Lith nodded. My beds are for patients, not for making new ones. Baggy clothes or not, Jinx could estimate Freya's and soulless curves. Women on one side of the room and the men on the other. No crossing once the lights are out. Are we clear? Yes, ma'am, Lith chuckled, seeing a spark of nano in her. After the patients left, Lith and the others pretended to resume the investigation. They scouted the village, but their goal was to assess if their competition had made any progress or if they still believed the rumors to be groundless. This is Ryman, Nalrund introduced his friends before going back to the field. He did for me what you did for Salman. You can trust him. Do you have an unwashed piece of clothing belonging to him? Protector asked. I can track him by his scent. That's why those foreigners were interested in Salman's belongings. She cursed the awakened and their ancestors. Unluckily for them, I cleansed everything with darkness magic right after Salman left. I may not be as good as you guys, but I bet those busybodies have found nothing. And she was right. Sure, but what about my question? Protector asked. We can only hope I forgot something, she shrugged. Follow me. Jinx led Ryman to her private quarters, and then to the guest room. Her smell and the vapors of the balms and concoctions she prepared assaulted Ryman's nose, making his eyes water. Gods, how much perfume do you wear? He asked in a fit of cough. Hey, I'm a healer and a lady. She blushed a little while sealing the jars, putting the aromatic herbs away, and opening the windows. I like being clean and smelling of something that's not disinfectant in my own time. Protector had to wait for the air to freshen a bit before he could sniff again. Using darkness magic would have only erased whatever proof was left. Chapter 3593 Plausible Deniability, Part 2. Please get out, he said after a while. I already know your smell and your presence just makes things harder for me. I will smell this stuff in my nightmares, Protector inwardly added. Fine, but don't go snooping in my drawers, I mean it. She grunted and left, making him wonder what she could possibly hide. The lingering scents in the room were still strong, but at least now Ryman could perceive even the subtle difference between the bundles of the same herb, based on their drying stages, and sniff around for anomalies. The good thing about this situation is that any musky or manly smell will stick out like a sore thumb, he thought, moving toward his best shot, the laundry basket. Damn, Jinx is no slob. Nothing here is older than a day or two. I have only one arrow left in my quiver. As a married man, Protector knew that socks were the most common piece of clothing to end up in the wrong drawer when living with a woman. Celia wore his shirts as dresses, and if she ever fit in his pants, she would cry for days. Many times he had put on a pair of clean socks thinking it was one of his own just to find it too small. Then, he would just put the sock in Celia's drawer and make no mention of it. Let's hope this doesn't count as snooping. Whatever Jinx is hiding, I don't want to see it. The gods smiled on Protector, and he found the sock drawer on his second try. All of them smelled clean but one. It had the strong scent of a Razar and had clearly been used for a few days. Why did he put it here instead of the basket? This makes no sense unless... Ryman memorized Salmer's smell and examined the soft fabric, confirming his suspicions. He borrowed a pair of comfy socks and made a hole with his toe. The dear old the moths did it trick, hoping she doesn't find them long enough to give you plausible deniability. Sometimes laziness pays off. After he was done, he cleansed the sock with darkness magic and shoved it in the back of Jinx's drawer to give Solman more plausible deniability. I have your back, brother. Ryman then took a clean sock of the Razar to show it as his prize. I have what we need, he said, patting his breast pocket. What's our next move? We keep looking, of course, Lith said. Deception and misdirection. We must appear as clueless as our competition. Freya, Nalrond, and Protector. You scour the village borders for snails, rainbows, unicorns, whatever you want. The important is that you look busy and can sell it. Solace with me. Where are we going? She asked with a puzzled expression on her face. To the nearest city to look for refugees and issue an arrest warrant for anyone matching Solman's description, he replied. I must use my connections in the kingdom or the other awakened will understand we are on to something. Isn't it a waste of time? She asked. That's the point, he shrugged. Our intentions would be obvious if we left immediately after our arrival. The other apprentices, even those who don't care about the Razar, are still here. Do you know why? Because their masters would punish them if they returned empty-handed. Oh, she said in realization. They are putting up a front so that once they return home, they can say they've tried. Correct. Lith left Jinx's house and Solus followed him. They took flight and reached Lely's, the nearest city, in less than an hour. No one followed them, but right after leaving the local constable office, the eyes of Menadian spotted several familiar energy signatures. Most of them wore cloaking items, but Lith had examined his competition back in Gabesh, and once the apprentices moved close enough, the eyes pinpointed them anyway. The awakened changed their appearance with body sculpting and hid amid the crowd, but all those precautions were pointless against the eyes. Lith had set the artifact to scan solely for known energy signatures and ignore everything else. It gave Lith and Solus no headache while they walked around Lely's and acted as an alarm. They talked with the local guards and visited all the places in the slums where someone who didn't want to be found might hide. They gained nothing from the trip and made sure their tale heard how frustrated they were. How long do we have to fool around until we can tell Falul to fuck off without being rude? Lith asked, while looking for the mysterious Razar at the bottom of a mug of a good Mikosh ale. A couple of days, minimum. Solus sighed heavily, and Lith groaned in reply. I know this is a waste of time, Lith, but this is how you keep good relationships in the council. Thank the gods the mission didn't come from the Overlord, or we'd have to travel around for at least a month. Her alias was from the desert, and a quick call to Salark had told them everything a local was supposed to know. You know what? Lith grunted. Here's how we'll play this out. Tomorrow we find a lead, follow it to the nearest hotel worth its name, and keep looking until we are tired of room service. Deal. Deal, Solus nodded. Seems that Supreme Magus Verhin isn't as skilled as the rumors say. Shala sneered from a corner table of the tavern. I have to admit I like how he thinks, though. That's my kind of plan. Falul should have paid something for our trouble. Lith sounded annoyed. I don't like working for free. On top of that, what are the chances that a legendary creature no one has seen in 1,000 years popped out in the middle of nowhere? About the same as finding Grandma Riffa's tower, Solus replied. Are you sure your ancestor has no clue about her tower? Lith asked. None at all. So she says, Solus shrugged. Let's be honest, either someone found the tower already or it has turned into dust. Artifacts don't last that long without an owner. Either way, it's lost to us. I couldn't defeat Meln and his knockoff mage tower. I would have no chance against a real mage with a real tower, Lith admitted bitterly. You and the council both. Solus patted his shoulder to cheer him up. Numbers and talent don't matter when fighting a mage inside his tower. The only outcome is death. Space. Lith and Solus returned to Gabash after wasting the rest of the daylight in the tavern, and complaining loudly enough to be heard. Protector and the others searched thoroughly every nook and cranny of the village's surroundings, and found exactly what they were looking for. Nothing. It was hard for them to act whiny and incompetent, but they did their best. Jinx proved herself at dinner, cooking a small feast that was met with everyone's approval. Are the apprentices still watching us? Nalrund asked while taking seconds of a delicious stew. They take turns, but yes, Lith nodded. That night they slept well knowing the awakened apprentices were still outside, wasting their time and energy. Chapter 30, 594 Misdirection, Part 1. Chapter 30, 594 Misdirection, Part 1. Nalrund and the others left Gabash the following morning, after thanking Jinx for her hospitality. Lith also offered the village head his contact rune, in case the awakened apprentices caused trouble. I can't afford one of those communicator thingies, and our village is too small for the kingdom to give me one for free. I'm sorry. Boar scratched his head in embarrassment. I'll be back here in a couple of days then, Lith said. If these guys are still here or have interfered with your livelihood, I'll deal with them. Thank you very much, Magus Verhen. Boar shook Lith's hand while glaring at the crowd of awakened. Your visit has been short, but it has been a blessing to Gabash. If you ever decide to return here for any reason, you and your friends will be our honored guests. Don't mention it and thank you for your offer, Lith nodded in reply. He and the rest of his group took flight, moving toward the closest medium-sized city. I don't like leaving those poor villagers alone, Freya said via a mind link. What if the awakened bully them in our absence? Unlikely, Protector replied. We reached Gabash over 1 week after the hunt began, and the village is still in one piece. If the awakened wanted to use violence to interrogate the witnesses, they would have already done it. Remember that the awakened have no solid evidence there was a real Razar in Gabash. They are treating the issue like a wild goose chase. Indeed, Nalrund shuddered. The awakened wouldn't have been so nice if they knew Sulman lived in the village. Anyone who found a clue to find Salaman wouldn't have left behind anything that might help their competition. We wouldn't have found a single survivor, and Gabash would have been wiped out of the maps. What's our next move? You are our resident Razar, so that was supposed to be our question, Solus replied. You should tell us what you would have done in Sulman's shoes, yet before that we have to get rid of our tail. Are they still following us? Lith was unpleasantly surprised. How? I don't have an answer, Solus shrugged. No one left a mystical mark on us, nor did the awakened put something in our food, or the eyes would have spotted it. Either one of the awakened can smell us even from a great distance, or they have a tracking device as well. They probably collected a hair, a bit of spit, or anything from one of us, and use it as a medium for their artifact. Ryman, Lith asked. They can't track us by smell. He telepathically shook his head. We are too distant, and traveling this fast leaves behind a faint trace that fades in seconds. I've talked with many Emperor beasts while working for Falul, yet I've never met someone capable of doing something like this. It must be an artifact. I agree, Solus replied. The good news is that it should be much worse than the eyes. Our tail always keeps about 1 kilometer between us, enough to evade even your Tiamat eyes. I wouldn't be so sure, Freya pondered. Mages can use warp steps, and a tracking device that loses its mark after a single-dimensional spell would be useless. I bet its range is much greater than 1 kilometer. That must be the minimum safe distance that also covers a step's average range. Let's test your hypothesis. Lith opened a warp steps leading toward their official destination. The group didn't rush in and kept flying forward, as if they suspected nothing. Freya's right, Solus said after a couple of seconds. They are still behind us. They warped to our old position first and then opened a second steps 1 kilometer behind us. Can tracking devices have such range? Lith's eyes narrowed. It's the first time I've encountered one, so I have no idea. Freya telepathically shrugged. Yet consider this. While our steps was open, our tail could follow our position through the spatial distortion. Maybe we could have lost them if we closed the steps and quickly opened another. But that would have revealed the awakened we knew they are following us and triggered a full-blown chase. Lith completed the phrase for her. Fine, let's keep our facade. Lith followed his plan from the previous day and booked 4 rooms in the best hotel in Kaitam. Verhin really is a slacker, Shala dared, getting close to her marks only after their position remained fixed for half an hour. According to a busboy I tipped, they ate half the restaurant and then went to the spa. Can you blame him? The handsome man asked. There is nothing for him even if he succeeds, and Verhin found no trace of the alleged Razar. Do you want to go in and take a closer look? No, Taryn, she shook her head. The Singing Dryad Hotel is almost empty. This is not like yesterday's restaurant. All Verhin needs is one look with life vision to recognize us and demand to know why we are following him. How long do we have to stand here? Until lunch, she grunted. I'm not going to stay in this stinky alley the whole day while they have the time of their lives. Space. After another tip provided the two awakened with the information that Lith's group had moved to their rooms for a nap, and Shala's tracking device confirmed they hadn't moved for over an hour, she lost her patience. This does it, she snarled. Fuck lunch, we're leaving now. Now isn't that a bit soon? Taryn asked. Yes, but so what? Shala shrugged. Are we really going to watch them sleep for hours? What if they don't wake up in time? What if they just order room service? Why should we starve while they feast? Calm down, Shala, and think. Taryn grabbed her shoulders. What if this is a trick? Maybe Verhin suspects someone is following him and this is just a ruse to get rid of us. How should he know? She scoffed. We are the ones with my master's tracking device and it's one of a kind. Only a handful of awakened on the entire Magar have one. Verhin probably doesn't even know they exist. On top of that, after we collected one of his hairs yesterday, we always followed him from a safe distance and wore cloaking devices while tailing him. There's no way he could have noticed our presence. Taryn had no answer, and Shala's next line of reasoning sealed the deal. Also, consider this. Everyone knows how stingy Verhin is. Would he go to a 4-star hotel just to get rid of us? You heard the busboys. He's paying for himself, his hot cousin, and his Skull friend. Yeah, just the restaurant bill almost gave him a stroke. Taryn chuckled at the memory of the busboy's shocked expression as he recounted the event. And now he booked 3 royal suites and spa treatments for the next 2 days. Shala nodded. He's here to stay, which means we have to leave. Taryn opened a warp steps leading toward Gabesh. Space. They just left. Freya wore one of the monocles of Menadian as she stared in the direction of the two awakened. They are headed back to Gabesh. Chapter 3595 Misdirection, Part 2. Chapter 3595 Misdirection, Part 2. How can you tell? Solus asked. Once they opened the steps, I looked on the other side and recognized the direction from its dimensional coordinates, she replied. It's not that hard since the 2 points in space overlap. You just have to draw an imaginary line connecting the starting point with the destination. It's very hard, kid. Menadian furrowed her brows. Why do you think I made the eyes? Your parents have every reason to be proud to have a talented dimensional mage in the family. Thank you, Master Menadian, Freya replied with a dazzling smile. And thank you, Lith, for the spa day, Menadian said. It was a pleasant experience. You're welcome, Lith grunted, his wallet still aching. For once, being known as a cheapskate paid off. Those two awakened tailing us left the moment they learned I paid for 2 days in advance. They can't picture you spending money as part of a setup, Protector chuckled. To be honest, I still can't believe it myself. And you're right to do so, Solus chucked as well. You have no idea how long it took me to convince him. Do we leave now as well? No, Lith shook his head. Let's wait a bit. We need to make sure no one else is following us and that our pursuers have bought our cover story. They might come back and check on us if they get bored, and I'm ready to bet they will. Space. As Lith predicted, Shala and Taryn found no trace of the Razar and returned to Kaitam at lunch hour. After tipping a valet and learning that the group had never left the establishment and was dining on the chef's specialties, the two awakened warped away again. Wow, she was so angry I could feel it in the warp steps, Freya said while munching on her crab. Can we leave now? Everyone glared at her, especially Menadian. She wasn't used to fancy meals, let alone to be pampered with relaxing massages. Sharing the experience with Solus and spending quality time together made it 1,000 times better. I mean after lunch, I'm not going to waste one of the rare occasions Lith offers to pay, Freya rushed to add. I'm paying for them, not for you, Lith pointed at Solus, Ryman, and Menadian. You are filthy rich. Come on, Lith, Freya fluttered her eyes in mock flirting. Consider it part of our cover and your wedding gift. This is our first trip together in years. It makes sense, he nodded. The more I spend, the more the awakened. What do you mean, part of my wedding gift? You're filthy rich too, she giggled. Not Erna's rich, but still rich. 2 days here don't come even close to a proper wedding gift, especially since I won't even enjoy them. Fine, Lith reluctantly agreed. Now, Rund, we leave after lunch. We'll stay just long enough to finish our meal and ask the concierge for interesting local tourist spots to explain our absence. Excellent idea, the Agni nodded. I don't know where Solman is, but I can tell you what I would have done in his shoes. I would have gone to the nearest Mana geyser and laid low until the dust settled. I would have moved on to the second nearest geyser, only if someone had gotten too close for comfort. Why a Mana geyser and not the fringe? Solus asked. It's much safer and not that long a trip if you know its location. That only if you have a tower like yours, Solus. Nalrund shook his head. I roughly remember the position of the geysers. I need to look around for them and would have to do most of the trip by flight. I didn't remember the dimensional coordinates of the various Mana geysers back when I chased after Akala, let alone years later. Solman is probably in my same situation after living in Gabash for so long. The closest Mana geyser is his best bet. He couldn't expect such a big hunt from a rumor, especially with the villagers covering for him. Solman must have thought he had to wait a couple of days, and then he could go back home. On top of that, we know that my old fringe is far from safe. Even with Emrail dead, the elves and the Duans still live there. If they capture him, we won't see him alive ever again. Space. Once they finished dining, Lith asked the concierge for the best tourist spots in a wide range from Kaitam. This way, if the Awakened returned again and didn't find him, he would have a good cover story. Locating him would require them to check every spot mentioned by the concierge, and with only one tracking device, the Awakened would waste a lot of time to visit them all while always wondering if they hadn't just missed him. I'm a mage, Lith said to the concierge. Just mark on my map all the interesting spots, no matter the distance or how difficult they are to reach. Then I must suggest the Rainbow Falls of Troria and the Gem Forest of Rikwa. The man circled a tall mountain and a wide wooden area, making Lith smirk. Each one of these places stretches across such a wide area that it would take me a long while to find someone with the eyes, let alone a lesser tracking device. He thought, the Awakened will never understand it was all a ruse, and even if they do, by then it will be too late to stop me. They left Kaitam, using warp steps to move fast and relaxing the space behind them to ensure no one could follow them. Once they reached the area near the closest Mana geyser to Gabash, they switched to flying. Nalrund had to come down to the ground often, looking for familiar landmarks and the secret signals the Razar had left over the centuries to point at their safe hideouts. This one has been restored recently. Nalrund pointed at a straight scratch on a stone. Define recently. Protector sniffed it, smelling nothing but musk and animal scents. A few years, Nalrund replied. The cut isn't supposed to be so deep and clear after hundreds of years of exposure to rain, wind, and ice. The scratch is symmetrical and points in 2 directions, Solus said. Which is the right one, east or west? North, Nalrund tapped on the tapered end of the rock. The scratch marks the stone, and the stone points at the underground safe house my ancestors built deep inside the Mana geyser. Devious, Freya said. Smart, Lith nodded in approval. A road sign for the Razars and a misdirection for everyone else. They found more stones as they got closer to the geyser. Some stood tall, others lay on the ground, and a few were askew. They all had one thin extremity aimed at the Mana geyser's position. The rocks were not aligned with each other and placed at irregular distances. The Razars had thinned the extremities of many stones in the area, but only a few bore the scratch mark. Nalrund had to examine many of them before finding the right one, and he succeeded only because he knew what to look for. Chapter 30, 596 Last Resort, Part 1. Chapter 30, 596 Last Resort, Part 1. This is it. Nalrund pointed at the massive flow of world energy that everyone could feel on their skin like steam coming from a boiling pot. For a geyser, it's a geyser. Lith looked around with the eyes after filtering out the world energy. But there's nothing here but a flatland. I was expecting a cave in a hill, a tunnel in the ground, something. Yeah, right, Nalrund snorted. Great idea if you want everyone to notice a perfect place to hide and fight with wild animals and other runaways for your privacy. Remember that Razars can swim through the earth. We don't need open passages. Wait here. He turned into his Agni form and dived into the soil, which rippled upon contact with his body like the surface of a lake. In a second, Nalrund was gone, and no trace of his passage was left. Lith and Solus followed his movements with the eyes of Menadian, and followed him to a deep cave the size of a 3-room apartment. It was big enough for 6 Razars to rest comfortably, and over 15 to be packed as sardines but safe. "Guys, I need your help." Nalrund's voice came out of Lith's and Protector's communication amulet. Someone was definitely here and had to leave in a hurry. He opened a warp steps from inside the underground cave, allowing his friends direct access without the need to carry them one by one through hundreds of meters of solid ground and rock with his bloodline ability. The moment the dimensional passage opened, the late summer breeze freshened the cave while the stale air wafted out, carrying a familiar tang. "The place smells like blood." Lith's nose as a Tiamat wasn't as sensitive as Protector's, but it was leagues above that of a normal human. "From what I can tell you, Solman was already wounded when he reached this place." "Not exactly." Ryman shapeshifted into a humanoid skull as he sniffed the air. "Judging by the intensity of Solman's body odor, he lived here for at least 4 days. Recently he got hurt somehow and left in a rush. Look." Protector pointed at the source of the smell of blood. A left handprint followed by a trailing smudge on the south wall, and a small dried-up pool, barely 3 centimeters, 12, across. The former stood like a black blot on the brown stone, while the latter painted the soil a shade deeper than the rest of the cave. His right arm was wounded. Ryman described the scene as his predator instinct depicted it to him. He went back here while pressing his left hand to compress the wound as it healed. Then he picked up whatever was on the ground and left. Probably with a warp steps. My guess is that someone found him and forced him to run away. "That's what I feared." Nalrund went slightly pale. "The good news is that if most awakened are still searching for Salmer around Gabash, it means that whoever is after him kept the discovery a secret. The bad news is that we have no way to know how long ago the ambush took place. Or if whoever was after Salmer took a sample of his blood to track him," Freya said. "If we got followed, the same might have happened to him. A Razar is a huge prize, and we know the awakened came prepared for the hunt." "Good point." The Agni gritted his teeth at the idea of his clansmen already captured or desperately running for his life. "Lith, Solus, can you use the eyes to track Solman?" "If the blood was fresh, sure," Menadian replied. "But this is old. Life force is like mana. It fades quickly once separated from the main body. On top of that, the constant flow of world energy accelerates the decay process." "Unfortunately, she's right." Lith brought the eyes millimeters away from the blood spaders, but the artifact failed to detect Solman's energy signature. "I doubt even a vampire could follow Salmer with this. What would you do in his shoes, Nalrund?" "Easy," Nalrund shrugged. "I would heal my wounds and rush to the next geyser, but this time I wouldn't linger there. I would just use it as a cover while I rest, and then move out the moment I'm in a fighting condition." Razars were true mages, not awakened. Even with their double cores, once their strength was spent, they had to rest. On top of that, not everyone was as lucky as Nalrund and naturally reached the blue core as an adult. Even with that, Nalrund had been no match for a bright blue-cored awakened like a Kala, and most of the enemies he had fought alongside Lith. Once a mana core reached its natural limit, awakening was the only way to grow stronger. "Any idea how powerful Solman's core is?" Solus asked. "No," Nalrund sighed. "I only know he was weaker than me. Only the strongest among us were entrusted with guarding Dawn's prison. He wasn't one of us." "Are you telling me he never got angry?" Solus was flabbergasted. His eyes never lit up. "He sure did, but we just lived in the same village, Solus. We were no friends," Nalrund replied. "After spending the last few years trying to forget about my old life, I barely remember his face." "Bottom line, he's most likely screwed." Lith marked the geyser for his tower. "Since we already got to this point, let's proceed assuming Solman managed to get away and is still on the run." "What if he's not?" The Agni looked at Lith, knowing the answer already, but feeling the need to hear someone say it out loud. "Then there's nothing we can do." Lith raised his hands in apology. "If a powerful awakened brought Solman to his secret lab, it's over. Even if we identify the kidnapper and bring irrefutable proof he has Solman, we have no way to rescue him. Informing the awakened council would only make the representative of each race argue about who gets what piece of the Razar." "Let's make haste then, we don't have a second to waste," Nalrund nodded. "Isn't this hopeless?" Freya asked Solus via a mind link. If the Awakened have a tracker and got a sample of Solmon's blood, they must have found him days ago. Not necessarily, Solus replied. Even the eyes of Menadian has limits. If our target hid in proximity of a mana geyser, we would need to get close to pick up his energy signature and could pinpoint his position only after filtering out the geyser's interference. The Awakened followed us easily because there was no interference. If Salmer reached a geyser, the signal of his energy signature would get fuzzy until his pursuers got really close to him. The problem is that, once the Awakened figure out the trick, they can anticipate his movements. Humans can't spot mana geysers, but Awakened know their position and split them between the local regional lords. All Solmon's pursuers need is a map and a general direction to locate his next hideout. Shit! Freya silently activated her Tier 5 dimensional ruler spell and searched their surroundings for any residual spatial distortions as they moved. Nalrund remembered the way to the mana geyser, and locating one with the eyes was easy, even from a large distance. Chapter 3597 Last Resort, Part 2. Chapter 3597 Last Resort, Part 2. The problem was finding the hideout, and to do that, Nalrund needed to find enough marked stones to triangulate its underground position. Swimming in blind would have taken time, a luxury they lacked. He's been here, Protector said after Nalrund warped him inside the underground cave. Luckily, there's no blood. Unluckily, Solmon's smell is so faint I doubt he stayed here for more than a day. Whoever was chasing him got close real fast. Lith marked the second mana geyser as well, and they left once a full sweep of the eyes failed to detect anything useful. When they reached the third mana geyser, there was no need to search for the hideout. A powerful spell had opened a deep hole into the ground that had been roughly patched up. The soil was uneven, and there was barely any grass covering it. Rushed light magic applied on vegetation. Protector examined the sealed entrance of the tunnel, while Nalrund estimated the quickest route to the safe house. This is not the work of a plant folk or even a talented mage. An apprentice was left here for the cleanup. Nalrund wasted no time swimming through the ground and reopened the passage with earth magic. The tunnel was quite long, but whoever had dug it the first time had taken care to stabilize it by placing stone pillars at the right intervals. Goddamn, this is the work of a very competent mage instead. The last layer of hardened ground opened in front of the Agni, revealing the ruins of the Razar's safe house. Part of the rock was molten by intense heat. Pools of water were all was left of ice blocks at least the size of a man, and several perfect holes with blackened edges were the telltale sign of heat rays. Light Mastery was prevalently known for its holograms and hard light constructs, respectively Tier 0 and 4 spells. Everything in between was a mystery to the general public, but that only until one fought their first light master. Good gods, that's a lot of blood. Freya looked around the artificial cave. It covers most of the walls to the point I can hardly see the stone beneath. I have good news, Protector sniffed the air. Most of the blood doesn't belong to Solmon. I can count at least 4 different new scents. That's to be expected, Lith nodded. Heat rays are a form of magic unique to light mastery. The problem is that they are not as good as constructs in a fight. Once you understand how heat rays work, they are too predictable and easy to deal with. I know, Nalrund sighed as he remembered his first meeting with Lith. Did Solmon manage to escape? Most likely, Ryman replied. Had he been captured, the Awakened wouldn't have done such a sloppy job in covering their tracks. They were in a rush to continue the chase. They did the bare minimum to keep their competition from finding the signs of the fight by chance. Do you think Solmon killed a few of his pursuers? Solus imprinted the mana geyser, using the brief stop to restore her strength. I don't think so. Lith checked the amount of blood and its patterns. Awakened are hard to kill. They can heal from any wound with one breath. On top of that, you've seen the pillars. That's something only a mage old enough to learn engineering can do. The apprentices must have called their master, and he's now leading the hunt. If you're right, I know where to go next, Nalrund said. There's only one place where Solmon would go after escaping the clutches of a powerful mage. He sealed the hole in the ground even more sloppily than the Awakened before him, and charged forward as fast as his flight spell allowed him to. The Agni stopped from time to time, but never for more than a couple of seconds. He resumed his flight as soon as he oriented himself, without giving so much of a word of explanation to his companions. We just passed a mana geyser, Freya asked him via mind link. What if Solmon is down there fighting for his life? She could see the massive pillar of world energy erupting from the ground with life vision, yet Nalrund hadn't even gotten close to it. He's not, the Agni replied. At this point, I bet Salman gave up on hiding and is going straight for our fringe. Yet no Razar could cover that distance in one go. He is severely wounded and people are chasing him. He has only one option, one that my tribe prepared before our first pilgrimage into the outer world. Nalrund crossed his fingers and prayed to the gods for mercy. Mana geysers were no common occurrence, and in the best-case scenario, hundreds of kilometers separated them. We've crossed thousands of kilometers in a day, but we are awakened and have a flying divine beast on our side, he thought. The chase must have lasted for days, or Salman would have already been captured after running out of mana. Please, you insufferable bastard, hold on for one more day, no, 1 hour. Tiamat speed flight and warp steps allowed the group to travel another 1,000 kilometers in less than an hour. Here we are, Nalrund breathed heavily with just enough strength to point at a small hill. We found it. What's here and what have we found exactly? Freya looked around with life vision and saw nothing but trees and grass. No one is here. Protector smelled several aromatic plants and wild beasts, but nothing relevant to their chase. This a mana geyser, Lith pointed at the small hill. Or rather, way below the small hill. A powerful one? He made the eyes of Menadian appear on his nose. There are plenty of protective and cloaking arrays in place. I wouldn't have noticed the geyser either if not for the eyes. And that's why I believe Salman is here. Nalrund used his invigoration technique to recover his strength. This is not just a mana geyser like the others. There is a rich adamant mine down there. The veins of mystical metal run deep into the ground, and the local awakened lord has worked hard to protect his treasure. Then how did Salman get in without getting obliterated by the arrays? Freya asked. The same way we did when we found Glimo's children inside Ajatar's mine, he replied. By digging through the ground and passing between the arrays without triggering them. Razars can perceive magical formations even without life vision, and our bloodline ability doesn't trigger them. This is why my forefathers placed our safe house here. The mana geyser is cloaked, making it even harder to spot our safe house built right outside the array's area of effect. On top of that, anyone who wants to access the tunnels must either explain themselves to the owner of the mines or face his wrath. My ancestors assumed that normal humans would have died without being given a chance to talk. If that's not the case, the cloaking arrays are supposed to hide a runway Razar like Salman from magical means of detection until he regains his strength. Yeah, but what if the local awakened lord agrees on splitting the Razar's bloodline legacy? Even worse, what if the one chasing Salman is the local awakened lord? Protector asked. Then we need to make even more haste, Nalrund replied. Chapter 3598 Standstill, Part 1. Chapter 3598 Standstill, Part 1. Is everyone ready? Nalrund asked, and the others nodded in reply while taking out their equipment and weaving their spells. Good, I can't bring more than 2 people at a time with me, but we don't have the time for multiple trips. How long can you hold your breath? Indefinitely, Solus disappeared inside her stone ring. Lith took it off his finger and handed it to the Agni, while Menadian slipped inside his shadow. Breathing is overrated, the first ruler of the flames said. Take good care of Solus, and they will take good care of you, Lith said while giving Nalrund a meaningful look. Who's they? The answer to his question came in the form of 4 more demons merging with his shadow. Gods, I love it when you're paranoid. I'm sorry, but I don't swing that way. Lith had conjured his demons since the visit to the first geyser, in case they needed reinforcements against the enemy. Now get in and open a spirit warp for us. Will do. Freya clung to Nalrund while taking a few deep breaths to fill her lungs with air. What? If you want to avoid triggering dimensional traps, you need a dimensional mage. I can't argue with that logic. The Agni sighed and dived into the ground. Great Mother Almighty. It was the first time since Nalrund had fused his life forces that he used his abilities to scan the defensive system of an underground facility. Not only did life vision make magical formations visible to him, but his mystical senses were leagues better than those he had back when he was still a Razar. Earth vision had evolved beyond his wildest expectations. He could sense changes in the density of the earth, listen to the vibrations produced by underground creatures no bigger than a worm, and locate air bubbles and empty spaces with ease. His heart had turned into a mana radar, releasing a small wave with each one of its beats that Earth vision converted into detailed information. The 2 combined effects briefly allowed an Agni to detect anything magical from a great distance. Nalrund located the mystical metal veins and studied how the different arrays overlapped as he advanced. He timed his movements with his heartbeats, using them to identify the areas with the lowest mana density that marked the array's blind spots and crossed them unnoticed. Freya kept her eyes closed the whole trip to avoid a claustrophobia fit, clinging to Nalrund and talking to Solus for company. Nalrund needed all the air he could get to move fast, and with her lungs burning for air, Freya couldn't waste energy using life vision. "We are almost there," Solus said from inside her stone ring, sharing her mystical senses with her friend to make the trip less scary. "Scratch the almost." A block of granite rippled, and Nalrund slipped inside a side corridor. He tapped on Freya's shoulder to signal her she could breathe again, and she happily obliged. "This is no metal mine." Solus took her human form and used the eyes and ears to scan her surroundings. "This is a natural cave." "I know," Nalrund nodded. "A natural cave the owner of the mines never found or cared to look for. I chose to emerge here because it's not covered by the dimensional ceiling arrays and is close to my ancestors' safe house." "Good thinking." Freya activated fire vision, painting the darkness surrounding her with hues of red and blue. "Solus, I need your help. I can't use life vision because of the geyser, and to assess the dimensional coordinates of this place, I need to see. Fire vision allows me to see walls and obstacles, but not the empty space where to open the spirit warp. Can I borrow the ears?" "You do that, we are going to take a look around." Menadian and the other demons turned into two-dimensional blots of darkness that spread along the corridor, connecting the natural tunnel to the rest of the mine's network. "Take the eyes, too." Solus established a partial link with the geyser and used the flow of world energy to fuel the two artifacts, lowering the burden on their users. "Good gods, if I hate you," Freya said. The eyes measured the space in the cave precisely, and identified the only spot where the others could arrive without tripping or bumping into each other. At the same time, the ears mapped the beat of Magus' core itself, giving Freya the ability to see dimensional coordinates without the need to calculate them as usual. She pointed the index and middle fingers of her left hand, where she wanted the spirit warp to appear, while she placed those of her right hand against the nearest wall. Her mana traveled back to the surface by following Nalrund's path and avoiding the array's detection fields. Once it reached the surface, she used spirit magic to connect the two different points in space. She bent, curved, and twisted the two sets of dimensional coordinates so that no alarm was triggered when they overlapped. "Fuck me sideways?" Lith walked in last to admire Freya's work. "Warp steps are supposed to form a straight line between their entry and exit points to avoid creating spatial distortions. This thing was supposed to blow in our faces." "True," she nodded. "But dimensional mages can bend the rules of the game, and with the help of the ears I can practically cheat." For a moment, Lith regretted gifting Menadian's artifact to the fire dragons, wondering what Freya could achieve with its help. Then, he reminded himself of Voltak's sacrifice, and his curiosity faded. Meanwhile, Nalrund brushed his scaled hands against the rock walls, sensing for vibrations that could point him to Solmon's position. "There's something this way. Follow me and step only where I step." He shrunk his size to that of a human and took point. He used light mastery to leave glowing footprints, and make the mana treads of the magical formations visible to the naked eye, so that everyone could avoid them easily. "The good news is that we can use the Menadian set to its full power," Solus said while they advanced. "The bad news is that I can't imprint the mana geyser. There are too many arrays, and too much of the geyser's power is absorbed by the mines. I can take over, but it's going to take a while." "You'd better start immediately, then," Lith replied. "Way ahead of you," Solus smirked, telepathically sharing her progress with him. "Be careful, you idiots," a silvery voice snarled with rage in the distance. The echo made it hard to understand the direction from which the voice came, but the ears easily followed the vibrations back to their source. Lith recalled the demons from the side corridors they were exploring. Without earth vision or mana sense to guide them, they had taken random directions that led away from their goal. Now, they moved ahead of the group, acting as scouts under the safety of their shadow forms. "I need him alive. If something happens to the Razar and you waste all my efforts, I'm going to kill you slowly and painfully." As they approached, they could hear small rumbles of spells and clangs of weapons. Chapter 3599 Standstill, Part 2. Chapter 3599 Standstill, Part 2. "I said careful, you moron," the female voice sounded again. "Do you want this place to cave in on our heads? Awakened are hard to kill, not immortal." Nalrond inwardly cursed, but kept his pace steady. He couldn't afford to trigger one of the alarms or alert the enemy of his presence. "Can't you deactivate these goddamn arrays? They keep getting in the way of our spells." "Yeah, right," a male voice scoffed. "Then what would stop you from killing me the moment we catch our prize? You have brought along your precious disciples, whereas I'm alone. I won't give you any more advantage." Nalrond turned around, his face twisted in honest confusion. His companions shook their heads. None of them knew the people to whom the voices belonged. "Soulless?" Lith asked. "Still too far away for the eyes, I'm sorry," she replied. "Mom." "It doesn't look good, dear." Menadian moved ahead of the group and shared her senses via the black chains with Lith. A large section of the mine's walls had been blasted open to reveal the Razar's safe house. It was a space much wider than the previous hideouts, enough to comfortably host 20 people the size of an adult Razar. Every piece of furniture was made of clay or stone, and they all lay scattered and shattered throughout the various rooms. 2 richly dressed bright violet cord awakened, and 1 Razar stood at different corners of the cave in a triangle formation. One of the awakened was a middle-aged man with grizzled black hair and beard who kept himself as close to the mines as he could. Tendrils of energy extended from the nearby array field, allowing him to draw upon its powers. Yet the Razars had built the safe house outside the magical formations, and expanding their area of effect past its natural limits put quite a burden on their master, who could exert only a fraction of their true might. The other one was an old woman with white hair so clear that it looked silvery. The only colors she had left were the blue and black streaks of her elemental affinities. She was accompanied by 5 bright blue-cord younger awakened. It was impossible to tell their age, but judging by their stunning physical appearance, they had been awakened at a young age. Their resemblance with their mentor revealed they also had to be part of the same bloodline. The Razar stood at the far end of the room, cornered against a wall. He had several missing scales and open wounds that were closing at a discernible speed. 4 spheres of light orbited around him, reminding Menadian of the elemental god spells. "I don't get it," Rifa thought. "What may have caused this standstill? 7 awakened are more than enough to capture a single Emperor beast with ease, yet cornering Solman like this should have been impossible. Why does he stand there like an idiot instead of escaping by merging with the stone wall like Nalrond does?" She could only rely on her regular sight, since even fire vision would have lit her eyes up and revealed her position. "Excellent question." Lith passed the eyes of Menadian to her, leaving the ears to Freya. "What's the answer?" "The awakened have coated the entire safe house with a thin layer of spirit magic that insulates it from the Razar's bloodline ability and traps him," Menadian replied. "Yet they failed to capture him because he's damn smart. The old man must be the undead regional lord and the owner of these mines. Those spheres constantly draw and amplify the light element in the area, making him groggy. That's one of Dawn's anti-undead spells, Daymare." Nalrond cut her short, recognizing one of the most powerful techniques the Razar bloodline had forced the horsemen to reveal. "Nobody cares." If Grunts could punch, the Agni would have doubled over, puking his guts out. "As I was saying, the undead is keeping the other 5 awakened in check with the help of the mine's array field. Whoever makes the first move gets attacked by the other 2. There was no term on Magur for Mexican standoff, but Lith and Solus exchanged a knowing look. "I have an idea." Solman's voice was deep, his words a low growl. "Why don't you let me go and take your time sorting your differences? The winner gets to resume the chase, and I get the opportunity to escape. Everybody wins." "In your dreams, Razar," the woman scoffed. "I didn't come so far just to let you go because of a stubborn old fart." Then she turned toward the undead. "You've done your part, Axarin. I'll take it from here. Go home, have a cup of warm blood, and take your beauty nap. By the time you wake up, I'll have your share delivered at your door." "I just look all whereas you are old, Iraka, if not decrepit." Axarin laughed a mirthless laugh. "We are the same age, but my body stopped declining centuries ago, while yours is but a shadow of what it once was. I made a mistake by allowing you access to my mines during the day. I won't make another by letting you rob me of what's rightfully mine." A snap of his fingers and a blood-red lightning bolt slithered across his body. It amplified his powers and made up for his weakened state, but it didn't affect the drowsiness that slowed down his reflexes and hindered his focus. "That's no vampire," Menadian thought. "That's a blood warlock." "I can more or less understand how they got to this point," Lith pondered. "Axiom came alone because none of the disciples he truly trusts can stay awake during the day. He and Araka joined forces to capture Solman, but greed soured their relationship once they found him. The only question is, what use does a blood warlock have for light mastery? You don't know? Menadian was flabbergasted. I'll tell you the details later, but blood warlocks can use light magic much more easily than all other undead species. They can also conjure spirit magic without consuming the energy stored in their blood cores. They just need fresh blood. I knew the second part, Lith replied. I've faced a few blood witches and warlocks, but they never used light magic against me. I may be decrepit, but you are senile, Araka retorted. I did all the hard work. I chased this bastard for days. All you had to do was lift the arrays barring access to this God's damned labyrinth. The Razar is my prisoner, and you should be grateful I share anything of his knowledge with you. My mind's my turf, my prisoner, Axarin sneered. I owe you nothing. You should thank me for not reporting you to the Awakened Council. That brat of yours tried to kill me the moment the Razar weakened me with his weird spell. It was just an accident. She glared at her disciple, not for the attempted murder, but for the failed murder. If that's true, then I'm still alive. The blood warlock conjured a thick barrier protecting him from Solman, and a thicker one protecting Solman from Araka's group. Chapter 3600 Flowing Strength, Part 1. Chapter 3600 Flowing Strength, Part 1. That was no accident, and there's no way a kid that young took the initiative, the blood warlock said. I bet you ordered him to do it. I agree, that's most likely the case. Lith stepped out of the dark tunnel while emerald flames engulfed Ragnarök and violet ones burst out of his mouth. Hand me over the prisoner and nobody gets hurt. Verhen, the two awakened, turned their heads to look at the newcomer, forming a new barrier to keep Lith away at the expense of the one trapping Solman. How did you get here? I followed the Razar on my own, Lith replied. If the world tree can't hide from me, what chances do you think a hybrid has? I meant, how did you bypass my security measures? Axarin snarled. I have no reason to share my secrets with you. Lith cocked his head. As I see it, we either call the council to settle this dispute or do it on our own with a spirit duel. No way. Axarin and Araka finally agreed on something. Fighting one-on-one against you during the day would be suicide for me, the blood warlock said. And what use would my spirit spells be if I had to fight a divine beast without my equipment and in such a confined space at that? She said. Your mere touch would be enough to kill me. Yours are valid objections, but they are not my problem, Lith smirked. Feel free to come at me at the same time if you want. Yet I wonder, can you trust each other? Can you afford to focus on me and let our little Razar friend break that thin spirit barrier of yours? What if he escapes during our fight? Solman gasped at the revelation and hammered at the wall with his massive clawed fists, coated in a hammer-shaped hard-light construct. Why did you tell him that? Are you insane? Axarin cursed as he had to reinforce the barrier with so much mana that it became visible to the naked eye. I'm just evening the field, Lith said with his most obnoxious tone. You, Axarin, have the home advantage while Araka has the numbers, yet none of that matters if you don't give you the time and opportunity to deal with me. I found him once and I can find him again. Can you two do the same? The answer to Lith's questions was no, and the Awakened knew it. They stared at him in hatred, but they hated each other even more and were too afraid the other would backstab them to make any move. As for Lith, he had no intention of fighting. He was buying Solace the time she needed to take control over the mana geyser. At that point, the arrays would become irrelevant, and the two regional lords would have no chance against him, even if they had joined their forces. A few precious moments later, Solman produced a crack in the spirit barrier, pushing Axarin and Araka to the verge of despair. They disliked each other, and there was little to no trust between them. Yet the idea of Lith getting his hands on the Razar, of the upstart youth gaining another priceless treasure while ancient beings like them were left empty-handed, brought them closer. Do you realize that if we call the council, we all have the same chances of being awarded the Razar? Axarin tried one last attempt at mediation. If we are unlucky, the council representatives might even take days to make their decision and interrogate him as much as they want. We would give them a great gift for nothing. We should keep this issue private. I disagree, Lith shrugged. As I see it, this case is cut and dry. Araka chased the Razar and then lost him due to your arrays, so she has no claim on him. You wouldn't even know the Razar was here if she hadn't been forced to inform you. That and the fact that this place isn't even part of your underground complex, Axarin, gives you less rights over the Razar than Araka's apprentices, who at least helped her from the start. Lith pointed at the arrays, stretching from the mines into the Razar's safe house. I instead found the Razar on my own in a few days and by my own means. According to the Council's rules, he's mine. I even offered you a spirit duel, but you turned that down. Axarin's claims are the feeblest since he took no part in the hunt for the Razar, and this is neutral ground. He has no more authority here than any awakened elder. I found the Razar first but failed to capture him. According to Council law, arguments between awakened at the same core level must be settled through combat. I lost my priority the moment I refused Verhin's challenge, but that's only if the Council gets involved. When the Council representatives hear about this, they'll give the Razar to me. Besides, I represent Falul's interests and have Rifa Menadian on my side. Who do you think the Council will try to fawn over? Iraka pondered those words and realized that Lith was right. Axarin's claims are the feeblest since he took no part in the hunt for the Razar, and this is neutral ground. He has no more authority here than any awakened elder. I found the Razar first but failed to capture him. According to Council law, arguments between awakened at the same core level must be settled through combat. I lost my priority the moment I refused Verhin's challenge, but that's only if the Council gets involved. A telepathic command to her disciples, and a nod to the Blood Warlock sealed a silent temporarily alliance. He's right, she sighed. We have no chance of victory in a court of awakened law. But we do have it here. Axarin released a second blood-red lightning bolt and aimed it at Iraka. She absorbed it in her body, boosting her abilities fivefold, and shared it with her apprentices through her Tier 5 Highmaster array, flowing strength. Iraka and the 5 blue-cord youths were now connected by a 6-pointed star inscribed in a prismatic circle. Iraka wasn't as good as Ragu despite being much older, but she would still easily claim the title of Master Warden in the kingdom. She had modified Silverwing's hexagram into flowing strength, making it suitable for real combat. Silverwing's hexagram had been created as a teaching tool. It had too many restrictions, and its mana cost was too prohibitive to be used on the battlefield outside of a few niche situations. Flowing strength circulated the 6 elements just like the hexagram, but instead of turning its power outward against the enemy, it channeled the elements inward to strengthen its casters. The magical formation established a deep bond between the 6 awakened, allowing them to share their thoughts, vitality, and mana freely. The full power of Iraka's bright violet core that her old body could sustain for a short time now posed no burden to her. The excess energy was passed along with the blood maelstrom onto her disciples, who were in their prime. The 5 youths had their physical and magical abilities enhanced as well, reaching an individual power at the peak of the deep violet. In exchange, Iraka received their boundless vitality and the stamina she needed to control her most powerful spells without the need to use invigoration. Under the effects of flowing strength, Iraka was no longer a 1,000-year-old awakened at the end of her rope. She had the wisdom of her age and the strength of her apprentice's youth.